The Glory Festival was only halfway through when Lin Yu had already left the venue. As the predetermined champion, he departed from the event. Zhang Rong seemed worried that such a proposal would be too insulting to this ancient Rakshasa who had just returned to the Black Mire realm from divine captivity, so he specifically added a sentence. If you feel that doing so deprives you of the joy of battle, then as a former champion, I can have a good fight with you. According to his persona, Lin Yu should have agreed. But he didn't. The reason was also very easy to understand. He truly couldn't fight anymore. Although the life and death struggle with Nian ultimately allowed that fellow to barely cling to life, Lin Yu had at least achieved a genuine, direct victory. Nian had been beaten so badly that he was deregistered from the player community and forced to transform into a nightmare. How could Lin Yu have paid no price at all? The corrosive damage caused by the goat demon remains alone had already significantly reduced Lin Yu's combat power. Although it didn't harm Lin Yu's true body, the reduction in combat power was very real. Lin Yu's true body now certainly possessed a very powerful physique, but compared to the strength brought by this realized Rakshasa body, it was relatively insignificant. What's more, while Lin Yu's true body was not injured, it had expended a great deal. Manipulating the water prayer necklace for high-intensity water control consumed a massive amount of Lin Yu's mental energy. And Hannah, who was the greatest contributor to the battle against Nian, was also exhausted and already feeling muddled. Therefore, Lin Yu had absolutely no confidence in fighting another NPC who looked very capable and might even be a top-tier combatant in the Black Mire realm. Even if he could narrowly defeat Zhang Rong, it would not be as cost-effective as not fighting at all. As long as he didn't fight, Lin Yu wouldn't reveal himself. Not only would he not be exposed, but his power would still have no clear upper limit in the minds of these Black Mire realm inhabitants. The more mysterious, the stronger. Lin Yu was well-versed in this principle. However, Lin Yu's chosen reason for refusal was not forced and would not damage his persona. Although his injury and poor condition seemed like a reasonable excuse, Lin Yu deeply knew that in the Black Mire realm, this excuse would not work. After all, for the hotheads of the Black Mire realm, especially the battle maniacs of the Blood Nation, as long as they could still move, it was impossible to refuse a battle that came knocking. As the saying goes, minor injuries don't keep you off the front lines. Lin Yu had also been shaping the Rakshasa in this direction. Therefore, using this seemingly reasonable excuse would instead arouse suspicion. I've had enough fun fighting today. Battles like this are one less each time, and you should not have reached your peak yet. I temporarily see no room for further improvement, but you are different. I will wait until you take another step forward before we have a great battle. It won't be too late. If we were to fight now, I'm afraid that even if you improve, you would inevitably be unconsciously influenced by me and take on my colors. Lin Yu calmly refused Zhang Rong. The reason sounded almost arrogant, but to Zhang Rong, it was indeed reasonable and showed no hostility at all. In the Black Mire realm, this was, on the contrary, a form of sincerity, frankness, and friendliness. What's more, Lin Yu had actually hit the mark. You truly have good insight. I have indeed had some subtle insights recently and am still digesting and accumulating. I do have a premonition that I am about to break through. This is also why I sought a fight with you. I did have the idea of breaking through in one fell swoop by taking advantage of the opportunity to spar with a mysterious powerhouse from 10,000 years ago. After such a simple exchange, the two naturally no longer needed to fight. Zhang Rong led Lin Yu to the edge of the venue, used an item that looked like an iron thornflower to open the surrounding barrier, and sent him out. Alright, Rakshasa, or rather, Contestant Maluo, Zhang Rong said, unless there are any further anomalies within the venue, you will be the champion of this glory festival. No matter, if you truly can find someone stronger than me under the newly added rules, I am willing to yield the championship, Lin Yu said calmly. I will follow the rules. After all, the temporary clauses you added and supplemented are already quite favorable to me. Zhang Rong nodded. I don't think so either, unless someone manages to collect all the remaining spoils of war by themselves. Only then might they compare to your performance just now. The two looked at each other across the thorns. In any case, although the championship is certainly yours, as you said, For the fairness of the rules and the rankings of the other contestants from second to last place, I will have to patrol twice as much now, Zhang Rong said with a headache. It seems I might even have to call Feng Xiao in. After all, there's been no movement from Shua's side. He glanced at Lin Yu. Lin Yu smiled. It seems you've heard the rumors. Yes, there are rumors that you killed Shua, the notary responsible for guarding the healing area this year. Zhang Rong thought for a moment and decided to lay his cards on the table, but according to witchcraft calculations, Shua is actually still alive. The 10 great tribes' meaning is that since you are the true Rakshasa, Shua, though a very rare spirit, is not that important and can be temporarily set aside, but since you brought it up, I might as well ask, just to satisfy my personal curiosity, what happened to Shua? Lin Yu also didn't hide anything. I let it escape. It should be hiding somewhere in the venue. As for the motive, Lin Yu certainly couldn't say that he intended to use Shua to set up a deception. But he had already thought of an excuse. Spirits are beings as ancient as us. In the era of the Rakshasa, we would coexist harmoniously with spirits. Lin Yu sighed softly. Although I know times have changed and I shouldn't concern myself with these things, since it asked me for help, it was difficult for me to stand by and do nothing. Anyway, I originally intended to make a name for myself in this glory festival and reclaim the glory belonging to the Rakshasa. Lin Yu paused, so I might as well help it out. Of course, if you want to continue to capture it, I will not help it again. It's hiding somewhere in this venue. After all, the glory festival isn't over yet. So it shouldn't have left. As Lin Yu spoke, Zhang Rong nodded again. I see, thank you very much. I will try to find Shua. Zhang Rong paused, although it doesn't belong to our tribe either. In any case, before the glory festival officially ends, you can go to the gentle slope highland over there. The tents of the 10 great tribes are there. Inside, the representatives from the 10 great tribes who are watching the competition also have means to understand the progress of the glory festival in real time. They are very welcoming. No, they even actively invite you to come into the tents and watch the rest of the glory festival with them. Following Zhang Rong's instructions, Lin Yu also found the tents where the 10 great tribes were located. Before pushing open the tent and entering, Lin Yu made many assumptions in his mind. Interrogation, questioning, negotiation, flattery. All were possible. He even prepared for the worst. Many experts from the Black Marsh realm were ambushing behind the tent, just waiting for him to enter before swarming him and taking him down on the spot. But Lin Yu never expected that what awaited him was none of the above. Instead, it was blandness. He pushed open the tent and walked in. The representatives of the 10 great tribes stood up one by one, introduced themselves, and greeted him, the Rakshasa. And then, that was it. They arranged a seat for Lin Yu, and after greeting and introducing themselves, there was nothing more. These representatives of the 10 great tribes didn't deliberately ignore Lin Yu, they just started chatting normally about the ongoing competition. Our contestant got some really powerful spoils of war again. Zhang Rong has already announced the new rules. Thanks to this Rakshasa, the Festival of Glory is even more exciting than the previous ones. We should consider making these rules permanent. Observe a bit more, don't rush to conclusions. These chat contents were too ordinary, as if Lin Yu really was just an ordinary predetermined champion, and they were simply inviting him to watch the competition. This left Lin Yu somewhat bewildered. But soon, Lin Yu understood the reason from the scattered words of the 10 great tribe representatives. Lin Yu had underestimated the straightforwardness of the people of the Black Marsh realm. Even these seemingly cunning higher-ups inevitably picked up the habits unique to the Black Marsh realm. The reason they only offered a simple greeting to Lin Yu at this moment was very simple. Because the negotiation with Lin Yu, the Rakshasa, had already been completed. Just as Lin Yu had predicted, when Zhang Rong came earlier, these representatives of the 10 great tribes were probably watching the interaction between him and Zhang Rong, and might even have been giving Zhang Rong guidance at appropriate times. So, in essence, Zhang Rong truly could represent the 10 great tribes in the literal sense. And the words Lin Yu spoke not only persuaded and moved Zhang Rong, but also convinced the representatives of the 10 great tribes who were listening behind Zhang Rong at the time. Giving Lin Yu the predetermined champion status and establishing temporary rules was already considered the chosen solution. Therefore, in the eyes of all the higher-ups, as Lin Yu left the venue, the matter was actually over. Since the matter was already over, there was indeed nothing more to discuss. And while their invitation to Lin Yu had ulterior motives, they essentially had no intention of engaging in any further negotiations. It seems these guys genuinely want to build rapport with me by simply watching the competition. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. To put it bluntly, these higher-ups were essentially part of the Blood Kingdom, and they all grew up in various tribes. Although their positions required them to be more astute than ordinary Blood Kingdom tribal members, their different positions didn't transform them or make them incompatible with the entire world. They still retained a very straightforward nature. Since that's the case, then let's enjoy this competition. Lin Yu mused, then observed the arena. This was a good way to observe the customs and practices of the Black Marsh realm, and the methods of various tribal races. Many players had already died, besides himself, 11 were still alive. Observing what methods these remaining players had would be useful in the future. After all, this experience had already proven. Observing NPCs and other players more, and gathering more information, was truly especially useful for him. If he hadn't remembered a large amount of information about the Rakshasa from the feast above the heavens, then it wouldn't have been possible to gain such immense power by impersonating a Rakshasa this time. This time, he had directly killed a Tier 3 player based on this point. A player who was even ranked on the leaderboard. Lin Yu didn't think his true strength surpassed Nian. So, the upper limit of the trickster ability is still high. As long as I understand the 10 realms well enough and possess enough information that most players don't know, the upper limit I can achieve in the dungeon will far exceed my own strength. And the players Lin Yu wanted to kill now, who were much stronger than him, were far more than just this Nian. Whether it was from the Psychology Society or the Marauders. If there's a chance, I still need to deal with them early. Lin Yu pondered in his heart, then looked at a half-demon sitting beside him. Although these representatives of the 10 great tribes had no schemes against him, Lin Yu suddenly realized that he could scheme against them. Just observing would be too much of a waste of this great opportunity. Lin Yu thought, looking at the half-demon beside him, and initiated a conversation. Hey, you. What race are you? You look like a human, but also like a demon. And your scent doesn't belong to either, it's truly strange. The half-demon looked at Lin Yu and spoke irritably. I am a half-demon. Lin Yu suddenly understood, half-demon. Does that mean you're a hybrid? So, is your father a demon or your mother a demon? Upon hearing Lin Yu's words, the half-demon instantly became so angry that his vision went black. You Rakshasa! A half-demon has half-demon blood. Both my parents are half-demons. So I am a pure-blooded half-demon. Do you understand? Pure-blooded half-demon. Seeing him angry, Lin Yu directly ignored him and looked at the blood Rakshasa beside him. Among the blood Rakshasa, you should be considered a superior, right? The blood Rakshasa nodded, unable to discern Lin Yu's intention, and spoke cautiously, that's right. After sizing him up, Lin Yu clicked his tongue lightly. Strange, I thought those inferior colorings were just customs you created to fool the fools and lower-class members of your tribe. Do you, as a superior, also do this? Bloodline power doesn't become purer by painting yourself red. Lin Yu spoke earnestly and sincerely. Not only this blood Rakshasa, but all the blood Rakshasa representatives present had displeased expressions. The blood Rakshasa closest to Lin Yu gritted his teeth, still maintaining restraint, and spoke with an effort to remain calm. This isn't for purifying any bloodline power, it's simply our custom. No different from tattooing, piercing, or wearing bone ornaments. Lin Yu shook his head, mainly, it doesn't look very good either. Then, he looked at the barbarian representative who was farther away from him. Time flew by as Lin Yu actively interacted with other representatives. Soon, the Festival of Glory concluded. Although Lin Yu had long been certain he could meet the clear rank conditions, and even perfectly fulfilled the advancement conditions to pass through deception, completing the clearance conditions and arriving early as the designated champion to watch the competition from the sidelines. However, for Lin Yu, until the moment he was announced as the champion, he had not officially completed the clearance. Because the clearance condition referred to obtaining the warrior's medal, not passing the Festival of Glory. After all, this was merely an oral agreement given to Lin Yu by Jiang Rong and the representatives of the 10 great tribes. At least the Death Game did not recognize the validity of these oral agreements. Of course, this was what Lin Yu was happy to see, because he hadn't been idle during the remaining days. Lin Yu successfully spent 5 days leaving a deep impression on these 10 representatives. He first offended everyone, making those guys feel that this Rakshasa was annoying, thereby leaving a deep first impression. In the following days, Lin Yu, building on that clear impression, began to negotiate with these people. Although Lin Yu rarely socialized, it was very difficult for an excellent and intelligent actor to fail if he put his heart and soul into getting along with a specific person. Because he could act out a personality that the other person would enjoy conversing with. After 5 days had passed, all the Black Marsh Realm representatives had significantly changed their perceptions of Lin Yu. They even developed a natural fondness for the ancient Rakshasa clan, which had been missing for a long time. And 5 days of conversation alone would usually not leave too deep an impression. However, because Lin Yu first made everyone dislike him, and then slowly reversed that initial impression. This contrast and change naturally deepened the impression all the representatives had of Lin Yu. And Lin Yu's reason for making these extra efforts, besides observing, was simple. Congratulations on your victory in the Festival of Blood and Fire game. Calculating your game rewards. You have received the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. Arriving in the familiar settlement space, Lin Yu exhaled, feeling the belief that still hadn't disappeared from him, only becoming somewhat strange. Phew. It's a bit different from what I imagined, but those efforts weren't entirely in vain. The source of those beliefs was naturally the big figures of the Black Marsh realm. By mentioning Otherworlder during his earlier probing of Jiang Rong, Lin Yu guessed that the high-ranking officials in large tribes like the Black Marsh realm were more or less aware of the existence of players and otherworlds. In other words, these guys' cognition itself could achieve a cross-world effect. So, their belief might also be able to. As Lin Yu thought of this, the idea of testing it immediately came to mind. Since in reality, his identity as Mei could allow him to permanently possess the ability of a doctor by being remembered by people, could he use the method of making his identity as Mara remembered by people, thereby allowing him to possess the abilities of a Rakshasa? He didn't need to possess it permanently, a brief transformation would suffice. Although it was crazy, Lin Yu felt it was worth a try. After all, if successful, this would be equivalent to possessing a trump card that could directly contend with a third tier, or even a very strong third tier. He had only completed half of his second tier advancement trial, and he already had a trump card comparable to a third tier, that was practically a meteoric rise. And upon arriving at the settlement space, Lin Yu could be certain that his line of thinking was not wrong. The belief of those tribal high-ranking officials in the Mara deception still existed and was effective even after he left the Black Marsh realm. However, Lin Yu was not in the best situation he had predicted, or he could always play the Rakshasa anytime, anywhere. These beliefs from across worlds had very strong limitations. It was like how the collar, disguised as a fake, was used to take Stiller away. It was still effective, but not fully effective. Lin Yu felt it. These cross-world beliefs continuously accumulated, and their form was more like a kind of energy temporarily stored. If he were to use the abilities of a Rakshasa and transform into Mara, he would consume these accumulated beliefs. Currently, these beliefs would probably only be enough for him to transform for about 1 second. Although there are some limitations, it's a very powerful trump card after all. And I can keep accumulating it if I don't use it normally. In short, it wasn't a waste of my hard work acting until the very end, getting the warrior's medal, and then lying, I want to travel around here, before rushing to hide before the settlement. Lin Yu said with emotion. Furthermore, although the speed of accumulating belief was not fast now, if the secret of the Rakshasa gradually began to spread among the high-ranking officials of the Black Marsh realm, perhaps the accumulation speed of these beliefs would increase again. What's more, Lin Yu still had a thought. The Black Marsh realm also had gods. When these gods heard the rumors of the Rakshasa's resurrection, especially after several transmissions, it had become indistinguishable from truth and falsehood, but there were also some genuinely credible strong individuals as human witnesses. Would he be able to deceive those higher-ranking gods? Lin Yu guessed that the god of fairness and judgment might have a way to confirm whether the Rakshasa he imprisoned had escaped, but perhaps not. But as long as other gods had no means of confirmation, Lin Yu might very well achieve the feat of deceiving a god. Lin Yu had experienced the belief from a god once. It was indeed too useful. It seemed that because deceiving a god itself had the attribute of being worthy of praise, with just a little bit of belief, the final realization effect was even enough to distort the death game itself. I hope it goes smoothly. But for this dungeon, you must have been watching, or even interfered, right, Crow? Lin Yu looked at the crow mark on his wrist and asked in a low voice. However, this question was not asked using a question opportunity, so naturally, he did not get a response from the crow. In any case, this dungeon has successfully ended. But I still have another dungeon to clear this time, so now it's just half time. Let's quickly see what rewards this dungeon has. I hope there are some good things that can be used in the next dungeon. In view of your performance in this game, you have received the evaluation renowned and an additional reward. Additional reward, randomly receive 2 non-exclusive items as rewards. In view of your performance in this game, you have received the evaluation unrivaled and an additional reward. Additional reward. Randomly receive 2 non-exclusive items as rewards. Lin Yu looked at the evaluations in the settlement space, feeling a bit novel. Oh, new titles again. Although Lin Yu didn't have a collecting pie, seeing evaluations he hadn't seen before was quite fresh. It gave him a different kind of accomplishment. This time, he didn't get his usual meticulous deduction and overall control, which Lin Yu found very reasonable. He didn't even know where in this dungeon he could perform meticulous deduction. Lin Yu highly suspected that, if not all, then 99% of the Yi dungeons in the Black Bog realm wouldn't have the possibility of triggering meticulous deduction. As for overall control, Lin Yu indeed felt that he hadn't achieved it. Although he had sorted out Nian, Lin Yu truly hadn't managed to control the entire situation of the Glory Festival. However, the renowned reward was absolutely without problem. Although he was active in the identity of the Rakshasa Moro, this grand momentum indeed made him renowned. As for unrivaled, it was also easy to understand. It probably rewarded players who fought bravely and displayed high-intensity frontal combat power. Lin Yu thought about it carefully. After so many dungeons, this was pretty much the dungeon where his frontal combat had the highest proportion. After all, the Blood Kingdom had its own national conditions. It was hard not to fight in this place. Perhaps because of this, the rewards also had the characteristics of the Black Bog realm. First were the 2 items rewarded by renowned. Item Long-Bladed Tooth Bone Dual Blades, bound. Item Bloodquench Tough Iron Longbow, bound. Perhaps Lin Yu's reputation in this Glory Festival was too resounding, as he actually received 2 weapon-type items in one go. Moreover, the quality of these 2 weapon items was quite good. Long-Bladed Tooth Bone Dual Blades crafted from the teeth of ancient giant beast fossils. Using the dual blades to damage enemies and absorb their life force grants a bloodthirsty buff lasting 5 seconds. After the bloodthirsty buff duration exceeds 3 minutes, you can choose to gain either the hunt or frenzy buff effect. Bloodthirsty deals more damage to life force sources and converts absorbed life force into healing and recovery effects for the wielder. Hunt consumes all plundered life force to gain precise positional awareness of life force sources. Frenzy, absorbed life force no longer provides recovery and healing, but instead boosts strength and speed. Bloodquench Tough Iron Longbow, a traditional hunting bow made of tough iron, adaptable to various types of arrows. Can actively consume life force to imbue fired arrows with one of 4 effects: piercing, poisonous, burning, or explosive. Both weapons were very useful. Just looking at their effects, they could be used as regular main combat weapons by high-level players. Even if I sold them, they would probably fetch a very good price. But I'll pass. Lin Yu thought about it and decided to keep them for himself. Although he had usable weapons now, Lin Yu would never complain about having too many items. His different identities would definitely require different main combat weapons to distinguish and differentiate them. Of course, the next dungeon was his solo dungeon, so Lin Yu could naturally use them freely. Then Lin Yu looked at the item rewards from Unrivaled. These two were also greatly beneficial for frontal combat. Item Barbarian Guard Gauntlets, bound. Item Spirit Blood Elixir, bound. Barbarian Guard Gauntlets, standard gauntlets crafted by barbarian tribes, capable of effectively resisting various types of attacks from sharp and blunt weapons, and can actively attract attacks to the protection of the gauntlets. At the same time, when performing actions such as chopping and swinging, they can effectively enhance wrist strength. Spirit Blood Elixir, after consumption, it can quickly restore sanity to units in negative mental states such as confusion and coma, can alleviate negative emotions to a certain extent, improve mood, and helps the consumer generate a positive mood. After the elixir is used up, it can be refilled by pouring in fresh blood from living creatures. Lin Yu finished reading the descriptions of all the items, and was quite satisfied. Indeed, things produced in the Black Bog realm were relatively simple and crude, ready to be used immediately. Although the upper limit might not be very high, the lower limit was truly guaranteed. Things that directly enhanced combat power were definitely useful no matter what. The only pity was they came too late. If they had come earlier, he and Nian's battle in this dungeon might have been even easier. Lin Yu sighed. Soon, the time for the settlement space was also running out. The final number of people who passed this dungeon was only 8, which was a very low clear rate. Earlier, because of Nian, 4 players were killed and turned into puppets by him. And in the latter half, Lin Yu, who had been watching, knew very well that although the large number of casualties in the first half was due to Nian, he was somewhat responsible for the deaths of 3 more of the players who had been screened for 5 days later on. Because the rule of the combat performance was temporarily added, the intensity and frequency of battles among the contestants increased. People in the Black Bog realm already liked to pick fights, and now the local residents were even more eager to fight. Coupled with the fact that the originally clear and dry forest arena became damp due to the heavy rain Lin Yu created, and visibility also became much lower. This also caused the wild beasts that would not normally attack humans to take advantage of the situation and start actively attacking. In the back and forth, not only players but also the death rate of contestants increased. In a sense, although Lin Yu didn't get overall control this time, he did influence the overall situation. However, Lin Yu looked around the settlement space and found that Fern was still alive. Lin Yu was not surprised by this. Any one of the 3 of them, taken individually, was considered to be of a relatively strong standard. Although Moss had not shown her strength, Lin Yu speculated that Moss should also have a Tier 2 profession. These 3 Tier 2s combined would result in 1 + 1 + 1 being greater than 3. Fern also looked around. At this time, Lin Yu had removed the disguise of the mask and appeared in the guise of Mei Mei. But Fern's gaze still fell on Lin Yu's face, and their eyes met. Then both of them simultaneously looked away. After returning to reality, I need to find this guy when I have time, Lin Yu thought. Because no matter what Fern thought, at least as the main personality, Moss should come looking for him. Advancement Quest 1, Weave a Deception, requiring at least 50 NPCs or players to be affected by the deception and take corresponding actions, while simultaneously gaining belief equivalent to 50 people's share. Judging. Quest completed. Advancement Quest 2, use deception as a means to achieve the clearance condition of this instance, meaning to obtain the final warrior's medal not through combat or looting, but through methods that fit the definition of deception. Judging. Quest completed. Lin Yu once again arrived in that vast, white, slightly different space from the settlement space, like a huge, empty room. This was his second time here. However, not much time had passed since his last visit, so Lin Yu still remembered the scene from before. He waited quietly, and soon new bloody words appeared. Both quests have been completed. The individual trial instance will now open. Completing the individual trial instance will complete the advancement. And very quickly, in front of him, 3 slowly opening vortex-shaped passages appeared. These vortex passages were more than one person's height, looking very mysterious. The bloody text prompt changed accordingly. Please choose your individual trial instance. 3 passages. Do they represent 3 different instance entrances? Lin Yu observed the passages in front of him, deep in thought. It's worth noting that these 3 passages were not completely identical, indistinguishable from each other. On the contrary, they had very obvious differences, like some kind of hint. The leftmost passage was grayish-white, constantly swirling with mist and water vapor as it rotated. If one listened closely, they could hear the sound of ocean tides coming from within. This passage most likely leads to Fog Island. Lin Yu, who had already been to Fog Island, made a judgment in his heart. In any case, this instance would not lead to the wasteland, because according to Stiller, the world where Nevernight City is located has no sea. Even large underground bodies of water, such as lakes and rivers, could only be found deep in the Great Wasteland. This was a good option. After all, Fog Island was the domain of that crow. Although dealing with that crow was always a headache, the other party was, to some extent, friendly towards him. Although his senior sister had hinted that he shouldn't fully trust gods, at least at this stage. These gods were still good to utilize. But Lin Yu didn't fully confirm it. After all, the ocean could also lead to Pure Ruins. Although Lin Yu hadn't temporarily been to the Pure Ruins instance, he had seen items produced by the Pure Ruins and players whose core system was centered around the Pure Ruins. Cress was one of them. And although Hannah had lived with her uncle in the God of Festivity's divine kingdom since childhood, rarely went out, and had seen creatures from all realms, making it impossible for her to determine which realm she belonged to, Lin Yu speculated. Perhaps the God of Festivity's domain was in the Pure Ruins. So, Lin Yu temporarily reserved the left option and looked at the middle passage. The middle passage was dark red, appearing somewhat scorching and hot, like a vortex of magma mixed with crushed rocks being stirred, and its texture was very heavy. Since he had no idea where this place led, Lin Yu was not inclined to choose it. For such a solo, unusually difficult, instance, when given the choice, it was best to choose a familiar place with a foundation. Then, he looked at the third passage. It was a grayish-yellow vortex, like a small sandstorm, with fine grains of sand swirling, looking quite choking. And dimly, deep within the vortex, colorful neon lights seemed to flash rhythmically. If there was any realm Lin Yu had visited that best fit this description, it would definitely be the Wasteland and Nevernight City. So, it should be a choice between Vortex No. 1 and Vortex No. 3. Lin Yu mentally numbered them from left to right. And just as Lin Yu was hesitating, a soft, urgent caw suddenly came from inside No. 1. Put. A crow feather actually flew directly out from inside. This startled Lin Yu. He was very sure that this was absolutely not a normal phenomenon. Was the God of Change blatantly hinting for him to go to his examination hall, and as the chief examiner, he was going to let him cheat? Just as Lin Yu was hesitating, he suddenly saw Vortex No. 1 flicker unstably, as if it had malfunctioned. After a few flickers, Vortex No. 1 stopped rotating. The mist inside rapidly receded, then it transformed into an ordinary, almost colorless and transparent distorted vortex. A moment later, this vortex was re-dyed with a strange dark yellow layer and began to rotate again. Lin Yu watched this scene in silence. He knew that as a player, he was actually a bit special. So far, he hadn't played many normal instances. But he never imagined he would be this special. They won't even let me choose an instance properly? Lin Yu believed that when other players played this individual trial instance, such a phenomenon would definitely not occur. Whoever heard of options changing suddenly during the instance selection phase? But no matter what,
Well, at least I don't have to agonize anymore. The newly appeared Vortex No. One also felt unfamiliar, so it seemed Lin Yu could only choose Vortex No. 3. He no longer hesitated, stepping directly towards Vortex No. 3. Then, he strode straight into it. Lin Yu was afraid that if he stared at it for a moment longer, this passage, which might lead to the world where Nevernight City was located, would also close directly, giving him a new one. And as Lin Yu stepped into the passage, the familiar sensation of weightlessness reappeared. The next moment, bloody words appeared. Joining game soon, game name, Extreme Assassination, clearance condition, complete assassination commission C77 and successfully collect the reward. Number of players in this game, 1 person. Ha! After the sensation of weightlessness disappeared, Lin Yu took a sharp breath, opened his eyes, and found himself lying in a noisy, clamorous environment. In his sight, layers of tall buildings and the pipelines between them divided the sky into dense small blocks, and the flashing neon lights on the upper floors illuminated the hazy sky. The dirty puddles on the ground reflected all this splendor, pressing the damp and cold through his clothes onto Lin Yu's skin. Rats squeaked, rummaging for food in a nearby trash can. Lin Yu exhaled, expelling the foul, choking air he had just inhaled. His judgment was correct. Stiller, come out. Lin Yu gently waved his hand, summoning the former squad leader of the Truth Company's security department. We're back in your hometown. He stood up, and through the mottled neon lights and shadow-like tall buildings, he saw the fiery symbol at the top of the skyscraper that pierced the sky. That was the landmark building of Truth Company, the highest point of Nevernight City, Truth Tower. In the shadows of the alley, Stiller, having changed out of his Truth Company combat uniform and into casual clothes, appeared before Lin Yu. Sniffing the murky air, Stiller looked around and spoke to Lin Yu. Ha, we should be in the south district of the outer city, near the city wall. This place is full of slums and gang territories. The area we're in now, along with about 3 blocks to the left and right, is quite famous. The 3 major companies call this South District Grey 3rd Street, which is the more formal name. But the more common name, mercenaries, outer city residents, lower-class citizens, they call this Gold Rush Street. Lin Yu listened to Stiller's words and nodded slightly. He had called Stiller out precisely to have this local explain where they were. This was also why Lin Yu chose the entrance to the wasteland world. Other places were fine, but if he really ended up in Nightless City, having Stiller as a local guide would certainly save him a lot of trouble at the start. Then why is this place called Gold Rush Street? It sounds like a no-man's land. Lin Yu looked at Stiller and pressed him. You're absolutely right, Stiller nodded. The 3 giant companies' control over the outer city's fringe areas is, to some extent, even weaker than in the Great Wasteland. Both the Divine Power Group and the Omni-Universal Chamber of Commerce choose to support associations, gangs, and mercenary groups as their representatives to govern the mixed and unprofitable outer city fringe. After all, in Nightless City, inner city residents are relatively wealthy upper-class citizens, while outer city residents are relatively poor and of lower citizen rank, yet they cannot be ignored due to their large numbers. In Nightless City, people are purchasing power, labor, and can even be energy, fuel, raw materials, and high-quality test subjects. But in the outer city's fringe, near the city wall, the people here can only be called waste. They have no value and are very dangerous. Desperate and vicious individuals gather here. Half of the people here have a citizen rank of 9 or below, or are unrankable, while the other half are pure unregistered residents. In the inner city, if you throw a stone, you can hit 3 nobles, but on the outer city's fringe, a stone can hit 5 escaped prisoners or wanted fugitives. You only mentioned the Divine Power Group and the Omni-Universal Chamber of Commerce. What about your Truth Company? Lin Yu asked with a smile, and Stiller shrugged. Truth Company has shallow roots and initially had no mass base, so the company prefers to buy off the forces supported by the Divine Power Group and the Omni-Universal Chamber of Commerce. Although it has now become the 3rd giant company, and its overall strength can even be called the strongest in recent years, buying off outer city fringe forces has become a path dependency. So they are still using this method. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing what Stiller said, that really is typical of Truth Company. So, how did the South District Grey 3rd Street become special? It's located at the junction of the two major areas where the Divine Power Group and the Omni-Universal Chamber of Commerce support their forces, serving as a buffer zone, Stiller said thoughtfully. Plus, several local bosses here are very strong, although they don't fully belong to either giant, they all have their own connections, so they created this lawless land in the city. On the surface, there are a few bars and restaurants, but in reality, this is a paradise for freelance mercenaries. And middlemen, in a sense, this is where criminals and violent individuals survive. Without this place, most of them would probably starve to death. In the company's assessment, the existence of this place actually brings more benefits than forcibly controlling or eliminating it, because if those guys were really starving, they certainly wouldn't just sit in their rooms waiting to die, Stiller said calmly. Moreover, many company executives and nobles also need a place where they can quickly find high-level mercenaries for dirty work. Lin Yu laughed. That's true, the mission fees for hiring dangerous individuals would definitely not be small, and those who can afford that price certainly wouldn't be honest, ordinary residents of Nightless City. He also understood why he was thrown here to start. According to the initial blood letter, he needed to complete a C-77 commission, which involved assassinating someone or some people. And this was Nightless City's largest mission commission center and talent market. Alright, I generally understand, Lin Yu glanced at Stiller. To clear this dungeon, I need to take on an assassination mission, so where are these types of missions usually posted? Stiller thought for a moment before answering. The Wild Boar Bar specializes in assassination commissions, and then there are many middlemen at the Meteor restaurant, they're quite well informed. Looking at Stiller's fluent answer, Lin Yu scrutinized him. Ha, you really know this place well, you've taken on quite a few private jobs, haven't you? Stiller was surprised. You can tell that too? Your way of answering isn't like reciting company data, and your general life experience. Born as an android, served in the Great Wasteland, then returned to Nightless City to become a major figure's right-hand man. The only thing that could connect you to this place is taking private jobs here. Lin Yu said with a smile, so, besides criminals, there must be many big company employees like you who conceal their identities among the mercenaries here. Stiller licked his somewhat dry lips. Yes, I apologize, I did intentionally conceal that? There's no need, Stiller, Lin Yu patted Stiller's shoulder. You've genuinely been through 2 dungeons with me, and you should have seen by now. I'm just a passerby in this world, and I've passed through more than just this one world. Stiller understood Lin Yu's meaning. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. You've misunderstood me too. I just felt awkward. Even my boss doesn't know when I go out for private jobs. After all, I'm doing it for the thrill. As Stiller spoke, Lin Yu burst out laughing. Aha, so that's it. That's something I overlooked. Alright, Stiller, I'm going to the restaurant you mentioned. Lin Yu waved at him. You're free to do as you please too, you haven't been back in so long, there must be a lot of things you haven't done, right? Stiller was stunned. What? Aren't you going to visit Truth Company? Lin Yu looked at Stiller. You haven't been back in a long time. Even if you don't have family. You must have friends, right? That President Paris, isn't your relationship with him pretty good? You two don't seem like just simple superior and subordinate. Since you're finally back, you should go see him. Go on, consider it a holiday from me, your new temporary boss. Although Lin Yu's behavior somewhat puzzled Stiller, he still accepted the arrangement for a vacation. After telling Lin Yu all the remaining precautions he could think of, Stiller left. He did indeed want to go back and see. Ever since the last Despair train explosion, Stiller knew very well. He was probably listed as missing at the Truth Company, and many people, including President Paris, likely thought he was dead. Considering he was still going to leave this world, Stiller hadn't yet decided whether or not to tell his former superiors and colleagues that he wasn't dead, but even if he concealed his identity, he still had to go back and see. So, after thanking Lin Yu, Stiller left directly. He walked towards the inner city. Lin Yu watched Stiller leave, naturally having nothing to worry about.
This was Stiller's hometown, he certainly wouldn't encounter any misfortune.
As for Stiller not wanting to return, that wasn't something Stiller himself could decide. It wasn't even something Lin Yu could decide.
It was quite troublesome to release an NPC that had become a summoned creature, especially one like Stiller, who had been glitched out by the collar bug. Stiller surely knew this himself. Alright, let him have his vacation, it's time for us to get to work. Lin Yu watched Stiller leave, then summoned two other summoned creatures and began walking in the direction Stiller had pointed out to him.
Hannah and old Zhang, the two accessories, appeared on Lin Yu's shoulders. Quack! This is Nightless City. Ho, we're in Stiller's hometown.
Hey, where's little Stiller? Old Zhang's puzzled voice rang out, and Lin Yu shrugged.
I gave him a vacation, let him visit his relatives. Old Zhang was surprised. You can let him go? He's a local big shot. In this place, isn't Stiller much more useful than the two of us?
Lin Yu shook his head and said, but he's also a big target. Stiller is somewhat of a senior executive at a large company and has just gone missing. Taking him with me would be too conspicuous. What I'm about to do is an assassination mission.
Moreover, with my current system recognized level, the target I'm supposed to assassinate must be an extraordinary big shot. Nightless City only has 3 major companies and 5 great noble families.
If there's any kinship or connection with Stiller, it would be a troublesome matter to deal with. Old Zhang clicked his tongue in wonder. I didn't expect you to be so considerate of little Stiller's feelings, afraid he'd be in a difficult position, huh? After all, due to their strong subordinate
relationship, Stiller could not defy Lin Yu. Hannah was also very happy. Quack!
Director Sama is certainly worth following, he's just so thoughtful.
Lin Yu pouted. I'm not that great. I just made a trade-off.
If I want Stiller, a very useful assistant to me, to continue serving me wholeheartedly in other dungeons, then I have to somewhat buy him off in this dungeon. Although Hannah and old Zhang were also his summoned creatures, Lin Yu spoke about these things without
any reservation.
Despite his awakened profession being trickster, Lin Yu was usually quite honest in his interactions with people. Only in special circumstances would he choose to politely tell some white lies. Lin Yu walked along the damp, dark streets and soon, as Stiller had said, found a downward staircase. Below the staircase was a closed iron gate, and in front of the gate hung a rusty, mottled sign. The outline of the sign was a pig's head with a pipe in its mouth and a top hat, and the words Demon Pig Bar were spelled out in neon lights on it. But the neon lights weren't lit. Rather than being off, they looked more like they were broken and would never light up again. This made Lin Yu can't help but suspect that this place might have already closed down, and Stiller didn't know about it because he hadn't been there in too long. However, after Lin Yu descended the steps, standing at the entrance, he could faintly hear the noisy sounds coming from the crack in the door inside.
Knock knock.
Lin Yu knocked on the door, and the closed iron gate opened a crack a few seconds later.
A very fierce-looking, strong, and dark-skinned muscular man spoke coldly. Do you have a membership?
No, but I know a member here, Lin Yu said calmly. I want to see Shark Shock, George Cresso. As Lin Yu spoke, the muscular man frowned.
Shark Shock was the bouncer here. Many people knew his name. But not many people knew Shark Shock's real name was George Cresso.
This, of course, was what Stiller had told Lin Yu.
So the dark-skinned man with exaggerated muscle mass hesitated, then opened the door. Come in, kid, I'll take you to see Boss Shock, he said, opening the door.
Lin Yu slipped in, and the explosive, noisy music hit his eardrums like a stampeding herd of cattle, while the flickering neon lights almost made him dizzy. Although the bar part of Demon Pig Bar was only a superficial business, it seemed that this superficial business also had a considerable turnover. Dangerous individuals danced wildly and drank heavily in the dance floor and booths, enjoying their own kind of luxury. The dark-skinned muscular man, wearing a white vest and with 2 seemingly large-caliber pistols tucked into his waistband, led Lin Yu through the corridor beside the dance floor. He led Lin Yu up the stairs, came to a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor, and knocked on the door. Without waiting for an answer from inside, the muscular man pushed the door open directly. Inside, a bald man in a red suit was lying on the sofa, with a half-eaten plate of tomato sausage pasta on the table.
It seemed he was taking a nap after eating?
Lin Yu somewhat admired the other party, he could actually sleep in such an environment. Judging by the shark tattoos on his neck and wrists, this was clearly Shark Shock. The muscular man went over and shook the sleeping man.
Boss Shock, a guest is here, specifically asking to see you. He gave your real name. Shark Shock opened his eyes sleepily and said, who the F***ck is it?
He looked at Lin Yu, who was standing casually at the private room door, shook his head, and climbed off the sofa.
Who are you?
Lin Yu looked at Shark Shock and spoke from a position of superiority. I'm not at liberty to reveal who introduced me, but I heard you have work to be done here, and it's a big job that you can't find anyone to do. Lin Yu spoke calmly, with the demeanor of a master.
Sure enough, Shark Shock instantly sobered up quite a bit.
He stood up and scrutinized Lin Yu again.
Are you referring to C35, E06, or C77?
Lin Yu listened to the other party's probing tone and also breathed a sigh of relief.
There really was C77.
He had also taken a gamble, betting that the mission the system gave him wouldn't be particularly simple. However, there was no rush to accept the commission just yet.
Since there are 3 jobs, tell me about all of them.
According to Stiller's Popular Science, in Gold Rush Street, these middlemen and commission posting locations often share information. Although they all engage in illegal activities and post non-compliant commissions, long-standing conventions have formed Gold Rush Street's own set of rules.
Over time, these commissions even had standardized numbering.
The numbers at the end represent the posting order and are reordered each month. If an uncompleted commission from the previous month exists, it will retain its original number. If a task remains uncompleted for 6 months, as long as the client does not renew the fee to the middleman, that commission will be cancelled.
The letters at the beginning represent the type of commission. A represents protection, guarding, and escort tasks, which, simply put, means acting as a bodyguard or security guard. B represents infiltration, investigation, and theft tasks, which are the work of hackers or thieves. C represents assassination, assault, and sabotage, often requiring a certain level of direct combat ability to be competent. In addition, there are D-class commissions, which are usually composite or difficult to categorize types. Therefore, Lin Yu still needed to inquire about the content of these tricky tasks. Having 2 reference points would also make it easier to gauge the standard of his own commission. Shark Shock heard Lin Yu's request, thought for a moment, and then spoke.
The content of Commission C35 requires the destruction of 2 outpost bases established by the Divine Power Group outside the city wall. Although the location is in the Great Wilderness, the straight-line distance from the city wall is only 2 kilometers, so the Divine Power Group will arrive relatively quickly, which is why no one dares to take it. Lin Yu nodded slightly, to execute a mission in the Great Wilderness and also go against the Divine Power Group. It is indeed a tricky task, but
it's just that, he commented indifferently as Shark Shock introduced the next task.
The content of Commission A06 requires protecting the butler of the 3rd son of the Saint Lon family from assassination when the Saint Lon family's family council convenes a week later. This is a bit interesting, Lin Yu still commented, feigning understanding, but I'm not good at protection, so.
Next one.
In fact, he had no idea what this task was about.
The Saint Lon family seemed to be one of the 5 great noble families. But why would a butler of the 3rd son of this family need to be assassinated? And what was a family council?
However, Lin Yu's posture of knowing everything didn't give him away in the slightest.
Shark Shock continued to introduce. Then there's C77.
This mission requires infiltrating the inner city and assassinating a senior executive of one of the 3 major companies, with a rank of A2, which may require infiltrating the headquarters of those 3 companies.
Hearing Shark Shock's suddenly vague mission description, Lin Yu immediately understood.
This C77 commission, chosen as his clearance condition, was indeed not that simple. Fortunately, he asked 2 more questions and compared it with the previous 2 to discover this point.
After all, For missions C35 and A06, Lin Yu could have directly turned around and left to complete his own task after hearing Shark Shock's current introduction. But C77 was different. It's likely that C77 has a trap. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took the initiative to probe. He frowned, seemingly displeased, and said, "Why is this mission so vague?" Shark Shock rubbed his nose. "This. When the middleman sent it to me, it was like this. It seems the client for this mission is a bit strange themselves. However, the reward for C77 is very high. C35 has a reward of 6,000 points, A06 is 11,500 points plus commission. And C77 has a minimum of 50,000 points." Shark Shock quickly explained. Lin Yu was very surprised. 50,000 points? There are two types of currency in Evernight City. One is the general currency city-state coins, issued by the nobles in the name of Evernight City's council, which is little more than a decoration, with units of yuan. The other is asset points used by the three major corporate giants for quick transfers, payments, and capital verification among themselves. Essentially, it is a quantification of the assets of Evernight City's high-ranking officials and nobles. Asset points can represent luxury goods, real estate, technology, or even patents. The latter, asset points, gradually became a hard currency like gold due to its convenience and anonymity. Anyone of importance holds this kind of currency. 50,000 asset points, when converted based on Evernight City's reality, can be directly considered 5 million. Both are C-class commissions, but the reward for C77 is nearly 10 times that of C35. In other words, excluding the possibility that the client for C77 is exceptionally wealthy, the actual difficulty of this task might be about 5 times that of C35. And to blow up 2 Divine Power Group outpost bases and escape unscathed means having to single-handedly take on 2 full squads stationed at the outposts and destroy outpost-level defensive equipment, and all of this must be completed within 15 minutes. 1 minute late, and he would be cornered by experts from the Divine Power Group. Lin Yu calculated that, in terms of player skill, this would probably be an operation only a Tier 3 could complete. Because I killed a Tier 3 in the last instance, has this game already judged me to be at a Tier 3 level? This is a headache. Last time, it took a lot of effort to complete that setup. Lin Yu sighed silently in his heart. However, fortunately, this time in Evernight City, his planning time and conditions were quite ample. The personal trial instance had already started, and the C77 commission could not be left undone. After a moment of thought, Lin Yu spoke. I understand. So, if I want to take on commission C77, what do I need to do? Shark Shock looked at Lin Yu, seemingly unsurprised by his choice. The middleman who posted commission C77 with me is Black Snake. You can go find him to learn more and undergo assessment. Just say that I, Shark Shock, introduced you. This was the normal procedure. Lin Yu found commission information through these restaurants and bars, then went to the middleman to sign up. The middleman was responsible for assessing these applicants and then introducing qualified mercenaries to the client. This way, the client would pay the middleman, and the middleman, in turn, would pay these restaurants and bars. However, this time the process was somewhat unusual. Shark Shock paused, then added, or, if you are quite confident, Black Snake gave me a business card back then. You can directly call that number. Although Black Snake said to only give it to a tough character, I don't think you are a simple character, so you should fit his definition of a tough character. Lin Yu left the Demon Pig Bar holding a black business card. It seems there are benefits to acting like an expert. It saves a lot of trouble. If his superb acting hadn't bluffed Shark Shock, he probably would have had to deal with another middleman. But now, it seemed he could directly contact the employer. The black business card looked very thin and was not made of paper. It was like some material between plastic and metal. When a finger touched it, some text and symbols would appear on the pure black card surface. It was a string of communication ID numbers and a cool, thorny ring-like logo, constantly scrolling and flashing. In Lin Yu's perception, this thing was less a business card and more a small display screen. To be able to hand out such a business card, its owner must be someone of wealth and status.
Of course, if he wasn't a wealthy and influential figure, he wouldn't be able to offer such a high reward. Holding the black business card, Lin Yu walked into a dark alley next to the bar and pondered. Although I have the contact information, how do I contact him? He didn't have a phone or other communication device from this world. Lin Yu thought for a moment, then pulled out his own phone, which was the Cyber Ghost's electronic coffin.
A gift from his senior sister, Shen Bingmiao.
Looking at the transparent slab, Lin Yu inexplicably had an idea.
Should I try dialing the number on it directly with this thing?
Thinking this, Lin Yu adjusted his phone and unlocked it, then opened the call interface and dialed the long string of ID numbers on it.
When he pressed the call button,
unexpectedly, yet within expectation, it actually connected.
Beep. Beep. The sound of a call connecting rang out, and not long after, the call was answered.
The voice from the other end was young, with a hint of disbelief.
Are you here to take the commission?
Your methods are impressive. My end can't even display your number or information. Lin Yu was also a bit curious, and he spoke in a low voice.
How did you know I was here to take the commission?
The person on the other end chuckled. Ha ha ha, because this phone and communication ID of mine are newly registered, specifically for commission-related communications.
Anyway, I approve of you.
Just this communication method alone makes you worth recruiting into the team.
Lin Yu keenly caught the other party's words. Team? Team, yes. Infiltrating the headquarters of the 3 major companies and assassinating an A2-level guy, do you think an outer city person can really do that alone?
Although the other party's tone was still relaxed, it inevitably revealed arrogance.
Don't overestimate yourself. Even if you're someone in Grey 3 Street, you don't realize how terrifying the 3 major companies are on Nightless City's territory.
Lin Yu pondered. Alright, I don't mind cooperating with others, but the reward?
50,000 is the base salary, and there will be a
bonus after success, depending on your contribution, at least another 50,000, and at most, it could possibly be 3 or 4 times that, the voice on the phone said lightly.
You should have seen the logo on my business card. That thorny ring? What does it mean? Lin Yu asked back.
The person on the other end fell silent. After a long pause, the other party spoke again.
Are you from Nightless City? This is the symbol of a Duke Noble. You don't recognize it? Lin Yu said sincerely, I'm really not.
The voice on the other end gasped for a moment, then quickly calmed down, and said in a deep voice, Alright, I actually recruited an illegal immigrant from the Great Wilderness. But for a Great Wilderness person to be able to block my communication detection is even more remarkable. Anyway, you just need to know that I am an extraordinary person. I can afford any reward, no matter how expensive, because I am the master of Nightless City, the king of Nightless City. Although not the only king, which I hate, talents like you should work for me, it's the most cost-effective, understand? Lin Yu listened to the voice on the phone and hadn't expressed any opinion yet, but old Zhang's muttering already sounded in Lin Yu's ear. A bit of NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, tendency. It's also possible it's just a common noble's bad habit, because in this world, there really are citizen ranks, and those at the top naturally have no need to hide.
Lin Yu responded to old Zhang in his mind.
After all, Duke Noble refers to the 5 great noble families of Nightless City.
Mercury, Autumn, Nightless Sky, Sorens, Saint Lan.
The 5 great nobles and the 3 major companies jointly control Nightless City, but in fact, the 5 great nobles are the 3 major companies, and the 3 major companies are the 5 great nobles. If this employer came from one of the 5 great noble families, then the reward for this commission was indeed guaranteed. Of course.
For Lin Yu, the wealth of Nightless City didn't hold much meaning.
It was merely better than nothing. But facing the other party's words, Lin Yu still responded, appearing eager and ready for action.
Understood. So, where do I find you? Who is my target? Are you in Grey 3 Street? Yes. That's good then. I don't know if you're close to the Demon Pig Bar. Go to the Demon Pig Bar, find private room 17, someone there will receive you and tell you what to do. Hearing the other party's words, Lin Yu looked at the Demon Pig Bar's sign at the alley entrance and fell silent. Alright, it's not far, I'll be there soon.
Inside the Demon Pig Bar, in private room 1, Shock, who had woken up, began eating his unfinished leftovers. Across from Shark Shock, the muscular man in a vest asked in confusion, "Boss, I don't understand. Why did you immediately hand over the hidden commission just because he called your name? And even gave him a business card directly? That's against the rules. You didn't even test his skills. How do you know if he's a tough character? The employer behind this commission is very powerful. If he messes it up, we and the middleman will both suffer." Shark Shock looked at the dark muscular man and put down his bowl and chopsticks. "Are you very wary of that employer?" The muscular man nodded. "Of course, Boss Shock. Black Snake hinted to us. That employer is very likely a noble, and very possibly from one of the 5 great noble families." Shark Shock said in a deep voice, "Of course I know. So, for the same reason, you should also be wary of him. You know, I was a duke's bodyguard in the inner city for a while, so I still have some connections. Today, a colleague reminded me that someone from one of the 5 great noble families ran to the edge of the outer city, seemingly wanting to take on some commissions for excitement. And, it's a direct bloodline, not some collateral relative." The muscular man was horrified. "What? Then, can you confirm it's that guy?" Shark Shock tapped his temple, and the eyeball in his left eye emitted a ghostly blue light. "I used this military-grade scanning mirror to cross-reference his face with the database, but no corresponding data came up, so this guy is either a damn alien, or he's a noble with a very ing high level of data confidentiality. So, I quickly gave him the business card, the shorter such a guy stays on our turf, the better." Upon hearing Shark Shock's explanation, the muscular man had an epiphany. "So that's how it is. Boss, you're always so thoughtful. But if the scanning mirror's facial recognition database can't find any information, besides those great nobles, is it possible he's a great wastelander?" The muscular man said earnestly, "After all, great wastelanders' faces aren't in the database either." Shark Shock looked at the muscular man and asked, "I remember your family's circumstances are pretty good, right? Aren't your parents 5th or 6th class citizens?" Although the muscular man didn't understand why Shark Shock asked that, he still spoke with some embarrassment. "Yes, my family runs a clinic in the outer city. Both my father and mother are 5th class citizens." Shark Shock slapped his thigh. "Exactly. So, your thinking is typical of an outer city middle-class family, believing that great wastelanders just live in the great wasteland and are no different from us, but you don't understand the great wasteland at all. Although great wastelanders are also called people, their characteristics are very obvious," Shark Shock said seriously. "Great wastelanders usually have fierce eyes that constantly glow red, their hands and feet are like beast claws with sharp, hard nails, their hair is like steel needles, and their teeth are like steel saws. They look more like humanoid beasts. And they smell terrible. It's a stench that has been ingrained in their bones from living in the Great Wasteland for years. After all, Great Wastelanders don't wipe their butts after going to the toilet, and they don't even wash their hands. But that person just now. Even if you ignore his elegant demeanor and the confidence of a superior person in his words, he's still handsome enough." Shark Shock made a confident judgment. "A handsome, refined guy like that, without too much artificiality or awkwardness, must be a noble. Only those nobles care about managing and maintaining their appearance." The muscular man nodded, having learned a lot. "Boss Shock, you truly are extraordinary. Your knowledge is so vast. You figured out so much just from these." Shark Shock said calmly, "To survive on the edge of this outer city. No, to survive and make a name for yourself in this sleepless city, these are just the basics. Anyway, we've already sent that trouble away. Let's go back to watching the place." As he spoke, the muscular man nodded. "Understood, boss." Shark Shock watched his subordinate leave, letting out a long sigh. "I've solved another troublesome matter." "That's really good. Shock, you're amazing. When it's time for a shift change, you really should reward yourself with a drink."
However, not long after Shock comforted himself, he saw the muscular man return. What's going on? Why are you back again? Shock looked at his subordinate and questioned him with confusion. The muscular man looked troubled. Boss. It's that guy from before, he's back again. Shock's expression changed slightly. What? Quickly send more people to keep an eye on him, but don't let any information leak out, Shock said nervously. Absolutely do not let this person have any mishap on our territory, or we'll all be dead. That's strange. Why are so many people watching me after I came back this time? Lin Yu walked through the Demon Pig Bar, feeling the gazes cast his way and the security personnel subtly surrounding him, feeling somewhat puzzled and confused. Although returning after leaving was strange, it shouldn't warrant such a large-scale mobilization, should it? Even if he had just acted like an expert, the way these people looked at him wasn't like the wariness they'd show an expert. Instead, it was more like they were protecting him? Lin Yu was very confused by this, always feeling that something had gone wrong in some part of the process. Could it be that employer who mistakenly thought I was a Great Wastelander gave instructions to prevent any accidents from happening to me, a Great Wastelander? Lost in thought and contemplation, Lin Yu arrived in front of Private Room 17. Unexpectedly, the private room door was ajar. Lin Yu gently pushed open the private room door, and an elegant piece of music, like some classical lyrical string music, drifted out. This formed a stark contrast with the noisy bar. He walked into the private room and found 3 people inside, 2 men and 1 woman. One man was wearing a leather jacket full of rivets, and his face also had many piercings, making him look very visual K. The other was a very kindly dressed fat man, wearing an ill-fitting suit, like the head chef of some high-end restaurant. As for the woman, she was wearing a hood and silently playing on her phone in the corner. Seeing Lin Yu push the door open and walk in, the fat man looked at him and rubbed his hands. Brother, wrong room? Lin Yu shook his head and showed the business card in his hand. No, the person on this phone told me to come. The fat man was stunned, but before he could say anything, a buzzing vibration came from his waist. He quickly answered the phone. Hello, what's wrong? Oh. You said a new person is joining, and the employer personally requested him, right? Later? No, he's already here. Okay, I understand. The fat man hung up the phone, then sized Lin Yu up and down. You're the Great Wastelander who's joining. Brother, you don't look like it. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. How do I not look like it? The fat man didn't answer, and the man in the rivet jacket spoke up. Great Wastelanders aren't as clean, pale, and thin as you, nor are they as quiet and polite as you. Lin Yu didn't reply, and the woman in the corner glanced at Lin Yu. He really doesn't look like a Great Wastelander. But it doesn't matter, he's just a temporary teammate anyway. Your background isn't important. You just need to tell us what you're good at. Lin Yu crossed his arms over his chest. Shouldn't the 3 of you introduce yourselves and this mission to me first? I just accepted the commission and don't know anything yet. The rivet jacket man frowned. You kid. The fat man quickly interrupted him. My name is Big Ball. I used to be with the Divine Power Group's pioneering team. I'm good at maintaining and repairing all kinds of weapons, equipment, and individual devices. From any company, but I'm best at the Divine Power Group's life technology stuff. I myself have been injected with the Divine Power Group's 3rd phase agent and undergone surgery, so I have greater strength and more prominent mental power. Then, he introduced the rivet jacket man. This is Bone Spur. He's a famous expert from Grey Street 3, a gun user. His marksmanship is excellent, and he's very good at planning assassinations. I've heard of him. He's handled many tricky missions alone. He once successfully assassinated the CEO of a medium-sized company, a genuine second-class citizen, who was just taken down by him. And it was done in the target's home. The security system of a second-class citizen's residence is absolutely not ordinary. The plump Big Ball gestured as he spoke, and Bone Spur snorted coldly. I also had an assistant helping me shut down the security system at the time. I definitely couldn't have broken in head-on. Big Ball gave a thumbs up. That's still impressive. And this lady is called Zhurong. She's a very skilled alchemy expert, also directly hired by the employer.
The woman called Zhurong looked up, revealing a remarkably young face with fiery red hair and eyes.
Hello, friend.
Lin Yu's eyes met hers, and he noticed a subtle, almost imperceptible glimmer in her eyes. This familiar light immediately made Lin Yu think of something. Subsequently, the slightly astonished micro-expression on her face also confirmed Lin Yu's guess.
She's actually wearing the heart-peering goggles.
With old Zhang's help, the peeking heart goggles definitely couldn't detect Lin Yu's emotions. This was why the other party was so surprised. But what made Lin Yu curious was, why did the other party possess the peeking heart goggles? Although this was indeed a prop produced by Truth Company, and a relatively rare concept-level product that hadn't yet gone into mass production, with only a few prototypes, it wasn't strange for an NPC in this world to have such an item.
Yet, Lin Yu couldn't help but wonder. Could this guy be a player?
After all, the other party's codename was Zhurong. This was a player codename Lin Yu had heard before. The buyer of Grandpa Carrot's mysterious carrot when he went to Haicheng previously had this very name.
Lin Yu didn't think this was a complete coincidence. But if the other party was a player, wasn't this his solo instance? Why would he encounter other players? Should he test the other party? Should he reveal his player identity to the other party?
Lin Yu thought quickly but decided to let nature take its course for now.
Even if he were to reveal his player identity, it certainly wouldn't be in front of the other two. However, he could give some hints. You can call me Poirot, Lin Yu said calmly, as for what I'm good at, I know a little bit about everything.
As Lin Yu spoke, he subtly observed Zhurong's movements. However, the other party's expression was normal, showing no flaws. The other party was also in Haicheng before, and as Carrot's buyer, even if she didn't fully understand detective novels, it's impossible that she hadn't heard of the Holmes Poirot event, Lin Yu thought, so maybe it really is a coincidence? Although the name Zhurong certainly originated from the real world, Lin Yu knew very well that as the death game continuously brought people from his world into the 10 realms as players, it had long caused an impact on different worlds. Even these worlds had long been connected to each other. For example, he had found wine produced by Fog Island Manor on the train before. Of course, it's also possible this guy is just too slow. TSK, I should have inquired about that Zhurong's information earlier. As Lin Yu grumbled inwardly, the spike wearing a studded jacket exclaimed in surprise.
Know a little bit about everything? That's a big claim. Does that mean assassination, combat, repair, hacking, alchemy, all these skills commonly used by mercenaries, you've dabbled in them all?
Lin Yu recalled his prop reserves and nodded with a smile. Yes, but conversely, I'm not particularly good at anything either. His calm, retreating as advancing approach, though still arrogant in tone, contained self-deprecating content that was impeccable, making it difficult for Spike to lash out.
Then I hope you don't drag us down. I'll do my best, Lin Yu said calmly. However, what exactly is our mission target?
Actually, we don't know that yet, Big Ball said, embarrassed, but you've come at a very opportune time. The captain will be here shortly to personally explain the commission to us.
Captain?
Lin Yu was a little surprised.
Yes, Big Ball said cheerfully, the captain was personally appointed by the employer. According to Black Snake, he's an expert. Spike snorted coldly again, I doubt it. Those middlemen always like to exaggerate. Once he arrives, I'm going to test his mettle. Afterward, he remains silent.
Lin Yu also sat on the sofa near the door, began to close his eyes to rest, and communicated with old Zhang.
That Zhurong, do you know her? She feels like a player.
Old Zhang's voice sounded, hard to say.
Her anti-perception is also very strong.
And the methods she just displayed are also inherent to this world.
Then let me rephrase. What's the probability of encountering other players in a personal trial instance? Normally it's very small.
Theoretically, you might encounter other players doing a normal instance, or tier 3 players wandering in the 10 realms, but the death game should help you avoid them, old Zhang said calmly, but you, kid, are too metaphysical.
Small probability events happen very easily to you. Hearing old Zhang's reply, Lin Yu let out a breath.
Alright, then I'll treat her as a player.
Lin Yu thought quietly.
More than 10 minutes passed. The door to the private room was pushed open again, and Lin Yu opened his eyes. The new arrival was a handsome, tall, and slender young man. He wore a crisp white trench coat, tall boots, and a beret. But this guy's eyes looked somewhat vacant, as if he had 800 degrees of astigmatism and forgot to wear his glasses when going out. This was very unusual, because someone with his attire and demeanor should normally have extremely sharp eyes. He scanned the 4 people present with his dead fish eyes, then spoke with a smile.
You're the mercenaries who came to apply, right?
You look the part.
Spike was the first to stand up. You're the captain?
What's your background, and what makes you confident enough to be our captain?
He glanced at Spike.
You don't need to know my background.
As for why I can be your captain.
Come here.
He beckoned to Spike. Spike snorted, took off his studded jacket, and threw it onto the sofa.
Underneath, Spike wore a black sleeveless vest, revealing his lean but extremely well-defined muscular physique. At the same time, there were faint silver threads half embedded in the skin of his arms.
Active metal electrodes. Universal General Chamber of Commerce technology, and it's the 4th generation. Big Ball exclaimed.
Spike looked at the other party, his tone unfriendly. It seems you might have seen our profiles and know my role as gunner. But, besides being exceptionally skilled with firearms, my close combat is by no means a weakness, which is how I made a name for myself in Grey Street 3. He lightly exerted force, leaped over the table, and landed in front of the captain. The captain in the white trench coat straightened his hat, then smiled.
It seems you've misunderstood me.
He reached behind his waist, then swiftly pulled out something. Swish! Seeing this gun-drawing-like motion, Spike's face instinctively changed, and he abruptly prepared to lunge and tackle the captain. But just as he was about to touch the captain, Spike's movement stopped.
The captain had pulled out 5 golden, hard papers from behind his waist.
These were nicknamed gold vouchers, a commemorative product issued by the Universal General Chamber of Commerce 10 years ago, aimed at nobles. These were physical asset point exchange vouchers, each with a denomination of 1,000 points. I'm actually not good at combat or anything like that, but
I'm a trusted confidant of the employer.
He tucked the 5 papers into Spike's hand, then cheerfully pulled out 15 more.
These are my welcome gifts to you, extra and not part of your compensation here, a share for everyone.
Spine originally wanted to loudly scold this newcomer captain not to insult himself with money.
But what he gave was simply too much.
Although 5,000 points was not an unreachable sum for him, sometimes with good luck, he could get 2 or 3 commissions at that price in a month. The nature of receiving 5,000 points as a Jin Neon Li meeting gift, without doing anything upon meeting, was different. What's more, these 5,000 points were in the form of golden vouchers, which looked incredibly luxurious. Clutching the 5 stiff cards in his hand, Spine felt at one moment like he was holding the latest CT series motorcycle from the Universal Commerce Guild, and at another like he was grasping half the key to an outer city duplex apartment. After much thought, he put the golden vouchers into his pocket, looked at the man in the white trench coat, and coldly snorted, "Since you are a trusted confidant appointed by the employer, you should have some brains and a good understanding of the inner city's situation. This mission requires us to infiltrate the 3 major corporations, so following your arrangements is suitable." During this time, the captain also handed 5 golden vouchers to everyone else and listened to Big Ball's introduction of each person. He opened his mouth and said with a smile, Spine, right? I do understand the 3 major corporations quite well. However, what we are going to infiltrate this time is not the headquarters of the 3 major corporations." Saying that, he closed the door of the private room, then pulled out a box-like device from his pocket that looked like a time bomb. However, when the captain opened it, it didn't explode. Big Ball exclaimed in surprise, "Holy cow, the Universal Commerce Guild's portable secret meeting room. They say that once this thing is used, it can block all signals and recording devices. Your Excellency truly lives up to being a trusted confidant of a great noble, to be able to get hold of such a good item. Lin Yu, standing nearby, understood after hearing Big Ball's introduction. Now, it was most likely time to introduce the mission. So, he also took the opportunity to ask. Not going to the headquarters of the three major corporations, what does that mean? This is different from what was said when we accepted the mission. Lin Yu said proudly, and the captain smiled. This is an assassination commission, so the assassination target will move around. High-ranking officials of the three major corporations also go home and travel, you know. Spine also nodded in agreement. If he's not at the headquarters of the three major corporations, it's actually simpler. For us, it's a good thing anyway. There's certainly no place in the city that never sleeps that's harder to get into than the headquarters of the three major corporations. Lin Yu looked at the silently smiling captain beside him and said, that's not necessarily true. The captain felt Lin Yu's gaze and smiled, at least it's definitely not harder. Everyone, please look at the information. He pulled out 4 paper documents from his trench coat and handed them to the 4 people. Turning to the first page, Spine, who had just been speaking up for the captain, instantly cried out. What the hell? Big Ball also immediately said, This is too exaggerated. Even Jerome couldn't help but let out a soft tisk. Lin Yu watched everyone's reactions, then his gaze fell back to the documents, not feeling surprised at all. Because the location shown on the document was the Evernight family's estate. The estates and residences of the 5 great nobles in the inner city of the city that never sleeps were almost like cities within a city. This place was indeed much harder to enter than the headquarters of the 3 major corporations. After all, the 3 major corporations still had employees, contractors, and partners who could enter and exit daily. However, only invited nobles could enter the residences of the Duke nobles. We're going to the Evernight estate? What a joke! Spine looked at the captain. The captain gestured for them to continue looking. Don't get excited yet, we're not asking you to just swagger in. Lin Yu flipped the page and saw the specific time. 3 days later, the Evernight estate will host a banquet to celebrate the 20th birthday of the second young lady, Evernight Whooshing. In the eyes of the nobles of the city that never sleeps, a woman only truly came of age at 20 and was then ready to choose a husband. Therefore, a noble young lady's 20th birthday was bound to be a grand affair. Especially for a Duke noble. A birthday banquet is indeed better, as it will invite many celebrities, nobles, and high-ranking officials from various companies. However, it's still not easy for mercenaries like us from the outer city fringes to blend in, Big Ball said with emotion. After all, from our demeanor, it's clear we're all outer city people. As he spoke, he suddenly glanced at Lin Yu. At least most of us. Big Ball corrected himself. Lin Yu, however, looked at the captain with some curiosity. Aren't you going to provide us with identities that will allow us to blend in? Of course not, the captain said, shaking his finger with a smile. It seems you rarely take on missions related to the inner city. My employer offering this price naturally means he doesn't want to attract any trouble to himself. If he provided infiltration channels, it would somehow be traceable, so, I hope you all can use your unique abilities and find a way to infiltrate yourselves. Spine couldn't help but mutter, I knew. A mission at this price wouldn't be so simple. But considering how much you're paying, he said, and then flipped another page. Spine's face changed drastically. Damn it, I'm not doing this anymore. You said A2 class was this kind of A2 class. Hearing Spine's urgent tone, which didn't sound like a joke, everyone quickly looked at the mission target. After Lin Yu flipped the page, he saw a photo of an old man. The photo seemed to be a candid shot, with the old man getting out of a car. The old man appeared to be in his 80s, yet his posture was straight. During Evernight Whooshing's birthday banquet, find an opportunity within the Evernight family estate to assassinate the A2-level supervisor of Truth Company, Arte Mercury. Big Ball, who had always shown a friendly demeanor, also turned hostile. We can't take this job. The captain chuckled and pulled out a new stack of golden vouchers from his pocket. Judging by the thickness, they were worth at least 50 to 60,000. Don't be so quick, everyone. This isn't about money.
Spine said coldly. Yes, this isn't about money, the captain said with a smile, but do you think, now that you know someone intends to assassinate Arte Mercury, you still have the option to back out? With his other hand, he pulled a button from his pocket, casually opening his trench coat. Beneath the captain's white trench coat, a series of boxes wrapped around him, shimmering with white light, were revealed. Even if Lin Yu didn't recognize what it was, he could sense its purpose. To create an explosion of immense power. Big Ball and Spine were both too horrified to speak, their expressions fluctuating wildly. Only Zhurong remained calm. She stood up, hands in her pockets, and walked to the very front of everyone. She stared intently at the captain, her fiery red eyes as clear as agate. Zhurong uttered 2 words. All right. Then, she added 3 more words. But it'll cost more. More money, no problem. The captain laughed and spoke when he heard Zhurong's words. How about 100,000? 100,000 asset points? Bone Spur said in surprise. This was enough for them to finish this job and never have to work in this line again. With this money, and perhaps a little maneuvering, they might even be able to buy a second-class citizen status or even an unhereditary baronet noble title, and buy a house in the inner city. And the captain said with a smile. Yes, and it's extra. If you complete it, you will receive a total reward of 150,000 points. Saying that, the captain shook the golden point coupons in his hand, the paper making a wonderful rustling sound. Big Ball and Bone Spur were clearly tempted. However, Zhurong had no intention of agreeing. Not enough, if it's just points. Not enough, she said, and the captain smiled and said, Is that so? You want a reward beyond points? Yes, I want materials, Copper of Hatred, Emerald Laurel, and Heartstone. Find these materials, and I can give up the extra 100,000 points. This should be cheaper for you than 100,000 points. Zhurong spoke calmly, but the captain became a little unsettled. His dull, dead fish eyes stared at Zhurong, then a smile appeared on his face again. You want one of each of the most precious materials from the 3 major companies. These priceless items are worth more than 100,000 points to you, aren't they? And asking for all 3 at once, isn't that a bit? Zhurong shook her head. This is a demand that benefits both of us. I don't want you to know which of these 3 I need most, and at the same time. Your employer probably doesn't want me to know which one he can get most easily, right? Zhurong said, and the captain chuckled. Well said, I agree. Lin Yu listened to their conversation, silently analyzing in his mind. The possibility of this Zhurong being a player has increased again. Her characteristic of wanting materials instead of money is very much like something a player would do. And that captain is not simple. Even if he is a trusted subordinate of the employer, he doesn't need to ask his employer's opinion for a request like these rare materials. How interesting, truly worthy of being my ascension instance. Lin Yu exclaimed. And the captain looked at Lin Yu and the other 2 with a smile. Does anyone else want to change their reward? Big Ball and Bone Spur hesitated, but ultimately didn't speak. On one hand, getting 150,000 points at once was enough for them to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. They could completely retire after this job. On the other hand, it was because they simply didn't have Zhurong's courage to bargain with the captain, who was still holding the detonator button, ready to blow everyone up at any moment. However, Lin Yu spoke up. I still have a question. The captain looked at Lin Yu, noticing his words. Do you have a question? Lin Yu nodded and asked directly. Yes, since everyone is reacting so strongly, and you've also offered an additional 100,000 points, I want to ask. What is so special about Arte Mercury that he's worth such a high reward? His expression was extremely sincere. Who is this guy? After Lin Yu asked that, everyone in the private room, including the captain, looked at Lin Yu as if he were a monster. Arte Mercury, you don't know him? Bone Spur said in a fuss. Is he someone I absolutely must know? Lin Yu calmly retorted. The captain looked at Lin Yu. Are you really from the great wilderness? Lin Yu shrugged, not directly answering the other party. Big Ball recovered from his shock and began to introduce Lt. Mercury to Lin Yu.
Lt. Mercury is the elder brother of the current family head, Arlen Mercury, the former acting patriarch of the Mercury family, and the former chief of the board of directors of the Divine Power Group. 50 years ago, after his father passed away, Arlen Mercury inherited the title of Duke and
became the new power holder of the Mercury family and the Divine Power Group.
But Arlen Mercury disappeared into the Great Wilderness 3 years after taking office, so he temporarily managed the Divine Power Group and the Mercury family for 5 years, and during those 5 years, the Mercury family flourished. The Cho family, which was subtly stronger than the Mercury family back then, is now steadily suppressed by the Mercury family. It can be said to be due to Arlen's years of management, but in my opinion, Lt's actions during those 5 years were the primary gong.
Lin Yu nodded and raised a question, then how did he end up as A2 at the Truth Company? Although he didn't know Lt. Mercury, Lin Yu still understood the basic common sense of the city that never sleeps.
The Nevernight family controls the Truth Company, the Mercury family and the Cho family jointly govern the Divine Power Group, and the omnipotent General Chamber of Commerce is the territory of the Sorens family. The Saint Lan family is relatively neutral, holding shares in all 3 major companies, but their main focus is on the City That Never Sleeps Council and governing other nobles. Although the spheres of influence of the 5 ducal noble families are not so clearly defined, even if the relationship between companies is tense, it still doesn't prevent nobles from intermarrying, forming alliances, and having friendly exchanges, and it's also common for family members to hold
positions in the other 2 major companies.
But that was limited to collateral branches or less valued juniors of the direct line. How could someone like Lt. Mercury, the patriarch's own brother, who even acted as patriarch of the Mercury direct line, and an old man already over 80, hold a position in the Truth Company?
Is it because he was at odds with Arlen Mercury?
Lin Yu asked, and the captain spoke in a low voice.
It seems you really don't know anything.
On the contrary, Arlen and Lt are rare examples of extremely close blood relatives among nobles. The captain took over Big Ball's words, his dead fish eyes staring blankly at Lin Yu. 40 years ago, after Arlen Mercury took over the family and the Divine Power Group again, Lt. Mercury, in order to prevent anyone in the family from still having ulterior motives, voluntarily left the Divine Power Group and took up a position at the Truth Company. This prevented anyone from using his name and banner to shake the legitimacy of Arlen Mercury's
return.
Bonespur heard this and mused, yes, but I've also heard that Lt. Mercury only did that simply to save his life. No, that's not the case. The captain interrupted Bonespur, but had no intention of explaining anything. In short, Lt. Mercury is such a legendary figure.
Now do you understand why they're raising the price?
Lin Yu nodded at his words. I understand their thinking, but I don't think there's any need for him to raise the price. Even if he once held a high position and was skilled in political maneuvering, he is now just an old man on the verge of death. His great achievements in his youth will not change the hardness of his skull, or increase the toughness of the skin over his heart.
Lin Yu said calmly.
To put it bluntly, the difficulty of killing him might not even be as hard as killing a self-made gang boss in Grey 3rd Street.
Lin Yu's statement undoubtedly gave everyone a new understanding of the arrogance of this seemingly ordinary young man. Admittedly, Lin Yu's words didn't sound unreasonable.
After all, in the City That Never Sleeps, while the tech trees of any of the 3 major corporations could create individuals with extremely strong combat capabilities, none of their technologies were without side effects. Very few direct descendants of noble families would be so ruthless as to subject themselves to high-spec combat enhancement modifications. Art Mercury, who once served as the patriarch of the Mercury family, must now be just a frail, elderly ordinary man. If he were truly sitting face to face with Art Mercury, he would indeed be very easy to kill. But to get to this old man, you'd have to bypass dozens of bodyguards and corporate experts who are even more ruthless than those gang bosses. The thugs employed by nobles are not to be trifled with, the captain reminded him faintly. I believe you're not here to be a suicide commando, so you also need to consider how to escape unscathed after the kill. Lin Yu heard the captain's reminder, but still maintained his previous arrogance. I know, but you also said that this old man serving as acting patriarch was 50 years ago. He's past his prime. So, there are always ways to bypass the remaining security. and always ways to retreat.
Moreover, no matter how many people protect him, as long as he himself remains fragile, there's ample room for me to operate. He stood up.
Alright, I already know who the target is, then, everyone, I'll see you at the Evernight estate in 3 days. Lin Yu said, stood up, and left the private room directly.
Hey, wait. The captain looked at Lin Yu. Aren't you going to discuss cooperation and other matters with them? Bonethorn also frowned. Yeah, do you really think assassinating Art Mercury is a simple matter?
Lin Yu stopped and waved his hand. I've said it, I know a little bit of everything, so?
Instead of cooperating, you might as well treat me as a plan B, another active team. Precisely because this mission is not simple, we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket, should we? The captain frowned. I don't object to you acting independently, but I need to ensure you won't leak any information.
Lin Yu looked at him and said calmly, then you should have contingency measures, right, because even if I didn't leave voluntarily, you should have already prepared ways to seal everyone's mouths and prevent any of us from being inside.
Agent.
After all, the selection method for this group was too crude. It highlighted a focus solely on ability, not on background. Such a crude selection method in such an important mission would undoubtedly be accompanied by extremely strict confidentiality measures. The captain looked at Lin Yu, took out a metal bracelet from his Huai Li and threw it to Lin Yu. You're right, wear this bracelet. Don't worry, it doesn't have any tracking or eavesdropping functions, it simply has emotion detection input. If you have thoughts of betrayal or leaking secrets, the corresponding emotional fluctuations will be captured by it, and then I will know everything. The captain said, then added, as if offering advice, this thing is sensitive at a prototype level. In other words, even if you've undergone professional anti-emotion training, it will be very difficult to hide it unless you're confident enough to completely clear your mind, completely believe you're not betraying or leaking secrets, while actually doing things that are betraying or leaking secrets. As the captain spoke, Lin Yu directly fastened it onto his wrist. The bracelet automatically tightened, adhering tightly and seamlessly to Lin Yu's skin, as if embedded within it. Don't worry, I won't leak anything. I want to complete this commission more than anyone else. With that, Lin Yu left the private room directly. He let out a long breath. Phew! What a complicated team. Everyone in that room was extraordinary. That's why Lin Yu grabbed the mission objective and quickly left. Admittedly, staying with this team might yield some temporarily useful teammates. But the risks were also exponentially increased. Lin Yu's advancement had been achieved, and to clear this instance, he needed to complete the assassination commission and receive his reward. Therefore, he could not afford any risks. He had to complete it in the safest possible way. And the biggest problem with this team was its unreliability. Not to mention the suspected player mixed in, and quite possibly a high-level player at that, Jerome. Just the captain alone was no simple character, he was too suspicious. A confidant of some noble would definitely not be so wealthy, nor would he have such high authority on a mission of this magnitude. Those people were blinded by the reward, but Lin Yu wasn't. And that big guy was also off, he seemed to know almost everything? Was this the kind of knowledge a regular mercenary should possess? This absolutely couldn't be brushed off with a casual "I'm good at repairing equipment." In fact, he even showed an excessive understanding of certain noble information. The captain is a noble's confidant, so it's understandable for him to know noble news. But where did you, a mercenary from Grey 3 Street, get all this information? As for Bonethorn, this guy should be the only truly normal mercenary. No hidden identity, a clean past as a mercenary who killed and set fires. But he was just too stupid. With the other 3 people having 800 schemes between them, Bonethorn would undoubtedly become the team's contested ground and tool. So Lin Yu was very certain that the best choice was not to associate with this team. The waters here were too murky, and this time, Lin Yu didn't need to stir the pot. After leaving the bar, old Zhang's voice sounded. I've confirmed with my perception that the general function of that device is likely as it says, without any eavesdropping capabilities. Lin Yu nodded. Thanks, old Zhang, that puts my mind at ease. It's part of the job, but I'm curious, while I also wouldn't team up with those guys who each have their own agendas and mysterious backgrounds, if you're going alone, how do you plan to infiltrate the estate and carry out the assassination?
Lin Yu smiled. I don't know the exact plan yet, but I have a rough idea forming, and I'm going to test it out. It's relatively risky, though, so I don't plan to expose it in front of them. As he spoke, Lin Yu's hand swept across his face, activating mask, and he began to fiddle with counterfeit in his hand. Then, Lin Yu walked out of Grey 3 Street and onto the streets of the outer city. Many black cars were parked along the streets of the outer city. Lin Yu found one of them, and the driver leaning against the car door looked at Lin Yu and spoke lazily. "Where to, handsome?" Lin Yu twirled counterfeit in his hand, transforming it into a baseball cap which he placed on his head. "To the inner city, Truth Corporation headquarters." Lin Yu spoke with a Hunan accent. "The headquarters in the inner city? Oh, Truth Tower. Brother, you found the right person. Ordinary cars can go to the inner city, but they can't get near Truth Tower. But, my brother-in-law's classmate's wife is a second-class resident and can issue inner city passes. I managed to get one from him. So I can drive in the inner city's second ring road, but it's quite late now, and the price to go to the inner city." "Ah. Gold coupons, are these real? Holy crap, they really are. Boss, please get in." After a brief negotiation and haggling, Lin Yu got into the car heading for the inner city. Under normal circumstances, ordinary residents would have to take a scheduled shuttle bus to the inner city, but Lin Yu did not have the legal identity to ride a shuttle bus. If they were powerful and upper-class individuals, they often had private cars, and could even call drivers for pickup and drop-off. These were also conditions Lin Yu did not possess. Fortunately, Stiller had also considered this point and told Lin Yu the common method for syndicate members to go to the inner city for consumption or business: illegal taxis. Sitting in the car, Lin Yu slightly closed his eyes in the back seat, but his heart was very vigilant. According to Stiller, many of these illegal taxi drivers were retired mercenaries and syndicate members, some were even active ones. If one showed excessive wealth, they could easily be targeted, then dragged to some remote place, robbed, kidnapped, or even directly killed. And since Lin Yu's only payment method right now was gold coupons, he also knew that this was a form of showing off his wealth. However, Lin Yu wasn't worried. The strength of these illegal taxi drivers was definitely not enough to threaten him now. In the past, I would definitely have had to find a way to exchange for some small change in a safe place, but unconsciously, my direct strength has improved to this extent. It really saves a lot of trouble. Lin Yu felt the extreme sense of security that becoming stronger brought him. However, the expected sudden stop of the car and the friendly driver suddenly showing a fierce expression did not happen. More than 10 minutes later, the car smoothly passed the checkpoint between the inner and outer cities. Once in the inner city, such robbery situations were almost impossible. After all, this was the inner city. No matter what happened, the security bureau's officers would arrive very quickly. Soon after, the car steadily stopped at the most central intersection of the city that never sleeps. The driver turned to Lin Yu and said, "Well, we've arrived at the destination, you'll have to walk a bit from here." He spoke cautiously. Lin Yu opened his eyes and handed the driver that huge gold coupon. The driver took the gold coupon, then counted out a wad of banknotes and gave them to Lin Yu as change. Lin Yu took the banknotes and change, looking at the driver curiously. "I thought I was going to be robbed." The driver grinned and said, "You're joking, sir. Gold coupons are not something just anyone can produce. Even without that, I can't imagine what kind of person you are to need a ride to Truth Tower late at night. I'm an honest and law-abiding driver. Even if I did have any ulterior motives, I would never dare to have them towards you." Lin Yu heard the driver's answer and flicked the brim of his hat. "Ha, good for you for being sensible," he said, then jumped out of the car. This place was located in the most central and prosperous area of the city that never sleeps. The towers of the three major companies stood like three-legged giants, or like nails driven into the land of the city that never sleeps, with countless other tall buildings below them.
Traffic flowed like water, neon lights flickered, and pedestrians casually passing by on the streets here were all dressed in luxurious clothes, wearing expensive jewelry and various advanced equipment. And Lin Yu was on the street closest to Truth Tower. He stepped onto the street, subtly surveying his surroundings, then pretended to be familiar with the route and headed straight for Truth Tower. Soon, Lin Yu arrived at the base of Truth Tower. At the pedestrian entrance, there was an access control system, but this did not trouble Lin Yu. He only needed to pull out Vil Valetti's ID card, swipe it lightly, and glance up at the camera. Beep! The access control emitted a green light, the metal grid door sprang open, and Lin Yu swaggered into the headquarters of Truth Tower. Although the Truth Tower headquarters was not like the Despair train, swiping a card here would definitely leave a record, and the data would certainly be transmitted in real time. Vil Valetti's record might very likely be directly noticed by the Truth Company. But it didn't matter. He was currently using Fu Luo's identity to swipe the card. Lin Yu, at this moment, was wearing Fu Luo's appearance. After reaching the Truth Company, Lin Yu went straight to the front desk. Choosing Fu Luo's face was simple. Before leaving the Despair train dungeon last time, Fu Luo had mentioned that he was very familiar with Nightless Fire music. Although he didn't know what relation Nightless Fire music was to Nightless Fire Apricot, who was having her birthday this time, he definitely held significant weight in the Nightless family. With this connection, wouldn't it be incredibly easy to sneak into the Nightless family's birthday party? The only trouble was that Lin Yu didn't know how Fu Luo contacted Nightless Fire music. But this problem was also easy to solve. Because, based on the information provided by both Fu Luo and Stiller, he was quite certain that there was a high-ranking executive within the Truth Company who belonged to Nightless Fire Music's faction. That was President Paris. Lin Yu calmly walked to the front desk. His appearance naturally attracted the attention of the receptionist. "How may I help you?" Before Lin Yu spoke, the well-dressed, young, and beautiful receptionist smiled and spoke. Lin Yu tapped the table and spoke. "Hello, I'm looking for President Paris." As soon as this name was uttered, the receptionist, while still maintaining a standard smile, had an expression of disbelief flash in her eyes. "Do you have an appointment?" "No, is he in Truth Tower?" "Just call his office and tell him that Falbelow is visiting and has urgent business." Lin Yu's tone was very confident. Since Fu Luo had said that he was on equal footing with President Paris, he must certainly hold considerable weight with Nightless Fire music. And thinking about it carefully, Fu Luo did have some skills in certain areas. If he could gain the trust of a ducal noble, it wasn't impossible. So, Lin Yu simply acted a bit more high-class. As for Fu Luo bragging to himself, exaggerating, that possibility wasn't non-existent either. But if that were the case, Lin Yu also had a plan. He would just grovel if it came to that. After all, he was currently playing Fu Luo. And that guy Fu Luo. Groveling was a very frequent occurrence for him. If he really saw President Paris get angry and question him, immediately apologizing, admitting fault, and showing weakness would also be very respectful of the character setting. The receptionist looked at Lin Yu with surprise and uncertainty, picked up the front desk's communication device, and spoke a few words in a low voice. Soon, the receptionist's face was once again adorned with a brilliant and enthusiastic smile. "Well, esteemed Mr. Falbelow, this way, please. President Paris is waiting for you in his office." Watching the reaction of the reception staff, Lin Yu curled his lips. All right, it seems he wouldn't need to grovel. Most likely. Fu Luo wasn't bragging. He really did hold significant weight with Nightless Fire music. Upon entering the Truth Tower, Lin Yu once again deeply felt how well Fu Luo was doing in the city of Evernight. The receptionist had just led him to the public elevator when he saw the private elevator next to them open. Two high-ranking managers from the Truth Company, with thinning hair and around 40 years old, hurried out. Seeing Lin Yu standing at the entrance, the two quickly came forward to greet him. "Esteemed Lord Forberlow, please come this way." Lin Yu glanced at the name tags on their suit jackets. A3, B1, these were already department heads and project team leaders, yet in front of Fu Luo, they appeared so solicitous and nervous, like elementary school students meeting their principal. They even used the address esteemed lord, a form of address in the city of Evernight typically reserved for commoners addressing nobles, or lower-ranked nobles addressing higher-ranked ones. Although it was no longer as strict today, and sometimes to show respect, it could also be used to address high-ranking officials of the three great companies who held no noble titles. But to be addressed in this manner still indicated that the person being addressed held a high position, great power, and distinguished status. Lin Yu, in Fu Luo's manner, maintained a reserved and noble demeanor, nodding slightly. He wasn't sure if these two knew Fu Luo or how well they knew him, so Lin Yu simply didn't greet them. Perhaps it was a different mode of interaction than Fu Luo usually had with them. Since he was now in the position of a superior, he naturally didn't need to explain anything he did to them. Lin Yu, led by the two, entered the elevator. As expected, his slightly indifferent attitude left the two high-ranking Truth Company executives somewhat confused. After entering the elevator and helping Lin Yu press the floor button, they each stood in a corner, staring at the elevator car walls, not saying a word. Soon, the elevator reached the 99th floor and slowly stopped. When the elevator doors opened, a spacious, carpeted, and luxuriously decorated corridor was revealed. This was less like a corridor in an office building and more like the lobby of a luxury hotel. The entire 99th floor contained only a single office, belonging to the current de facto helmsman of the Truth Company, and the man at the pinnacle of power beneath the ducal nobles of the city of Evernight, Paris. Upon entering this floor, the two executives' cautious expressions became even more pronounced. Leading Lin Yu to the end of the corridor, the two men stood one on each side of the heavy double wooden doors. "Lord Forberlo, please wait a moment," the A3 on the left said, then pressed the button beside the door. Ding! The doorbell rang softly, and after a moment, a magnetic voice sounded. "Come in." Hearing this, the two executive men pulled open the heavy double wooden doors for Lin Yu. Lin Yu stepped inside and then saw an equally sumptuously furnished office. The sofa, tea table, curtains, and carpet were all undoubtedly top-tier luxury items. In addition, numerous statues, paintings, and other exquisite art collectibles were displayed on the walls on both sides. Lin Yu quickly scanned the room and noticed that the style of many of the collectibles didn't quite seem to belong to this world. After all, Stiller had said that the world where the city of Evernight was located had no sea. But Lin Yu saw an oil painting depicting a sea monster. And behind the large desk directly opposite the end of the door, a man in a bright orange casual suit sat, flipping through a cookbook. As Lin Yu stepped inside, the wooden doors behind him slowly closed, emitting a heavy thud. The man in the orange suit looked up, and on his refined and elegant face, which looked like that of a gentle gentleman, appeared an exaggerated and enthusiastic smile that was completely uncharacteristic of his appearance. "Ah ha ha, Mr. Forberlo, I've heard much about you. The greatest detective of the city of Evernight, a living legend, the pinnacle of natural human wisdom. Meeting you today, you truly live up to your reputation." Lin Yu looked at the man and returned a smile. "President Paris, you are also quite a distinguished gentleman." Paris laughed again, revealing 8 clean, firm, and neat teeth. The brightly dressed man stood up from behind the desk and walked to the sofa. "Come, sit, Mr. Forberlo." President Paris led Lin Yu to sit on the sofa in the reception area. The two sat facing each other across a terrazzo coffee table, and Paris waved his hand. Two maids, dressed very conservatively and wearing full-face masks, emerged from a hidden small door in the corner of the room and stood behind Paris. "Water or tea?" "Water will be fine." Paris nodded, "All right. But, the water is orange water." Lin Yu was a little surprised. "What? And the tea?" "The tea is orange tea." Even Lin Yu couldn't help but be taken aback. President Paris laughed again. "Aha, I never thought the renowned legendary detective would show such an expression. Anyway, orange water will be fine," Lin Yu said, and Paris waved his hand. "Did you hear that? Go prepare it, make it good, this is a very distinguished guest." After Paris finished speaking, the two maids retreated without a word. He looked at Lin Yu, took a fresh orange from the fruit plate on the coffee table, and then slowly began to peel it.
All right, Mr. Forberlo, you've made a sudden visit, what brings you here?
Lin Yu wasn't surprised that Paris cut to the chase. Of course, he couldn't directly say that he wanted to find the Evernight fire music through Paris, that would be far too suspicious. However, Lin Yu had already prepared his excuse and a perfectly legitimate reason. He looked at Paris, smiled, tapped the table, and calmly began, "Of course, I've come for compensation." President Paris slowly peeled off a strip of orange peel, tore it at the connection, then put the orange peel into his mouth, and spoke with a smile.
Compensation?
I don't quite understand what you mean, Lord Forberlo. Lin Yu looked at President Paris, who was chewing on the orange peel, and crossed his legs.
Don't play dumb.
My approaching you first proves that I don't want to escalate this matter, and I'm only asking for compensation, not seeking revenge. Lin Yu leaned back, looking at President Paris. Although both were sitting on the same level, Lin Yu seemed to be looking down at Paris at this moment.
Paris, President Paris, Lord Paris.
When I went on the despair train before, the people you sent tried to kill me on the train.
How should we account for that?
He said, his tone turning cold. You sent the head of the Truth Company's security department Delta team and an entire organized squad, even privately using the authority of wrath.
Do you really see me as a living legend? Does it really take so much effort to kill me? You really have some nerve.
Clatter. Hearing Lin Yu's accusation, the orange in Paris' hand dropped onto the coffee table. The orange rolled twice on the table, leaving a trail of intermittent water stains.
Paris' expression was one of extreme shock. Oh my goodness. This is a very serious accusation, Mr. Fall below. Surely there must be some misunderstanding about this, right?
Paris' tone was very sincere, as if he truly had no idea what Lin Yu was talking about. Lin Yu looked at Paris. The other man hardly seemed to be acting. But Lin Yu could still tell that he was lying.
Indeed, those in power are born actors.
Lamenting the other party's overly professional acting for an amateur, Lin Yu continued to apply pressure.
Are you taking me for a fool, Paris? How many people in the entire city of Evernight can mobilize the seat of wrath? Moreover, the Delta squad from the security department that came is your clear direct subordinate.
Lin Yu looked at Paris, pressing his hand against the orange rolling towards him, and continued, You want to say this has nothing to do with you, do you think I'd believe that?
He tossed the orange back.
Paris nimbly caught the orange and placed it back in the fruit bowl on the table. Well, I did indeed deploy the seat of wrath to attack the despair train, and the Delta squad of the security department was also dispatched.
Paris said, still feigning ignorance and speaking with an innocent expression, but I didn't go there to kill you. In fact, I didn't even know you were on the train. Lin Yu watched Paris retreat to advance, pressing on relentlessly, Is that so? You really didn't know I was on the train?
Paris shook his head. Although that train is generally controllable, as the source of nearly 7% of Evernight City's energy, it is indeed corporate property under the control and jurisdiction of the Truth Company.
As CEO, I naturally have a certain degree of control over it. However, its interior is actually in an out-of-control state.
Since you were inside the train at the time, you should also know that the train's interior is essentially self-governed by the prisoners who were exiled there. Their leader is a wanted criminal named Baron Coleman, who is not only extremely vicious, but also in a completely hostile relationship with me. Paris said sincerely, From my perspective at the time, the despair train had an unexpected accident. Dangerous intruders colluded with Baron Coleman to hijack the train, with unknown intentions. So, out of consideration for protecting company property and maintaining public safety in the entire Night City, I naturally ordered the threat to be eliminated as quickly as possible.
Hearing Paris' words, Lin Yu looked at his compassionate, sincere, and heartbroken expression and couldn't help but burst out laughing.
He pulled a box from his pocket and stared at Paris. Stop giving me officialese here, this isn't a Truth Company press conference.
It doesn't matter if you don't admit it.
Now, say this to this lie detector: I didn't know Falbelow was on the despair train, and I had no intention of taking the opportunity to get rid of Falbelow. Lin Yu said calmly, pressing the button to activate the one-sentence lie detector. He hadn't known Paris' attitude towards Falbolo, only vaguely guessing from Fu Luo's attitude towards Paris that the two should have similar status, shared a common backer, but might not get along well. Therefore, Paris might genuinely not have known Fu Luo was on the despair train. If that were the case, the situation would be relatively simple. Lin Yu would only need to follow the normal process, the two would settle it privately, Paris would pay a small price for his unintentional mistake, and finally, Paris would simply take him to Huol at Evernight Heaven. But the likelihood of this situation was very small. Lin Yu still remembered what happened on the despair train at that time.
Although Baron Coleman controlled the despair train, Paris was definitely quite clear about what was happening inside the train.
Especially since he had sent Stiller through their brief interactions during this time, although Stiller seemed to be out of lingering gratitude for his old master and didn't mention much about Paris, Lin Yu could deduce.
Stiller definitely knew Fu Luo as well.
So, it was highly probable that Paris subjectively wanted to kill Fu Luo.
It wasn't necessarily due to deep-seated hatred.
For ruthless individuals who clawed their way up like this, if someone was an eyesore and an opportunity arose to kill them, they would act without hesitation. Therefore, Lin Yu had naturally prepared for this situation. He looked at Paris, and Paris looked at the one-sentence lie detector on the table.
Then, Paris spoke with certainty.
I didn't know Falbolo was on the despair train, and I had no intention of taking the opportunity to get rid of Falbolo. He said this with a firm tone. Lin Yu looked at Paris' appearance, and for a moment, he was somewhat dazed.
Could it really be a misunderstanding? This President Paris really didn't want to kill Fu Luo?
The next moment, the one-sentence lie detector emitted a red light and a sharp buzzing sound. Beep, beep, this revealed that Paris was lying. Lin Yu and Paris were both stunned simultaneously. Lin Yu spoke with some annoyance, you knew it was a lie, but you still dared to say it? Paris looked at the box and scratched his nose.
I didn't know it would actually work.
Lin Yu looked at Paris in astonishment, as if re-evaluating the CEO's intelligence level. I already told you it's a lie detector.
Were you gambling that I was bluffing?
Paris spread his hands. I underwent elementary emotional control modification surgery, so a lie detector that works through emotions, micro-expressions, and body changes is completely ineffective on me.
How was I supposed to know your gadget was so advanced? Is it based on magic or something, from another world? Lin Yu nodded.
The two looked at each other in silence for a while, then both burst out laughing. Damn it, hey, damn it, Lord Huol truly has discerning eyes, you really are a rare talent.
It seems those previous evaluations I heard about you were somewhat inaccurate. No, I'm afraid there was an element of you deliberately showing weakness in guiding them.
How could a guy like you possibly be weak-willed, arrogant, careless, and have almost no direct combat ability?
Lin Yu did not
correct Paris, merely crossing his arms.
So, you really intended to kill me?
Of course, that's actually irrelevant. The main point is, not only did you plan to kill me, but you didn't do it cleanly enough, allowing me to survive, and I even caught you as the mastermind.
So, it's only reasonable for you to admit defeat and give me some compensation, right?
The two maids returned at this moment, bringing two clear, transparent glasses of water. Although it looked like plain clear water, as soon as it was served, a rich orange aroma wafted up.
Paris picked up the glass and gulped it down. You're right, I'm outmatched and I concede defeat. I should compensate you. President Paris's concession was naturally due to Lin Yu's persuasive words taking effect.
Although he hadn't interacted much with the people of Nightless City, after a brief time together, Lin Yu had subtly grasped the characteristics of all the residents of Nightless City. Whether they were upper class or lower class, commoners or nobles, the people here were all result-oriented. Strength, status, and success or failure were the important, if not entire, standards by which Nightless City measured people and things. Although this might be true in any world, in Nightless City, everything seemed exceptionally obvious and stark. Therefore, President Paris acknowledged Lin Yu's logic just now. He would not offer compensation because he almost killed Fu Luo, but if Fu Luo hadn't been killed by him and came knocking, found out he did it, and then tricked him with a lie detector. Then President Paris admitted he needed to pay a price. At this moment, President Paris looked at Lin Yu with appreciation and recognition. In his view, this detective was no longer just an outsider with a single skill, but a strong individual who had figured out the rules of the game in Nightless City. Even if he was an opponent, he was a worthy one. Therefore, having lost the previous round of the game, he naturally had to pay the price.
What compensation do you want?
President Paris looked at Lin Yu, leaned back, and said, money, status.
Or some new gadget, name your price.
Lin Yu looked at President Paris and smiled, copper of hatred, emerald laurel, heart vein stone. He rattled off 3 names he had just heard. Lin Yu, of course, didn't know what was valuable, but since Zhu Rong appeared here, it meant he should be very familiar with Nightless City. Therefore, what Zhu Rong said should be valuable enough. Paris frowned slightly when he heard Lin Yu's suggestion. I can give you the copper of hatred, but the emerald laurel and heart vein stone are a bit troublesome. Those are the prized possessions of Xinli Group and Myriad Commerce Guild. But if you want them, it's not impossible to get you a set, Paris said, seemingly ready to bargain or make some demands. But Lin Yu interrupted him. You're mistaken, not one set. He calmly spread his hands in front of him, 50 sets of each. Paris froze. What? I said, 50 sets of each. Are your ears not working? Lin Yu picked up the orange juice and took a sip. Paris looked at Lin Yu several times, then asked with some uncertainty, are you going to build a new Nightless City? Lin Yu spread his hands, don't ask me about the purpose, just say whether you'll give them or not. Paris rubbed his temples and slowly said, if you said 5 or 10 sets, I'd get angry, but you said 50 sets. I just find it very amusing. The copper of hatred only produces about 3 pieces a year in total. I'm just the president of Truth Company. I'm not the god of alchemy, the god of wisdom, or the god of miracles. Paris said helplessly. Lin Yu shrugged, then there's nothing to be done, you can owe me for now. Of course, he never intended to actually extort these materials from Paris from the start. To put it plainly, Lin Yu was just using seemingly expensive items to prove that he knew his stuff and wasn't easy to fool. Paris looked at Lin Yu, oh you? Owe me a favor, President Paris. Lin Yu flicked the brim of his hat, if I want those things, I'll get them myself. Since you promised to compensate me. I definitely have to choose a time when I absolutely need your help as the president of Truth Company. Paris playfully twirled an orange with interest. Aren't you afraid that after you leave here, I'll renege on my debt in the future? Then I'll go make a fuss at the Bui Tian family. Anyway, this matter is easy to investigate, Lin Yu said calmly, the fact that you summoned the Wrathful Throne is real, after all. Well said, President Paris chuckled, what if, after you leave here, I send someone to assassinate you again? Lin Yu also laughed, then remember to do it cleanly. If I escape again and it's found out to be you, I'll demand 100 sets next time. He said, standing up. All right. It's getting late. It's rare to come back, I should go see the esteemed Huo Lu. Lin Yu said, standing up. Paris also stood up and politely said, oh, shall I have someone send you? Although in Paris's view, this was just a courtesy. But he never would have imagined that the person in front of him had come here today and gone through such a long roundabout just for this sentence. Lin Yu stopped, looked at President Paris, and smiled brightly. Send me? Then I'd be most grateful. Lin Yu said, sitting back down on the sofa. President Paris seemed not to have expected this turn of events. He looked at Lin Yu, who had sat back down, reacted for a moment, then pulled out his phone. He dialed a number. Hello, come to the building here, help me send someone to the Bui Tian family manor. After hanging up the phone, President Paris looked at Lin Yu and said, please wait a moment, the car will arrive soon. I'll have my driver personally take you. President Paris said, and Lin Yu looked at him. And smiled. Indeed, although the matter of me coming to you for compensation cannot be known by Huo Lu, it's best not to hide our private contact from her. Otherwise, any misunderstanding would be bad. Paris's expression softened slightly upon hearing Lin Yu's words. After all, Lin Yu's words sounded like an explanation. That's true, Miss Wolo has always been quite strong, and if our actions were discovered, there would indeed be risks. Moreover, it's a sensitive period right now. Lin Yu's previous remark was just a probing statement, and now that he heard Paris say this, he naturally continued to set the trap. He looked at Paris, not asking directly, but instead showing a surprised expression.
Even you know? Paris looked at Lin Yu with an insulted expression. What are you saying? As the president of Truth Company, how could I not know?
Don't think that just because you are Miss Woli's advisor, you know more news than I do.
At the next St. Lan family meeting, all the heirs will have to report on their work.
After the meeting, the ownership of the next head of the St. Lan family will basically be decided.
Now Miss Wolu and Fire Treeshanxing have each placed their bets.
Although the old director is still in his prime and it's far from the time for the Bui Tian family to decide on an heir, that is, after all, the support of the St. Lan family, and no carelessness can be afforded, Miss Wolu must be having a terrible headache and feeling anxious, right? Now, Paris said, looking at Lin Yu, aren't you also taking advantage of this timing to come here and threaten me? After all, if you were to tell Miss Wolu now that I tried to kill you, it's highly probable that Miss Wolu would make me suffer greatly. Lin Yu listened to Paris's words, nodding imperceptibly.
Very good, very crucial information. Thank you, President Paris.
Lin Yu said silently in his heart.
However, he certainly couldn't genuinely express his thanks. Lin Yu put on Fu Luo's snarky expression and looked at Paris, speaking. Ha, you said behind her back that Miss Wolo is emotionally unstable, irritable, and petty. I've noted that down. Lin Yu left the office under the guidance of President Paris's driver.
Although Lin Yu's last words sounded like he was going to report him, it was precisely because he said them that President Paris was sure Lin Yu wouldn't. These words, which seemed like teasing and joking, were actually a signal of goodwill. After all, President Paris had also negotiated with Lin Yu out of goodwill just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Lin Yu so much of the information he possessed.
This mysterious fellow's origin is unknown.
Although Miss Wolu trusts him, it's really hard to say whether there's anyone behind him, and who else. Paris could, of course, perceive that Lin Yu was deliberately probing, and even trying to get information out of him. However, Paris certainly wouldn't think that Lin Yu was trying to get information because he didn't know these things. He simply thought that the other party wanted to understand how much he knew about the current situation of the noble family's struggle.
Is someone trying to understand me or win me over? Excluding Lord Washu, could it be someone from the Chiu family?
The worst-case scenario is that Miss Wolu has become suspicious of me and deliberately sent him to probe and warn me, Paris pondered, feeling utterly troubled. Ordinary people all thought he was now highly influential and stood at the peak of Nightless City. But Paris knew very well that although he wasn't treading on thin ice and had some foundation, in the final analysis, he still had no roots. It was precisely because he stood at the top of the mountain that he could see the dark, oppressive sky when he looked up. It was fine on normal days, but now 3 of the 5 great noble families were about to undergo a transfer of power. This terrifying vortex, who knew how many commoners' lives and fortunes would be swallowed by it? Although Paris's weight was much greater than that of the lower-class and middle-class residents, he was also closer to the center of this struggle than ordinary people. However, perhaps it's also because of this that this detective would come to me to show goodwill. Paris bit into the orange in his hand, letting the juice splash onto the table, and muttered to himself, saying he owes a favor is essentially trying to trade and cooperate with me, a coward. And a good-for-nothing who pretended for so long, only now revealing his fangs when the situation is chaotic. He hasn't shown any flaws for so long, I can't see through him, and I suppose few people in Nightless City know this side of him. From this perspective, he seems to be a more remarkable person than I imagined. Paris recalled the brief negotiation between the two just now, as if he saw an ambitious schemer. The copper of hatred, the emerald laurel, the heartstone. These things shouldn't be groundless. I should still keep an eye out for him. Truth Company's emotional energy, Shinli Group's life conversion, omni-purpose commerce skills, fusion implantation. Simultaneously dabbling in 3 forbidden alchemies, TSK, only these mysterious fellows from outside the city would dare to do it. If this can yield some results, it wouldn't be bad. Thinking of this, Paris waved his hand.
Another hidden secret door opened, and footsteps stopped behind Paris.
You saw the whole process just now.
What do you think of that guy? Is he trustworthy?
A moment of silence was Paris's response.
Paris turned around, looked at the newcomer, and said unhappily, "What, you went to the great wilderness and lost contact for a while, and now that you're back, your brain doesn't even work properly anymore? I'm asking for your opinion, didn't you even meet him on the train? Can't you even give an evaluation of someone you've met?" Standing behind Paris, Stiller sighed. "I don't know, I just feel like he's a completely different person from when he was on the train." Paris nodded. "It seems he's quite good at pretending."
Stiller really wanted to remind Paris that it wasn't pretending, but rather that they were truly two different people.
But he hesitated and finally didn't speak.
After all, Stiller couldn't very well explain to Paris how he could tell that the other person wasn't the real one, but rather another individual with the ability to perfectly disguise himself as others. He had concealed from Paris the fact that he had become a follower of a certain player, only saying that he had been in the great wilderness before. On the other hand, although before meeting Paris, while following Lin Yu, Stiller had always firmly believed that he was still primarily loyal to Truth Company and to President Paris. After all, everything he had was given by Paris. His status, wealth, and even his skills and life itself, all came from Paris. But when he saw Fu Baoyuo walk into the security room in the dark, and after taking a few seconds to confirm that it was Lin Yu, Stiller fell into a dilemma instead. Because of the connection between him and Lin Yu, which was above all else, Stiller couldn't do anything that would directly harm Lin Yu. However, this did not mean that Stiller had to prioritize Lin Yu's interests in all situations. But even when Stiller had a choice. In the end, standing before President Paris, Stiller still did not tell Paris the truth. Perhaps Lin Yu won't be detrimental to Paris, Stiller thought, simply opening his mouth to remind President Paris.
President.
I think you still need to be prepared, he might use that favor very soon.
Stiller said.
And that guy might cause big trouble very soon. As he spoke, President Paris laughed. Then I'd like to see how much trouble he can cause. When Stiller saw President Paris so confident, he suddenly had an epiphany.
Yes.
What was he worried about? Both Lin Yu and Paris were extremely intelligent individuals, far surpassing himself. His worrying here and there was completely unnecessary. Let nature take its course, Stiller thought, entering a state of resignation. In the sedan smoothly driving on the roads of Nightless City, Lin Yu once again closed his eyes to rest. I successfully found a channel to meet Bouyi Tianhuolu from Paris, and also found a reason to meet Bouyi Tianhuolu. More importantly, I now have a basic understanding of Bouyi Tianhuolu. After meeting her, I should be able to adapt on the fly and avoid showing any flaws. This can be considered over-fulfilling my goal. Stiller should have already met Paris. I imagine that after spending this time together, that guy will at least remain neutral. It's still too rushed. If it were a bit later, he would probably have completely sided with me. Lin Yu pondered, then sighed with emotion. In short, everything that could be done has been done to the extreme. Now it's up to luck. I hope everything goes smoothly. In any case, it really was thanks to Fu Luo saying that extra word last time. Of course, my using his identity isn't for nothing. Next time, Fu Luo will at least find that his relationship with President Paris has also improved. The Bu Yetian family's mansion is located on a high slope on the north side of the inner city. In Nightless City, full of skyscrapers and technological marvels, this classical and tranquil estate looks extraordinary. President Paris's private car stopped in the courtyard, and the driver opened the door for Lin Yu. Esteemed Fu Baoyuo, the Bu Yetian family has arrived, the driver said respectfully, and Lin Yu jumped out of the car. The interior of the estate had no particular luxuries, ordinary white walls and black tiles, with a few asparagus ferns and osmanthus trees simply planted along the walls. A straight path of white jade flagstones led to an ancient wooden single-story building. Copper bells hung from the eaves, gently chiming, blending with the faint sound of flowing water, clear and cool. Lin Yu stood in front of the car, looking at the elegant courtyard, and felt a sense of solemnity. Although the Buyetian family was the royal noble with the shallowest roots in this nightless city, the architectural style here was very ancient, as if it had a long.
Being in it was like traveling back to ancient times. Ha, why isn't anyone here to greet me?
Lin Yu muttered to himself, and a voice softly replied.
There is, Your Excellency Fu Baluo.
Turning around, a young girl wearing a wide white robe, a silver white mask with no facial features, and even snow-white hair slowly walked out from the doorway. When Lin Yu saw her, he understood who President Paris's maid's style of dress was learned from. President Paris was probably imitating his master, deliberately dressing his servants and attendants in this manner.
After all, this maid's attire looked much more authentic than President Paris's too.
Lao Zhang also commented on this. Using this method to erase the individuality of servants to enhance obedience.
TSK, the nobles of this city really know how to play.
Lin Yu pursed his lips.
I just find it eerie. Having these faceless, all-white things serve me every day, the uncanny valley effect is going to kick in.
Seeing something like this in the middle of the night at home is like the white impermanence soul reaping. He did not quite agree with the aesthetics and psychology of these nobles.
However, he still smiled at the maid. Oh, I knew it. Is Miss Wolu here?
Of course the young miss is here, the maid said softly. The young miss was very happy to hear you were coming and is already waiting for you in the tea room.
The tea room?
Then let's go quickly, don't let Miss Wolu wait too long. Lin Yu said, and the maid looked at him strangely.
Are you going directly to the tea room? You'd best bathe and change first.
The maid said, and Lin Yu felt surprised internally, but his expression remained calm.
As expected of nobles? So many rules.
Muttering to himself, Lin Yu calmly said, I meant I'm going to bathe and change.
The maid bowed slightly, then walked steadily in front of Lin Yu.
She led Lin Yu across the flagstone path, then through the covered walkway in front of the house, guiding Lin Yu around the courtyard. Although Lin Yu had anticipated that the Buyetian family's estate would not be too small, he did not expect it to be even larger than imagined. It feels like it would take 20 minutes to walk from their own rooms to the main gate in this Buyetian family. Lin Yu muttered to himself again.
However, he was only joking.
If these noble lords and ladies, young masters and young misses didn't want to walk, they certainly had various ways. Even having servants carry them would work. Walking through corridors, past bamboo groves and gardens, and by several studies and halls.
Lin Yu couldn't help but admire the maid's ability to navigate.
There were no signposts anywhere, the architectural style was highly consistent, and with the doors closed, the function of the rooms was completely indistinguishable. If it were him, he would have been dizzy long ago.
And even if the architectural style is relatively antique, how can there be no modern traces at all?
Lin Yu felt very confused.
The Buyetian family's estate, at least on the outside, seemed to lack any convenient modern technological equipment.
Let alone the cutting-edge products of Truth Company, even ordinary civilian modern equipment was nowhere to be seen. Only embedded cold lights were used for illumination, other things like elevators, display screens, smart devices
were completely absent.
Soon, the maid stopped in front of a door. It was a sliding wooden door, with some carved patterns inlaid with metal wire. Please bathe and change, the maid said softly, and the two leaves of the wooden sliding door responded, pulling open to the sides.
Lin Yu just thought he had finally seen automated equipment, but he quickly realized.
There were two tall attendants in white robes and masks behind the door who had pulled the wooden door open. They both took a step forward, made a pleased gesture, and repeated the maid's words.
Please bathe and change. Lin Yu stepped inside, feeling the air become somewhat humid and misty.
This bathing area was an open-air hot spring, with 6 natural hot spring pools of various sizes built with stones. In front of each stood 2 white-clad attendants on standby. Tall and thick wooden walls surrounded this courtyard, and some bamboo and orchids were planted in the corners. The door behind Lin Yu slowly closed, and then the attendants on both sides prepared to undress Lin Yu. He immediately felt a wave of discomfort. Lin Yu instinctively resisted the idea of others serving him during a bath. Especially since there were 14 attendants standing around this bathing area. Lin Yu cleared his throat and said loudly, "Can everyone please step out? I prefer to wash myself. I'll call you if anything happens." Lin Yu said, and after 2 seconds of silence, the attendants responded in unison. "As you command, Your Excellency Fu Baluo. Please place the changed clothes in the bamboo basket over there." Then, these white-clad attendants, like robots, filed out in perfect order through a small door at the very edge of the hot spring courtyard. Instantly, the courtyard became empty, leaving only the quiet gurgling sound of the hot spring water emerging. Although the command was given by Lin Yu, the sight of those attendants completely disappearing within a few seconds made Lin Yu feel even more unnerved. That's really creepy. Although the hot springs looked very comfortable and even offered different types, Lin Yu was not in the mood to experience them in detail. He walked to the shower area against the wall and simply began to rinse his body. Then, Lin Yu heard a ding sound from nearby, and clean towels and clothes appeared on a metal platform extending from the wall. The clothes were the same ones he had worn, just washed and dried. Lin Yu touched the soft, warm garments, and after putting them on, he felt only lightness and closeness, with a hint of fragrance. It seems the Buyetian family does have dryers and such. They're just hidden in deeper locations. Just as Lin Yu was about to leave, he suddenly heard the sound of water from the hot spring pool. Splash! At the same time, a male voice rang out. "Fu Baluo, wait." Lin Yu turned around and saw a blurred figure of a man emerge from the center of the largest hot spring pool, amidst the rising steam. After a brief half-second of thought, Lin Yu decided to leverage his greatest advantage as Fu Luo. He spoke without hesitation. "What the hell, who are you? Why didn't I see you just now? Were you holding your breath in the bath? Are you crazy?" Facing Lin Yu's direct questioning, the man in the steam let out a hearty laugh. Fu Luo, you really know how to joke. Although we've only met twice, how could you possibly forget me, Evernight Firetree?" The man spoke, walking through the water towards Lin Yu. Splash, splash, the steam slowly parted as the man walked, revealing a chiseled, sculpted, perfect body. If an art student were present, he would surely have eyes gleaming. These clear muscle lines and skin textures, along with the rolling water droplets, were simply excellent creative material. Unfortunately, although Lin Yu studied art, he was in performance art and had no shilai in fine art. So the nearly perfect body of the man before him held no attraction for Lin Yu. For Lin Yu, what was more worthy of attention was the other party's self-proclamation. Evernight Firetree. Fortunately, with the intelligence he had previously extracted from Paris, Lin Yu was not entirely unfamiliar with this name. From the name, he should be another heir of the Evernight family, and the main competitor of Evernight Huala and Fu Luo's backing. From the fact that the other party mentioned only meeting Fu Luo twice. Fu Luo and this guy shouldn't be familiar. While Lin Yu was thinking, Evernight Firetree had already stepped out of the edge of the hot spring pool and stood up, coming to about 2 meters in front of Lin Yu. Lin Yu clearly saw the other party's face. He was a handsome man with a superior appearance. Black, wet hair hung down, clinging to the sides of his face, with thin lips, a high nose, and upturned eyes. He had a naturally dashing demeanor. Most importantly, his eyes were a fiery red, like flickering flames. Lin Yu looked at the other party and spoke calmly and distantly. "Esteemed Evernight Firetree, the steam was too heavy just now. I didn't clearly see it was you, but what were you holding your breath in the middle of the pool for?" Evernight Firetree lifted his chin. "I wasn't doing it for fun, nor to scare you. I didn't even know you were visiting." Soaking. "My whole body in the hot spring allows me to quickly relieve fatigue and forget my worries." He looked up at the sky and said melancholically, "Even if commoners like you catch a glimpse of our lives, you won't understand the heavy fate I bear as a born noble. I truly envy you, who can live easily and without burdens." Lin Yu looked at Evernight Firetree's demeanor and couldn't help but think of the noble duke who had issued the C-77 commission over the phone earlier. Are all noble dukes lunatics? He needed 12 people to serve him for a bath, and one hot spring pool was almost bigger than 2 apartments for commoners in the outer city combined, yet he shamelessly spoke of commoners being easy and burden-free.
2 days of working black market jobs in a small workshop in the outer city would set him straight. Of course, Lin Yu didn't voice these complaints directly. You certainly have a lot of pressure, and this method of relieving pressure is indeed something a commoner like me hadn't thought of. Lin Yu spoke in Fu Luo's slightly sarcastic manner, going along with the other party. Then, before Evernight Firetree could react, Lin Yu changed the subject. So, does Your Excellency have something to say to me? Evernight Firetree snorted and said, don't play dumb with me, Fu Luo. Of course I'm looking for you about last time. What happened last time? Lin Yu had no idea what Fu Luo and Evernight Firetree discussed last time. But to deal with this situation, Lin Yu had a universal answer. His expression was normal, his face calm, as if he was pondering. After a moment, Lin Yu said firmly, my answer is the same as last time. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Evernight Firetree narrowed his eyes. Is that so? Then you've rejected me again. I truly don't understand why you were so devoted to Evernight Hwala. Any clear-sighted person knows that I, Evernight Firetree, am the true heir to the Evernight family. Outside the company and family, the Mercury family, the Autumn family, and the Sorens family all support my succession. Within the company, 7 of the 9 board seats openly support me, the 12 independent laboratories and the 8 major company departments are all on my side. Within the family, I am my father's most beloved son, and his eldest son. The old patriarch even specifically asked to see me after he last regained consciousness. My uncles and granduncles all believe my business acumen is unparalleled. To put it plainly, Evernight Hwala is just a pathetic whetstone, meant to sharpen me because our younger siblings are not up to the task. You, as the most famous intelligent person in Evernight City, surprisingly didn't choose to stand with me. It truly puzzles me. Evernight Firetree spoke at length, finally whispering, Fu Luo, if you stand with me, you will become my most capable right-hand man. I will make you the CEO, chairman, and chief researcher of Truth Company. By then, the entire Evernight City will bow at our feet. Hearing Evernight Firetree's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel puzzled. Fu Luo, what exactly did you do in Evernight City to be so sought after by 2 nobles? However, from President Paris's previous evaluation, Fu Luo's reputation shouldn't be very good. This was too contradictory. What exactly made Evernight Firetree and Evernight Hwala value Fu Luo so much, to the point where Fu Luo held a position that even President Paris had to respect, yet his evaluation remained largely negative? However, facing Evernight Firetree now, Lin Yu had no time to thoroughly investigate what Fu Luo had done. He could only adapt to the situation based on the available information and give a response that fit Fu Luo's style. Knowing that Fu Luo had also rejected Evernight Firetree last time, Lin Yu's response was much bolder. He adjusted his hat and said, as if conflicted, Young Master Firetree. Oh, how should I put it, your conditions are indeed generous, and you certainly have the advantage, but I'm not trying to get involved in who between you and Miss Hwala will succeed, Lin Yu said, then scratched his nose. I'm simply one to honor my commitments. Miss Hwala came first and has treated me well. Changing allegiance now just feels a bit disloyal to Miss Hwala. After hearing Lin Yu's reply, Evernight Firetree frowned. I don't understand what Evernight Hwala gave you that makes you able to reject me time and time again. Lin Yu smiled. He didn't know either. Who knew what benefits Evernight Hwala gave Fu Luo? He, Lin Yu, hadn't received any. However, there was still a safe answer to this question. Respect, esteemed Firetree. Miss Evernight Hwala offers respect to a commoner like me. In Lin Yu's opinion, even President Paris was somewhat wary of Fu Luo, so Fu Luo must have a significant position with Evernight Hwala. And after Evernight Firetree heard Lin Yu say this, a strange expression appeared on his face. Alright, respect, huh? If you call that respect, then indeed, only Evernight Hwala can give it to you. He seemed to suddenly give up on something, walked past Lin Yu, picked up a towel, and began to wipe his body. Go find her, Fu Luo. However, even so, I will not consider you an enemy. Whenever you come to your senses, you can always come to me. After bidding farewell to the strange naked man, young Master Huashu, in the Buyi Tian family's grand bathhouse, Lin Yu was led by a maid to the tea room. Hualu, this is the tea room.
The maid's steps stopped at the door of the room. The closed door was no different from any other, but Lin Yu couldn't help but become a little more serious.
I'm finally going to meet Huolu. The real challenge was just beginning now.
Even though President Paris was an old fox, a master of human nature, and even though Huoshu was not an easy person to get along with, these two guys were completely unfamiliar with Fu Luo. Just this one point meant Lin Yu didn't need to worry too much.
But Huolu was different.
All the information he had gathered through indirect inquiries so far indicated that Huolu and Fu Luo had a relatively close relationship.
It even seemed like these two had a very special way of interacting.
The possibility of Huolu seeing through his disguise was very high.
But even with the risk, I've already come this far, I'll just have to take it one step at a time. Lin Yu took a deep breath, slowly exhaled, and then opened the tea room door. He walked into the tea room and gently closed the door behind him. The intertwined scents of flowers and tea wafted into his nostrils, making him feel refreshed. Inside the elegant tea room, a young woman wearing an ancient ceremonial dress, plain white with gold embroidery, sat gracefully before a tea table made of golden silkwood, skillfully brewing tea. Her wide sleeves fluttered like rolling clouds, yet they deftly avoided the tea set in splashing tea. Hearing Lin Yu open and close the door, the young woman looked up slightly, her black waterfall-like Heimcut hair gently swaying. Her fiery red eyes reflected Lin Yu's figure, and a faint smile spread across her face. Huolu, you've finally come again.
Lin Yu didn't know how to respond to her, so he took off his baseball cap and bowed.
Esteemed Huolu, Fu Baluo greets you.
If Fu Baluo and the other party had a strict hierarchical relationship, then this could be interpreted as him seriously bowing to show respect. But if the other party and Fu Baluo had a more intimate relationship, this could also be interpreted as him playfully using a bow to be mischievous. Which it was dependent on Huoli's reaction.
The young woman looked at Lin Yu's respectful demeanor and let out a soft, amused laugh. What are you doing? Why are you suddenly bowing to me? This is so improper.
Huola put down the teapot in her hand, stood up, walked around, and personally pulled out the chair opposite the tea table.
Come, sit down.
A new batch of excellent white tea has arrived. Huola patted the back of the chair. I only brought it out because I heard you were coming.
Drink it to nourish your body.
Listening to Huoli's words, Lin Yu generally understood the situation. Their relationship was indeed relatively relaxed, casual, and equal. He twirled the hat in his hand and put it back on his head, then sat down in the chair. Huolu sat back in her seat with light steps and poured Lin Yu a full cup of tea. The rising tea aroma wafted towards him. Lin Yu picked up the white jade cup in front of him. The tea inside was scalding hot, but the cup itself only felt slightly warm to the touch. He gently blew on it, took a sip of tea, and his eyes lit up. The quality of this tea was indeed excellent, worthy of being treasured by the eldest young ladies of the 5 great noble families. Of course, Lin Yu knew absolutely nothing about tea. Even with 2 flavors of bottled tea beverages, he couldn't tell the difference without drinking them side by side for comparison. The reason his eyes lit up and he dared to confirm the excellent quality of the tea was because with that one sip, he genuinely felt much more relaxed all over, and it even immediately triggered a buff. Moreover, this enhancement was almost the most powerful Lin Yu had ever seen so far, probably on par with the effects of lucky sweetness and miserly rich man. Drink the most suitable person with diligence and virtue. Remaining 10 minutes greatly increases mental focus. When concentrating on thinking, it will accelerate thinking speed, causing a difference between the perceived flow of time and thought and the flow of real time. Although the duration was very short, Lin Yu tested it. The effect of this thing was similar to bullet time, except his physical speed wouldn't accelerate either. In other words, this thing could allow him to gain more observation, memory, and thinking time in urgent situations. It was somewhat like the TAS speedrunning technique in single-player games, which uses auxiliary software like speed gears. It doesn't increase the speed of command input, but by extending thinking time and improving operational precision, it can achieve optimal operations at a frame-by-frame level that humans simply cannot do. Lin Yu clearly understood how powerful this thing was. Even because of this characteristic, a 10-minute duration was not considered very short. He calmly took out sealed mind from the elixir immortal pot and replaced it with the newly acquired drink, the most suitable person with diligence and virtue. At the same time, Lin Yu also sighed with emotion again. Fu Luo truly had some tricks up his sleeve. If it weren't for the fact that he was twice brushed in strange places like the snowy mountains or despair train, he should have been able to clear any copy easily once he reached the territory of Truth Company, within Nightless City. He was really lucky to be able to use his identity. Leaving aside whether Huolu could help him complete his commission, just this cup of tea alone was already a great gain. Huolu on the other side also poured herself a cup of tea, and seeing Lin Yu's surprised and satisfied expression, she chuckled and spoke.
How is it? My skill isn't bad, right?
Hearing Huoli's words, Lin Yu nodded slightly.
It is indeed good tea, and you brew it well. It makes me feel so comfortable that it shoots straight to my crown. I feel like I'm about to fly. No kidding, I really feel a bit weightless.
Lin Yu praised Huolu and Fu Luo's slightly exaggerated language style. Huolu naturally looked very happy and became pleased with herself. Of course, even though my skills in painting and calligraphy are just mediocre, tea art is what I'm best at. She also picked up her teacup, took a light sip, and sighed softly. This time it's really well brewed.
And the tea leaves are excellent.
Lin Yu picked up his teacup again. By now, the tea had cooled down a bit, so he quickly gulped down another large mouthful, trying to extend the duration of the buff. Before he could swallow the tea, Huolu spoke again.
Anyway, it's good that you're back. Well, don't bow to me next time, it always feels strange. After all, in a sense, you are my father.
As Huoli's words fell, Lin Yu felt his brain buzz, almost spitting out all the tea. As a reserve stage actor with professional acting skills, Lin Yu struggled greatly this time to control his expression. He looked at the beautiful, noble, and elegant young woman before him, like a narcissus flower, and a question arose in his mind.
Fu Luo, what exactly have you done? Lin Yu silently swallowed the tea in his mouth, quickly pondering the exact relationship between Fu Luo and Bu Yitian Huolu. First, it was impossible for them to be actual blood-related father and daughter. Even without considering age, Bu Yitian Huolu looked exactly like Bu Yitian Huishu. Black hair, red eyes, thin lips. And those beautiful, somewhat alluring fox-like eyes. So, Lin Yu immediately couldn't help but wonder if this father was a special, intimate term of endearment between them? But Lin Yu quickly dismissed this idea himself. From Bu Yitian Huoli's attitude, while she was close to Fu Luo, it was definitely not like a romantic or ambiguous relationship. Could it be that the current Bu Yitian Huolu was actually an artificial human-like stiller, and Fu Luo had contributed to her creation? While this would fit the description of father in a certain sense, it still felt off. Because the young girl in front of him looked like a completely natural person in every way. The earlier father also carried more than a hint of teasing and playfulness. It couldn't be a godfather, could it? Lin Yu couldn't find an answer for a moment, so he could only muddle through for now. So hot. Lin Yu pretended to have burned his tongue on the tea, gently sucking in cool air. Bu Yitian Huolu, seeing Lin Yu's reaction, also expressed her concern. Oh dear, be careful. Do you need burn ointment? After Lin Yu shook his head in refusal, Bu Yitian Huolu immediately spoke up. It seems you're still resistant to this identity, Bu Yitian Huolu said with a smile. I don't feel anything about it, so why can't you accept it? Hearing this, Lin Yu subtly analyzed new information. It seemed Fu Luo wasn't very enthusiastic or satisfied about being Bu Yitian Huoli's father either. Following this new piece of information, Lin Yu showed some displeasure and said vaguely, "You have to give me some time to accept it." But it was just these somewhat unclear words. Bu Yitian Huolu, who had been gentle, friendly, and even a bit enthusiastic since entering the room, suddenly had her expression turn cold. "Fu Baluo, don't think you still have a choice." Bu Yitian Huolu stood up, her fiery red eyes fixed on Lin Yu's face. "Perhaps you don't fear my methods, but you know Mother's methods. As the Bu Yetian family head and this generation's God-chosen, neither you nor I have the right to defy Mother. So, accept reality." Bu Yitian Huolu said coldly.
Later, come with me to pay respects to mother.
I hope you can please her this time too.
Saying that, Bui Tianhua stood up and walked behind Lin Yu, her voice suddenly softening again.
Actually, I truly admire you. Don't worry, once mother dies, I will give you everything you deserve. Whatever you want, I will give it to you.
She gently stroked Lin Yu's face, her words softly echoing.
Fu Baluo, I know what kind of lives you otherworlders lead, living from hand to mouth, hanging by a thread. I understand you very well, because I am the same. If I can't become the family head, I will die. We are all the same, like cicadas in late autumn. But as long as you can win mother's favor for me, as long as you can make mother always believe that I am the most suitable heir, I can survive. As long as I control the Buyetian family, I will definitely make sure you can also live on and on.
As she spoke, Bui Tianhuoli's slender, delicate hand suddenly tightened, clutching Lin Yu's throat. Lin Yu felt his breath suddenly constrict, and instinctively tried to pry Bui Tianhuoli's hand away. But this frail-looking woman's strength was terrifyingly great, like a steel clamp firmly locking Lin Yu's throat.
You must believe me, Fu Baluo, you are the only one I can trust.
My birth father is dead, and I can't trust anyone in this family, this city, or this world.
I can only trust you, this otherworlder. Fu Baluo, you are the same, we can only survive by trusting each other.
Bui Tianhuoli's voice was extremely soft, a stark contrast to her gradually tightening hand. But at this moment, Lin Yu actually calmed down. He released his resisting hands. In fact, if he went all out, Lin Yu, with his 5 times normal strength and various methods to enhance his physique, might not be unable to pry Bui Tianhuoli's hand open. He might even be able to break her hand if she was caught off guard.
But that wasn't the strength Fu Luo should possess.
And Lin Yu also realized that Bui Tianhuoli didn't really want to kill him. It seems all the nobles in this world truly have serious mental problems and personality flaws, just in different ways. I originally thought Bui Tianhuoli was more normal than her brother, but now it seems they're both equally bad.
Fu Luo, now I'm curious why you rejected Bui Tianhuo last time. However, this has now made it completely clear why Fu Luo holds such a high position, why even President Paris doesn't dare to underestimate him, and why both heir siblings of the Buyetian family are vying for him. It turns out this guy is being a pretty boy for Bui Tianhuo and Bui Tianhua Shu's biological mother, the current Buyetian family head.
Thinking of this, Lin Yu recalled Bui Tianhua Shu's words and couldn't help but feel like laughing. That narcissistic naked man was truly a master of subtle writing. He talked so much about people supporting him and even mentioned his father, making Lin Yu originally think he was already stable. It turned out that the current Buyetian family head was not his father at all, but his Enhuoli's mother, which meant his father was actually on equal footing with Fu Luo, at most the difference between a legitimate wife and a favored concubine. And Bui Tianhuoli was clearly the one more favored by her mother. The weight of this one vote outweighed all of Bui Tianhuo's rambling nonsense. Coupled with President Paris also being in Bui Tianhuoli's faction, it seemed the two sides were indeed evenly matched. It was even possible that Bui Tianhuoli had the upper hand. Of course, given Bui Tianhuoli's current frenzied appearance, Lin Yu also felt that her pressure must be considerable. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt his thoughts becoming sluggish. Prolonged lack of oxygen to the brain due to restricted breathing had become severe enough to affect his thinking. He gently patted Bui Tianhuoli's forearm, signaling that he was almost out of breath.
Bui Tianhuoli released Lin Yu. Although he hadn't quite reached his limit, considering Fu Luo's physical condition, Lin Yu still gasped for air, appearing as if he was on the verge of fainting.
Having almost completely figured out the internal dynamics of the Buyetian family and Fu Luo's position, Lin Yu's mind was clear, and he began his performance without pressure.
He looked at Bui Tianhuoli with an expression of dissatisfaction. Just strangle me to death then. Strangle me to death right here in the tea room, and see if your mother, knowing I was strangled by you, still lets you be the family head. Lin Yu considered himself to understand Fu Luo quite well. Although most of the time Fu Luo was a complete coward, there were rare occasions when this coward would become exceptionally firm. One such instance was when he realized that being soft was useless. Fu Luo would then directly go to the other extreme,
becoming almost madly unyielding and displaying a willing-to-go-all-out attitude.
The other instance was
when Fu Luo realized he was actually in a position of advantage and superiority, he would become exceptionally arrogant. Commonly known as a dog relying on its master's power, or being unforgiving when in the right. The current conditions applied to both situations simultaneously. Therefore, according to Fu Luo's behavioral pattern, it wouldn't be impossible for him to be firm now. And after Lin Yu fiercely laid down his harsh words, Bu Yitianhuoli's imposing aura also weakened slightly. She looked at Lin Yu and explained her actions in a low voice. I'm sorry, I just lost control.
Lost control, huh? What would your mother say if she saw you losing control? Can someone who loses control be a good Bu Yetian family head? Lin Yu also stood up.
Bu Yitianhuoli's height was already at the average level for a woman, and now that Lin Yu stood up, she had to look up at him. In terms of aura, Bu Yitianhuoli couldn't help but feel a bit smaller.
You have a point, but I don't want to hear your explanation, Lin Yu interrupted her, adjusting his hat. Don't explain. Next time, control your emotions better.
I agree with what you said. Lin Yu took a step forward, almost pressing against Bu Yitianhuoli. We are indeed grasshoppers on the same rope, with no one to rely on but each other. But precisely because of this, don't disappoint me, Bu Yitianhuoli. You must not make mistakes, you must not collapse, you must not lose control.
At any time, in any place, you must be perfect.
Lin Yu said seriously, and Bu Yitianhuoli's body trembled slightly.
Did you hear me? Bu Yitianhuoli's eyelashes also trembled, like the quivering of a pine branch rebounding after being weighed down by snow. I understand, Fu Erbaluo.
She responded in a low voice, but Lin Yu did not let her off. Lin Yu reached out and, in turn, pinched Bu Yitianhuoli not her neck, but her cheek. Bu Yitianhuoli clearly hadn't expected this. An expression of fear appeared on her face.
How dare you, Fu Erbaluo, even if you have mother's favor.
You are still weak, still foolish, Bu Yitianhuoli, Lin Yu said coldly. At this moment, the offense and defense had completely reversed.
Don't show such an expression, don't say such words.
Bu Yitianhuoli was interrupted, becoming even more anxious. But at this critical moment, she suddenly seemed to calm down, gripping Lin Yu's hand that was pinching her.
Let go of me,
Bu Yitianhuoli said, then twisted Lin Yu's hand.
Lin Yu didn't resist with much strength, letting Bu Yitianhuoli twist his hand back.
He grimaced in pain but also laughed. That's right, this is more like it.
You're starting to feel like a family head. You need to remember this feeling, Lin Yu said, laughing loudly.
Bu Yitianhuoli released his hand. Looking at Lin Yu, who was clutching his hand and wincing, Bu Yitianhuoli showed a pained expression. Why were you so aggressive when you appeared today?
What exactly have you encountered during this time?
Because time is more pressing, young Miss Evernight Skyfire Tree just tried to win me over while he was bathing, Lin Yu said calmly.
The St. Lan family's family meeting is about to be held, and I've returned from the outer city.
Someone issued a commission to assassinate the butler of the St. Lan family's third son. Bu Yitianhuoli was surprised. Has the St. Lan family's struggle reached such a point that they need to rely on the outer city's forces?
So, that's why you came back in President Paris's car today. Are you worried that Evernight Skyfire Tree and people from other families are contacting him? Lin Yu slowly nodded.
No matter how Bu Yitianhuoli came to this conclusion, he wouldn't deny it. That's right, but at least Paris is still trustworthy. He and I also had some past grudges and grievances, and now in this time of crisis, we need to resolve them, Lin Yu said, looking troubled.
Now is the most turbulent time in Nightless City. You cannot make any mistakes, not even a tiny one.
The commissions from the outer city are not just as simple as targeting the St. Lan family's butler, Lin Yu lowered his voice. In fact, there might even be assassination commissions targeting the 5 great royal nobles themselves.
Bu Yitianhuoli's expression changed slightly. Who is so bold?
I don't know, but in any case, you still need to be extremely careful. Lin Yu said earnestly, this is also my main purpose.
For coming to see you today.
Commoners and bandits dare not lay hands on royal nobles, but if they have other royal nobles behind them, things are different. As he spoke, Bu Yi Tianhuo nodded seriously.
I understand.
She looked at Lin Yu, narrowing her eyes. There are some things you can't say too clearly, but I know.
If necessary, I will consider directly finding people to kill other competitors.
Lin Yu raised his eyebrows. I didn't say that.
Oh, and one more thing. Is your younger sister's birthday coming up soon? Bu Yi Tianhuo Xing?
Why do you ask about her? Bu Yi Tianhuo Lu said in surprise.
I want to attend her birthday banquet. Are there any invitations or anything like that?
Also, what would be a suitable gift? Lin Yu asked naturally.
Bu Yi Tianhuo frowned and said, there's no need.
Although Bu Yi Tianhuo Xing is about to come of age, her strange personality poses no threat to me at all.
You don't need to worry about her.
Moreover, even if she and Huoshu have the same biological father, her relationship with Huoshu is not good. Honestly, I actually think it's better to let her live, at least we don't have to target her first. Lin Yu was deeply shocked to hear Bu Yi Tianhuo Li's words. These royal nobles truly have no strong concept of family affection. He had just reminded Bu Yi Tianhuo Lu that someone had issued an assassination commission, and she immediately thought of eliminating other heirs, showing how quick she was to grasp the implications. Now that he mentioned Bu Yi Tianhuo Xing, Bu Yi Tianhuo Li's subconscious reaction was also that he wanted to kill her. As expected, royal nobles are all natural political animals. Is it possible that I just genuinely want to attend her birthday banquet and engage in some social activities as a guest of the Bu Yetian family at such a social event? Lin Yu said seriously.
Bu Yi Tianhuo looked at Lin Yu. In other words, you don't plan to kill anyone at this coming-of-age ceremony?
Absolutely not.
Lin Yu said earnestly.
Lin Yu must have been tricking Huo Lu of the Bu Yi Tian family.
He entered this birthday banquet to kill someone.
However, Lin Yu indeed had no intention of killing Huo Xing of the Bu Yi Tian family, his target was merely LT Mercury. But Huo Lu of the Bu Yi Tian family obviously believed Lin Yu's statement. That's right, with your courage, killing someone in broad daylight is still too difficult for you. Or rather, even killing itself is probably difficult for you. Huo Lu of the Bu Yi Tian family made this judgment based on her past impression of Fu Baluo. This judgment cannot be said to be wrong, because Lin Yu thought so too.
Unfortunately, the current Fu Baluo is not Fu Luo.
Huo Lu of the Bu Yi Tian family continued. However, this coming-of-age ceremony is indeed a very good social opportunity, whether for making connections or gathering information, it's very suitable. Basically all members of the Bu Yi Tian family will attend this ceremony, and other royal noble families from Nightless City will also send people over. Huoshu of the Bu Yi Tian family and Huo Xing of the Bu Yi Tian family's father have been planning this coming-of-age ceremony for a long time, even inviting many people who are usually unseen. For example, those who have already gone into seclusion. As Huo Lu of the Bu Yi Tian family spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly. This is probably why the C-77 commission was set for Huo Xing of the Bu Yi Tian family's coming-of-age ceremony. Although committing a crime in the Bu Yi Tian family seems dangerous, this might actually be the best opportunity to kill LT Mercury. This once powerful old man took a position at the Truth Company to weaken his influence in the Mercury family, so he must usually live in seclusion, his movements very mysterious, and very difficult to find. Of course, there is another possibility. Perhaps the person who hired the assassin deliberately chose a grand occasion like Huo Xing of the Bu Yi Tian family's coming-of-age ceremony, but after all, when a duke is assassinated, the people who want him dead might not just want him dead. How the assassinated duke dies is also very crucial. Is it grand or secret, is it disgraced or dignified? A royal noble, and a royal noble who once served as clan leader, holds too much weight. Even the angle at which he falls when he dies could cause different impacts. However, for Lin Yu, while these things are worth thinking about, there's no need to understand them too clearly. Anyway, he just needs to get the commission, there's no need to get too deeply involved in the power struggles of Nightless City.
So, why is this coming-of-age ceremony being held so grandly? Lin Yu asked casually.
Huolu of the Bui Tian family shrugged, looking very nonchalant. Their biological father has always paid great attention to such pomp and circumstance. After all, he was just a baron's descendant before, and joining the Bui Tian family was like climbing high. Of course, another reason is probably related to Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family herself. As Huolu of the Bui Tian family spoke, Lin Yu was intrigued. You just said her personality is peculiar, so what is so special about Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family? In Lin Yu's opinion, these royal nobles were all a bit problematic. To be evaluated as eccentric by these people, and to pose no threat whatsoever to the position of heir because of her eccentric personality, Lin Yu was still a little curious. What kind of existence was Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family, the protagonist of this birthday banquet and coming-of-age ceremony? Hearing Lin Yu ask this, Huolu of the Bui Tian family sighed.
She is basically a complete fool, let alone a duke.
Even among commoners, there are few as strange as her. You've been in the Bui Tian family for so long and haven't seen her, which already says a lot. As Huolu of the Bui Tian family spoke, Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, Foolishness comes in many directions. Huolu of the Bui Tian family continued to explain, let me put it this way, although Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family has self-care abilities, can count, read, and even sometimes is exceptionally clever, when she was 14, she went out with her attendants and managed to shake off all the guards in just 5 minutes. When they found her, she was in a trash can in the outer city, with a group of raccoons, sharing food with them. Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Don't you royal nobles receive education? Clearly, her way of understanding the world is very different from normal people, and education only mitigates this, it cannot fundamentally cure or eradicate it. As Huolu of the Bui Tian family spoke, she also showed a somewhat pained expression. Normally, as Huo Shu of the Bui Tian family's biological sister, even if their relationship wasn't good, if Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family were a foolish person, it would certainly be a happy occasion for Huolu of the Bui Tian family. But clearly, Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family's foolishness, in a certain sense, could be a huge problem for the entire Bui Tian family. So Huolu of the Bui Tian family's current worry is the worry of a member of the Bui Tian family. That makes it even stranger then, since Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family is so abnormal, and the Bui Tian family's past strategy has always been to hide her. Why, on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, is it being widely publicized and held so grandly? Lin Yu asked with some confusion. Huolu of the Bui Tian family answered Lin Yu's question, it's simple, because since she was born into the Bui Tian family, she must fulfill her value. With the behavior she exhibits, she cannot manage the family, nor can she join a company, so there's only one path left. Marriage alliance. At least her bloodline as a member of the Bui Tian family is genuine, and she is the legitimate second miss of the Bui Tian family. Huolu of the Bui Tian family said indifferently. Rather than a birthday banquet and coming-of-age ceremony, it's more like an exhibition of a high-priced commodity named Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family. Letting those who are willing to bid and are qualified to be buyers see the quality of my sister. Lin Yu exhaled a long breath after hearing Huolu of the Bui Tian family's words. Truly worthy of being a duke, truly worthy of being knightless city. Even their own people can be regarded as commodities? It's truly cruel enough. Huolu of the Bui Tian family laughed. Cruel? Perhaps, but in my opinion, it's already very mercy. If I lose, I don't even have the right to be exhibited or auctioned as a commodity. Speaking of this, Huolu of the Bui Tian family paused, then spoke again. Alright, in any case, if you want to attend this coming-of-age ceremony, I can directly give you an invitation. I can have as many of these as I want. However, I recommend you still tell my mother about this directly. She should be very happy that you would proactively suggest wanting to attend Huo Xing of the Bui Tian family's coming-of-age ceremony. And, you should go see her too. To Lin Yu's relief, Bui Tian Huolu did not directly send him alone to meet her mother, but chose to go with Lin Yu. He did not know where the Buyetian family head was now. And the fact proved. The place where Bui Tian Huoli's mother stayed was indeed hard to find. After the two left the tea room, they walked straight to the deepest part of the entire Buyitian family estate, walking along the corridor for almost half an hour. Lin Yu and Buyitianhua passed by the bustling kitchen where servants were busy, past winding artificial streams and landscape water wheels, past tranquil gardens full of zen, past ancestral halls with more than a dozen white jade statues. The long corridor became increasingly quiet and straight, and the buildings on both sides gradually became tall, magnificent, yet monotonous. From the initial rustic wooden courtyards and detached small buildings, they gradually transformed into solemn, tall halls. Finally, Lin Yu gradually saw a tall, dark gray hexagonal tower standing at the end of the Buyitian estate. Its shadow obscured the corridor and other surrounding buildings, as if it had grown step by devouring other structures. What puzzled Lin Yu was, he seemed to have never seen this building before, or rather, he hadn't noticed it. Is it some kind of cognitive interference method, or is the design of the entire Buyitian estate simply too clever? Lin Yu was full of curiosity, but he couldn't ask. After all, Fu Luo had probably asked and understood the truth. However, fortunately, the two summoned beings sitting on Lin Yu's shoulder were well versed in this. Quack. Director, this building was probably constructed using some kind of illusion material, so after a certain distance, it interferes with the correct perception of its existence. I suspect this is probably a design to defend against external strikes. It is not only effective for the cognition of life, but can also interfere with the recording and recognition of objective objects. I'm afraid photography or positioning would also be very difficult. Quack, I've seen this phenomenon before, but for something this big. This is the first time. Lin Yu nodded, as expected. There's something wrong with this tower itself. Is it similar to your ink? Hannah hesitated. Quack, it seems to be quite different. My ink works on optical and appearance principles, while this is more like a conceptual creation. Lao Zhang took over Hannah's words. It's miracle alchemy. In the barren world, although it now appears to be a world dominated by technology companies, where various new technologies are key, the cornerstone of this world's technology tree is still alchemy. Every duke has survived to this day and achieved a lofty status by relying on the alchemy of equivalent exchange and miracle creation. Companies have decoded the equivalent exchange part of alchemy into repeatable experiments and theorems that can be summarized into laws, forming new alchemy and continuously developing it, but the miracle creation part is still firmly in the hands of the dukes. Without miracle alchemy, the equivalent exchange part would just be a castle in the air. And the core of miracle alchemy comes from the gods. This is why the barren world seems to be the least affected by gods, but in reality, it is the most affected. Because in other worlds, gods usually directly connect with a specific living being through religion, spokespersons, or the god chosen, but in the barren world, especially in Nightless City, the power of gods is transmitted layer by layer through a pyramid structure. It is precisely because the power of gods is transmitted downwards that the power structure of the barren world is constructed. Although it is only my guess, the natural high status of the royal nobles probably comes from the gods. Lao Zhang eloquently spoke about his analysis of this world. Lin Yu understood Lao Zhang's meaning. So, the existence of this building means that I have finally reached the pinnacle, just one person away from the gods, right? Yes. So I suggest you put both Hannah and me away. Lao Zhang cautiously suggested. Under normal circumstances, Hannah's disguise is absolutely effective, but when facing a being who might be a spokesperson for a god, it's best to be fully prepared. This Buyetian family head is very likely a being similar to the Lord of Mist Island or Hannah's uncle. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. No matter what, the mask should still be reliable. After all, it can even deceive gods. The effects of props from the death game, especially professional items, still had the highest level of priority. However, Hannah's own abilities were indeed not so reliable. In that case, it's really not suitable for you two to stay outside. Lin Yu put away Hannah and Lao Zhang, letting them return to the item space in the form of the little chef apprentice and the wise one's active brain. Fu Luo, you really gave me a big surprise. You're almost reaching the heavens in Nightless City. Without even being tier 1, you can actually be connected to gods.
Lin Yu genuinely felt a headache.
Admittedly, the more noble and high-class Fu Luo's identity was, the more convenience and ease his impostor would have in acting. If it were Lin Yu himself, how to infiltrate Bu Yi Tianhua Xing's birthday party and get in touch with LT Mercury would be a thorny problem. Now Lin Yu could not only attend grandly as a guest, but even directly pull LT Mercury into a small room for a private chat. But Fu Luo's current identity was too prominent, which created new problems. The quality of his social circle in Nightless City was a bit too high. Paris, Evernight Sky Firetree, Bu Yi Tianhua Lu. These three were already harder to fool and deceive than the last, and now there was even a Bu Yetian family head. And she was also God-chosen. However, with the arrow already on the string, Lin Yu couldn't worry about so much. Moreover, even though Lin Yu had a headache, he still had some confidence. What are you spacing out about again? Bu Yi Tianhua Li's urging voice came. Just thinking about the opening remarks for a while, Lin Yu came back to his senses and blurted out, pleasing and currying favor with your mother is no easy task. Bu Yi Tianhua Lu sighed. That's true. The two walked to the end of the corridor, at the foot of the hexagonal tower. A long, wide flight of 100 stone steps led to the base of the tower, where there was a tightly closed metal gate. And on both sides of the gate, two heavily armored guards stood tall. This place, rather than being the residence of the Bu Yetian family head, was more like a prison where dangerous individuals were held, or a demon-suppressing tower. Lin Yu and Bu Yi Tianhua climbed the stairs and arrived at the main entrance. Standing before the tower, looking at the heavy metal gate, Lin Yu felt the atmosphere grow increasingly oppressive. Bu Yi Tianhua Lu, however, seemed perfectly accustomed and adapted to it. The two guards at the door wore Chi-Hei full-body heavy armor with helmets. Although the style was somewhat ancient, Lin Yu only realized upon closer inspection that beneath these armors were many neat circuits, as well as ventilation ports and numerous hidden openings and seams. Beneath those gaps, there were probably many ingenious tools that could pop out. Up close, the full-coverage helmets even revealed interfaces for imaging devices and communication devices. Rather than armor, it was more like mecha. Seeing Bu Yi Tianhua Lu and Lin Yu approach the door, the two heavily armored guards bowed slightly. Young Miss, Mr. Fuer Baluo. A muffled voice emerged from the helmet's loudspeaker, its tone indicating the guard's reverence. Bu Yi Tianhua nodded slightly. I've brought Fuer Baluo to see Mother. Is she seeing anyone today? She is. The Neuheben family head has not given instructions to seclude herself today, the guard respectfully said. Do the two of you wish to go in directly, or should we announce your arrival first? Bu Yi Tianhua Lu waved her hand. Just open the door. The two guards acknowledged, then each pulled out a metal rod and inserted it into a keyhole on the large door. As the keys turned, a clack sound came from within the door, making Lin Yu realize that the lock mechanism of this door seemed to be some kind of mechanical structure. This scene made Lin Yu feel even more that this tower resembled a place where the Bu Yetian family head was being confined or contained. After all, the Neuheben family head herself was inside, so why would the door be locked from the outside? The large door slowly opened, revealing a spiral staircase leading upwards. Let's go. Bu Yi Tianhua said in a low voice, and together with Lin Yu, she walked inside. The two walked slowly up the stairs, and the sound of the large door slamming shut echoed behind them. They climbed floor after floor of stairs almost without stopping, and the wall-mounted lights beside each step would suddenly illuminate as they passed. Lin Yu could clearly feel that Bu Yi Tianhua seemed somewhat nervous ever since seeing this tower. Bu Yi Tianhua had been slowly tensing up. The closer she got to her mother's location, the more tense she became. Lin Yu gently patted the girl's back. Relax, he said in a low voice, and Bu Yi Tianhua softly hummed. But clearly, this perfunctory comfort was of no use to Bu Yi Tianhua. So, Lin Yu used a more effective and very Fu Luo method. No matter what, father is here. Lin Yu spoke very seriously, as if he were truly an old father comforting his daughter. Whatever happens, father will take care of it. Bu Yi Tianhua looked at Lin Yu and sighed. What are you doing? I thought you wouldn't mind. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow.
Didn't you yourself initiate playing into the family trope before? Bui Tianhuolo pouted. That may be true, but if you use this trick to comfort me every single time, how can it still be effective? I think you just want to take advantage of me. Listening to Bui Tianhuoli's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but fall into thought. Every time? In a sense, he had truly succeeded in impersonating Fu Luo, accurately predicting what he would say in such a situation. But what Lin Yu felt even more gonkai was to be able to say such things every time. Fu Luo, you are truly invincible. After complaining about Fu Luo in his mind, he then smiled and looked at Bui Tianhuolu. Well, it still works this time. Doesn't it? Lin Yu said, and Bui Tianhuolu did not answer the question. We're on the 7th floor. Let's see if Mother is at the prayer altar. Saying this, she did not continue upwards, but walked to the door on this floor and pushed it open. Compared to the tower's gloomy exterior and the rustic, dim spiral staircase, the interior of this 7th floor looked somewhat sacred. The spacious hall was paved with neat floor tiles, the walls hung with charts full of formulas and complex symbols, and soft, white ceiling lights cast a warm glow. In the very center of the hall, there was a statue of a deity sitting cross-legged, in a relaxed posture. The overall physique of the statue resembled a young girl, but its face was a smooth blank, and if one concentrated, it seemed as if many symbols rapidly appeared and disappeared. This thing should be a genuine article directly related to a deity. This thought flashed through Lin Yu's mind, and he quickly averted his gaze. Beneath the statue, there was a square table that seemed to be for offerings, except those offerings were books. Bui Tianhuolo looked at the empty hall and shook her head. She's not on this floor, so she must be in the library on the top floor, she said, closing the door, then led Lin Yu onward. At this moment, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit relieved that he had put Lao Zhang and Hannah away, and had sent Stiller off early. This place was indeed a bit too dangerous. But at the same time, Lin Yu couldn't help but miss the two of them and Stiller. At least if they were here, they might be able to tell me which deity this statue belongs to, and what I need to be aware of. Now, he can only take things one step at a time. Under Bui Tianhuoli's guidance, Lin Yu and she continued to climb the stairs. This time, the two climbed all the way to the end of the stairs in one go. Bui Tianhuolu again pushed open the small door at the end of the staircase. The two entered. Because Bui Tianhuola had mentioned a library earlier, Lin Yu knew what this top floor was for. But when he actually entered, Lin Yu felt a slight shock. Tier upon tier of bookshelves, 6 stories high, were arranged, each bookshelf dozens of meters tall. The entire roof was designed with glass skylights, and natural light poured down unreservedly, bright and transparent. This was not a library. This was clearly an entire library. Bui Tianhuola stood at the doorway, taking several deep breaths, seemingly having prepared herself mentally. Then, she called out in a clear voice. Mother, Fuer Baluo, and I have come to see you. A few seconds after Bui Tianhuola finished shouting, a female voice quietly echoed. I know. This voice hovered over the library, as if there were some amplification system. Then, Lin Yu heard the creak of wheels rolling. From deep within 2 rows of bookshelves, a wooden mobile ladder, nearly 3 meters tall, smoothly emerged, and seated upon it was a little girl in a white dress, with long black hair cascading down like a waterfall, almost reaching the floor. Lin Yu looked at her, unexpectedly stunned. The person sitting on the mobile ladder platform wore narrow-rimmed glasses and held a thick book. Her demeanor suggested she was a formidable scholar, but her petite figure and tender face made her look like a child of only 10, no matter how one looked at her. Her fiery red eyes gazed at Lin Yu and Bui Tianhuolu, and she spoke again. Huolu, my most beloved daughter, why do you visit me today? Lin Yu's suspended heart finally died. This person was actually the Buyetian family head, Bui Tianhuoli's mother. Although the Neuheaven family head's appearance was somewhat unexpected by Lin Yu, he quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, in the bizarre copy, it was possible for any form of NPC to appear. Especially for those closer to gods and with higher status, it was perfectly normal for their appearance to differ from ordinary people. His item space still held an octopus chef and a talking, glowing brain.
The Neuheaven family head currently only looked like her appearance didn't match her actual age. Lin Yu's only thought now was how Fu Luo could even bring himself to do it. After adjusting his mindset, Lin Yu observed the conversation between the mother and daughter. Bui Tianhua showed no disrespect or disdain for her mother's appearance. Instead, she answered her mother's questions with great care. "Mother, I came today for my sister's coming-of-age ceremony 2 days from now." The Neuheaven family had listened to Bui Tianhua's words and placed the book she was holding face down on her lap. She propped her chin with one hand, tilted her head, and said, "Hua Xing's birthday banquet. Someone has already reported it, and I will attend myself." "My dearest daughter, when did you become so concerned about your sister? Developing feelings for family members is not a good habit." The Neuheaven family head's tone was very relaxed, as if she was just mentioning it casually. But Lin Yu saw Bui Tianhua visibly tense up. She quickly bowed her head, clasping her hands in front of her. "Mother, I absolutely did not mean that. It's just that father has invited many prominent nobles for Hua Xing's coming-of-age ceremony. Shunli Group and Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild's directors have confirmed their attendance, and the patriarchs of 3 duke families will also come personally. The Mercury family and Saint Lan family have sent their congratulations, and envoys should arrive on the day. However, Alti Mercury of the Mercury family, as a supervisor at Truth Company, should also attend. The Sorens family has sent a congratulatory letter and a clear reply. A few juniors from their family should come with gifts. The Chiu family has only sent a congratulatory letter, and it's currently unknown who will attend." Bui Tianhua spoke in an orderly fashion. Rather than discussing her sister's birthday banquet with her mother, it was more like a department head reporting a celebratory event to a senior leader at a company annual meeting. Bui Tianhua continued. "In short, many prominent nobles are invited to this coming-of-age ceremony, and the location is chosen to be the Camellia Hall within the estate. This is a significant matter, and I humbly request your permission, Mother, to deploy family guards and some security forces from Truth Company to ensure the coming-of-age ceremony proceeds smoothly." The Neuheaven family had heard this, pondered silently, and then said, "Approved." Then, the Neuheaven family had continued, "Do you know something?" Bui Tianhua bowed again. "Yes, Mother, Mr. Fuer Baluo just informed me that there have been many assassination commissions targeting nobles and even royal nobles in the outer city recently. This made me determined to come and ask for your instructions." The Neuheaven family had lazily said, "Reasonable. The old geezer from Saint Lan must be nearing his grave, and coupled with the interesting young master of the Chiu family in this generation, and the potential for renewed conflict with the Mercury family, now is the time to employ such despicable methods as assassination." Bui Tianhua quickly said again, "Mother, you are perceptive. Therefore, I am concerned that holding such a grand coming-of-age ceremony and birthday banquet might become a stage for those with ill intentions to create chaos. But the invitations have already been sent, and for the family's reputation, we must carefully consider and ensure everything proceeds smoothly." The Neuheaven family had nodded again. "I understand. You may proceed with my command and handle the matter beautifully." She waved lightly, and a book from the bookshelf fell from above, landing precisely in Bui Tianhua's arms. The cover of this book was pure white, without any markings, but Bui Tianhua looked up in surprise. "Mother! This is the celestial tome, my token, and also the token of the Neuheaven family head." The Neuheaven family head said indifferently, "Take it and proceed." Bui Tianhua was stunned. "Mother, this matter, while important, does not warrant bringing out the celestial tome." The Neuheaven family head shook her head. "Rather than saying I'm bringing out the celestial tome for this matter, it's more that I'm preparing to use this opportunity to let you temporarily wield the celestial tome. Hua Lu, you are my most favored offspring. Hua Xian was born early in my life, and I neglected his upbringing, leading him to develop a profligate nature, so I placed him in a position at the Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild, away from the family. Hua Ming, on the other hand, is inherently violent. Such a person is too rigid and easily broken, and more likely to harm others internally, so he can only go to the great wilderness to serve as a sharp sword for the family. Hua Xing, there's no need to even mention her.
Her personality is eccentric and absurd. She has always been my biggest headache. If this coming-of-age ceremony can find her a good match, I will have much less to worry about. Although Huashu has some potential, I know he is also your biggest concern. I admit, I have intentionally allowed him to contend with you, but I always felt he was only fit to be your whetstone. The Noi Heaven family head spoke indifferently. Buyi Tianhuola held the celestial tome, not saying a word, quietly listening to her mother's lecture. Now, with Nightless City's situation turbulent, I hope you can use this opportunity to firmly establish yourself.
Daughter, do not disappoint me.
Buyi Tianhuola then finally agreed, Mother, I will not fail your expectations. At this point, Buyi Tianhuola cupped her hands again. There is one more thing, Mother. Fu Baluo also wishes to attend the coming-of-age ceremony and wants to enter as an honored guest with an invitation. The Noi Heaven family head, who seemed to have deliberately ignored Fu Baluo in front of her daughter, finally looked at Lin Yu. Her gaze fell upon him, and the Noi Heaven family head chuckled softly.
Oh my, to attend so formally.
Have you perhaps prepared some generous gift for my youngest daughter? Before Lin Yu could reply, the Noi Heaven family head clasped her hands in front of her chest. Granted. Take the celestial tome and find the butler. Grant him the courtesy of a distinguished guest, the same standard as other Duke Young Masters.
Buyi Tianhuola quickly responded, Understood, Mother. All right, you may withdraw. I wish to be alone with Fu Baluo for a while.
As the Noi Heaven family head spoke, Buyi Tianhuola glanced at Lin Yu, her eyes filled with hope.
Good luck.
Buyi Tianhuola mouthed to Lin Yu. It seemed that receiving the celestial tome was a very celebratory event for her.
Buyi Tianhuola then withdrew.
Within the vast library, only Lin Yu and the Noi Heaven family head remained. Her gaze rested on Lin Yu, and she chuckled softly.
Aluo, my daughter is as interesting as ever, isn't she?
Hearing the Noi Heaven family head's words, Lin Yu immediately spoke.
Of course, she's always been very interesting.
It's just that she's a bit emotionally unstable, and too prone to anxiety and worry. It seemed like an unthinking reply, but this was a prepared response Lin Yu had long since drafted. As Lin Yu spoke, the Noi Heaven family head smiled.
That's not bad, so you'll have to assist her more.
I gave her the celestial tome this time to give her some confidence. The Noi Heaven family head sighed. None of my children are accomplished. Aluo, you must be laughing at me. Actually, Huashu and Huolu are both quite good.
Of course, I still support Huolu a bit more.
Lin Yu said with a smile. The Noi Heaven family head gently tapped the inverted book on her knee.
Is it because your relationship with Huolu is better?
Of course, wearing Fu Luo's skin, Lin Yu faced this somewhat probing question without any evasion, but instead replied righteously, if I don't help those I'm close to, am I supposed to help those I'm distant from?
Hearing Lin Yu's righteous sophistry, the Noi Heaven family head actually laughed. That makes sense.
Aluo, if even one of my offspring were like you, I wouldn't have to worry. However, I heard that Huashu is also trying to win you over.
If you wanted to, you could become close to him too, couldn't you?
The Noi Heaven family head asked faintly.
Lin Yu couldn't help but feel emotional.
Although she looked like a child, her temperament was indeed that of a clan leader. Every question was sharp and difficult to deal with. No wonder Buyi Tianhuola was nervous. Having been at the pinnacle of power for so long, the Noi Heaven family head exuded an extreme aura of a superior in every gesture. Moreover, she was deeply secluded within this tower. On the surface, Lin Yu couldn't even imagine how she communicated with the outside world. But for various matters happening and about to happen within and outside the Buyetian family, and in Nightless City, the Noi Heaven family head still seemed to have channels of information. From subtly pointing out the difficulties in other royal noble families just now, to casually mentioning Fu Luo's contact with Evernight Skyfire Tree. All of these demonstrated that she not only understood the outside world, but also had almost complete mastery of this information. It was also fortunate that he was playing Fu Luo. Lin Yu directly used Fu Luo's method to break through this tricky problem.
Evernight Skyfire Tree is really no good.
He came to win me over again today,
and the place he chose was the hot spring for bathing. I had just finished washing, and he immediately popped out of the pool like a lake spirit in a bathhouse, and without wearing any clothes, he started trying to win me over, saying he wanted me to support him as the family head. It made me quite scared. And he said he was trying to win me over, but for a long time he just boasted about how great he was. In the end, he only made a bunch of empty promises of benefits, without anything practical.
How am I supposed to follow him?
If I really followed him, I'd be starving 9 times a day.
Lin Yu responded to the Noi Heaven family head's inquiry in a humorous way. As expected, the Noi Heaven family head was repeatedly amused by Lin Yu's imitation of Fu Luo's speech.
Huoshu really lacks some magnanimity in this regard. Just like his father, he's more than capable of managing a small household or being a figurehead. If we were a small family like an earl or viscount, it would be hard to say who between him and Huolu would be more suitable.
Unfortunately, a duke does not need a conservative family head.
Of course, if Huolu remains so weak and unable to command respect after getting the celestial tone, I will have no choice but to consider Huoshu. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Since you said that, I'll tell her when I go out. I said it because I wanted you to tell her, the Noi Heaven family head said. So many people in the family and company support Huoshu. She has my favor and affection, yet she can't let go and act. This point is truly as foolish as her father, who came from the Saint Lan family. The Noi Heaven family head's tone fluctuated for the first time, seemingly with a hint of disappointment. You told her there was a mission to assassinate a duke in the outer city, which was already a reminder, but she still didn't understand. I hinted again just now, but she still didn't comprehend.
The Noi Heaven family head said faintly. Lin Yu pouted.
He didn't mean that when he said those things.
However, Lin Yu already understood what the Noi Heaven family head was referring to. Miss Huoli's kindness is also a good thing. Kindness also depends on the timing.
When I was 17, the old family head designated me as the heir, the Noi Heaven family head said lightly. At that time, I had 2 elder brothers by blood, and faced much more competition than Huolu.
Few of my uncles or company executives favored me.
It wasn't until I started cultivating my own power and killing people.
Uncles, cousins, collateral descendants, company managers.
Anyone I found an excuse for, I directly killed. Those I couldn't find an excuse for, I sent people to assassinate. Within 3 years, heads rolled, and after 3 years, no one dared to say that I was not the Buyetian family heir. My 2 incompetent elder brothers also willingly became my
assistants and deputies. Huolu just hasn't understood.
She cannot kill Huoshu. She cannot kill Huoshu's biological father, but apart from her own blood siblings and my nominal husband, everyone else can be killed. If she doesn't do it beautifully, I will punish her.
But I will only punish her. Paris, Buyi Tianhuaming, 2 such sharp blades. For so many years, she hasn't even killed a single family member.
What a pity. The Noi Heaven family head sighed, and Lin Yu quickly agreed. The child is young, just give her some more time. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Noi Heaven family head's expression softened. You are right, her current situation indeed hasn't reached that point yet, she still needs some time to grow. Alright, Aluo, let's not talk about these troublesome
matters anymore.
As the Noi Heaven family head spoke, she stood up from the top of the staircase, then lightly floated down. And though she was a living person, her body was like a thin piece of paper, drifting lightly in the air, slowly descending.
Just like a flying squirrel.
She gently landed in front of Lin Yu, and Lin Yu reached out to catch her. Her body was indeed as light as a piece of paper. Her long hair spread on the ground like silk, and the Noi Heaven family head's fiery red eyes were close at hand, reflecting Lin Yu's figure. It's time to please me, Aluo, she said softly, and Lin Yu exhaled. What had to come, would come. But how exactly did Fu Luo please her? Even if he had joked that Fu Luo was no good, Lin Yu was quite sure that he really hadn't done anything out of line. So, Lin Yu cleared his throat and tried speaking again. Where should I start? He said vaguely. The Noi Heaven family head was a little displeased. You forgot again. Last time you talked about you and that captain named Hastings arriving at Styles Court. finding Emily dead in her room. The cause of death was poisoning, but all 3 room doors were locked.
What happened next? Quickly tell me what happened next. Also,
you still haven't told me why you didn't continue working with that doctor named Watson.
I don't think Hastings is as capable as Watson.
Although Lin Yu was confident from the beginning that Fu Luo hadn't done anything excessive, he was still a little shocked when the correct answer was revealed.
Fu Luo, so your way of pleasing the Bu Yetian family head was to tell her stories?
And it seems you even plagiarized the stories of Sherlock Holmes and Hercule Poirot, applying them to yourself. Seriously, buddy, your ID is Fu Baluo, do you really think you're both of them? And this family head, at first glance, she looks like a little girl, but her conversation with Bui Tianhuolu just now made her seem very mature.
But now, it seems she still retains some parts of being a little girl?
However, despite countless internal complaints, Lin Yu still honestly began to tell the story. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel lucky. Fortunately, I've also read Agatha's The Mysterious Affair at Styles and remember the general plot. Lin Yu cleared his throat, sat down, and began to tell the story of the novel to the Bu Yetian family head in Fu Luo's tone. The Bu Yetian family head sat quietly in Lin Yu's arms, her eyes sparkling as she listened to his story, occasionally making sounds like "oh." Since The Mysterious Affair at Styles was Agatha's debut work, its story structure was relatively simple, and Lin Yu quickly finished telling the entire story. So that's it, a method of poisoning in advance.
Not too clever, but it has some interesting points.
After listening to the story Lin Yu told, the Bu Yetian family head commented with a sudden realization. After the Bu Yetian family head finished speaking, she jumped out of Lin Yu's arms. Overall, I think your case this time can only be rated as upper middle in terms of complexity and novelty.
Lin Yu looked at the Bu Yetian family head and smiled, saying, indeed, this isn't a particularly special
case. The Bu Yetian family head in front of him must have planned many assassinations. For her, the methods appearing in early detective novels like The Mysterious Affair at Styles probably weren't fresh or exciting.
Lin Yu rested his chin on his hand, looking at the Bu Yetian family head. Then how about I tell you another one?
That would be great. The Bu Yetian family head raised her hands, laughing joyfully, then sat opposite Lin Yu again.
Lin Yu cleared his throat.
From the Bu Yetian family head's previous mention of the assistant changing from Watson to Hastings, it seemed that Fu Baluo had previously told stories from the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and now it should be Poirot's turn. And considering that The Mysterious Affair at Styles was the first in the series, Lin Yu couldn't help but speculate that this should be the first story about Poirot that Fu Luo told. Therefore, as long as the next story was about Poirot, it was highly likely that the Bu Yetian family head had never heard it before. As for Fu Luo having one less story to tell after he told it, that was not within Lin Yu's consideration. Lin Yu thought for a moment and quickly came up with a new plan. The next case I'm going to tell is about a serial killer who actively provoked me, a serial killer who murdered according to alphabetical order of surnames. Lin Yu spoke, slowly recounting the contents of the ABC murders. Soon, Lin Yu finished telling the case. Compared to The Mysterious Affair at Styles, when writing the ABC murders, Agatha Christie's writing style had matured. By this time, Agatha had already earned the title of Queen of Crime, so although the ABC murders might not be as experienced as Agatha's most famous works like The Murder of Roger Ackroyd, Murder on the Orient Express, or And Then There Were None, its plot content was definitely brilliant and pioneered some new concepts in suspense and mystery.
This time, the Bu Yetian family head was much more engrossed. When Lin Yu finally revealed the truth, the Bu Yetian family head sighed.
The best place to hide a leaf is in the forest, isn't it? This is truly interesting, beyond my expectations, she said, resting her chin on one hand and looking at Lin Yu. I really like this case. Although I'd like to hear a few more, for now, let's talk about serious matters.
Hua Lu came to me to get you an invitation to Hua Xing's birthday banquet, and also to gain some benefits for herself. What about you? Why are you here? And why do you want to attend Hua Xing's birthday banquet?
Lin Yu answered seriously, I just want to give Holu a better chance. Someone has to do the things she's not good at. Then, Lin Yu changed the subject. Of course, I haven't been back in a long time.
Now that I'm back, I naturally had to come and see you immediately. This answer was perfect. The Buyetian family head couldn't help but chuckle when she heard Lin Yu say this. That answer truly has a Luo style. You really are getting better at making me happy, that's wonderful. And you care so much for Huolu. I am very pleased. The Buyetian family head said, narrowing her eyes slightly. She, Buyetian Huolu, and Evernight Skyfire Tree bore a striking resemblance, about 70 to 80%. Both siblings had fiery red eyes, identical to their mothers, and foxy eyes with upturned corners. However, the Buyetian family head's eyes were even more slender than her children's, and when she narrowed them, she looked exactly like a small fox. But, Aluo, do you know which deity's god-chosen I am? Lin Yu heard the Buyetian family head ask this and replied in a relaxed tone, I don't know, did you ever tell me? I don't remember. I didn't tell you, but you can guess. The Buyetian family head said, and Lin Yu shook his head, how could I guess that? Actually, he could guess. After all, the known intelligence was that the Truth Company was backed by the God of Miracles and the God of Wisdom. So it was most likely one of those two deities. Moreover, Lin Yu had already seen the statue downstairs. From the feel of that statue in the library now appearing on the top floor, Lin Yu could easily guess. If there were no surprises, the Buyetian family head should be the god-chosen of the God of Wisdom. Sure enough, the Buyetian family head spoke calmly. I am the god-chosen of the God of Wisdom. Saying this, she stood up and watched Lin Yu with interest. So, which deity sent you? And what did you do to Aluo? As she spoke, all the bookshelves trembled, and heavy books flew into the air, hovering, their pages rustling. Although you are real enough, you are not Aluo. The Buyetian family head said calmly. And Lin Yu, hearing his identity exposed by the other party, remained seated. I've been seen through. It was expected. He didn't feel the slightest panic. After all, being seen through at this point, or rather, the other party revealing it at this point, was completely acceptable to Lin Yu. Looking at the Noi Heaven family head, who was clearly in a state of combat and deterrence, Lin Yu spoke unhurriedly. I've been seen through. In that case, there's nothing for it. May I ask, when did you first become suspicious, and when did you confirm it? When you entered, I noticed that I couldn't perceive your soul and life energy, which made me suspicious, the Noi Heaven family head replied frankly to Lin Yu's question. After all, the last time I met Aluo, he didn't have this ability. I serve the God of Wisdom, and to be able to obscure my perception, it can only be the spokesperson of another god or a demigod. As the Noi Heaven family head spoke, Lin Yu chuckled. I see. It really was an expected reason. Then what made you certain that I wasn't him? The Noi Heaven family head stroked her chin and said, to be frank, your portrayal in all aspects was nearly flawless. You are not only skilled at acting and deceiving, but you also understand Aluo very well. However, there are always some private aspects to my relationship with Aluo. Especially when you try to narrate those detective experiences like Aluo. You told them very well, almost identical in style and content to how Aluo told them before. The regrettable thing is that you hardly boasted about yourself when narrating. Your narration efficiency was much higher than Aluo's, because you didn't include the parts where he boasted about his wisdom or described others' admiration for him. Lin Yu was somewhat surprised to hear the Noi Heaven family head's words. So, I was caught because I wasn't thick-skinned enough? He couldn't help but feel a sense of gonkai. Sure enough, Fu Luo always managed to surprise him by lowering his standards in unexpected ways. The Noi Heaven family head clapped her hands. Alright, state your purpose, and what did you do to Aluo? Lin Yu looked at the Noi Heaven family head, who seemed imposing but was actually completely without hostility, and began to explain. He mentioned a doctor named Watson before, right? The Noi Heaven family head raised an eyebrow in surprise. Are you saying I am the doctor? Although my name isn't Watson, I assume that must be my alias, Lin Yu said calmly. Yes, Fu Baluo and I are very close partners. The Noi Heaven family head crossed her arms. How do you prove it? How much do you know about us otherworlders? Lin Yu. counter-questioned.
The Neuheaven family had spoken differently. I know enough. I am aware that you generally refer to yourselves as players, and most of you regard the world I am in and the other 9 realms as game worlds. Lin Yu took out the enemy-seeking dagger produced by order from his Huai, then lightly cut his arm. Afterward, he activated his profession ability as the doctor and healed his injury. Watching the wound heal in almost a second, the Neuheaven family had spoken a low voice. It truly is the doctor.
Lin Yu chuckled. You really do understand players, recognizing it at a glance. But this only proves that your profession is indeed the doctor, it doesn't prove that you are Watson.
As the Neuheaven family head spoke, Lin Yu chuckled. You just asked why I didn't partner with Dr. Watson but instead became Hastings. The reason is simple. Captain Arthur Hastings of the army is also me.
I have 2 identities and 2 professions, the other one is the soldier.
Lin Yu said, then easily performed a one-handed handstand, demonstrating the physical prowess he gained as the soldier. If I can disguise myself as Fu Baluo, I can naturally disguise myself as Hastings from Watson in front of him. The Neuheaven family had spoken surprise. How strange, your ability is rare even among those players.
However, why are you doing this to Fu Baluo?
Just for fun, Lin Yu shrugged. Patriarch, if you had
my abilities and conditions, wouldn't you want to try to see when that clever detective would discover that his new partner is actually his previous partner?
The Neuheaven family had listened to Lin Yu's words and expressed strong agreement. Indeed, that is a very tempting proposition. You have convinced me.
So, you borrowed Fu Baluo's identity without his knowledge?
It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, so I naturally didn't ask for his permission, because he had boasted to me about his prominent status in Nightless City. Lin Yu said calmly, you may be aware that we players often cannot decide which world we appear in. This time, I came here, and it just so happened that I wasn't with him, and I encountered a somewhat tricky situation.
So, I borrowed his identity. Lin Yu replied calmly. The Neuheaven family head nodded. I understand. Since you are a Luo's friend,
then I will not pursue your impersonation of him. She waved her hand lightly, and all the books suddenly closed. Lin Yu also breathed a sigh of relief.
At this point, it was basically an easy pass.
This was why Lin Yu wasn't flustered when the Neuheaven family had exposed him as an imposter earlier. Because if the Neuheaven family had truly suspected him of hostility, she would probably have already started acting directly. It would likely be very easy for a god-chosen to control him in her own domain. But the fact that she didn't act meant she also wanted to hear his explanation.
Because Lin Yu played Fu Luo so well, the other party could easily deduce one fact: he must be very familiar with Fu Luo.
After the storytelling segment ended, Lin Yu confirmed that the Neuheaven family head had a strong liking for Fu Luo, and also allowed the other party to confirm this point. Although the person in front of her was not Fu Baluo, he should be a very close person.
This wasn't even considered deceiving the other party, because Lin Yu and Fu Luo were indeed partners.
In fact, Fu Luo had indeed said things like, "You are Watson, and I am Sherlock Holmes."
However,
although he had basically passed and his life was not in danger, the Neuheaven family head's words were not entirely finished.
However, you still haven't said which deity is truly behind you, and why you were so determined to see me. Lin Yu shook his head. I cannot answer either of those questions.
Upon hearing this, the Neuheaven family head immediately reacted. A book behind her opened, and a line of symbols floated out from it. That line of symbols floated towards Lin Yu, forming a rotating closed loop. After spinning up and down, it suddenly stopped at Lin Yu's wrist. The next moment, Lin Yu suddenly felt his hand lose sensation, and his fingers began to twist uncontrollably.
It truly is the Omnipurpose Commerce Guild's Prohibition Bracelet. It's alright, I've already shielded it for you. What is the principle behind this? Lin Yu asked in astonishment. Xunli Group's alchemy. Now your right hand is an independent life, so it doesn't matter if you leak secrets now.
Hearing the Neuheaven family head's words, Lin Yu said seriously.
I see. After a brief moment of consideration, Lin Yu looked up. I am here to complete an assassination commission this time. An assassination commission?
Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Neuheaven family head was very surprised, then quickly understood.
No wonder you were able to get so much information about commissions in the outer city. Did you obtain them by accepting commissions yourself? Lin Yu nodded calmly.
Of course, I disguised myself as a mercenary and used some methods to gain the basic trust of those gray Third Street guys. The Neuheaven family head nodded.
She believed Lin Yu had this ability.
Even she herself was almost fooled. Such an ability, when used to trick the lower-class people on the outskirts of the outer city, was not just playing around.
So, is this commission something you absolutely must complete?
Lin Yu nodded. Of course, this is something I, as a player, must complete. The Neuheaven family head, hearing this, said thoughtfully, I understand.
Is the target you need to assassinate a royal noble?
Yes.
Lin Yu answered directly again.
From the Neuheaven family head's attitude, Lin Yu vaguely sensed
that she didn't seem to object to this point.
It shouldn't be Bui Tian Huolu or Evernight Skyfire Tree, otherwise you would have already taken action.
Since it's Huixing's coming-of-age ceremony, I'm guessing that, although it's your employer's request, it's probably someone who isn't usually easy to meet. And since you came to see me and chose to be so calm and frank with me, you're not a member of the Buyetian family, are you?
Lin Yu was a little surprised by the Neuheaven family head's analysis. No wonder you enjoy hearing about detective cases. With your deductive ability, you would probably achieve great things as a detective. No wonder the Neuheaven family head was a god chosen of the god of wisdom. The Neuheaven family head clapped her hands, making a crisp clap-clap sound.
Well, since it's not someone from the Buyetian family, you can kill him as you wish. It's just,
you've chosen Huixing's birthday party, so I still need to know who you intend to kill.
In exchange,
I can provide some convenience, and once I know the target, I might be able to help you deduce who the employer could be. At this point, the Neuheaven family head looked at Lin Yu, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. You probably haven't found out who the employer is, have you?
Lin Yu pouted, of course. For a commission targeting a royal noble, even if it's another royal noble,
they would definitely hide themselves well. Before the Neuheaven family head could speak, Lin Yu continued.
However, I'm very curious.
Why are you willing to make this deal with me, and even make such a promise without knowing who I'm going to kill? Even if the person he intended to kill was not from the Buyetian family, although there was competition among royal nobles, as people of the same class, and indeed the top
monopolistic class, they should still have a tendency to unite against outsiders when facing them.
Of course, it's for someone's sake. The Neuheaven family head said in a light tone.
Lin Yu was astonished. Fu Baluo has so much influence with you? I thought he was just a toy for your amusement.
The Neuheaven family head was speechless. After a long pause, the fox-eyed little girl slowly spoke. I can now be completely certain that you are indeed close to him. After all, only those very close to Aluo would have such an attitude towards him. And most likely, only such an attitude. Although most of the time Aluo's duty is to please me, he is still a legendary detective who has solved many cases both inside and outside the Nightless City. Essentially, he is the assistant I've chosen for the future family head. And sometimes, I also ask him to help with sacrifices.
Lin Yu was curious. Sacrifices? Fu Baluo has that skill? How come I didn't know?
The Neuheaven family head waved her hand. My lord is the god of wisdom, so the sacrificial ritual includes offering and solving riddles to demonstrate wisdom.
He's quite good at that.
Lin Yu suddenly understood. I see, so he is indeed specialized in that field.
This Nightless City was simply the most suitable place for Fu Luo.
He's actually so important, I really misjudged him, Lin Yu sighed, and the Neuheaven family head smiled.
But I'm not trading with you just for his sake.
Hearing the Neuheaven family head's quiet words, Lin Yu immediately felt helpless.
This family head's personality was quite strange. If it had nothing to do with Fu Luo, why say all that? Just to give Fu Luo some face? If not for his sake, then whose? Lin Yu asked curiously.
Of course, it's for the deity behind you, the Neuheaven family head said casually. As a god chosen, I naturally recognize someone favored by a deity at a glance. Even if you aren't a divine spokesperson now, you've probably already been reserved by a certain deity.
One of the 10 realms.
The Neuheaven family head said with a light chuckle. So, I don't want to offend a certain deity for some idiot of a family. Now, because of you otherworlders, communication between the 10 realms is becoming more and more frequent, and the deity behind you might have a very high status. He provided you with such means to conceal from prying eyes and deductions, which is a significant investment, enough to show how much that deity values you. Therefore, instead of offending you, why not befriend you? And since it's a deal, even if the person you want to kill is still somewhat useful to me, then I can also bargain with you. The Neuheaven family head said seriously.
Lin Yu nodded.
Since things had come to this point, he really had no need to conceal anything.
Moreover, if he were to act within the Buyetian family, getting the support of this family head would indeed be a good thing. Even if he hid it from her now,
this person would probably still be able to find out who his target was before he carried out the assassination.
My assassination target is Lt. Mercury. Hearing this name, a look of surprise appeared on the Neuheaven family head's face. Oh my, it's that old man.
Her expression was sincere. This really won't do. Lt. Mercury, publicly, is the bridge, bond, and testament of friendship between my Buyetian family and the Mercury family.
Privately, he is also my respected uncle and senior, who has helped my endeavors in many ways.
Lin Yu looked at the Neuheaven family head, staring at her for a while. I say, no matter who I mention, will you always enter into a bargaining phase with me?
Although you are a god chosen of the
god of wisdom and quite skilled at anti-deception, your acting skills for deceiving people are too poor. You almost blurted out words like old immortal or old geezer just now. The Neuheaven family head stuck out her tongue. I was just trying, and you actually found out.
By the way, the
term I was thinking of just now wasn't that rude. The Neuheaven family head waved her hand, saying apologetically.
Then what did you want to say?
Old Belite.
Where is that not rude, I ask you?
All in all, I truly have no affection for Lt. Mercury. Although the foreign policy he chose when he was the family head was relatively lenient, and his attitude towards the Truth Company and the Buyetian family was friendly, at that time, I hadn't yet taken charge of the Buyetian family.
But no matter what, he is indeed the link between the Mercury family and the Buyetian family.
So, if he were to die at the coming-of-age ceremony of my dearest daughter, I would still find it a bit troublesome. Lin Yu looked at the Neuheaven family head, who had a serious expression, and immediately exposed her.
Oh, is Buyetianhua your dearest daughter now?
Just a moment ago, you said that Buyetianhua was your biggest headache.
Shouldn't your dearest daughter be Buyetianhua?
The Neuheaven family head leaned back slightly. You young man are so difficult to deal with.
Don't mind these.
The point is, if you kill Lt. Mercury, it will undoubtedly strain the relationship between the Buyetian family and the Mercury family, and it will also affect the reputation of the Buyetian family.
Honestly, if it were any other visiting guest, it would be fine.
But Lt. Mercury, he has held positions and lived under the Truth Company and our Buyetian family for a long time, so he is considered half a person of the Buyetian family. Lin Yu looked at the Neuheaven family head and calmly said, even if it's not me, someone else will do it. After all, someone paid a very high price for his life.
The Neuheaven family head sighed upon hearing this. That's normal.
To be honest, with other assassination commissions, I can generally guess which faction is behind it by analyzing the interests involved.
But with Lt. Mercury, I can't guess.
It's not that I can't guess, it's just that too many people have a motive to do so recently. Lin Yu was very surprised to hear this. An old man who has been living in seclusion for many years, why would he suddenly have such a high hate value?
Has he been dishonest recently?
Indeed, Lt. Mercury was involved in many karmic ties back then. He was once the acting family head of the Mercury family, but that was 50 years ago. If he were to die because of that, he should have died 50 years ago. Even if it was delayed, at most it would have been more than 30 years ago. There's no reason for it to have been delayed for 50 years, only for him to suddenly die today while celebrating Bu Yi Tianhua Xing's birthday. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Neuheaven family head propped her chin and said, because a new secret has been released recently, a secret about 50 years ago. A secret that only I, the Soren's family head, Alti Mercury, and Arlen Mercury knew. Now it has been leaked on a very small scale. Currently, it should only be known by the direct and legitimate heirs of royal noble families, some duke families' heads who are close to the 5 great nobles, and the directors and highest levels of the 3 major companies. The number of people also definitely does not exceed 50, but at least 30 of these 50 people are now eager to kill Alti Mercury. The Neuheaven family head said calmly, and Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. So, what kind of secret is it? If a Luo were to ask, I wouldn't tell him, but you are indeed qualified. The Neuheaven family head said, speaking easily. Alti Mercury is a god chosen of the god of life. He stepped down from the position of family head, but he couldn't shed his identity as a god chosen. For all these years, the supreme alchemy used by Arlen Mercury has been borrowed through a secret technique. And precisely because of the long-term use of the secret technique to borrow, Alti Mercury now has the identity of a god chosen but no power of a god chosen. Do you know what this means? Although Lin Yu didn't know, he could guess. It sounds like some kind of unsupervised treasure. Yes, killing him will leave the position of god chosen of the god of life vacant, and this vacancy will not be under the control of the Mercury family. The Neuheaven family head propped her chin with one hand, and according to my calculations, because the authority of the god of life is naturally related to life, this thing is very likely to be directly linked to Alti Mercury's life, although there is no concrete evidence, just the possibility of obtaining artifacts related to the god of life or even the identity of a god chosen by killing him is enough to make people take risks. What's more, the reason the 5 great nobles are the 5 great nobles, besides wealth and status, the most important thing is the support of gods. Although the support of gods is not entirely reflected through god chosen, many people, even if they don't want to become a god chosen themselves, would want to use this opportunity to try and see if a royal noble without a god chosen can still be called a duke, or still be listed among the 5 great. The Neuheaven family head said, her tone even showing some anticipation. When you say that, purely from the motive, it's hard for me not to suspect you're the employer, Lin Yu said with a smile. However, since Alti Mercury is staying with you, you really didn't need to wait until today to act. But I am very curious, Your Excellency, since his identity is so important, why did you let him leave the Mercury family? Lin Yu asked seriously. Because if he stayed in the Mercury family, Arlen Mercury's position as family head would have no legitimacy. Arlen Mercury needed to become a god chosen to solidify his position. You are very good at impersonating others. You should also know, the most crucial thing for an impersonation to become real is not how real the fake is, Lin Yu softly added, but that the real one cannot show up. Exactly, your understanding is very high. The Neuheaven family head said with satisfaction. Then why did Arlen Mercury have to be the family head? Wasn't Alti Mercury doing very well? Furthermore, with his natural identity as a god chosen, he couldn't possibly lose in a competition against Arlen Mercury, could he? And if he lost after a struggle, then why didn't Arlen Mercury just kill him? Lin Yu asked curiously. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Neuheaven family head showed disdain, because both of them are useless. She spoke without ceremony. Arlen Mercury is not qualified to inherit the position of god chosen, and Alti Mercury lacks the courage to lead the Shenli group. The most important thing is that these two as nobles are completely unqualified. That old fool Alti actually didn't want to be the family head at all. Deep down he always thought of himself as an acting family head. Damn it, truly unmotivated and completely disgracing the Mercury family's reputation. As for Arlen, he's even more of a crying wimp. When he was found, he actually said things like, I don't want my elder brother to die. An incomprehensible good for nothing. The Neuheaven family head said unhappily. To be fellow royal nobles with them is a complete disgrace. If they hadn't offered a high enough price at the time, and if I hadn't kept my promise, I would have killed both of them long ago. But it's also good to keep them. Although the Buyetian family can't swallow them whole yet, if the Mercury family continues to be filled with such useless people, one day, my children will devour them completely, leaving no flesh or blood. After finishing her criticism of the current and previous family heads of the Mercury family, the Neuheben family head seemed to be in high spirits, pausing only briefly before continuing. Not only are these two from the Mercury family fools, but the remaining royal nobles are also uninteresting trash now. The Chiu family's defeat by Alti Mercury back then is enough to show that the Chiu family is also a bunch of good-for-nothings. Even if the current heir has some potential, he will sooner or later be dragged down by his family's foolish, short-sighted, and stubbornly conservative elders. I truly don't understand. Alti Mercury, at least, was only soft on external policies and lenient towards Arlen. In reality, he was still gentle on the inside but firm on the outside. The people of the Chiu family actually believe in outdated things like righteousness, and they are still relying on family rules to govern their internal family matters. Simply ridiculous. The Sorens family is also a bunch of fools. These guys know nothing but infighting. The Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild hasn't seen a major technological iteration in 20 whole years. I highly doubt if the current Sorens family head can still master all of the Sorens family's supreme alchemy. Such a rigid and exclusive family, it's no wonder they become the lowest of the low among the 5 great families in recent years. As for the Saint Lan family, they're not much better. The succession struggle has become such a mess now, and neither the eldest son nor the third son has used the family's power in the council, nor have they done any promotion or cultivated their own faction's confidants to participate in the speaker election. Not even one insightful person has come to pay their respects or offer a gift to me, only knowing how to curry favor with Huashu and Huolu. What a joke! Do Huashu and Huoli's words carry more weight than mine? I at least have the status of an aunt or uncle, and no one has even thought of using that. After sharply critiquing and criticizing the other 4 royal noble families, the Neuheben family head simply drew a conclusion. Therefore, to speak my mind, the 4 royal noble families. In my opinion, you can actually kill them all. In fact, if you choose the right targets, I would strongly support you in killing them. Even some fools in my own family, I've been displeased with them for a long time. If not for the precious bloodline of the Buyetian family, I sometimes truly wish for another purge. Lin Yu heard the Neuheben family head's words, but he didn't think she was directly backing down. A family head of such status, a woman who had stood at the pinnacle of power for an unknown amount of time, even if she looked like a little girl on the outside, was a ruthless person who could easily toy with Buyetian Huolu, and even manipulate President Paris. Therefore, if she took one step back, it was actually a retreat to advanced strategy, preparing to take 3 steps forward. Lin Yu looked at the Neuheben family head and spoke calmly. But what about in reality? The Neuheben family head was not surprised that Lin Yu saw through her intentions. But in reality, this situation, or rather, this commission itself has some implications targeting our Buyetian family, the Neuheben family head said, resting her chin on her hand. Not only does it require killing someone I've promised to protect, but it also demands action at Huaxing's coming-of-age ceremony. I can't help but suspect that the employer behind this commission also has intentions against the Buyetian family. So, I definitely won't help you. At most, I'll turn a blind eye and pretend you never mentioned this to me. The Neuheben family head said calmly. Furthermore, if you truly succeed, I will still mobilize the family's forces to seal off the scene and pursue you with all my might. Lin Yu listened to the Neuheben family head's seemingly threatening words and smiled. Or, there's an even better solution. A solution that won't harm the Buyetian family's reputation, and might even benefit you. Lin Yu gave his answer. This was the response the Neuheben family head most wanted to hear. From the moment she started commenting on the other families, the Neuheben family head had been anticipating this response from Lin Yu. Sure enough, she looked at Lin Yu and spoke with interest. Tell me, when they left the library and the tower, it was already evening. Although the city was named Nightless City, it still experienced the alternation of day and night. It was just that at night, Nightless City, both the inner and outer city, was brightly lit, as if it were daytime. And at the entrance of the tower,
Buyi Tianhuolu was still waiting for Linyu. Why did it take so long today? Buyi Tianhuolu looked at Linyu and said, surprised.
Linyu, imitating Fu Luo, responded playfully, I haven't been back in too long, so I spent more time cultivating a relationship with the family head.
Don't worry, I said a lot of good things about you. Your mother's favorability towards you has greatly increased, don't you have to thank me profusely for that? Listening to Lin Yu's words, Buyi Tianhuolu breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, I thought there was some unexpected problem.
So it's just because you haven't been back in a long time. After all, for you to suddenly attend the coming-of-age ceremony as a guest is quite presumptuous, no matter how you look at it.
I thought mother was displeased.
Buyi Tianhuolu said worriedly, then waved her hand.
Anyway, let's not talk about that. Let's go. Lin Yu was a little curious, go where?
Buyi Tianhuolu said earnestly, to the 10,000 gold sky palace.
I've reserved a table at the garden restaurant there. After we eat, we'll go buy some things along the way. Lin Yu was very surprised, you're actually thanking me? Is it necessary to make it so formal? Buyi Tianhuolu pouted, don't flatter yourself too much. For Baluo, didn't mother just ask if you had prepared a generous gift?
I bet you haven't actually prepared a gift for Huoxing, have you?
Or are you planning to just give her something perfunctory, right?
Lin Yu immediately protested, no, I was planning to hint at President Paris to extort something from him.
Don't make things difficult for Paris.
Although he has considerable assets, to build connections for himself and to help me win over high-level executives within the company, his salary and the funds he embezzles by abusing his position are already stretched thin.
He doesn't have any family support behind him, Buyi Tianhuolu said, shaking her head. Moreover, Paris's aesthetic sense can only be described as despair. You truly care about your subordinates, Miss Huolu.
But you're right, if I went to ask for a gift, I'd be afraid that guy would pull out a crystal orange ornament.
Lin Yu said, implicitly agreeing to Buyi Tianhuolu's plan.
Then let's go, we'll leave once I've changed.
Then, Lin Yu spoke. Wait, there's one more thing. What is it?
Buyi Tianhuolu looked at Lin Yu and asked, puzzled.
Help me prepare a formal outfit as well, Lin Yu said, then pointed to his casual clothes. Since I'm attending formally, not only should the gift be good, the attire should also be presentable. It would be best to get my hairstyle too.
Buyi Tianhuolu thought for a moment and said, then, when we get to the 10,000 gold sky palace, I'll use my pocket money to get you a nice outfit.
The car from the Buyi Tian family slowly stopped in the center of Nightless City, in front of the arc-shaped twin buildings by the sunken plaza.
These buildings shimmered with golden light and flashing neon, while the holographic big screens on their outer walls displayed charming models, both handsome men and beautiful women, swaying their bodies to promote luxury products. This was the 10,000 gold sky palace, the most extravagant and bustling consumption hub in all of Nightless City, a money-devouring pit that countless residents of Nightless City yearned for. Almost every poor person's grand aspiration at the start of their journey to success included words like, one day, I will sit on the top floor of the 10,000 gold sky palace and overlook the night view of the entire city. 2 clubhouses, east and west, 10 floors above ground and 9 below.
Here, no matter how much money one had, it could always be spent.
Just entering it required at least a 4th-class resident status and good asset verification. The poor couldn't even dream of getting a glimpse of the 10,000 gold sky palace. After all, even the air here was expensive. This was not an exaggeration, but a genuine truth. The entire 10,000 gold sky palace was equipped with an expensive air circulation and purification system, typically found only in the homes of nobles above the rank of duke, and it was infused with various atomizers. The internal air was not only sweet and fresh but also highly beneficial for the body. At the 10,000 gold sky palace, even the security guards had to have at least 3 years of work experience in the security departments of large companies. Some were even experts retired from the 3 major companies. The customers who came here were even wealthier and more influential. Even those cautiously examining goods in the display cases could be a count or a company executive. After all, being arrogant here could easily lead to offending some powerful figure one couldn't afford to provoke.
The doorman opened the car door. Lin Yu jumped out and looked around at the normally arrogant big figures, now appearing gentle and peaceful. He let out a sigh, making a remark reminiscent of Fu Baluo. This is truly a place where a single brick could knock down 3 nobles and 5 executives. It seems that unless one truly stands at the very pinnacle of Nightless City, no matter how high one's status, at the 10,000 gold sky palace, one must be humble, friendly, polite, and respectful. After pushing up his sunglasses, Lin Yu stepped forward and waved away the doorman who had opened the car door. Go away. Then, he personally opened the car door wider, holding onto its upper edge. Bui Tianhuola wore an elegant and noble white long dress, her hair pinned up at the back of her head, her face as cold as an ice beauty. She always presented this demeanor when outside and in front of strangers. Bui Tianhuola gently placed her hand on Lin Yu's. The masked bodyguards and servants from the vehicles following behind also got out of their cars and began to imperiously clear a 3-meter space in front of Bui Tianhuolu. Most of the surrounding guests were somewhat bewildered but remained very respectful and surprised. This is a special car from the Bui Tian family. Which Bui Tian family member is this? Is she from the main lineage or a collateral branch? Some with more prominent statuses had already recognized Bui Tianhuoli's identity. They immediately stepped forward, quickly walking 5 or 6 meters away and bowing slightly. Respected Huolu, I am the second son of the Marquis Josiah family. Respected Huolu, I am Lan Zhang from the Truth Company's Public Relations Department. It's an honor to meet you, respected Bui Tianhuolu. Please allow me to express my respect. I am Count Clarence Schuler. Respected Miss Huolu, your beauty has increased significantly since we last met. Facing those who greeted her, Bui Tianhuola merely nodded proudly, giving a very brief response. All of you, scram, she said unceremoniously. Yet, those nobles and executives who had their warm greetings kicked away showed no displeasure. On the contrary, they genuinely maintained their friendly, enthusiastic, and even fawning smiles, immediately obeying Bui Tianhuoli's words and scurrying away from 5 or 6 meters away from her. For them, this was an immense grace. Indeed, at the 10,000 gold sky palace, it was best for everyone to be friendly, but Bui Tianhuolu truly stood at the very pinnacle of Nightless City. Whether one's status was prominent or not was relative. Although the 10,000 gold sky palace's main principle was that everyone was rich and powerful, so it was very equal, and there was no such thing as booking out an entire venue. Most shops couldn't even be reserved. But if Bui Tianhuola wished, she had 9 ways to make all other customers in the 10,000 gold sky palace, who were not direct descendants of the 5 great noble families, leave. Now that she had come to the 10,000 gold sky palace without booking or clearing the venue, anyone who saw it couldn't help but exclaim, Huolu is truly as approachable as the rumors say. Yes, she is simply too considerate of commoners, referring to residents of 4th class and above. She didn't even clear the venue and allowed us to breathe the same air as her. I'm so touched, sniffle. Wow, you reminded me, the air around us right now might be exhaled by Miss Bui Tian. I'm going to inhale deeply. Listening to the whispered praises around her, Bui Tianhuoli's expression remained unchanged, as if she were long accustomed to it. Let's go, Fu Baluo, we're going to the restaurant. The two of them, surrounded by a large group of bodyguards and servants, walked into the 10,000 gold sky palace. Although Lin Yu had never been watched and pointed at by so many people in his daily life, he was an actor from a professional background. Lin Yu was already accustomed to being in the spotlight and had some psychological expectation of potentially becoming a star in the future. Therefore, Lin Yu felt no discomfort about this. But he still spoke with some curiosity. So, why not clear the venue? Lin Yu didn't believe that Bui Tianhuolu was truly approachable. Of course, it's to build momentum for you, Bui Tianhuolu said in a low voice. Although most people don't dare to discuss you right now, they must be somewhat curious in their hearts. Who the hell are you? Fu Baluo, although you are very famous in the outer city, among the noble and upper-class circles, people's understanding of you is limited to merely being closely related to our Bui Tian family. Some people don't even know you are from my faction. Since you chose to appear as an invited guest at Hua Xing's coming-of-age ceremony for social interaction,
it's best to warm up in advance now. Honestly, starting this 2 days early is already a bit late.
As Bu Yi Tianhua spoke, Lin Yu understood.
So that's how it is. This was where he was uninformed. After all, Lin Yu didn't know the specifics of Fu Luo's situation.
Bu Yi Tianhua paused, then said,
"Of course, there's another reason. I don't particularly like clearing the venue either. After too much pressure, taking a stroll outside and seeing these guys off, flattery, and fawning over me is also a way to relieve stress."
Bu Yi Tianhua and Lin Yu arrived inside the 10,000 gold Sky Palace.
And there, the operator of the 10,000 gold Sky Palace was already waiting.
Seeing Bu Yi Tianhua, a handsome man in a suit, standing behind a human wall of bodyguards, bowed respectfully and spoke.
"Respected Huo, on behalf of the 10,000 gold Sky Palace and the Jin Nan family, I extend our sincerest welcome to you." As soon as he finished speaking, some handsome men and beautiful women emerged from the surrounding shopping mall, holding banners and light signs that read, "Welcome. Respected Huo and Bu Yi Tianhua young family head, forever healthy." Then, those handsome men and beautiful women spoke in unison, "Beloved Huo, we wish you a wonderful evening at the 10,000 gold Sky Palace."
Lin Yu looked at this flashy display and couldn't help but exclaim, "What in the world is this?"
Bu Yi Tianhua merely raised her hand slightly, and then all these people fell silent. Her reply was still brief.
"You all get lost too." The crowd that had surged in like a tide receded like a tide again, leaving only the handsome man smiling apologetically.
"I apologize, respected Huo. This welcoming ceremony was indeed a bit hasty and may not have met your expectations. However, the restaurant is ready. Would you like to go there first?" Bu Yi Tianhua nodded slightly, and the procession began to move again. The expression on her face had lightened considerably.
"How about it? Isn't it very stress-relieving?" Lin Yu said with a righteous expression, "I only saw an invisible oppression." "What are you talking about? The oppression in Nightless City is quite obvious. Where is the invisible part?" Bu Yi Tianhua shrugged. "Besides, they're lucky to catch a good time."
Before the Nightless City Fairness Act was enacted, these commoners, regardless of their status, would have to immediately kneel and kowtow when they saw a royal noble like me. They would have to keep kowtowing until they bled if I didn't tell them to stop.
Lin Yu sighed.
Having previously been active within the Truth Company and the Bu Yi Tian family, he had no real concept of how prominent Bu Yi Tianhua's identity as a direct descendant of a royal noble truly was. When he saw two supervisors come to greet him within the Truth Company, Lin Yu already felt that Fu Luo's identity was incredibly useful.
Now, staying by Bu Yi Tianhua's side, he finally understood what it meant to be the bright moon in the sky.
If the Noi Heaven family head were to go out, it would probably be an even more dazzling artificial sun. No wonder the assassination commission involved so much. Alti Mercury's identity, even excluding those secret god-chosen matters, is still quite significant.
Lin Yu mused silently.
Of course, he also once again felt what a strictly hierarchical world Nightless City was. Fortunately, I used Fu Luo's identity, otherwise how to sneak into this coming-of-age ceremony would truly be a troublesome problem.
At the same time, Lin Yu couldn't help but be curious. How would his teammates who took the same commission get in?
He didn't think those people would fail. After all, Lin Yu hadn't forgotten that those people also each had their own strengths and would certainly display their unique abilities. It was just that he suddenly realized that he seemed to be the most resourceful one. While he was thinking, Lin Yu and Bu Yi Tianhua, led by the person in charge of the 10,000 gold Sky Palace, had passed through layers of luxury stores and arrived at the rooftop garden restaurant. In a high-altitude garden, elegant booths were sparsely distributed. This itself was a silent luxury in the heart of Nightless City, where every inch of land was precious, on the top floor of the 10,000 gold Sky Palace.
After all, if economic efficiency were considered,
if Lin Zhao were to open a restaurant in this area, she would certainly cram the tables together like classrooms in a key high school. Lin Yu, led by Bu Yi Tianhua, came to what was clearly the best spot in the entire restaurant, near the window, where the view was most expansive.
The table was set very warmly. After Lin Yu and Bu Yi Tianhua took their seats, the accompanying bodyguards also retreated to the outer perimeter, with only two personal servants remaining by their side. Start preparing the meal now.
Bu Yi Tianhuolu said, and the person in charge next to her nodded repeatedly.
Yes, respected Huolu. Then, he also left their side.
At this moment, Lin Yu looked at the two maids behind Bu Yi Tian and gradually began to understand why the servants of the Bu Yi Tian family all wore those masks. Looking at such masks for a long time, coupled with the servants' extensive training, it indeed gives one the illusion that they don't exist or are not human. At this time, Lin Yu felt as if he was alone with Bu Yi Tianhuolu, having some sort of private meal.
Bu Yi Tianhuolu spoke softly, the food here is actually quite mediocre, but I asked Fu Baluo what kind of things you like to eat before, and you said the more expensive, the better. So, this is basically the most expensive restaurant in Nightless City.
Hearing Bu Yi Tianhuoli's words,
Lin Yu once again felt genuine respect for Fu Luo. When someone asks you what kind of food you like, you can actually answer, the more expensive, the better? But considering it was Fu Luo, Lin Yu felt relieved. Anyway,
this was also him reaping the benefits.
You've gone to a lot of trouble, Miss Huolu,
Lin Yu said with a smile. Bu Yi Tianhuolu nodded, it wasn't much trouble, I just told the butler your requirements, and they will arrange everything for me. As they talked, the pre-meal drinks were served.
The stemmed glass contained a translucent, greenish-white juice.
Lin Yu picked it up and took a small sip, it was sweet and tasted very much like lychee soda. He took another sip, then was quite certain.
It's completely lychee soda.
However, before his thoughts on the drink were over, Bu Yi Tianhuolu spoke again. Actually, I can probably guess what agreement you reached with Mother, and I can also guess your purpose for insisting on attending Huaxing's coming-of-age ceremony. Bu Yi Tianhuoli's words interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts, and he looked at Bu Yi Tianhuolu in surprise.
Oh? You figured it out?
Although these 5 great nobles might generally have character flaws, Lin Yu knew that their abilities were definitely not weak. Receiving the best education from a young age, along with a cruel internal competition mechanism, each of these nobles was an elite who had fought their way to the top. If Bu Yi Tianhuolu had indeed confirmed his transaction with the Noi Heaven family head and his purpose through subtle clues,
it wouldn't be surprising.
He looked at Bu Yi Tianhuolu, who gently picked up her cup and took a sip.
This is a very dangerous matter. Have you thought it through?
Lin Yu also picked up his cup.
It's not a question of whether I've thought it through or not. Huolu, I have no choice.
Bu Yi Tianhuolu sighed softly upon hearing this.
I understand. Then I will support you. But no matter what, marrying into the Bu Yi Tian family is far too dangerous. Even with the Saint Lan family as his backing, my father didn't escape death.
If you really choose to marry Huaxing,
Mother and I might not even be able to protect you.
Lin Yu looked at the serious Bu Yi Tianhuolu, somewhat stunned.
Ha? What nonsense are you talking about?
Bu Yi Tianhuolu looked at Lin Yu very seriously and said in surprise.
What, aren't you going to marry Bu Yi Tianhuaxing?
Lin Yu was also very surprised. I'm quite curious how you came to that conclusion. Bu Yi Tianhuolu explained earnestly, because you need a legitimate identity that can truly intervene in Bu Yetian family affairs, and Huaxing's husband is a very good identity.
Coincidentally, you are also participating in Huaxing's coming-of-age ceremony, and as a guest.
I originally thought that with my mother's wisdom, she would also make this choice. You two delayed for a long time, so you must have conspired or traded for something, right? After all, you need a high-ranking identity, and my mother also needs to give Bu Yi Tianhuaxing a proper arrangement.
Letting her marry you is the best choice. Hearing Bu Yi Tianhuoli's analysis, Lin Yu nodded.
Her analysis was indeed well-reasoned, even Lin Yu felt that if it really were Fu Luo who came,
this might actually be a possible event.
It's just a pity that all of Bu Yi Tianhuoli's deductions were initially based on a false premise. It wasn't Fu Luo who reached a deal with the Noi Heaven family head. However, Lin Yu certainly couldn't explicitly tell Bu Yi Tianhuolu this cause and effect. Moreover, Lin Yu had a change of thought, this rumor seemed to be beneficial to him as well.
He could completely use this rumor to hide his true purpose of assassinating at the banquet.
So, Lin Yu spoke calmly, choosing an ambiguous attitude, you certainly understand your mother. However, no matter what the Noi Heaven family head's attitude is now, what I want to do hasn't been decided yet. Buyi Tianhua nodded after hearing Lin Yu say this, I understand, so the strategy for choosing gifts and dresses will have to change again.
Fu Baluo, remember you owe me. Are you still short of that much money?
Lin Yu looked at Buyi Tianhua and said seriously. Buyi Tianhua sipped the drink in her cup, and the waiter served the appetizer. These all come from my private account. This money, which cannot be reimbursed by the family, is very precious and different from other expenses.
But I'm not asking you to pay back money, I'm asking you to pay back a favor.
At the same time, Buyi Tianhua sighed, and although I don't know what agreement you reached with my
mother, it's clear that my mother doesn't intend to provide any substantial help.
It's very difficult to arrange a marriage proposal situation for you without leaking any information. Although Hua Xing has a strange personality, and can even be said to have a bad reputation, precisely because of this, many powerful figures outside the 5 great noble families know that she
might marry down, so she actually has many suitors. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow, why not leak any information?
It's not impossible to let rumors spread. Rather,
I'm looking forward to everyone's reaction when they know about this. Do you want to use public opinion to create momentum?
But if you do that, someone might target you, Buyi Tianhua said softly, even if they don't go too far out of respect for my mother, essentially. You still don't have a public identity that truly makes people wary. No one targeted you before because you hadn't touched their interests. If you want to join the ranks of Hua Xing's suitors, then the situation changes.
Lin Yu smiled. It's fine, I have my own arrangements.
Buyi Tianhua looked at Lin Yu, blinked, then said.
Fu Baluo.
Although I've known you for some time, today, I feel like I'm meeting you for the first time. She leaned forward, supporting herself on the table, and moved closer to Lin Yu across the tabletop.
This was a very impolite and rude gesture.
But Buyi Tianhua didn't need to be concerned with etiquette in such a place. She put one arm around Lin Yu's neck and whispered, you are very different today, much more resolute than before. Previously, I only thought you were an otherworlder with some intelligence but insufficient courage, a pretty boy good at pleasing my mother. But today, all that past timidity and optimistic lack of ambition seem like your disguise. At this point, Buyi Tianhua grinned, revealing her stark white teeth. Her breath gently brushed Lin Yu's face.
Tell me honestly, Fu Baluo, you won't betray me, will you?
Lin Yu looked at Buyi Tianhua and laughed dumbly.
TSK, this young lady is acting up again.
She was here once this afternoon, and now she's baring her teeth again.
This time it's even in a public place.
Lin Yu muttered in his heart.
Although there weren't many customers in the restaurant, and the views between the booths were obscured by various landscapes, there were still quite a few servants, bodyguards, and waiters.
If Buyi Tianhua made such a move, the rumor of Fu Baluo pursuing Buyi Tianhua Xing might not even spread before rumors of a scandal with Buyi Tianhua would. If Lao Zheng hadn't been put into the item space, he could probably immediately analyze the lack of security and other issues revealed by Buyi Tianhua's unstable emotions at length. However, Lin Yu didn't have such professional analysis, nor professional solutions. Lin Yu gently pressed her chin with his index finger, closing her mouth. Of course I won't, Hualu, I promise you. Lin Yu said softly, his voice full of amiability and persuasiveness. He didn't need professional solutions or psychological techniques. Since Buyi Tianhua lacked a sense of security, Lin Yu could naturally portray a reliable image that would put her at ease. Buyi Tianhua stared at Lin Yu for a long time, looking at Lin Yu's now light-colored eyes, as if trying to read his wavering from them.
If I become the Noi Heaven family head, I will return your freedom.
She said out of the blue, then released her hand and sat back in her chair. Lin Yu looked at Buyi Tianhua, just about to tease her with Fu Luo's tone, when he heard Buyi Tianhua stiffly change the subject.
There seems to be some movement at the entrance.
Lin Yu turned to look at the restaurant entrance, following Bu Yi Tianhuoli's words, and then realized that Bu Yi Tianhuoli wasn't entirely changing the subject. A new wave of black-clad bodyguards and servants poured into the restaurant, all wearing golden badges.
The badge design was a blooming three-leaf, seven-petaled flower.
Just as Lin Yu was curious about their origin, Bu Yi Tianhuoli unexpectedly spoke.
People from the Saint Lan family. What are they doing here?
Then, after the bodyguards cleared the way, the main party also entered the restaurant surrounded by their entourage.
Bu Yi Tianhuoli frowned. Saint Lan Kuei. And Evernight Sky Fire Tree?
She saw a very familiar figure in the crowd. And Lin Yu, on the other side, also sat up straight without a change in expression. Because he also saw someone familiar, not referring to Evernight Sky Fire Tree, but the captain, the designated captain by the employer who issued the C-77 commission.
The Saint Lan Kuei you mentioned, is that guy in the long boots next to Evernight Sky Fire Tree?
Yes, that's him. Hearing Bu Yi Tianhuoli's reply, Lin Yu exhaled.
Damn it, I really hit the jackpot.
Frankly, Saint Lan Kuei wasn't so arrogant as to take on missions in the outer city in his original appearance. He still applied some simple makeup and disguised himself. Unfortunately, in front of Lin Yu, a master of disguise, he almost instantly saw through the other party's identity. His long career of disguises, especially the processes of impersonating Mei Mei and Zhu Ming, made Lin Yu extremely sensitive to subtle adjustments on other people's faces. So, if Saint Lan Kuei doesn't have a twin brother, or if there aren't people in the Saint Lan family who look almost identical, then this should be the real person. Lin Yu made his judgment. This guy, who claimed to be a confidant of a certain Duke Noble, was actually a Duke Noble himself. And he should also be a direct heir, otherwise, he wouldn't be so close to Bu Yi Tianhuoshu. But if the captain is Saint Lan Kuei, why would he do that? Could Saint Lan Kuei be the employer? Why is he now associating with Bu Yi Tianhuoshu? Lin Yu's mind raced with thoughts. His association with Bu Yi Tianhuoshu should have nothing to do with him going to the outer city to take the C-77 commission. Based on the information provided by the Bu Yi Tian family head, there's only a very small probability that Saint Lan Kuei is the employer. Most importantly, if the person who answered the phone was the employer himself, his personality and Saint Lan Kuei's are as different as night and day. If we further analyze this based on the rather mystical rule that all Duke nobles have issues, perhaps Saint Lan Kuei's issue is that he likes to be a mercenary in the outer city? Lin Yu mused, guessing. But no matter what, Lin Yu still planned to find an opportunity to approach Saint Lan Kuei. After all, although Saint Lan Kuei was very likely not the employer, there was a very high probability that he definitely knew who the employer was. This was crucial information for Lin Yu. And just as Lin Yu was thinking about how to approach Saint Lan Kuei, Bu Yi Tianhuoshu and Saint Lan Kuei, along with their bodyguards, accompanying butler, and servants, walked directly towards him and Huolu. Are they actually coming for us? Lin Yu spoke with some surprise. Not necessarily, after all, Saint Lan Kuei also has a personality that loves to eat, drink, and play everywhere. Among the current heirs of the 5 great noble families, he is the most outgoing besides Huixing, Bu Yi Tianhuoli whispered, but since they've seen the two of us, they'll definitely come over to say hello. While Bu Yi Tianhuoli was explaining, the two had already arrived at Lin Yu and Bu Yi Tianhuoli's table. Bu Yi Tianhuoshu crossed his arms. Oh, isn't this Bu Yi Tianhuoli? What a coincidence! He greeted Bu Yi Tianhuoli very arrogantly. Indeed, quite a coincidence, Bu Yi Tianhuoli said indifferently, then looked at Saint Lan Kuei beside him. Mr. Kuei has good taste, the food at this restaurant is excellent. Saint Lan Kuei grinned, of course, Miss Huolu. However, would you mind introducing me to this person beside you? For below, my advisor. Bu Yi Tianhuoli said indifferently. Oh, so it's the famous detective Forbelow, Saint Lan Kuei said with a smile. I often hear Mr. Huoshu talk about you. He said that if he had your assistance, the position of family head would surely be within his grasp. Saint Lan Kuei's speaking style was vastly different from when he was the captain. He seemed to be wearing a social mask, appearing polite, friendly, and gentle. However, these friendly qualities were distant and insincere, making one feel that he kept others at arm's length. Fortunately, Lin Yu was operating as Forbelow at this moment, so dealing with it was simple. Facing the other party's polite yet subtly probing flattery, Lin Yu readily and happily accepted. "Thank you for your compliment, Your Excellency, but it's also the truth." As he said this, Saint Lan Kuei laughed. "How confident." "However, Forbelow, I still want to remind you," Saint Lan Kuei paused, "even if the Buyi Tian family head might show you some favoritism, and Mr.
Hua Shu appreciates your talent. But as a commoner, it's best not to overstep or interfere too much. Not all nobles are as benevolent and kind as Mr. Hua Shu. You truly have no actual backing, so be careful not to be used and then discarded like trash. You have a proverb over there. If there's no more prey, both the bow and the hunting dog will become useless. I hope, Forbelow, you will carefully consider your choices," Saint Lan Kuei said with a faint smile. Before Lin Yu could speak, Buyi Tianhua smiled and looked at Saint Lan Kuei. Compared to the subtly sarcastic Saint Lan Kuei, Buyi Tianhua, though smiling and speaking in an even tone, was much more direct in her content. "Stop meddling in my Buyi Tian family's affairs here." "Are you implying that I'm using Forbelow?" Buyi Tianhua said with a smile. "You don't need to worry about these things, Mr. Kuei. You should first take care of your own family's matters. Your Saint Lan family meeting is coming up soon, and I'm really looking forward to the results." Saint Lan Kuei, despite being rebuked by Buyi Tianhua, maintained his smile. And then, Buyi Tianhua spoke again. "By the way, that saying is, when the birds are gone, the good bow is put away, when the cunning rabbit dies, the hounds are cooked. If you want to use their sayings, go back and find more advisors to study. Don't disgrace the Duke nobles and let these outsiders mistakenly think you're illiterate." Saint Lan Kuei's smile distorted slightly. Buyi Tianhua spoke coldly. "Buyi Tianhua, don't go too far." "Am I going too far?" Buyi Tianhua laughed. "Buyi Tianhua, you're incapable of pleasing mother, so you can only think of poaching others. What a foolish tactic, no wonder mother doesn't like you." "Ha, do you think you're so likable?" Buyi Tianhua said eagerly. "You clearly have half of Saint Lan's blood in you, yet even brother Kuei from the Saint Lan family doesn't support you. Even when you actively supported Saint Lan Lai, he only agreed because of the pressure from my alliance with brother Kuei. You, who are disliked wherever you go, can you compare to even half of me? I've promised Forbelow immense benefits. And if he follows you, have you actually promised him anything?" As Buyi Tianhua spoke, Buyi Tianhua glanced at Lin Yu, then laughed. "Idiot, I'm not like you, only making promises and drawing empty pictures. I'm about to give Forbelow a magnificent gift." Buyi Tianhua looked at Saint Lan Kuei. "Mr. Kuei, didn't you just say that Forbelow, as a commoner, should ideally not interfere in noble affairs? I'm telling you, he will soon no longer be a commoner. He is about to marry into the Buyi Tian family," Buyi Tianhua said. Buyi Tianhua and Saint Lan Kuei's expressions changed slightly at her words. "You're going to marry him? Buyi Tianhua, you're truly unscrupulous," Buyi Tianhua said in disbelief. Hearing the other party's shocked words, Buyi Tianhua was equally astonished. "Ha? What nonsense are you talking about?" Buyi Tianhua's words sounded vaguely familiar to Lin Yu. He coughed lightly, correcting Hua Shu. "I have no intention of marrying Hua Lu." Buyi Tianhua also spoke immediately. "That's right, who said I was getting married? I'm preparing for Fuer Baluo to pursue Evernight Skyfire Apricot." Hearing this, Hua Shu was even more shocked and spoke excitedly. "Evernight Skyfire Apricot? How did you even think of that?" However, Shang Lan Kuei next to him was even more agitated than Hua Shu. "What? Evernight Skyfire Apricot? You? How dare you?" Shang Lan Kuei looked at Lin Yu.
The Ceylon family young master's social mask briefly cracked, and the polite attitude he had towards Lin Yu, out of consideration for Huashu favoring him, suddenly vanished for a moment.
You lowly commoner actually dare to dream of marrying a direct descendant of the Bu Yetian family, Bu Yi Tian Huolu. Do you think your family will approve of this foolish plan? Bu Yi Tian Huolu spoke calmly.
In fact, I already visited mother with Fu Baluo this afternoon. She didn't make it explicit, after all, Bu Yi Tian Huolu didn't know what Lin Yu and her mother had discussed. But this sentence was enough to make Shang Lan Kuei completely red with anger.
Damn it, damn it. How could the Noi Heaven family head agree? He's not a royal noble, not even an upper-class person or a noble. He's not even from Nightless City.
Huashu quickly looked at Shang Lan Kuei. Brother Kuei, don't worry, mother might only be not opposed, there's still a chance. Of course, in Lin Yu's opinion, if he really married Evernight Skyfire Apricot on behalf of Fu Baluo, the Noi Heaven family head might indeed agree with both hands. So Bu Yi Tian Huoli's words weren't a lie.
Lin Yu was just a little curious. I say, isn't Evernight Skyfire Apricot's elder brother Huashu? Why is this Shang Lan Kuei even more agitated than Huashu?
Bu Yi Tian Huoli's face showed a rare, slightly joyful smile, and she responded in a low voice. It's simple, Shang Lan Kuei is Evernight Skyfire Apricot's suitor, he is the highest ranking among all your competitors.
Really? Isn't he the future heir of the Saint Lan family with a smooth path ahead? Does he still need to marry into the Bu Yetian family? Lin Yu said in surprise, didn't you say Evernight Skyfire Apricot has a very bad reputation?
He's not marrying for profit. Shang Lan Kuei genuinely likes Evernight Skyfire Apricot, although Huaxing has a peculiar personality, he seems to like that type, Bu Yi Tian Huola said seriously, precisely because he might inherit the Saint Lan family in the future, he doesn't need to use his marriage to climb or seek profit. He only needs to choose a prominent accessory, and Evernight Skyfire Apricot happens to meet his needs.
A direct descendant of the Bu Yetian family, but not favored.
However, precisely because of this, mother has never agreed to his request.
Lin Yu thought about it and accepted this premise.
Although he had always heard how terrible Evernight Skyfire Apricot's personality was, considering that Shang Lan Kuei's hobby was going to Grey 3rd Street on the edge of the outer city to take on high-difficulty commissions and act as a mercenary, it seemed acceptable for him to have some special
preferences in choosing a partner.
At this moment, Shang Lan Kuei, having somewhat calmed down, looked at Lin Yu and spoke coldly again.
Fu Baluo, is it? You're quite something.
I actually appreciate bottom dwellers and otherworlders like you who climb to the top by any means necessary, but unfortunately, your efforts are misguided. To achieve your own goals, you actually chose to lay hands on Evernight Skyfire Apricot, you are making an enemy of me.
Lin Yu looked at
Shang Lan Kuei and suddenly asked.
The word lay hands on is a bit much. I haven't even met Evernight Skyfire Apricot yet.
Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shang Lan Kuei became even more annoyed, and anger visibly surfaced on his face. Then you are even more blasphemous.
You haven't even met Evernight Skyfire Apricot. Marriage is sacred and inviolable.
You don't even know if you like Evernight Skyfire Apricot, how can you pursue her?
Are you going to pursue a marriage without emotion, without love, only with profit?
Lin Yu felt a strange sensation upon hearing Shang Lan Kuei's words. There was indeed nothing wrong with what he said, it was a very correct principle, but
is that something a royal noble should say?
Lin Yu suddenly understood the Noi Heaven family head's criticism of various families.
At least this Saint Lan family heir was indeed a bit naive. As the future patriarch of one of the 5 great noble families, what love could he still expect in his marriage?
Moreover, Shang Lan Kuei himself had just attacked him for being a commoner. On one hand, this fellow, as a noble, seemed to have very enlightened views on freedom of marriage and love, but on the other hand, he retained some feudal notions of matching families. After some thought, Lin Yu looked at Shang Lan Kuei and sincerely asked.
Then have you met Evernight Skyfire Apricot?
Of course, I've definitely met Evernight Skyfire Apricot, Shang Lan Kuei said righteously. I directly experienced Evernight Skyfire Apricot's charm, and after meeting and conversing with her, I genuinely developed admiration for her.
Lin Yu retorted, then does Evernight Skyfire Apricot like you?
Shanlan Kuei fell silent.
Bui Tianhua chuckled, can Evernight Skyfire Apricot really distinguish you from other members of the St. Lan family? Well, I think she probably can.
Shanglan Kuei mumbled.
Huashu quickly interjected, it's okay, feelings can be cultivated. Huaxing is the slow-to-warm-up type. But the comfort from Huashu only seemed to add fuel to the fire.
Shanglan Kuei clenched his fists and looked at Lin Yu.
For Baluo, I challenge you to a duel. Before Lin Yu could answer, Bui Tianhua spoke faintly, my dear cousin Shanglan Kuei, after the Equality Act was promulgated, dueling became illegal, and you, a royal noble, are no exception. Are you not planning to inherit the family head position? Then I'd be happy to tell Shanglan Lai this good news.
Shanglan Kuei was speechless again.
But a moment later, he visibly calmed down and spoke coldly, don't worry, besides dueling, I have many ways to kill you.
Even if you are favored by the Buyetian family, you are ultimately just a commoner. You're not good at fighting either. And you otherworlders can't always be under protection.
He nakedly threatened Lin Yu, while extending his hand and making a you're-dead throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Yu. And after Shanglan Kuei finished making that gesture,
bang!
All the lights suddenly went out, and the entire restaurant plunged into darkness. At this moment, amid the faint commotion in the restaurant, Lin Yu immediately heard the two sets of bodyguards beside him simultaneously activating various equipment and rapidly changing formations. Bright searchlights lit up, surrounding the three royal nobles respectively. At the same time, Lin Yu also felt Bui Tianhua jump directly over the table and stand in front of him.
You're making a move already, Shanglan Kuei? How audacious!
Shanglan Kuei's exasperated voice came from afar, this wasn't me.
Huashu's curses also rang out, where's the Jinan family steward? What's going on? Why the sudden power outage? Listening to these people's remarks, Lin Yu suddenly thought of something. Hey, Bui Tianhua Lu. What's Shanglan Kuei's rank among his siblings? He's the third son, Shanglan Lai is the eldest.
After saying this, Bui Tianhua Li's expression subtly changed, and she also realized what Lin Yu meant by asking that. Shanglan Kuei, be careful, this is aimed at your steward. Although Lin Yu wasn't clear about the exact stage or situation of the St. Lan family's internal factional struggles at the moment, ever since he entered Nightless City, Lin Yu had heard many rumors about the St. Lan family's family
meeting. The St. Lan family's succession struggle must have reached a heated stage by now.
Therefore, the eldest son, Shanglan Lai, and the third son, Shanglan Kuei, must have reached a point of no return, where they were ready to draw swords. Lin Yu hadn't found any assassination commissions related to the St. Lan family, but he clearly remembered that before taking the C-77 commission, he had heard about an A-06 commission. The content of this commission was, to protect the third son of the St. Lan family's butler from assassination during the St. Lan family's family council, which was to be held a week later. If there was no possibility of an assassination, why would this mission be posted? So, someone must have been targeting this butler. Hearing Lin Yu's shout, Shanglan Kuei also reacted. You useless lot. Guard the butler. Barry, are you alright? Shanglan Kuei shouted, but Bui Tianhua quickly reminded him loudly, don't make a sound, Barry, stay quiet. The restaurant was very dim at the moment. For the sake of the view, this garden restaurant almost entirely used transparent ceilings and floor-to-ceiling windows. Although all the lights were out and it was pitch black, the neon lights from outside could still shine in. Coupled with the several flashlights activated by the bodyguards, it wasn't so dark that one couldn't see their hand in front of their face. However, in this low-light environment, everyone still became blurry silhouettes and outlines, making it difficult to distinguish who was who. In such an environment, even with night vision equipment, it would be difficult to find a specific person. Lin Yu was a little surprised to hear Bui Tianhua's words. You and Shanglan Kuei should be considered rivals, right? You should be supporting Shanglan Lai, correct? Bui Tianhua nodded, yes. Then why would you remind Shanglan Kuei? Is it simply out of kindness? Because from Shanglan Lai's interests, this butler cannot die right now, Bui Tianhuola said calmly. This guy used to be Shanglan Lai's confidant, and after betraying his master, he defected to Shanglan Kuei. Then shouldn't he be even more deserving of death? His death would be useless. All the evidence he possessed has already been handed over to Shanglan Kuei. Killing him now would only become another impeachable stain at the family meeting. Bui Tianhuola sighed. Saint Lan is different from the other four noble families. Because the Saint Lan family's main sphere of influence is in the Nightless City Council and the Executive Yuan, they have higher demands for outward appearance. This butler will definitely be killed, but only after the family meeting concludes. Shanglan Lai is not an idiot, he understands this reasoning. If someone wants to kill him, it can only be a third person other than Shanglan Lai and Shanglan Kuei. After all, although the remaining people don't have as good a chance of winning as those two, they aren't completely without hope. Bui Tianhuolu analyzed, and Lin Yu nodded. I understand.
Killing one person can simultaneously strike at two factions. Then he is indeed a hot assassination target. It seems the higher one climbs in Nightless City, the more dangerous it becomes.
Being born a noble does not mean one can rest easy.
Whether it was this butler named Barry or Lt. Mercury, their lives themselves had become a gamble.
So, you want me to save this guy?
Lin Yu asked, and Bui Tianhuolu replied, it's best if he doesn't die here.
But after a pause, Bui Tianhuolu added, but you should still prioritize your own safety. The power hasn't been restored yet, which means the other party came prepared. As Bui Tianhuola spoke, Lin Yu also nodded. It is a bit strange. Not only has the power not been restored, but there's also no movement.
No one broke a window, no one screamed, which meant there were no invaders and no victims. There were no sounds of explosions, no sounds of fighting, meaning no one was engaging with the bodyguards. At this moment, a thought even popped into Lin Yu's head.
Could it really just be a normal power outage, and we're scaring ourselves?
After all, considering that he had previously teamed up with Baron Coleman to blow up Nightless City's largest power supply system, the entire Nightless City was now essentially relying on a backup, older generation energy system to cope, and new power supply networks were constantly being built. It didn't seem impossible for the current power system to have some problems. Of course, this possibility was, after all, a low-probability event. So, assuming there really was an assassin who caused the power outage, the reason for the current lack of movement was probably only one. This was a very patient hunter. And he was already waiting for the opportunity in the dark.
Stay here and don't move,
Lin Yu said, patting Bui Tianhuolu, then got up and walked towards Bui Tianhuoshu and Shanglan Kuei.
What are you going to do?
Bui Tianhuolu got up and looked at Lin Yu, speaking with some surprise.
Hey, it's very dangerous now, don't move around.
Bui Tianhuolu watched Lin Yu, who ignored her, and looked at the bodyguard next to her. Stop Fu Baluo.
As she spoke, two bodyguards immediately walked towards Fu Baluo.
Mr. Fu Baluo, please. But as soon as the words fell, the two bodyguards were stunned. In Nightless City, anyone associated with the five great nobles was basically the best, the most top tier. Those who could be bodyguards for a duke were the emperors among bodyguards, the pinnacle of the security industry. They were all professionals and would generally not waver, especially not show their helplessness to their employer. But this situation was too peculiar.
Respected Huo Lu, Mr. Fu Baluo has disappeared.
In the darkness, Lin Yu's figure suddenly vanished. Bui Tianhuolu was equally astonished, because she had also witnessed the entire process of Lin Yu's disappearance.
He seemed to have a massive shadow appear on his hand, and then he disappeared.
It looks like the corner of the Shadow Dweller, from Laboratory 6, Bui Tianhuolu thought in shock, but
wasn't this thing shelved due to high costs before it even went into production? There should only be one prototype. Did Paris give it to him? Or, is it another method he possesses as an otherworlder?
But no matter what, this was the first time Bui Tianhuolu had witnessed Fu Baluo having such a method.
And what exactly do you want to do, Fu Baluo?
Hiding in the dark corner of shady darkness found within the corner of the shadow dweller, Lin Yu actually didn't make any unusual moves. It was just that Lin Yu felt that if the other party was hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity to act, he would be too passive staying in the open. So, even if the other party's target wasn't him, Lin Yu decided to hide himself first. After all, operating under Fu Luo's identity had its pros and cons. The identity of Fu Luo brought him many conveniences, but it was also bound to bring him some enemies. What if a mercenary who took the order or an assassin dispatched by a duke noble saw Fu Luo and decided to kill him on the spot to gain more merit with their master? Moreover, what Lin Yu was about to do next was itself aimed at disrupting the other party's assassination attempt. I should have taken a 06 as well, that way I could have gotten an extra reward. Lin Yu sighed, then silently pulled Lao Zhang and Hannah out of his item space. When it came to a real fight, he could leave anything else behind, but these two helpers were a must. Anyway, they had already left the Bu Yetian family's sphere of influence, so he wasn't afraid of them being seen. The only reason he hadn't taken them out before was that Lin Yu had been with Bu Yitian Huolu and hadn't had any time alone. Furthermore, Lao Zhang was Lin Yu's most effective reconnaissance item right now, even better than the mind-reading monocle. The mind-reading monocle would fail against many important figures in Nightless City, as they were familiar with the Truth Company's series of differences and thus had excellent means to shield their emotions from being probed. In such an environment, although the principal was unknown, Lao Zhang, with his exceptionally keen perception and insight, became invaluable.
Ho ho, finally let me out. What's the situation now?
Quack, director, what are your orders? After the two came out, Lin Yu quickly and briefly explained their current predicament.
Lao Zhang immediately understood after listening.
Oh, you mean you were having dinner with the Bu Yetian family's eldest miss, encountered the Bu Yetian family's eldest young master and the Saint Lan family's young master, and then encountered a situation where the Saint Lan family's young master's butler might be assassinated, causing the entire restaurant to lose power, and due to your own interests, you want to stop this assassination, but you haven't found where the assassin is hiding yet, and you want my help to find suspicious targets, is that right? Listening to Lao Zhang's long, complex sentence, Lin Yu marveled at Lao Zhang's brain-like form, truly not needing to breathe when speaking.
That's right, can you find them?
In the absolute darkness of the corner of the shadow dweller, Lao Zhang flickered a few times, then responded to Lin Yu, at least on the surface, there are no masters harboring killing intent mixed in with the crowd. Scattered throughout the restaurant are only guests and restaurant staff, most of whom dare not act rashly. And no one is trying to approach Bu Yi Tianhua Shu and Saint Lan Kuei's side.
Could it be that the assassin didn't come? Or are they still observing from outside the restaurant?
Maybe they chose a long-range sniping method.
Lao Zhang asked curiously, and Lin Yu shook his head.
No, the person coming to assassinate has definitely entered the restaurant.
After you eliminate these possibilities, a simple deduction will lead to a clear answer.
Although they were in the corner of the shadow dweller, and no one could see clearly, Lin Yu, using Fu Luo's face and identity,
couldn't help but speak in Fu Luo's tone.
He flicked the brim of his hat and spoke softly. Check again, Lao Zhang, this time focus on those Saint Lan family bodyguards and servants. Lao Zhang was very surprised. You mean the assassin might have mixed in with the bodyguards?
My goodness, it seems quite possible.
As Lin Yu said, Lao Zhang sensed again, then immediately spoke.
Ha, you really caught them, the third one in front of Saint Lan Kuei's left, and the second one behind his right, both of these bodyguards are suspicious. Their soul fluctuations and psychological identification show a clear deviation from other bodyguards, and they have been scanning the surroundings with some kind of instrument, seemingly to eliminate threats, but in reality, it's more like they're looking for the hidden butler.
In other words, they are not protecting anyone, nor do they believe they are looking for anyone, but rather preparing to find their target. Because these Duke Noble bodyguards and servants often cover their faces when traveling, it's actually somewhat convenient to impersonate them. Of course, getting a special mask and blending into the team is itself a very difficult thing. But once obtained, the risk of exposure will be greatly reduced imperceptibly.
It's just a pity
Lao Zhang has no eyes, he doesn't rely on facial features to distinguish a person's identity.
Lin Yu nodded. Indeed, among the bodyguards.
He activated the corner of the Shadow Dweller to move over, hiding himself under a table slightly closer to Saint Lan Kuei.
Then, Lin Yu asked, "Then can you find where the butler is?"
"You really asked the right person," Lao Zhang said proudly, "although I don't know which one is the butler. He seems to know that this is directed at him, so he has already hidden. He's on the ceiling, look up, roughly directly above Bu Yitian Huashu." Lin Yu looked up in surprise, then found an unnatural crease on the ceiling.
If it weren't for Lao Zhang's precise reminder, he would never have noticed this in the darkness.
He hid quite fast. As expected of someone working for a Duke noble, he has some skills. Lin Yu sighed, and Lao Zhang shook his head.
It's useless, because he can't hang there forever.
The bodyguards of the Bu Yetian family and the Saint Lan family are very professional. They have already sent people to scout and investigate the cause of the power outage. In this process, they will prioritize determining a safe evacuation route. In about 3 minutes, after they confirm the periphery is safe, they will bring people to escort their young master and young lady to evacuate. Lin Yu suddenly realized, at that time, that Butler Barry will certainly have to show up and evacuate with them. Those two assassins mixed in with the escort team are probably waiting for that very moment. In that instant, due to the darkness, all security forces will concentrate around their masters, even if they know Barry is most likely the target of the assassination. It will still be so. And his own guard at that moment will absolutely be the weakest.
After Lin Yu finished his analysis, a report came from the doorway. The entire 10,000 gold sky palace is out of power.
The reason is that someone used a military-grade strong jammer to cut off all circuit functions, and the means to contact our family and the outside world have also been cut off.
The security team should be on their way. We'd best evacuate from the 10,000 gold sky palace.
A retreat route has already been found. Lao Zhang heard this voice and spoke proudly.
You see, just as I said, only much faster than I imagined.
Just as Lao Zhang had said, after the report was completed, the bodyguards surrounding their master began to change formation. "Respected sir, please leave here first." However, neither Bu Yitian Huolu nor Saint Lan Kuei and Huashu had any intention of leaving.
"Idiot, didn't you hear?
The main target this time is my butler, Barry.
Barry hasn't even been confirmed to be anywhere yet, why should I leave?"
Sheng Lan Kuei said coldly. "Prioritize Barry's safety."
"I don't believe anyone would dare to assassinate me at this point.
Even Shanglan Lai, a direct descendant of a royal noble, wouldn't have the guts."
"We will only evacuate once Barry appears." Shanglan Kuei stood firm, displaying the extraordinary courage of a royal noble heir.
Huashu also ordered the people he brought, do as brother Kuei says.
And Bu Yitian Huolu also did not leave.
Fu Baluo doesn't know what he's gone to do, will stand by. I believe he has his reasons for doing this. Ordinarily, Bu Yitian Huolu might not have trusted Fu Baluo so much. But today's Fu Baluo had given her too many surprises. Therefore, Bu Yitian Huolu chose to trust him.
"Fu Baluo, whatever you plan to do, just go for it."
And although Bu Yitian Huolu gave Lin Yu immense support and the right to act freely, as Shang Lan Kuei's butler, Barry certainly did not have the right to make his master wait. After all, even if Bu Yitian Huolu left directly, Lin Yu wouldn't care. But no matter how much trust Barry received, he was ultimately still just a butler, a subordinate, subservient to Shang Lan Kuei.
He had a strong personal dependency on the Saint Lan family.
In addition, Barry had previously defected and betrayed from the eldest son, Shang Lan Lai, to join Shang Lan Kuei's faction.
Such traitors, in fact, sometimes show absolute loyalty to their new master.
Especially since his master had already made a clear gesture of waiting for him, it was even more impossible for Barry to continue hiding in the ceiling and not come down.
So, in the darkness, Lin Yu observed the eerie fold in the ceiling open.
Butler Barry, dressed in a slightly higher-class servant uniform and without a mask, rapidly descended from above with a grappling gun. Lin Yu distinguished him in the darkness. The other party looked to be in his early 50s, considering that the powerful and nightless city had the means for various surgeries. His actual age should be even older.
"Young Master Kuei, I'm here."
Seeing Barry descend, Xianglan Kuei breathed a sigh of relief.
It's good that you're alright, I thought something had happened to you. Let's leave here first.
It must be said that as a royal noble, Xianglan Kuei was quite concerned about his subordinates.
It's just a pity. Xianglan Kuei's actions were, in fact, somewhat well-intentioned but counterproductive.
If he hadn't been so considerate and concerned about his subordinates, then the trap set for Barry would not have taken effect. The moment the team began to move, all the bodyguards naturally had to change into a formation more suitable for escorting Xianglan Kuei while on the move. And it was in this brief interval of changing formation, this short period of all bodyguards rapidly moving.
The two hidden assassins made their move.
In the dark restaurant, a sharp buzzing sound rang out. Buzz, even hidden in the corner of the shadow dweller, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a stinging pain in his eardrums, and a momentary daze. And the bodyguards, nobles, and other guests outside couldn't help but clutch their heads, their faces twisted in pain. Amidst this sharp burst of sound, only two people moved as usual. Among the Saint Lan family's bodyguards, the two identified by Lao Zhang as problematic suddenly accelerated and deviated from their positions. They were like two screws that suddenly broke off and shot out from a high-speed operating machine. Swish, the two, one after another, drew two sharp and very crude short swords from behind them, and fiercely pounced towards the butler from both sides.
Clang! Their chosen route was precisely a gap in the defenses.
What great coordination, truly top-notch experts.
If you want to save him, you'd better hurry. Lao Zhang's voice rang out.
However, Lin Yu made no move, he merely stared intently at the two.
Wait a little longer.
The king bodyguards among the Bu Yitian family and Saint Lan family's bodyguards were not to be trifled with either. Although the buzzing sound had almost made those with weaker resistance faint, these bodyguards, upon noticing the anomaly, still endured the dizziness, ear pain, and sense of imbalance to pounce on the two assassins.
Enemies are mixed among us.
The commander among the bodyguards shouted, drawing equipment from his waist that was completely different in style from the two assassins. The Bu Yitian family's bodyguards had short staffs glowing with a clear light, which Lin Yu had seen members of the Truth Company's security department use before. On the Saint Lan family's side, it was a blunt weapon resembling a flail, with a spherical counterweight at the end, except the connection was not a chain, but seemed to be magnetic. But no matter which kind, both were full of technological and futuristic flair. A portion of the bodyguards rushed towards the two assassins, but more bodyguards clustered even more tightly around the three royal nobles, raising their shields and simultaneously confirming each other's identities.
Report today's key. 239,651. 077597.
A continuous series of numbers rang out evidently. Although assassins mixed among bodyguards was a low-probability event, these bodyguards still had a contingency plan. Unfortunately, the core of this contingency plan was still to protect the safety of the nobles. And the target of this assassination was the butler. Indeed, such measures ensured that no matter what, these future heirs of the five great nobles would suffer no mishaps, minimizing even a 1% risk, but it also greatly dispersed their strength.
Xianglan Kuei shouted urgently, "Why are you protecting me? Idiots! They're not after me."
But the bodyguards were unmoved. After all, in the Nightless City, there had been assassins who attempted to assassinate royal nobles. Those assassins had naturally used feints. Since then, the rule to ensure maximum force protection for royal nobles' safety was written into the family rules. If Xianglan Kuei were already the Saint Lan family head, he might be able to break the rules. Unfortunately, he was not yet. The small number of bodyguards who charged up were clearly no match for the two well-prepared assassins. Before they could get close, one assassin pulled out a black spherical object from his embrace and crushed it, and an invisible force field repelled them a distance backwards. This spherical device clearly had no actual lethality, but the time gained by repelling them was already enough for the two assassins to reach the butler. A cold glint flashed, and the two short swords, with cloth strips wrapped around their ends and curved like a crescent moon, slashed crisscrossing up and down. From the trajectory of the blades, this was meant to disembowel and shred internal organs with one strike, and directly sever the neck and decapitate with the other, an absolute killing move. No matter what kind of modification surgery one had undergone, it would be impossible to survive in such a situation.
Aren't you going to act yet?
It's a certain death situation now. Lao Zhang reminded again, and Lin Yu exhaled.
Wait a little longer.
As his voice fell, the butler Barry's arm glowed with an iron color.
Clang!
Thud! The old butler used his arm to forcefully block and parry the two curved blades. After two crisp sounds, Barry was unharmed, but the two assassins retreated repeatedly.
No need to worry, young Master Kue, I'm not that fragile yet.
Old butler Barry said loudly from over there. Indeed, although nobles rarely undergo modifications that damage their foundation for a quick boost in combat power, but butlers and the like have definitely had them done, otherwise, the A06 commissions level wouldn't have been high enough for those brokers outside to single it out.
It must
be because assassinating Barry is not an easy task, so the assassin's skill level would also be very high, and judging from the attitude of these bodyguards and his ability to instantly conceal himself just now, the difficulty in assassinating this butler definitely isn't due to him being well protected, but rather his own formidable strength. Lin Yu said calmly, and Lao Zhang suddenly understood.
Is that why you didn't make a move?
Not really. The most important thing is that the butler himself wasn't flustered at all, so why should I be?
Lin Yu said calmly.
While everyone's attention was focused on the two assassins, Lin Yu also glanced at Barry's reaction. His reaction was extremely calm. He seemed to have anticipated that the assassins would strike at this point in time. To be able to serve as a butler to a young master heir in the Saint Lan family, and even remain in a high position after transferring from another young master heir, this butler Barry must possess extraordinary qualities. Barry saw the two assassins charging at him and did not flinch or hide. He only did one thing: he slightly bent his knees, stabilized his lower body, and then stared at the two assassins who were about to attack him. Clearly, this old butler was confident he could handle two attackers. The two assassins' first round of attacks was blocked, and their momentum had already greatly diminished. However, these two assassins still charged forward fearlessly. Clang! This time, Barry directly grabbed the two blades slashing at him. The old butler snorted and said, "The blades and combat techniques of the pioneer team. You two must hold high ranks in the pioneer team, both at captain level. Unfortunately, last year I already received the experimental grade green iron and stone scale fusion implants.
Now, with just the two of you, you can't harm me."
The two assassins, disguised as bodyguards, ignored him and swung their blades even faster. Efficient and extreme, the blade techniques, born for the pursuit of killing efficiency, were unleashed continuously, but Barry, relying on the hardness of his two arms, forcefully blocked all attacks. After several rounds of lightning-fast exchanges, the balance was about to be broken once again. Because the bodyguards who had been knocked flying were coming back to assist. Sei Lan Kue shouted excitedly, "Well done, Barry, capture both of them alive. I want to see who is so bold as to dare assassinate you in front of me." And just as Saint Lan Kue spoke, buzz! The buzzing sound rang out again, and those bodyguards once again became slightly sluggish in their movements. Even Barry was slightly affected, almost getting slashed in the chest by a blade. Oh no, although Barry ultimately blocked the blade, his rhythm had been disrupted. Most importantly, the buzzing sound ringing out again confirmed, there was still a third person on the field. Where was he?
Lao Zhang, you didn't find everyone.
Lin Yu said, and Lao Zhang felt very embarrassed, but also a little unconvinced.
I just felt there should be more.
Damn it, but in a place like the Wilderness Realm, where soul research is only superficial, a guy who can hide from my perception must not be in this restaurant, he must be beyond my maximum perception range. And a moment after the buzzing sound, the last person finally appeared. Crack! The glass of the French windows in the skylight emitted a fine cracking sound. Dense cracks, like ice cracking during a thaw, instantly spread and covered everywhere, forming a terrifying spider web. And at the very center of that spider web, a black figure lightly landed in the exact center of the ceiling. This was the hidden third assassin. At the same time, this was also the true killing move of this assassination. Barry held his breath.
"Humph, that's more like it," he murmured. "You think you can assassinate me without a legendary mercenary?"
The iron color of Barry's arms began to spread throughout his body, and even his face turned a bluish black.
He had undergone modifications from the Omnipurpose Commerce Guild.
The three major companies each possessed different technologies, although they all led to the same destination and were essentially extensions of their respective core alchemy. Their characteristics were completely different. Truth Company's emotion energy characteristic was the creation of a large amount of energy from nothing, so most experts relied on using continuously generated emotions to drive corresponding external components and equipment. Shunli Group's life conversion characteristic was the free manipulation of life energy, so those who underwent Shunli Group's modifications often possessed formidable comprehensive physical qualities and explosiveness, and the high metabolism brought by powerful vitality allowed for further bursts in combat by consuming or injecting various refined biological agents. Omnipurpose Commerce Guild's fusion implants characteristic was the direct activation and implantation of various inanimate materials into the human body. The characteristic of this type of modification was extreme. Experts created by the Omnipurpose Commerce Guild often pushed a certain aspect of enhancement to the extreme, and then matched subsequent minor modifications around that point. The Gusi's fourth-generation active metal electrode modification, which Lin Yu had seen before, enhanced neural reaction speed, allowing Gusi's speed to surpass ordinary people and even modified individuals from the other two companies. And this butler, clearly, had enhanced his own hardness. At this moment, his entire body had turned iron-colored, making him look like a different race. When the two assassins' blades struck the butler again, he no longer dodged.
Clang!
The blades struck his vital points but were directly repelled. However, this move also seemed to put a considerable burden on Barry. His breathing became much heavier, and his eyes turned blood red. The unknown expert standing on the ceiling quietly watched him complete his transformation.
Then, crash!
The glass beneath his feet shattered, and tiny shards of glass rained down like a bladestorm.
"Protect the young lady! Protect the young master!"
The bodyguards shouted one after another, raising their shields. Lin Yu shrank further into the shadow of the table.
Lao Zhang spoke gravely, "This guy is probably an expert. Can the old butler still hold on?"
Lin Yu shook his head. "He probably can't hold out.
So, we need to be ready to make a move,"
he said softly, and Lao Zhang was very surprised.
"You really plan to make a move, huh?
I thought you were just going to watch that butler get beaten to death. What's the rush? He hasn't been beaten to death yet, has he? If we had gone out earlier, maybe this guy would have run away." Glass shards crashed to the ground, triggering screams. Many guests and restaurant staff who hadn't managed to escape were impaled like hedgehogs, groaning in pain on the floor. Although the glass shards were small and no one sustained fatal injuries, the sensation must have been excruciating. Even the two assassins were cut by the rain of blades. Only Barry, hardened from head to toe, remained unaffected. Howling cold wind poured into the restaurant through the empty frame where the windows had been, sweeping through the space, as blood-stained glass shards on the floor reflected the dim city light. And with the wind and rainbow light, a dark figure landed. The figure was dressed in a pitch-black trench coat and wore a black hood. He landed softly, stepping on the shattered glass with a crunching sound, slowly advancing towards Barry.
"Come on, kid, let me see what you've got,"
Barry roared, charging forward. His breathing was heavy, his body iron blue, his steps ponderous, looking like a giant bull in a charge.
Bang!
The next moment, no one saw what happened, but as soon as Butler Barry touched the figure, he was sent flying backward, blood gushing. The dark figure's previously slow speed instantly accelerated. He was almost as fast as Barry, flying backward, seemingly preparing for a fatal pursuit. But before the dark figure could strike, the moment Barry flew out. Whoosh! A sound of air being torn came, and a cold arrow shot out. The dark figure dodged the arrow by moving to the side, but the moment the arrow grazed his shoulder. Boom! The cold arrow exploded, catching the dark figure off guard, forcing him to side flip to dissipate the force and regain his footing. Bang! Barry, on the other side, had already crashed heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. Deep, visible bloodstains were cut into his hardened skin on his left shoulder and right abdomen, making him look extremely weak, but he was still alive. However, the dark figure didn't have time to pursue the heavily injured Barry. The more skilled a master, the more cautious they are, and this suddenly shot, exploding cold arrow naturally made this master calm down and observe his surroundings.
Who is it?
He spoke in a cold voice, which sounded as if it had been processed by some device, making his actual tone unrecognizable.
Huashu's voice rang out. Fool, you think you can kill someone next to whom? We are royal nobles. Do you think we wouldn't have masters by our side?
Huashu spoke loudly, seemingly intending to scare the opponent away.
However, the opponent clearly wasn't buying it.
On the other side, Huola spoke calmly. Your skill level is very high, at least you've undergone top-tier modification surgery and possess extensive combat experience. Not many people in Nightless City meet both these conditions simultaneously. If you continue to act now, you will offend both the Bu Yetian family and the Saint Lan family.
You should think carefully. Finding you might not be difficult at all.
Huoli's words did make the opponent waver slightly. But he didn't give up, merely speaking again in a cold voice.
Sir, I'm just doing my job for money.
Saying this, he seemed to have made up his mind and once again walked towards Barry, who was lying on the ground. And just as he took a step, whoosh! The sound of air being torn rang out again, and an arrow shot out once more. This time, the opponent was much smarter. He didn't just casually dodge to the side but cautiously moved a considerable distance away. However, this arrow didn't explode, it shot into a wooden counter, burying itself up to its fletching. And this time, the dark figure suddenly turned and looked at the table where Lin Yu was hiding.
He kicked the table over.
But there was no one under the table. The moment the table overturned, from a small patch of shadow nearby, Lin Yu emerged, dual blades crisscrossing as he struck. Swish! The long blade-tooth bone twin blades, just obtained from the last copy, flashed, their edges grazing the opponent's left side, tearing his clothing, and leaving a shallow bloodstain. The opponent's speed was also very fast. In an instant, he drew a scythe and brought it down in retaliation against Lin Yu. This was probably the source of Barry's wounds.
Clang! The twin blades and the scythe clashed, and in that instant, Lin Yu and the opponent met gazes across their masks.
Lin Yu recognized the opponent's origin.
Player? This scythe was definitely a player's item. And the opponent immediately recognized Lin Yu's current appearance. Fu Baluo? He spoke with some disbelief, seemingly very surprised.
And the moment the opponent spoke, Lin Yu confirmed it.
Indeed, a player.
Lin Yu immediately switched to Fu Baluo's mode of interacting with people.
You've heard of me, huh? Brother, can you give me some face?
Let this one go, this person is useful to me. Lin Yu said with a playful smile. What face does someone who just advanced to Tier 1 have? The opponent said unceremoniously, and your Tier 1 mission must have been completed by piggybacking on someone else's situation. The mysterious player said, bringing the scythe down again. Lin Yu, though taunted by the opponent, didn't get angry, he simply blocked the attack with his twin blades. After all, it was Fu Baluo who was being insulted, and besides, Fu Baluo himself probably wouldn't even be angry because he really did piggyback. So, Lin Yu continued in a relaxed tone.
Oh, you can't say that. The more friends you have, the more opportunities.
At least my words still carry weight in Nightless City. Look, you can only toil away, working hard, climbing onto the restaurant's glass roof in the middle of the night, freezing while watching everyone eat. But I can dine with royal nobles in the restaurant.
Isn't getting on good terms with me more promising than being a mercenary?
Lin Yu had already mastered 3 or 4 points of Fu Luo's snarky speaking style.
The opponent snorted again, what do you know?
The scythe and twin blades clashed again, and while their weapons were not yet reset, the opponent delivered a high side kick. Lin Yu was caught off guard and could only raise his arm to block.
Bang! A solid kick landed on Lin Yu's forearm, and the opponent roared, die!
In the mysterious player's imagination, with such a full-force kick, Fu Baluo would surely break at least a few bones.
However, he felt as if he had kicked an iron plate. What the hell?
He was extremely shocked, retreating 2 steps, looking at the proud Four Baluo, and asked in surprise.
You're tier 1? You're a detective?
How are you even harder than those modified Nightless City people over there?
Lin Yu chuckled.
A soldier's 5 times body constitution, plus the Barbarian Guard's gauntlets, the reusable universal buff potion, and the last moments of the frost blessing stored in the elixir immortal pot.
Is it unreasonable for him to be a bit harder than that old man who had skin hardening surgery? He looked at the opponent and said mockingly. This is all the result of my daily training. Who says a detective can't temper his own body?
How can Nightless City's technology and ruthlessness compare to the body I've meticulously tempered and trained? Facing Lin Yu's mockery, the other party's expression turned serious.
I understand, Four Baluo. I underestimated you.
The rumors were indeed problematic, although you've been slow to advance. It was just to feign weakness.
Lin Yu heard the other party's words and denied them. You're overthinking it. Cut the nonsense. Even if you're a little stronger than I imagined, you're still only tier 1.
The other party shouted again, then his scythe once more slashed towards Lin Yu.
Bang!
Lin Yu blocked his attack again, and then his bone knife once more grazed his forearm.
Yes, I'm only tier 1. But have you ever considered a problem? The 2 men's weapons clashed and separated, the clangor as dense and continuous as a craftsman hammering iron.
Under such intense, passionate hacking, both Lin Yu and the other party still had energy to spare and could still converse.
What do you want to say, detective?
Lin Yu said in a low voice, what I mean is.
Even if I can't beat you, I don't need to beat you, I just need to hold you back.
Although those bodyguards were still incapacitated.
Reinforcements would eventually arrive. So, stop, Azu.
Lin Yu sincerely advised. The other party remained silent, but his movements became faster, looking somewhat agitated. Clearly, he too felt pressured by Lin Yu's words. One attacks, one defends. If this drags on, time will naturally be on the defender's side. And although Lin Yu kept applying pressure with his words, he was well aware that the other party likely still had a trump card. Although this person doesn't seem like a tier 3 player, even without comparing him to the outstanding tier 3 players like Shigung and Nian, he's a whole tier weaker. At least if he were a tier 3 player, I wouldn't be able to rely solely on my physical attributes to clash with him head-on.
And still have the upper hand. His methods would definitely be more diverse.
But from his disdainful attitude towards tier 1, he should at least be tier 2. So, at the very least, I need to guard against his professional item. If I were him, I'd activate my professional item right now.
Just as Lin Yu thought this,
the other party suddenly launched a rapid assault, 3 side strikes forcing Lin Yu to retreat repeatedly.
Then, taking advantage of this gap,
the other party pulled out a handful of dirt from his huai and scattered it.
This seemingly sparse handful of dirt, upon landing on the ground, rapidly covered the surface.
Lin Yu did not recognize this professional item, as he knew very little about professional items. Most organizations did a good job of keeping information about tier 2 items confidential.
Or rather,
the entire player community's information exchange had an unwritten and strictly hierarchical confidentiality rule. Players who hadn't advanced rarely found news about advancement, and tier 1 players found it difficult to inquire about tier 2 rules. From the scattered words of those high-tier players and Shinbing Miao, Lin Yu could roughly piece together that it seemed both knowing and disseminating information about the game came with certain invisible costs.
However,
fortunately, Lin Yu now had an encyclopedia and one that was barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes, being just a brain and not worried about any costs. Lao Zhang.
Oh my.
Fertile fields and rich soil. He's revealed an advanced item. It seems the scythe in his hand is also a professional item. Be careful, this is a tier 2 farmer, and it's the most violent combination among the farmer's items. Lin Yu unceremoniously cursed at Lao Zhang. Tell me clearly how to be careful, and what to be careful of. As for tier 1 professional items, Lin Yu had basically memorized all the ones he could find, just as he had initially memorized profession abilities. However, because the appearance of the scythe was relatively common, Lin Yu couldn't confirm it was a farmer's professional item just now. After all, the scythe's effect wasn't evident in direct combat, but it was used to harvest plants. Combined with the farmer's own ability, can receive one supply per day, randomly obtaining a certain food, and if there are plants, can consume plants and reset a skill cooldown, using the scythe. To harvest plants could create more refined food with stamina recovery and wound healing effects, and one could choose to skip the eating process and directly absorb the created food. Honestly, the farmer's abilities were basically similar to the items obtained from the banquet god. Therefore, Lin Yu didn't know what to guard against with the scythe itself. Lao Zhang quickly explained, the effect of fertile fields and rich soil is to create a fertile field that can rapidly grow a large number of various random crops, and these various crops will obey the other party's commands and manipulations.
In short, combined with the scythe, fighting in
fertile fields and rich soil means the other party is fighting on home turf. He not only has summoned beings that will beat you, but he also has an endless supply of provisions. So, the combination of scythe plus fertile fields and rich soil is also called mind domain light or mass-produced mind
domain.
As Lao Zhang spoke, Lin Yu frowned slightly.
That's going to be troublesome.
And in that instant, layers of green shoots had rapidly appeared on the soil covering roughly half the area of a classroom. Then, these green shoots, through extracting silk from a cocoon, grew into thick various crops within a few short seconds. Sorghum, rice, barley, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes.
Kill him. Following the other party's cold words, those fruit-laden grain crops began to attack Lin Yu.
Sorghum, rice, and barley wildly swayed their ear tips, whipping at Lin Yu. Corn cobs launched like missiles at Lin Yu. Potatoes and sweet potatoes burrowed out of the ground with vines to tie Lin Yu's feet. These crops were clearly not as simple as ordinary plants. Lin Yu swung his twin blades back and forth, only feeling that these things were much harder than ordinary crops. Although he could still cut them quickly, new crops were continuously growing. Moreover, hidden behind the green curtain of these grain crops, it was now the farmer player's turn to launch sneak attacks. He would occasionally emerge to give Lin Yu a side strike. Though it still couldn't injure Lin Yu, it still left Lin Yu somewhat flustered. How about it, Fu Baluo, now the offense and defense have switched? The other party mocked. As the crops grew more numerous, the other party said coldly, now I'm going to kill Barry, how will you stop me? Lin Yu heard this, tilted his head to avoid a plump, bouncing corn, and sneered.
Is that so? Then you'd better actually be able to find him.
After Lin Yu spoke, the player frowned slightly and looked outside the fertile fields and rich soil. Then, the other party's expression turned to one of shock.
What, where is he? And Hannah's voice also sounded in Lin Yu's ear.
Quack, director, he's already been given the reusable universal healing potion, and the bleeding has temporarily stopped. The disguise has also been done, the other party shouldn't discover it. Fu Baluo, you truly never cease to surprise me. Not only is your direct combat stronger than I imagined, but you also possess a bizarre method that can make a living person vanish into thin air. The other party spoke coldly. Lin Yu, with a backhand, chopped off the sweet potato vines wrapping around him with 2 slashes and smiled.
Thanks for the compliment. So, since your mission is doomed to fail anyway, are you really not considering a talk? Why do we have to fight to the death? This assassination mission shouldn't be a mandatory clearance condition for you, but for me, it's something I have to do. You don't need to risk your life with me, right? Lin Yu said sincerely. This was a statement very much in Fu Luo's style. Moreover, Lin Yu was indeed not confident he could decisively defeat the opponent within his fertile fields and rich soil. Reducing some losses would also be beneficial for him to complete his subsequent tasks. However, this reasonable proposal was rejected by the other party. Less nonsense. How can someone who takes a job not complete it with full effort? The opponent pulled out his scythe again. Lin Yu sighed and said, even if you give your full effort, can you really complete it? You don't even know where that guy is. And Lin Yu's response was a scythe cleaving towards his face from the gaps between the crops. It's simple. No matter what item you use to hide him. Kill you, and he will naturally appear. The opponent said coldly,
and the scythe and bone blade clashed again. Although normally he could slowly contend with Lin Yu using fertile fields and rich soil, now
time was clearly not abundant enough.
He had to kill Lin Yu, find Barry, and complete this mission before reinforcements arrived. For him, time was already very tight.
Clang!
The scythe was parried, then quickly turned and slashed at Lin Yu again.
No way to negotiate then. Seeing the opponent's even fiercer attacks, Lin Yu also adjusted his strategy.
This time, he didn't block or dodge. He merely slightly lowered his shoulder, allowing the scythe to avoid vital points.
Put! The scythe grazed Lin Yu's right shoulder.
With various buffs and the combined effects of the intermediate protective suit and asylum patient gown, which he had layered on upon entering the copy, Lin Yu's injury was not severe. However, a bloody, gruesome wound still lay open on his shoulder.
Lin Yu's purpose in choosing to take the scythe head-on was very clear. Swish! The bone blade also pierced the opponent's lower abdomen.
The mysterious player opposite grunted, and the sorghum and wheat on both sides struck Lin Yu, forcing him back a few steps and separating the two.
Trading injuries?
Foolish. The mysterious player ignored the gushing blood from his lower abdomen. He casually cut open a few plants with his scythe, and they instantly withered. At the same time, those withered crops transformed into some kind of energy that flowed into his body, causing the wound on his abdomen to heal rapidly. Though not completely, it was significantly alleviated. But Lin Yu also started to laugh.
I know you have recovery methods, but do I not?
The bloodlust effect of the long blade tooth bone twin blades activated, and Lin Yu's shoulder injury also received significant treatment.
Then let's see whose recovery is stronger.
The mysterious player said coldly, seemingly having noticed that Lin Yu's recovery effect was not as powerful as his own. Moreover, at first glance, it seemed Lin Yu's previous injury was lighter than his, and in their struggle, Lin Yu still maintained the initiative due to his stronger physical qualities and weapon advantage. But in reality, this was only the result if one considered only the struggle between the two, but if the secondary damage caused by those crops was added. Accumulating over time, Lin Yu would definitely be at a greater disadvantage. Therefore, the mysterious player once again advanced and engaged Lin Yu in close combat. The scythe slashed his thigh muscle, and the bone blade pierced right through his palm.
Separate, recover. Then come again.
When the battle entered a rhythm of trading injuries, the scene naturally looked exceptionally bloody.
Injured, recovered, injured again.
The originally dense fertile fields and rich soil, where crops continuously sprouted, now seemed to be almost drained. Just as a wage slave's hair might thin after too much overtime, bald patches began to appear in the soil where no crops grew. The dried, withered crop stalks piled up on the ground, as if one had arrived in a cool yet bountiful golden autumn. Lin Yu, soaked in blood, looked at the opponent and laughed loudly.
Your crops seem to be running out. Sure enough, this thing can't generate infinitely.
The mysterious player, whose body was also covered in gruesome wounds, sneered.
You're trying to outlast my crops, are you?
Clearly, his prediction was correct. Accumulated to this point, Lin Yu's injuries were indeed more severe. Lin Yu was also aware of this. The asylum patient gown was largely responsible for him still being able to stand. Although this item was worn underneath and unseen, preventing its effect of making people mistake him for a madman from activating, the mere fact that it greatly reduced pain was a huge help.
However,
Lin Yu didn't feel at all that he was at a disadvantage now. In Lin Yu's hands, there were still many trump cards unused, and the reason he hadn't used them was simply
no need. Lin Yu slowly exhaled and looked at the opponent.
Idiot, once the crop density drops to this level, its attack frequency will become much lower. The continuous accumulation to this point will lead to a qualitative change. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the mysterious player was puzzled, thinking Lin Yu was just bluffing.
What qualitative change? What else can you do?
The sorghum and wheat once again lashed out at Lin Yu, and the mysterious player lunged forward again.
But this time,
swish! Lin Yu sidestepped the opponent's slash. He was no longer trading injuries. And after evading, Lin Yu's chosen target was the remaining crops. His twin blades instantly severed the tops of 7 or 8 crops. Then, taking advantage of the opponent's momentary lack of pursuit, Lin Yu scooped up the wheat ears and began to chew them. He struggled to swallow these coarse grains, which weren't even considered coarse staples, then dodged to another spot, evading the pursuing mysterious player, and quickly grabbed 2 corn cobs and a sweet potato, taking a few bites. And after Lin Yu did this, the injuries on his body actually began to improve. The gift from the banquet god was still at work. The carnival pendant item gave Lin Yu sufficiently good teeth and a strong enough digestive system. Furthermore, eating also provided healing and recovery effects. It was just that, compared to the opponent's profession ability and item, Lin Yu had to actually eat. "You bastard!" The opponent roared, simultaneously directing more plants to restrict Lin Yu's movements while continuing his pursuit. However, all of this was futile. He couldn't even catch a piece of Lin Yu's clothing. When there were still many plants within the fertile fields and rich soil, Lin Yu naturally had no way to contend with the opponent. After all, although those crops didn't deal high damage, their high-frequency attacks in sheer numbers, when accumulated, could still exert a considerably significant control effect on Lin Yu. However, after these crops were rapidly consumed in large quantities during the frenzied attacks and exchange of blows, it gave Lin Yu space to maneuver. At the same time, because the opponent didn't know about the carnival pendant item's existence, he didn't realize that these crops could also become Lin Yu's supplies. And under Lin Yu's deliberate guidance, the opponent, who was already eager to quickly defeat and kill Lin Yu, almost instinctively chose to exchange injuries with Lin Yu. He might have even forgotten halfway through the fight that it was Lin Yu who had actively chosen to fight him to the death. And now, when gaps appeared between the crops and the attack frequency decreased, Lin Yu immediately calmly turned his attention away from a deathmatch with the opponent, and instead began to target these crops even more extensively while maneuvering. This was almost easy for Lin Yu, with Lao Zhang providing comprehensive monitoring to warn him of attacks from various blind spots, coupled with his already formidable physical fitness and the accumulated bloodthirst effect of the long blade tooth-bone twin blades having met the conditions for conversion to frenzy. It was impossible for the opponent to catch up to Lin Yu now. Even if Lin Yu himself made a mistake, he even had drinked the most suitable person with diligence and virtue to guarantee room for error. Lao Zhang looked at the mysterious player, who was being led around like a dog, and clicked his tongue in wonder. "Not bad, your combat intelligence is truly something. The combination of fertile fields and rich soil and the scythe was even broken by you." Lin Yu chewed on the tough corn kernels, stepped on the dry stalks, dodged 2 strikes in the blade of the scythe, and even had enough energy to respond to Lao Zhang. "It's alright, it's alright. The main thing is that the carnival pendant item can also convert food, which just happens to counter the opponent's ability." "What are you talking about?" Lao Zhang sighed. "If such a simple counter could break it, then this combination wouldn't be so famous." From the very beginning, planning step by step, even strictly executing his own physical injuries as part of the plan. "Tisk, it's a good thing you and I aren't from the same era, otherwise, if I fell into your hands, I'd probably be utterly dead. After all, you also have a grudge with the Psychological Society." As they talked, a small portion of the fertile fields and rich soils plants was cleared by Lin Yu. At this rate, not only would Lin Yu definitely be able to stall until reinforcements arrived, he might even subdue the opponent before reinforcements came. And clearly, the opponent also realized this. Fuer Baluo, as expected of a detective, to have thought of such a way to break the situation. "However, even though you have many hidden tricks and trump cards, I don't only have this professional item as a trump card." The opponent stopped his pursuit and then threw the scythe in his hand. Swish! The scythe spun and flew out, as if being pulled in the air, flying at an angle that defied the laws of physics. However, this scythe did not fly towards Lin Yu, but rather towards the remaining crops. The scythe flew towards them and began harvesting large swaths. The severed crops quickly withered and fell, piling up on the ground. All the life energy poured into the mysterious player's body, making him appear to swell in size, and his life energy field was extremely vigorous. His injuries were instantly and completely healed. Lin Yu, whose injuries were also mostly healed, looked at the opponent and smiled. "This move is quite good. To prevent further aiding the enemy, you chose to absorb it yourself, did you?" He observed the opponent, speaking casually. it shows the courage of a true warrior to cut off one's own arm.
But you still can't win. If you leave now, you still have time.
Lin Yu said calmly, and the mysterious player spoke in a cold voice.
I already said I also have a trump card. Do you think my trump card is that simple?
Saying that, he pulled out an item from his hwai and pressed it to the ground.
Bang!
The iron plate stuck into the soil, standing crookedly. And at the same time, metal fences rose from the edge of the fertile fields and rich soil.
Some kind of item for creating barriers and enclosing an area? Lin Yu looked at the opponent. Are you planning to trap me? And then what? Without the help of any crops, are you going to continue fighting me to the death?
The mysterious player spoke coldly, of course not. Fu Baluo, I admit you are very powerful, but if you can withstand this next move I will surrender without a fight.
You are a person of order, although you haven't joined, I actually don't want to kill you that much.
So, you can beg for mercy from me at any time later, as long as you hand over Barry. After speaking, the mysterious player once again pulled out a brand new item from his hwai. It was a pile of crimson, curled stones, engraved with leaping flame emblems, which he threw on the ground.
Lao Zhang quickly shouted, how is it the warm talisman of the Black Marsh realm and there's such a combo skill?
This guy is also a genius. How can a farmer use fertile fields and rich soil like that? No sooner had he spoken than the temperature within the fertile fields and rich soil suddenly rose. And with the increase in temperature, all the dry, piled-up stalks and stubble on the ground instantly began to spontaneously combust. The fire spread rapidly, the crackling sounds in the air were incessant, and a great fire stood between the two. And the mysterious player spread his hands, looking at Lin Yu.
Come on, just run, Fu Baluo, I'd like to see how you'll break out of this situation now.
The flames spread to Lin Yu's side, he calmly patted out the sparks that landed on his shoulder. Then, he looked at the opponent.
Oh. Shu Rong, I didn't expect your core ability to really be related to fire. What a pity. This time I also have something to counter you with.
Lin Yu said softly, his finger tracing the hidden necklace of praying water on his neck. After you get out, buy a covered item for your drawing a circle on the ground as a prison, or just don't stomp on the roof. Of course, this was just Lin Yu's kind lie. Even if there really was a roof, he would have a way to draw water directly in. The ability Pray for Rain activated, the range compressed to its smallest, and the precipitation opened to its maximum. The next moment, a sky waterfall poured down, a continuous downpour, almost like columns of water, cascaded from the sky with a whoosh, landing precisely on this burning scorched earth. Hiss! White steam instantly rose, but was then immediately suppressed by more rainwater.
Standing in the heavy rain, Lin Yu thought about what Fu Luo would probably do.
So, he made a hand seal gesture. Water style, great exploding water shockwave.
Afterward, Lin Yu also started to think. Is this actually more like Shenhua?
Although there were some controversial issues at the end, which Lin Yu, a guy who aims to be a professional actor and is overly obsessive about acting-related matters, was somewhat bothered by. But from a situational perspective, these were indeed trivial, insignificant matters that only Lin Yu would dwell on. After all, most people didn't even hear Lin Yu's lines. Lin Yu's posing and line delivery didn't give the opponent any chance to turn the tables. Water conquers fire. This is pretty much the most classic restraining relationship, so classic that similar settings appear in works across different cultural attributes in various regions, by coincidence.
Because it is the truth.
A sudden downpour completely extinguished the great fire Zhu Rong had meticulously set as his final trump card, and also extinguished his hope. At the same time, a large amount of rainwater scattered the piled rice stalks and straw on the ground, and also broke the opponent's spirit. The player, soaking wet, slumped to the ground, withdrawing the fertile fields and rich soil and other items, sitting dejectedly. Lin Yu walked forward, wiped the water from his face, and looked down at him.
Aren't you going to escape?
Shu Rong sighed. I said, if you can take this move, I will surrender.
Lin Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. You meant that?
Of course, words spoken must be taken seriously.
If one doesn't keep their promise, what meaning does a promise have?
Shu Rong said as a matter of course.
Outside, the reinforcing bodyguards, wading through water, finally arrived. They cautiously waded forward and apprehended Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong was helped up by the bodyguards and looked back at Lin Yu. "Fu Baluo, you are very powerful, I admit defeat. However, one day, I will win it back," Zhu Rong said seriously, and Lin Yu pouted. "You should first figure out how to stay alive." "No matter, I have my own backup plan, but I'm very curious, how did you recognize me?" Zhu Rong asked curiously.
Lin Yu shrugged, "There are only so many powerful farmers among players, and even fewer active in Nightless City."
"Coincidentally, I'm well informed among both players and in Nightless City." This was said based on Fu Luo's identity. Zhu Rong nodded slightly upon hearing this, indicating his conviction.
So that's how it is. Of course, for Lin Yu, he had only recently heard the name of Zhu Rong in Nightless City. Although that person was clearly not the same player in front of him, this was also a hint to Lin Yu. Whether the other party was using the name falsely or admired Zhu Rong, at least it showed that this name had existed in Nightless City. And from the previous intelligence from High City, Zhu Rong was a very strong farmer. With so many coincidences stacked together, and his ultimate move being related to fire, it was hard for Lin Yu not to guess that the other party's identity was indeed Zhu Rong. Of course. Even if he guessed wrong, Lin Yu didn't care.
Anyway, it was Fu Luo's reputation that would be lost. Watching Zhu Rong being escorted away, a soaking wet Lin Yu called back Hannah.
Old butler Barry also appeared. Since Hannah had concealed her presence throughout, and Barry was almost unconscious from blood loss just now, he obviously didn't know how Lin Yu had hidden and treated himself. But he could still tell that Lin Yu had saved him, so he stood up and thanked Lin Yu.
"Thank you, Fu Baluo."
Lin Yu looked at the pale-faced old man, on one hand marveling at his excellent physical condition that he could still stand at such a moment, and on the other hand, quickly waved his hands. "You should go get treated quickly. I went through a lot of trouble to save you, don't die in front of me," Barry said, walking towards the medical team among the reinforcements, and began to receive bandaging and medication. As soon as Barry left, Lin Yu was also about to look for another medical team when he heard a commotion behind him.
"Miss, the situation is still unclear. Move aside. Don't tell me what to do."
Accompanied by a firm voice, Lin Yu saw Bu Yi Tianhuo bypass the obstruction of several bodyguards and quickly walk towards him. She looked at Lin Yu, who was covered in blood, and whispered, "You scoundrel, why are you pushing yourself so hard?"
"You said it, it's best if this guy doesn't die," Lin Yu said, shrugging.
Bu Yi Tianhuo clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "I also told you to prioritize your own safety, how come you only listen to the parts you want to do?" Lin Yu spread his hands, "I'm very safe."
"Shut up," Bu Yi Tianhuo said, taking out a pale red inhaler in a transparent tube from her bosom. After tearing open the packaging, she put it into Lin Yu's mouth. "Take your medicine."
After Bu Yi Tianhuo finished speaking, she pressed the button on the inhaler, and the liquid medicine instantly atomized into Lin Yu's mouth. In a short period, Lin Yu successively felt emotions of joy, anger, sadness, happiness, and tranquility flash quickly through his heart.
Then, Lin Yu was surprised to find that his injuries had instantly and completely recovered.
Not only that, even his expended physical and mental energy were fully replenished in a single breath. Even the hypothermia caused by being drenched was relieved. Now, Lin Yu felt like a high school student who, after sleeping for a whole day to catch up on sleep after the college entrance exam, had eaten a delicious meal cooked by his family and taken a hot bath, now sitting in front of brand new peripherals, feeling relaxed, comfortable, and full of energy. From head to toe, Lin Yu surprisingly took off the now empty inhaler and looked at Bu Yi Tianhuo.
"There's really no need, I'm not seriously injured," Bu Yi Tianhuo said coldly, "I'm not blind."
"The scene was so tragic just now, and you still have so much blood on your clothes. Even if you really have some recovery methods, at least, it can ensure you won't have scars." Lin Yu heard Bu Yi Tianhuo's words and asked, "It must be very precious, right?" "Not expensive at all," Bu Yi Tianhuo waved her hand, "I usually carry several with me."
It's just a consumable. Medicine is made to be used by people.
After saying that, Bui Tianhuolu turned around and called her servants. Your clothes are soaking wet and smell of blood. First, give him a spare set to wear for now, find a towel to wipe himself, and we'll go downstairs to choose a dress for you. Bui Tianhuolu said, and at this moment, electricity also gradually returned. The leader of the bodyguards stepped forward again, saying with some hesitation, but, esteemed Huolu, it might not be safe here.
You all saw Fu Baluo's skill just now, Bui Tianhuolu said calmly, I am safest by his side. Besides, if I have to hastily change my itinerary because of this level of farce, what kind of future heir of the Buyetian family would I be? She said, glancing at Bui Tianhuoshu, who was frantically taking out VIP car tickets and preparing for an emergency evacuation. Although Bui Tianhuolu subtly mocked him a couple of times, Huoshu still seized the opportunity to leave by car. Perhaps he lacked the decisiveness of Bui Tianhuolu, but in Lin Yu's eyes, this ability to remain unaffected by external factors and focus solely on his own safety and gains was also a good quality for a family head. However, considering that the Noi Heaven family head had explicitly stated she didn't need a conservative leader, Lin Yu silently mused that Huoshu was indeed only destined to be a whetstone. Afterward, Shanglan Kuei also prepared to withdraw with his heavily injured butler, Barry. He wasn't so disheveled as to call a VIP card directly to escape, but rather properly prepared to leave through the main entrance. Before leaving, he even specifically walked over and looked at Lin Yu. Fu Baluo, regarding you saving my butler, I express my sincere gratitude. Lin Yu looked at Shanglan Kuei with some surprise, finding him unexpectedly quite sincere. Following the principle of not hitting a smiling face, he casually replied, it's nothing, just something I did along the way. Shanglan Kuei shook his head, no matter what, without you, Barry would definitely have died. I owe you a favor this time. If you ever have any difficulties in the future, I can help. Then, Shanglan Kuei paused and added, of course, when it comes to pursuing Bui Tianhuoxing, I will not back down or show mercy. After all, one thing is one thing. Shanglan Kuei spoke earnestly, and Lin Yu flicked the brim of his hat. Before he could speak, Bui Tianhuolu chuckled and spoke teasingly. What do you have to concede? Huoxing might not even remember who you are anymore. Oh, and why aren't you mentioning the duel anymore? Come on, go duel Fu Baluo. Shanglan Kuei's deadpan eyes glanced at Bui Tianhuolu. According to the Fairness Act, dueling is illegal. You were the one who told me that. Lin Yu also shrugged, don't worry, I also don't plan to leverage this favor regarding Bui Tianhuoxing. He didn't even plan to pursue Bui Tianhuoxing. Shanglan Kuei nodded, that's good. I knew you were a reasonable person. Love, such a sacred, precious, and beautiful thing, truly cannot tolerate too many complicated worldly contaminations. However, besides asking me to give up my pursuit of Bui Tianhuoxing, you can ask for anything else as long as it doesn't violate the interests of our Saint Lan family, and doesn't require me to betray the family. As Shanglan Kuei spoke, Bui Tianhuolu said indifferently, Fu Baluo, do me a favor, make him withdraw from the competition for the next Saint Lan Patriarch. Hearing Bui Tianhuoli's words, Shanglan Kuei's expression changed slightly, especially when he saw Lin Yu actually looking thoughtful. He quickly spoke. That's certainly not possible, that would harm the interests of the Saint Lan family. Bui Tianhuolu looked at him, somewhat surprised. If you don't become the Patriarch, the Saint Lan family's interests will be damaged? You're quite bold. Where do you get the confidence that you'll definitely do better than Shanglan Lai? Lin Yu had no doubt that if this question were asked of either Bui Tianhuolu or Huoshu, both siblings would shamelessly say, yes. But unfortunately, Shanglan Kuei seemed to have some shame. He could only blush and say, anyway. This just won't do, this request is too unreasonable. Bui Tianhuolu let out a slightly disappointed oh, then added, so the final interpretation right belongs to you, that's fine too. Shanglan Kuei could no longer tolerate Bui Tianhuoli's overt and covert attacks. He looked at Lin Yu and quickly concluded, in short. Fu Baluo, if you have any difficulties, just come to the Saint Lan family and mention my name or Barry's. I will compete with you fairly and squarely at the upcoming birthday banquet. Having said that, Shang Lan Kuei quickly turned and left. Lin Yu watched Shang Lan Kuei depart, and couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, this guy's brain is very abnormal.
It was unclear whether it was Shang Lan Kuei's own problem or if it was the Saint Lan family's style. Compared to the highly modernized Nightless City, built on a corporate system, the Saint Lan family, as one of the ruling powers, resembled more a powerful aristocracy from a feudal era, seemingly placing great importance on reputation, etiquette, and other superficialities. Perhaps it was precisely for this reason that Shang Lan Kuei had somewhat unusual standards for a spouse and enjoyed taking on assassination commissions in the outer city for excitement.
Bu Yi Tianhuolu also watched Shang Lan Kuei leave, and couldn't help but sneer.
A bunch of fakers, he's the biggest faker of them all.
Still owing favors? Hypocrite, if Fu Baluo encountered trouble in Nightless City, would you look for him instead of me?
Lin Yu looked at Bu Yi Tianhuoli's stern face and couldn't help but sigh.
Of course, while the Saint Lan family was abnormal, the Bu Yi Tian family wasn't much better.
That little girl's sudden aggressive outburst just now seems to be her possessiveness acting up.
Such a prominent family background, yet so lacking in security.
It must be due to a lack of parental companionship and care. Lao Xiang commented tartly, voicing what Lin Yu was thinking.
However, Lin Yu wasn't too keen on hearing Lao Zhang's next words.
I think this little girl is gradually seeking the missing paternal love in you, developing a different kind of dependency.
TSK, director, your sins are grave.
Lin Yu felt helpless.
What does that have to do with me? Fu Luo did it all.
I've only been with her for such a short time.
Lao Zhang said nothing, just smiled mysteriously, heh.
And Bu Yi Tianhuolo looked at the silent Lin Yu, seemingly misunderstanding something, and spoke again in a calm tone.
Of course, I'm not saying you can't use this favor, it would indeed be a pity to waste it. How about this? I'll tell you about the Saint Lan family's areas of expertise and what valuable things they have, then you can go and get some benefits from him, what do you say?
Don't you otherworlders like collecting those precious things very much? As Bu Yi Tianhuolo spoke, although no emotional fluctuations were visible and her face remained as calm as an ancient well, Lin Yu always felt that she seemed somewhat anxious. Looking at this young lady, who was clearly born at the apex of Nightless City yet now seemed particularly worried about his dissatisfaction with her, Lin Yu gently shook his head.
It's fine, I've already thought about how to use this favor.
I just happen to have some things I plan to ask him about, some information that only Shang Lan Kuei would know. As Lin Yu spoke, Bu Yi Tianhuolo nodded slightly.
Asking about things?
That's good too.
Lin Yu patted her shoulder. Alright, let's go. Shang Lan Kuei owes me a favor, but don't you? Go buy me clothes.
Bu Yi Tianhuoli's lips curved slightly when she heard Lin Yu say that.
What do I owe you for?
You should have been on my side all along, she said, then paused, of course.
Next time, you're still not allowed to be so reckless.
When Lin Yu left the 10,000 gold Sky Palace, he acquired 2 custom-made formal suits, 1 expensive casual outfit, 2 pairs of leather shoes, a bracelet, 2 ties, and a bow tie. At the same time, he also received 3 very beautiful hats, a wool beanie, a bowler hat, and an ear flap hat. Although Wola said she would use her private pocket money to buy the clothes, their astonishing prices made it hard to imagine they were bought with pocket money. In the outer city, the price of just the left shoe Lin Yu wore tonight could buy someone's life.
Regarding the gift you're getting for Huoxing,
I didn't see anything suitable tonight. I'll help you choose something later when I get back. At the entrance of the 10,000 gold Sky Palace, Huola looked at Lin Yu, satisfied with his distinguished appearance, and adjusted his bow tie. In short, you look very good.
You'll definitely charm any young lady from a noble family. Lin Yu nodded.
Indeed, Fu Baluo, that guy, only cared about face and figure. He was completely a top male model. If someone could silence Fu Baluo, he could probably make a living just by his looks. However, Fu Baluo could speak. So, Lin Yu also spoke in Fu Baluo's tone, then capturing Huoxing seems to be no problem.
Huola pouted, well, I'm sorry to say, Huoxing isn't just any ordinary young lady.
Lin Yu wasn't discouraged. After all, he truly had no intention of pursuing Huixing. After tidying Lin Yu's collar, Huola softly asked, "Where are you going next?"
Do you want to come back to the Bu Yetian family with me and stay for a night?
No, I still have many things to deal with, such as that attacker tonight. I need to figure out his intentions. As Lin Yu spoke, Huola frowned slightly. He has already been detained by Nightless City's security bureau, and there will naturally be someone specifically to interrogate him. Hearing Huola say this, Lin Yu shook his head.
No, I'm afraid it's not that simple.
From the attacker's confident attitude, Zhu Rong must have some assurance that he would be safe even if arrested. After all, Lin Yu remembered that among those who took on the C-77 commission, there was a red-haired woman operating under the name Zhu Rong. Considering that when he heard the name Zhu Rong in reality, he was designated as the buyer by Luobu, and those from Order and the Hunter Association seemed to recognize his skill. For a Tier 2 player to have such a reputation, Lin Yu believed there must be something extraordinary about him. Fu Baluo could thrive in Nightless City, and even if Zhu Rong didn't have Fu Baluo's good fortune, he might not be far behind. Although Zhu Rong's mission was to assassinate Saint Lan Kuei's butler, Lin Yu vaguely felt that there might be a connection between this and the mission to assassinate Alti Mercury. The entire Nightless City now resembled a complex web, with deep connections between several royal nobles. Hearing Lin Yu speak, Huolu also nodded. If you insist, then go and see. If you encounter any place requiring authorization, you can contact me directly.
How do I contact you?
Lin Yu asked naturally.
Didn't you save the butler's contact number?
Huolu said, surprised. Lin Yu, of course, knew that Fu Baluo definitely had Huoli's contact information. This was not a rookie mistake. He just quietly looked at Huolu, and then Huolu realized it herself.
All right, I understand.
Huolu said in a low voice, waving her hand to call over a servant.
Bring a new communicator. The servant nodded silently and left.
A few minutes later, the servant returned like a hunter from a hunt, holding a square box. Huolu opened the box, took out a new communicator, and quickly entered a string of numbers.
Take this is my private number. Absolutely safe and efficient.
Huolu said, and Lin Yu accepted the communicator.
Thanks, esteemed Huolu.
He turned, ready to leave, but Huolu suddenly called out to him.
Wait.
Lin Yu turned his head. What is it? You don't have to contact me only for urgent matters. If you encounter any non-urgent situations, you can also tell me directly. Huolu paused, as if there was something else she hadn't said.
But in the end, she didn't finish, merely turned and walked away.
Lin Yu smiled, then turned and left as well. Huoli's other driver led Lin Yu to another car, which then slowly departed, heading towards the Nightless City Security Bureau. Soon, the car stopped, and Lin Yu stepped out directly. At the entrance of the security bureau, several security personnel were smoking and chatting. They saw Lin Yu from a distance and then came forward to greet him. Lin Yu was about to reveal his identity as an honored guest of the Bu Yetian family and point to the car behind him, when he heard the person who looked like the leading captain speak joyfully.
Fu Baluo, we failed to welcome you.
You should have told us you were coming sooner. We heard you displayed your divine power again tonight, personally solving an assassination case. We were just discussing how best to thank you. Before Lin Yu could reply, the deputy beside him reminded the captain.
Boss, tonight should be considered a capture. It said Fu Baluo personally apprehended the assassin.
Bah, it's all the same. In short, Fu Baluo once again used his brilliant wisdom to solve a problem. The captain laughed heartily. Ever since we've had Fu Baluo, the number of tricky public security cases in Nightless City has decreased, and we've caught more and more S-class fugitives.
I haven't even asked, what brings you here tonight?
Lin Yu heard the captain's words and saw that the security personnel behind him also showed genuine respect, which moved him. Fu Baluo actually had such a good standing with the Nightless City Security Bureau personnel. But it made sense, although the guy was a bit cowardly, he truly got involved in cases. In reality, he also had very good relations with people from Order.
People from the Order faction should indeed all like Fu Baluo. However, since Fu Baluo's face worked well here, things would be much easier.
Lin Yu looked at everyone and coughed lightly.
Ahem, let's keep it low-key, it was just a small effort. I came tonight precisely for the guy I caught earlier, where is he?
I want to interrogate him personally.
I always feel there's something fishy about what happened tonight.
However, as Lin Yu said this, the security captain seemed a bit conflicted.
This. Fu Baluo. Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. What, did he escape? No, not at all, never mind, I'll take you there now.
I just hope you understand, we also have our difficulties.
Difficulty?
The Public Security Bureau captain's words made Lin Yu somewhat curious. Although he knew Zhu Rong might have some backing, he had just been sent to the Public Security Bureau. How could he cause difficulty for the Public Security Bureau so quickly?
Led by the Public Security Bureau captain, Lin Yu quickly entered the Nightless City Public Security Bureau headquarters.
Along the way, from the grassroots patrol and technical personnel to many officials who seemed to have high administrative ranks, all greeted Lin Yu.
Fu Baluo's popularity in the Public Security Bureau was higher than expected. Passing through the hall and offices, they soon entered the building where the Public Security Bureau temporarily detained and held various suspects.
Compared to the grand and bright lobby just now, the architectural style here was more somber. The entrance was a metal wall with two tightly closed metal doors on either side. Rows of rivets were exposed on the wall, with the 13 articles of the General Security Charter spray-painted on it. Lin Yu took a look. It was roughly about murder and arson being punishable by death, and injury leading to compensation and imprisonment. In Nightless City, these 13 articles were quite conscientious. At least they didn't mention that harming nobles and commoners required different treatment, nor was there any explicit rule that nobles who committed harm could be exempt from punishment. With the law does not apply to high-ranking officials. Although actual implementation would probably still be different, not writing it out was already a kind of progress. It was good to have better formality. The front desk under the metal wall was also covered by a transparent barrier that clearly had strong protective capabilities, and the on-duty personnel smiled and greeted Lin Yu and the captain beside him.
Captain San, Mr. Fu Baluo, here to interrogate someone again? What kind of difficult case is it this time?
The on-duty personnel asked curiously, and the Public Security Bureau captain straightened his face and handed over his card. This matter is of great importance this time, don't ask around.
It concerns the top. Open Gate A.
Upon hearing this, the on-duty personnel looked at the captain's finger pointing upwards with effort, and instantly shrank his neck in fear. Oh, then I don't know anything, he said, operating the console inside, and then the left door opened. The Public Security Bureau captain led Lin Yu inside, and soon there were two more checkpoints. He didn't know if the captain's authority was high enough, or if Fu Luo's face was too effective, or if the management procedures of the Nightless City Public Security Bureau had too many loopholes. At each checkpoint, only the captain handed over his ID card, while Lin Yu directly entered by facial recognition without presenting any documents or IDs, and not even requiring a security check. Soon, they arrived at a special detention area. Lin Yu was certain that this was not a normal, ordinary detention area. Because after stepping through the last door, he clearly felt that the style was different from all previous areas. The decor here looked more like a guest house than a prison cell. The cell doors on both sides of the room were even made of carved wood. Combined with the Public Security Bureau captain's earlier hesitant demeanor, Lin Yu had some suspicions. To confirm this suspicion, he deliberately frowned and spoke. Why is he being held here? Is this compliant? Upon hearing this, the Public Security Bureau captain said with a bitter face, "Oh, this is indeed where nobles are held. Mr. Fu Baluo, I know that fellow isn't a noble, but someone called the director." Lin Yu raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Zhu Rong's backing was not small. Thinking about it, he came to assassinate the Duke's steward, so the instigator behind him should at least be a duke or marquis to have such audacity. Moreover, that instigator must ultimately have a royal noble as their backing. What's more, Lin Yu recalled carefully, when Barry called out the identities of the first two assassins, he mentioned pioneering team, which sounded like a background from the three major companies and the Nightless City official. And Xu Rong also didn't seem to have come after taking a wild commission from Xu Rong's commitment. This seemed more like a commission arising from a promise made to someone he knew. The back-end information is quite well informed. The call came through so quickly. One must know, only a few hours had passed since Xu Rong's assassination. Although there were many people and eyes at the scene, this incident involved both the Bu Yetian family and the Saint Lan family. The professionals who came to clean up must have already controlled all informed parties. Even if the news spread, only the most core nobles would likely know what exactly happened tonight. Thinking of this, Lin Yu looked at the Public Security Bureau captain and probed again.
A single call can get him transferred here. Do you know what crime he committed?
The Public Security Bureau captain's face grew even more bitter. Your Excellency.
Your Excellency Fu Baluo, of course I know.
This fellow, in front of 3 royal noble Your Excellencies, attempted to assassinate the steward of one of them. For an ordinary mercenary, this would certainly be a heinous capital crime.
But
we also have no choice, Your Excellency. Since he dared to do it and dared to come, it means there is indeed someone behind him whom we cannot afford to offend. The Public Security Bureau captain said, and Lin Yu said coldly.
Do you know that tonight I am actually representing the direct descendant of the royal noble, the heir of the Bu Yetian family, the esteemed Huolu, to interrogate him?
I can also make a call to Huolu right now. He didn't just try to kill a steward, he attempted to set fire and possibly cause an explosion in the restaurant of the 10,000 Gold Sky Palace.
In other words, he attempted.
No, he even almost killed the esteemed Huolu, as well as the esteemed Huashu and the esteemed Saint Lan Kuei. How can such a heinous crime be covered up by a flimsy charge like attempted assassination of the Saint Lan family steward? I need to know who is behind him, to be so incredibly audacious.
Tell me, what is the name of the person who called your director?
Lin Yu said coldly, and the Public Security Bureau captain clasped his hands together. Your Excellency Fu Baluo, Master Baluo, please spare me. I'm just a Public Security Bureau captain whose total assets don't even add up to 100,000.
My citizen rating is only a mere 4th class.
The director received a call that he had to listen to on his knees, and then gave orders.
How would I be qualified to know who called? Even if I knew, would I dare to tell you?
I brought you here out of gratitude for you solving that big case last time and saving my job. But please don't make things difficult for me. My son just got into middle school this year. Lin Yu looked at the Public Security Bureau captain's humble words and sighed. There was no need to make things difficult for this grassroots captain. Then tell me where he is, and I'll go ask him myself.
If you would, it's the 2nd room on the right ahead. Following the captain's instructions, Lin Yu opened the 2nd door on his right and once again saw Xu Rong.
The furnishings in the room were similarly luxurious: soft sofas, wooden coffee tables, air conditioning, a single bed, and even a TV, a refrigerator, and a private bathroom. If photos were taken and shown to the residents of Nightless City, it's doubtful many would guess this was the Public Security Bureau's detention center for criminals. Xu Rong sat cross-legged on the sofa, eyes closed in meditation. He was no longer wearing the black robe that concealed his figure, but had changed into a loose, light, bright yellow prison uniform. Lin Yu also saw Xu Rong's appearance. It was indeed completely different from the red-haired woman he had seen when taking the C-77 commission. Xu Rong was a man who looked to be in his early 30s, with a square face, thick eyebrows, a neat and clean buzz cut, and skin that appeared dark from long-term sun exposure. His physique was strong and well-proportioned, full of power. Hearing Lin Yu push the door open, Xu Rong opened his eyes and looked at Lin Yu with some surprise. It's you, Fu Baluo. Lin Yu flicked the brim of his hat and said casually, are you surprised to see me? With that, Lin Yu walked straight to Xu Rong and then sat on the sofa beside him. Xu Rong used his hands to support his cross-legged body, moved over, and made space for Lin Yu. I am a little surprised, because I can't think of why you would come to see me. At least, I can't imagine why you rushed over so quickly. Lin Yu looked at the other party and said with a smile, you're already locked in this kind of cell. If I don't come quickly, you might even be released. At least I'll be held for 24 hours, after all, it involves a royal noble. Xu Rong said, then thought for a moment, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered 2 to Lin Yu.
Smoke, for Baluo?
Lin Yu looked at his actions, somewhat surprised.
What kind of thought process would make Xu Rong offer him a cigarette at such a moment?
After observing the other party for 3 seconds, Lin Yu realized that Xu Rong seemed to genuinely be offering him a cigarette, with no hidden motives like testing him. So, he reluctantly refused.
Thanks, I don't.
Smoking is bad for your health.
Then do you mind if I have one? I do.
Secondhand smoke is also bad for your health.
All right. Xu Rong put away the cigarettes and the pack.
Lin Yu brought the conversation back to the original topic. My purpose in seeing you is very simple.
I want to know who is behind you. Xu Rong smacked his lips, didn't answer the question, and instead asked, Did Bui Tianhuola send you to ask?
No, I want to know myself. I'm very curious who you're working for, Lin Yu asked, resting his chin in his hand. Only you know I'm working for Bui Tianhuola, but I don't know your background.
That's too unfair. Isn't your not knowing a problem with your own ability?
Where is there such fairness?
Xu Rong retorted seriously.
Lin Yu was choked by the other party's earnest question. He realized that negotiating with Xu Rong, and beating around the bush here, did not seem like a good option. So, Lin Yu looked at Xu Rong and changed his strategy.
Alright, then I'll rephrase. I need to know who you're working for and why you assassinated St. Lan Kuei's butler.
Why should I tell you?
Xu Rong remained unyielding. You can't do anything to me.
I can only be held here for 1 day, my crime isn't enough to warrant a trial. Lin Yu tapped the table, but what if I apply pressure through Bui Tianhuola?
The person behind you will have to use their connections again to contend with Bui Tianhuola.
If this goes back and forth many times, I will naturally find out who is truly behind you.
However, in this process, you will be the one suffering. Do you really not mind being the focal point of pulling between two forces?
Xu Rong heard this, thought about it, and slowly nodded. If it's
necessary, then I should endure it. This is also part of my duty. No matter what, I cannot choose to betray.
Although Xu Rong's attitude remained firm, upon hearing these words, Lin Yu realized that the negotiation had found a turning point and a breakthrough.
Your duty, huh?
It seems your relationship with them is indeed very good, Lin Yu said softly, but what is your reason for insisting on not letting me know?
Do you think I'll harm them? Xu Rong heard this and said seriously, You work for Bui Tianhuola, so wouldn't you harm them?
Lin Yu looked at Xu Rong and suddenly changed the subject. Before, in High City, my friend and I solved the case of Luobu, a member of the Player Mutual Aid Society,
who died accidentally.
Xu Rong was very surprised. Why are you suddenly talking about things from the real world?
What does that have to do with Nightless City?
Of course it does, because at that time I heard your name. Grandpa Luobu specified that you handle a dangerous item, which means he believed you had good character, were relatively reliable, and also had some ability. After meeting you today, I think Grandpa Luobu is quite accurate in judging people. Xu Rong was somewhat pleased by Lin Yu's praise and
couldn't help but nod slightly. Grandpa Luobu is a senior I deeply respect.
He gave me many useful suggestions on the advancement of farmers and item selection. Being praised and recognized by a respected senior is, of course, something to be proud of. However, the two were currently in opposing positions, so Xu Rong quickly forced a serious expression and said, So, what exactly are you trying to say with all this? Are you trying to curry favor with me? Perhaps outside, we could be in a cooperative relationship, but in Nightless City, we have
chosen different stances. Lin Yu looked at Xu Rong and retorted, Do you know why that item didn't end up in your hands? Because the Gambler of Order didn't approve of Luobu's arrangements.
Initially, I didn't know why, but now I understand. Although you are reliable, you are indeed
too foolish.
Lin Yu said blandly, and Xu Rong's eyes widened. How can you make a personal attack?
That's not a personal attack, that's a fact I've observed.
Lin Yu sighed.
Do you think that by refusing to speak, you're doing your duty? Before I came in, I actually didn't know the identity of the person behind you. But now, I'm very clear. First, the person behind you must be an enemy of Bu Yi Tianhuolu. Secondly,
if their identity is known to Bu Yi Tianhuolu, it would be a huge disadvantage.
To be honest, at this point, the scope has been narrowed down a lot. And all of this, you just told me. Hearing the information Lin Yu analyzed, Zhu Rong's expression was filled with astonishment. Fu Baluo. You truly are terrifying.
Lin Yu looked at Zhu Rong, then threw out another trump card. He adopted a confident demeanor and spoke, in fact, Zhu Rong, your identities aren't as secret as you imagine. A red-haired, red-eyed woman, roughly this tall, Lin Yu gestured, speaking calmly, that person is also operating under the codename Zhu Rong. He revealed all the information he knew. However, due to Lin Yu's tone, demeanor, and rhetoric at the moment, Zhu Rong evidently didn't realize that this was all the information Lin Yu possessed.
Anyone seeing Lin Yu's confident appearance would surely think he had even more news. So Zhu Rong was even more surprised. How do you know?
She should have been very clean, only taking on the most secret missions.
I also have connections in the outer city, Lin Yu said calmly, so, do you think if I, a super famous detective, with such extensive sources of information in Nightless City, wanted to know who was behind you, and investigated further, would it be difficult? As Lin Yu asked, Zhu Rong remained silent, his expression solemn, seemingly pondering Lin Yu's words. This was, in fact, the truth. If Lin Yu wanted to investigate further, he was confident he could find out who was truly behind Zhu Rong. It's just, Lin Yu was running out of time. There were less than 72 hours until Bu Yi Tianhuaxing's coming-of-age ceremony, which was when Lin Yu was scheduled to assassinate Alti Mercury. Lin Yu had to quickly figure out the intricate situation in Nightless City to ensure this intelligence would be useful during the assassination. However, Zhu Rong didn't know any of this.
After a long silence, Zhu Rong finally spoke again.
Then why are you still asking me? The biggest reason is because I'm lazy. Why not save some energy if it's something I can just ask for?
Lin Yu, using Fu Baluo's face, gave a very convincing reason, of course.
There are other reasons, which are that I'm giving you and your master a chance. A chance? Zhu Rong was puzzled.
Lin Yu looked at him. There was one thing wrong in what you just told me, that I haven't chosen my stance. I am not loyal to Bu Yi Tianhuolu, nor am I tied to her, Zhu Rong, Lin Yu said indifferently. I am not like you. So, you said Bu Yi Tianhuolu knowing their identities would be
disadvantageous to them, but
me knowing this doesn't mean Bu Yi Tianhuolu will know. Just as I said at the beginning, I am not here representing Bu Yi Tianhuolu. Lin Yu slowly delivered the most important and final blow in the strategy he had customized for Zhu Rong in this negotiation.
Zhu Rong, I want to cooperate with the person behind you.
As Lin Yu spoke, Zhu Rong looked at Lin Yu, his expression utterly shocked.
Clearly, what Lin Yu said completely exceeded Zhu Rong's imagination.
Lin Yu stood up directly. If you can't make a decision yourself, call your partner in Nightless City and ask. He adjusted his hat. I can help conceal his identity. But the prerequisite is that I need to know who he is and what he's planning. I'll wait right outside. Come tell me when you have a result. As Lin Yu spoke, he walked straight out of this cell. He closed the wooden door and stood in the corridor, silently counting in his mind.
236 seconds later, a knocking sound came from inside the cell door. Knock knock. Lin Yu opened the door again and entered, a smile on his face.
It seems he has a lot of courage, he said to Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong didn't answer, merely raising the communicator in his hand.
She wants to talk to you directly,
Zhu Rong said, placing the communicator into Lin Yu's hand. Lin Yu took the communicator, and a female voice came from within.
Fu Baluo, is that right?
Although the communicator distorted the voice somewhat, Lin Yu instantly recognized it. It was indeed the voice of the woman he had met during the C-77 commission.
It is I, Your Excellency. How should I address you?
Lin Yu asked, and the woman said, Zhu Rong.
That won't work, it'll be a duplicate. I already have a Zhu Rong here. Lin Yu retorted. Zhu Rong also muttered, how much do you like that name?
The woman was silent for a moment, then spoke again, "Then just call me Your Excellency."
Are you a royal noble? Lin Yu asked. Something like that.
The woman replied softly. Lin Yu immediately said, "You sound like the type who's not very valued in their family."
You are indeed very perceptive.
The woman said softly.
Lin Yu continued to press, "So, why assassinate Saint Lan Kuei's butler? You're not from the Saint Lan family, are you?" "I am not, indeed," the woman said again. "As for why? Is that a necessary condition for our cooperation?"
"Of course, Your Excellency, if we want to cooperate, I don't need to know who you are, but I must know what you want, right?" Lin Yu said as a matter of course.
"All right, then it's fine to tell you," the woman spoke again.
Or rather, we chose to do this naturally because of what you just said. I am not valued within the family. No, it can't even be called not valued anymore. Although I have the identity of a royal noble and royal noble blood, I am almost no different from someone who doesn't belong to this
family.
So, even telling you my name is meaningless. My name is almost never mentioned. Buyi Tianhua Shu, Buyi Tianhua Lu, Saint Lan Kuei, Shanglan Lai, Xiao Xinliu, Xiao Xili, Sherf Sorens, Eris Mercury. It seems only these people are considered royal nobles. They are destined to inherit families and companies, while I, and we, can only be sold like commodities.
Our life choices are even fewer than those of commoners.
As the woman spoke, her tone grew colder and colder.
So, to climb up,
to create even a slim possibility for our lives, we must stop at nothing.
Even hiring assassins, even if it means eternal damnation, we will not hesitate,"
she said, then her tone calmed down.
"All right. My statement of purpose is finished. Do you still want to cooperate with me now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Yu smiled and said, "Don't you want to ask what I want?"
Hearing Lin Yu's overly relaxed tone, the other party thought for a moment and countered, "Then,
what do you want?" "I want to kill royal nobles," Lin Yu said calmly.
As soon as Lin Yu said that, even Zhu Rong, who was sitting by and listening, couldn't help but look up.
"What?"
The woman on the communicator who called herself Your Excellency was relatively calm, but she was clearly surprised by Lin Yu's words.
"You want to kill a royal noble? Why? Are you seeking revenge?"
the other party asked. Lin Yu's answer was even more concise. "No, I have no feud with any royal noble.
If I had to say, it's like hunting in the mountains.
It's for survival, although not hunting and just eating picked fruits might allow one to live. Having meat to eat always makes life better, and the probability of surviving various incidents is also greater."
The woman on the communicator was silent for a while before speaking again. "Comparing a royal noble to meat, that's a very arrogant statement."
"You thinking a royal noble cannot be compared to meat, that's the manifestation of your arrogance," Lin Yu said impolitely, "although you say you don't consider yourself a royal noble.
Deep down, you still feel you should be one. You just hate that you aren't one of those direct descendants and heirs,"
Lin Yu stated bluntly.
The other party didn't deny it. Of course, anyone in our position would naturally feel a rift, jealousy, and dissatisfaction. If I were born a commoner, perhaps the resentment and injustice wouldn't be so severe.
But the closer you get to those centers of power, the clearer those supreme powers become to you, almost within reach. Only when you realize you are destined to never touch them, do you feel an even greater sense of loss in your heart?
Call me greedy, or overestimating myself, I am indeed unwilling.
At this point, the other party paused. "So, you want to kill a royal noble?
That sounds really terrifying, but you found the right person.
Tell me, who do you want to kill? After all, there are many people among the royal nobles." Lin Yu heard what the other party said but did not answer directly.
"You just mentioned we. In other words, you actually represent some invisible alliance or organization, with many marginalized young people from royal noble families like yourself, right?"
"It also includes some collateral branches of powerful duke and influential marquis families, those who have been abandoned, but most
are royal nobles," the other party whispered. "Why are you asking this?" "I want to know your names," Lin Yu said honestly.
Sorry, although I personally decided to trust you, willing to take a gamble and proactively talk to you and reveal our existence, giving out names directly, she paused, we don't have that level of trust between us yet, Mr.
Fuer Baluo. After all, you are still working for Bui Tianhuolo,
the woman on the communicator said cautiously, my revealing this much to you is already an extremely risky move.
Is this not enough to express my sincerity? I just told you, I want to kill royal nobles. Lin Yu reiterated. The woman on the communicator asked, confused, yes, I heard. Are you trying to say that revealing your plan is also a display of your sincerity?
I do feel it, but such a fleeting statement isn't enough for me to reveal our entire list. Lin Yu interrupted her impolitely.
You didn't understand what I meant.
I said I want to kill royal nobles, so I can't be sure if any of your companions are among the people I plan to kill.
If you provide me with their names, I can avoid them. I'm considering your little organization.
Lin Yu's words once again greatly shocked the woman on the communicator.
You mean you're going to kill more than one royal noble? Apparently, yes.
Lin Yu said proudly.
The woman was stunned and asked the question again, why exactly?
She was incredibly curious about Lin Yu's motives.
What benefit do you gain from killing royal nobles? And from what you imply? You don't need to kill specific royal nobles, you can choose whether or not to kill any royal noble will do?
You don't need to concern yourself so much with our otherworlder matters, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it, Lin Yu said, waving his hand, in short, since I want to
cooperate with you, I naturally don't want to kill your companions, it would be even worse if I accidentally killed your excellency yourself.
The woman on the communicator fell silent.
Even Zhu Rong looked at Lin Yu with reverence.
Especially since he had personally fought Lin Yu, he had a deep understanding of the man's strength. He knew that with the abilities Lin Yu displayed and his status and influence in the Bu Yetian family, perhaps this wasn't an empty boast. Well, compared to ordinary royal nobles, I might be harder to kill, besides, I heard from Zhu Rong that you probably know what I look like, so just be lenient when you see me. Lin Yu was a little surprised, you didn't disguise yourself when you were active in the outer city?
Yes.
Among us family outcasts, my situation is particularly bad, so much so that almost no one in Nightless City knows my current appearance. The other party chuckled softly, thanks to this, I can move around freely in my true form.
That's unlike Saint Lan Kuei.
Saint Lan Kuei had to disguise himself seriously when he went to the outer city to take commissions and seek thrills.
As Lin Yu spoke, the other party was again surprised, you even know that? My connections in the outer city aren't stronger than you royal nobles?
Lin Yu retorted with a cold laugh. The other party sighed, that's true. Since you're asking me to be lenient when I see you, how about this, let's agree on a secret code, Lin Yu said, if your people are assassinated, they can try to exchange the code with the assassin, if the code matches, their life is spared. Of course, if they die before they can say the code, then they're out of luck. The woman on the communicator was very surprised, so you're not alone either. Of course, what you're aiming for is no small feat, and it would indeed be difficult to accomplish alone. Lin Yu was, of course, alone. But sometimes, he alone was equal to many people. So, Lin Yu did not deny it. Anyway, you come up with the content of the secret code. The other party thought for a moment and then said, let's use half a line of poetry from your world. Zhu Rong told me about it, it's about the sea, and I personally like it. The bright moon rises above the sea. Lin Yu's at this moment, we share the same sky was on the tip of his tongue, but then he heard the other party say, the stars illuminate the clear sky.
Lin Yu was stunned. Okay, that's it. He agreed. At least as a secret code, its confidentiality was indeed strong enough. Alright, if you need help in the future, you can contact me through Zhu Rong.
The other party said, then hung up the communication. Lin Yu handed the communicator to Zhu Rong, unable to resist complaining.
What kind of nonsense did you teach her? Zhu Rong also sighed, I'm a farmer, how would I know poetry?
After hanging up the phone, Lin Yu's objective in coming to see Zhu Rong had naturally been achieved.
However, he was not in a hurry to leave yet. After all, he still needed to get Zhu Rong's contact information. Only through Zhu Rong could he maintain contact with the person behind him. Lin Yu looked at the farmer in front of him and asked, "You're not planning to leave the copy and return to reality these next few days, are you?" "Of course, I have to wait for someone to get me out," Zhu Rong said as a matter of course. "Besides, since I failed, there are probably some extra follow-up tasks to do." As Zhu Rong spoke, Lin Yu nodded in understanding. "Then tell me your communicator number so I can contact you directly when I look for that lord." Zhu Rong nodded and showed his communicator number. After Lin Yu added it, he expressed confusion. "As players, we have a better way to contact each other. You should have already enabled social, right?" Lin Yu shook his head. "How long do you think it's been since I had my advancement?" Although Lin Yu knew that Fu Luo had most likely activated authority, and he had also activated authority and had many alt accounts, where would he get a Fu Baluo social panel to add Zhu Rong as a friend? Zhu Rong was even more impressed. "What, I thought you had secretly completed your advancement a long time ago, but just kept it a secret and bided your time. You've only just had your advancement, and you can beat me, a second order, into this state." As expected of an unofficial member of order. Seeing Zhu Rong's misunderstanding of Fu Baluo deepen, Lin Yu did not explain. "In any case, I will contact you if anything comes up." Zhu Rong nodded. "No problem, since he has no objections to you, I will certainly try my best to cooperate with you. Fu Baluo, we can say we become acquainted through conflict." With that, Zhu Rong stood up, extended his hand, and shook hands with Lin Yu. "I only heard your name on the forum before. Everyone always said you were lazy, cowardly, and sharp-tongued, useless except for solving puzzles quickly. Now it seems those were all inappropriate rumors." Zhu Rong paused here. "Of course, it also looks like you intentionally hid your true abilities to mislead. We've also become acquainted through conflict. Once we get out." "Just pretend you don't know me when we get out." Lin Yu looked at Zhu Rong and said sincerely, "I don't want to be too high-profile." Zhu Rong was stunned for a moment, then nodded. "All right, since I lost to you once, it's only right for me to keep your secret. But still, that same line. If there's a chance next time, I'll win it back." Zhu Rong said seriously, and Lin Yu nodded slightly. "All right, I look forward to your challenge." After speaking, he turned and left the cell. "I got some very valuable information," Lin Yu exhaled. "At least now I know that behind Nightless City, there exists an alliance formed by the neglected descendants of various families, taking advantage of the situation to stir up trouble. Considering that Lord directly used the name Zhu Rong to participate in the C-77 Commission, it's highly likely they have a strong connection to the C-77 Commission for assassinating LT Mercury. It might even be at the behest of someone in this alliance. Even if there's no direct connection, they should know a lot about this commission." Lin Yu pondered, feeling that his plan for the assassination commission had further improved. As he understood more information, he became more confident that he could complete the commission and escape unscathed. Of course, for Lin Yu, there was still one more person who clearly knew more information that he hadn't yet questioned. After leaving the Public Security Bureau, Lin Yu looked at the Bu Yetian family driver waiting for him. "Mr. Fu Baluo, do you want to return to the Bu Yetian family or stay at a hotel for the night?" Hearing the driver's question, Lin Yu shook his head slightly. "No need, we're going to the St. Lan family next." The driver looked at Lin Yu in surprise, then nodded. "I understand." Lin Yu curiously asked the driver in return, "Don't you need to ask Bu Yi Tian Huolu for instructions?" "Of course, the young miss specifically instructed me that you can go wherever you want," the driver said. "She specifically emphasized that none of your subsequent itineraries need to be reported or requested." Lin Yu smiled and said, "That truly is immense trust. I am honored." Subsequently, the driver drove Lin Yu towards the St. Lan family. Shortly after Lin Yu left the Public Security Bureau, Zhu Rong's cell door was opened again. A woman with fiery red hair and scarlet eyes walked in, closed the door, and placed a heavy bag on the table in front of Zhu Rong. Looking at the woman, Zhu Rong stood up a little awkwardly.
Sorry, I messed up trying to kill a butler.
This woman was naturally the Zhu Ronglin you had seen when he accepted the C-77 commission at the Devil Pig Bar, and also the mysterious noble who called herself Lord on the phone. Hearing the real Zhu Rong's apology, Lord seemed not to care, just waving her hand lightly.
It's alright, after all, you would have succeeded if there hadn't been an accident. Who could have expected an accident? What's more, Saint Lan's butler, Barry, isn't a very important character.
It would have been good if he died, but if he didn't, it wouldn't affect the overall situation.
Zhu Rong nodded. It's just a pity about those two captains. There's nothing to pity.
They were originally there to atone for their sins.
Even if they didn't come, it would have been a dead end.
Lord said, then opened the heavy bag. A rich aroma wafted out, and Zhu Rong sniffed.
This is
takeout barbecue. The Public Security Bureau's food is always terrible, and you're not a real noble, so they won't pay much attention to you.
The box opened to reveal a pile of steaming hot barbecue.
Lord picked up a piece with her hand, completely disregarding her image, threw it into her mouth, and even licked her fingers.
The cooking and seasoning are just right. Zhu Rong looked even more uneasy. I messed up. How can I let you personally bring me barbecue to eat?
Less nonsense, don't waste it, the woman said unceremoniously. This wasn't your fault to begin with. He could guess my identity 7 or 8 times.
Out of 10 with just a few sentences. Scheming against you is as simple as drinking water. In fact,
I suspect he has some connection to the C-77 commission. Even though he's ostensibly working for Bui Tianhuolu, he should at least have someone involved in the C-77 commission. As she spoke, she recalled.
First Saint Lan Kuei.
And that guy who joined at the end.
The participants in this commission are truly not to be underestimated.
After Your Excellency finished speaking, Zhu Rong also showed a shocked expression. C-77 commission, the content of that commission isn't.
He seemed to have some reservations and dared not speak it directly.
Although the Public Security Bureau hadn't yet dared to install surveillance or listening devices in the cells used to detain nobles, he was still somewhat worried about eavesdroppers.
Your Excellency also nodded.
That's right, it's the commission I personally infiltrated using your identity, she said, picking up another piece of roasted meat and putting it in her mouth. Sitting on the sofa, I originally wanted to see which guy was so audacious, but after going in, I saw the vice president of Shinli Group. That son of a bitch, I don't know where he got his information, but he actually infiltrated it himself.
Who knows what he's up to?
Not long after, an unfamiliar new face expert came in, also carrying a heart-piercing monocle just like mine. Now that I think about it, it should be the person Fu Baluo planted. Finally, even Saint Lan Kuei came.
A team of 5, 4 of them were planted with backgrounds. How very interesting.
Zhu Rong nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. After all, it's a matter of great importance, but since the vice president of Shinli Group and Saint Lan Kuei both came in, does that mean that behind this commission, it
must be one of the two of them?
Not necessarily, or rather, definitely not. The woman calling herself Your Excellency slowly shook her head. If it were the collective will of Shinli Group, neither the Mercury family nor the Chiu family would let the vice president personally oversee it. He's a well-known swing voter. So I'm more inclined to believe that he got the news himself, and didn't have anyone he could trust, so he can only personally infiltrate to investigate and get first-hand information to make his stance more advantageous in the upcoming alignment. For me, this is actually a good opportunity to win him over, she said, then pulled out a tissue and slowly wiped her hands clean.
As for Saint Lan Kuei,
he should know who did it, and because this matter also aligns with the Saint Lan family's interests, he simply came to get involved and join the fun. If it succeeds, he can even claim it as his own achievement in internal family meetings.
Why not?
But he absolutely has no motive to initiate this commission himself. That would be too risky.
Zhu Rong asked curiously, so, now that there's the variable of Fu Baluo, what do you plan to do?
Since he seems to have some scheme, then I'll cooperate, the woman said calmly. Killing a
royal noble.
That sounds quite frightening.
Let me see if he really dares to do it. To be honest, I'm quite suspicious.
It's very likely that this Fu Baluo, the person he planted, and the initiator of this commission are in some kind of cooperative relationship.
After all,
too few people in Nightless City dare to lay hands on a royal noble. Rather than it being a coincidence to encounter two groups at once, it's better to suspect that different people from the same group were encountered. In front of the Saint Lan family mansion, the car began to slow down. Lin Yu looked through the car window and found that the Saint Lan family mansion had a different style compared to the Bu Yetian family's courtyard. The Saint Lan family's residence was more like a Western-style palace, with an overall architectural appearance that immediately conveyed luxury and grandeur. Even the surrounding wall, made of jade-like stone, was carved with various exquisite bas-reliefs. It seemed to be eulogizing the great achievements and benevolent deeds of the Saint Lan family's past patriarchs and famous figures. Through the wall, one could see domed white towers and exquisite mansions, while the Saint Lan family's crest flags were hung everywhere, a grandly blooming, vibrant three-leaf, seven-petal flower. The Bu Yetian family's driver seemed familiar with the place, skillfully parking the car in the VIP visitor's spot, then opened the car door for Lin Yu.
Mr.
Fu Baluo, I have already sent an invitation to the Saint Lan family on behalf of the Bu Yetian family for you. Their butler should be coming to greet you soon. I am unable to accompany you, but you can wait in the VIP lounge over there. Lin Yu nodded upon hearing this and stepped out of the car. The architectural styles of these royal noble families may differ, but the rules are mostly the same.
Lin Yu sighed.
Before he even reached the VIP lounge, he saw the Saint Lan family's grand wrought iron gate swing open. A tall, upright butler walked out from inside. His hair was white, and his face was lightly creased with wrinkles, making him appear older than Barry. But this did not prevent the butler from standing ramrod straight and looking full of spirit. He wore a meticulously tailored formal suit, with a golden Saint Lan family crest pinned to his chest. If butlers had ranks, then this old butler was clearly half a notch higher than Barry. After all, Barry was only the butler for Saint Lan Kuei, who might become a decision-maker in the future, while the old butler before him might be the head butler overseeing the entire Saint Lan family. Behind him, 2 rows of servants lined up. "Thank you for your visit, esteemed guest from the Bu Yetian family, Mr.
Fu Baluo."
He bowed slightly and said, "For what purpose have you come to visit today?"
Lin Yu looked at the grand display and was gradually getting used to the influence of Fu Luo in Nightless City's inner city.
He nodded slightly and said, "I'm here to visit young Master Saint Lan Kuei."
"Young Master Kuei?"
The butler was slightly surprised. Young Master Kuei suffered an accident tonight at the 10,000 Gold Sky Palace and is currently recuperating. He may not be receiving guests, but I will arrange for someone to inform him for you. However, please be prepared for a refusal.
"I know.
I was also present at the 10,000 Gold Sky Palace tonight."
"Just tell him. He should see me."
Lin Yu nodded, and the old butler then called over a servant and whispered a few words. The servant quickly crossed the lawn, fountain, and garden after the gate and left. The Saint Lan family's estate was not small, but it was much more user-friendly than the Bu Yetian family's. These servants had some kind of fast mode of transport, like a balance car. Lin Yu saw the servant jump onto the vehicle and zoom away. The old butler bowed again to Lin Yu. "Esteemed Mr. Fu Baluo, please take the shuttle car and proceed to the reception room to wait."
"It's fine, I'll just wait here."
Lin Yu waved his hand. He estimated that after tonight's events, Saint Lan Kuei shouldn't make him wait too long. And within a few minutes, Lin Yu heard a commotion coming from the direction of the Saint Lan family's main building. Through the garden path, the servants' calls rose and fell. "Young master, you mustn't." Saint Lan Kuei himself burst out of the garden, driving a balance car of the same model as the servants, with several pursuing servants behind him. He came before Lin Yu, jumped off the balance car, and then unexpectedly spoke. "You really came alone, huh? What, are you planning to switch from Bu Yi Tianhua to me?" In the Saint Lan family garden, Lin Yu and Saint Lan Kuei sat side by side in a suspended transport vehicle driven by an old butler, traveling smoothly through the Saint Lan family's garden. "How did you think I would give up Bu Yi Tianhua and switch to your side?" Lin Yu asked helplessly, looking at Saint Lan Kuei's dead fish eyes.
Don't you know my biggest backer in the Buyetian family is actually the family head? Even if I were to defect, I should be looking for Buyetian Huashu. Because this is your first time coming to the Saitlan family alone. Before, you always came with Buyetian Huolo, and always to find Shanglan Lai, Saitlan Kue said somewhat awkwardly. It's precisely because I know your relationship with the Noi Heaven family head is very close that I couldn't help but imagine. If you really switched to my side, wouldn't that mean I'd bypassed Buyetian Huashu and Buyetian Huolo, and directly gained their mother's support? Then why don't you go directly? Lin Yu retorted. He still remembered the Noi Heaven family head vaguely complaining that neither Shanglan Lai nor Saint Lan Kue had thought of directly visiting her to gain her support. Unexpectedly, Saint Lan Kue's expression changed slightly, and he shook his head. What a joke! That's the Noi Heaven family head, a god chosen of the god of wisdom. She truly defeated all her competitors in the previous generation's struggle for the Noi Heaven family's 7 sons and the 3-faction struggle within the Truth Company, eliminating all opposition. She single-handedly revitalized the declining Buyetian family and reinvigorated the Truth Company, which was on the verge of splintering. She even created 3 superior alchemy techniques. She is a formidable individual, a top-tier schemer, entrepreneur, and alchemist all rolled into one. Even my father and grandfather, 2 generations of Saint Lan family heads, speak of her with great admiration, and even considerable apprehension. Admittedly, my uncle was once her official husband. But so many years have passed since my uncle's death. How could I still dare to use that relationship to curry favor? Saint Lan Kue said seriously. Don't think that just because you were lucky enough to gain her favor, it's easy to please her. At this point, Saint Lan Kue's face showed an envious expression. This is an immense opportunity. Lin Yu couldn't help but be surprised to hear Saint Lan Kue say this. As the patriarch of a royal noble family and a god chosen of a deity, Lin Yu naturally knew that the other party was by no means a simple character. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so cautious and serious when meeting her. However, through Saint Lan Kue's attitude, Lin Yu realized that even though he already held the Noi Heaven family head in high regard, he seemed to have still underestimated her somewhat. This person seemed to be one of the truly formidable ones, even among the patriarchs of royal noble families. All in all, if I can truly please her and receive a word or two of guidance or affirmation, it would be a huge step towards the position of family head for me, and perhaps even directly lead to an arranged marriage with Evernight Skyfire Apricot, Saint Lan Kue said seriously. But if I offend her, forget about Evernight Skyfire Apricot and the family head position. I might even be exiled to the great wilderness to reclaim land with the pioneering team, patrol with the inspection team, or even supervise the engineering team at the great wilderness people's outposts. Listening to Saint Lan Kue's words, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. That's really exaggerated. This sigh wasn't entirely directed at the Noi Heaven family head this time. Part of it was also aimed at Saint Lan Kue. This guy was still thinking about Huaxing even at this point. Wait, you wouldn't be using this relationship to pursue Evernight Skyfire Apricot, would you? Saint Lan Kue suddenly became wary. How could that be? Lin Yu said helplessly. Saint Lan Kue's expression wasn't entirely reassured, but he slowly nodded in feigned nonchalance. I believe you're not such a despicable and vile person. You wouldn't use such methods to go against Evernight Skyfire Apricot's will. But then again, are you really not considering giving up Bu Yi Tian Huolu and allying with me? What good would it do me to come over? Lin Yu sighed. You royal nobles are really something. If you want me to come over, you should at least think about what benefits you can offer me, right? Saint Lan Kue pondered and said, I can secure you a seat or even a title in the Nightless City Council. Then you would be Duke Fuer Baluo. That sounds even less appealing than the position of Truth Company president that Bu Yi Tian Huashu promised me. Then, plus my friendship? Saint Lan Kue asked again. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead. Would anyone really pledge allegiance to you for that? Yes, my butler Barry switched from Shanglan Lai to me because of that, Saint Lan Kue said, a hint of disdain flashing across his face when he spoke of his older brother. Shanglan Lai doesn't understand people's hearts at all, he only knows how to bind them with interests and intimidate them with power.
This approach won't work in our St. Lon family. The transport vehicle slowly stopped in front of a 3-story mansion. We're here, this is my Kue mansion, servants guided the two out of the car, and St. Lon Kue said as he walked into the mansion, oh, Barry is doing very well and is recovering inside. If you'd like, you can go see him. The family doctor said it was thanks to your timely intervention, otherwise, he might have truly been in grave danger. I owe you a great favor. St. Lon Kue thanked him sincerely again. The mansion's main door was wide open, and the furnishings in the main hall looked very flamboyant, with bright, warm colors everywhere, and various swords, weapons, animal specimens, and skulls hanging on the walls. Visiting Barry can wait, let the patient rest, Lin Yu said politely, then continued, as for the favor. I'm here to collect that favor this time. So soon? St. Lon Kue was a little surprised. What, were you just being polite with me? Lin Yu asked, and St. Lon Kue quickly shook his head. Of course not, just say it. It's better to discuss this when no one else is around. Lin Yu said. St. Lon Kue waved his hand generously. What are you talking about? These servants have been with me since they were young, they are all trustworthy. Alright, then I'll just say it. I know you recently took on a... Hey! 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 St. Lon Kue shouted loudly, interrupting Lin Yu's words. Mr. Fu Baluo, after all, this is your privacy. Let's go to the study to discuss the... St. Lon Kue said, then looked at the surrounding servants. I said, Mr. Fu Baluo is my distinguished guest. You should hurry and prepare tea, clean the guest rooms, and get some food for the dining room. Do I still have to teach you this? Furthermore, he and I have important matters to discuss in detail. No one is allowed to approach until we come out, and don't let anyone else approach either. Did you understand? Understood. The servants responded in unison, then left one after another. Instantly, in the spacious mansion hall, only Lin Yu and St. Lon Kue could be seen. St. Lon Kue breathed a sigh of relief and poked Lin Yu. Come on, let's go to the study. After entering the study, Shang Lon Kue carefully locked the door, drew the curtains, and repeatedly checked to confirm that no one was around before turning to Lin Yu and speaking. How did you know? Lin Yu had just heard someone ask the same question and phrasing. So, his answer remained unchanged. Do my connections in the outer city really fall short compared to you royal nobles? Shang Lon Kue nodded thoughtfully. It seems my disguise isn't perfect enough. I thought no one would ever suspect a royal noble would secretly run out and personally take on commissions. Lin Yu was a little surprised to hear Shang Lon Kue's statement. Does the St. Lon family not know what you're doing when you run outside? They don't know, Shang Lon Kue said proudly, they just think I go to the outer city to seek pleasure. Which isn't wrong, but they probably don't know that my way of finding fun is taking on commissions. Afterward, he boasted, this is where I am stronger than Shang Lon Lai and even most royal nobles. I am not some hothouse flower, I have genuinely taken on those commissions and worked hard in the outer city. In Nightless City, no noble understands the actual situation of this city better than I do. Therefore, I am certainly more suitable to lead the St. Lon family than Shang Lon Lai. Our St. Lon family is different from the other 4 families. Every generation St. Lon family head must preside over the council, formulate laws, and bestow dukedoms. The Chief Justice and Speaker must all undergo our St. Lon family's review. So, we need to understand the lives of Nightless City's residents better than those guys who are based in companies. After all, we need to formulate laws that all Nightless City residents will believe in and implement policies that are beneficial to the development and stability of Nightless City. Hearing Shang Lon Kue speak so proudly, Lin Yu looked at him and spoke unexpectedly. Is that so, then esteemed Duke Shang Lon Kue, what do you think is the biggest problem in Nightless City currently? Of course, it's the wealth gap and increasingly difficult channels for upward mobility, Shang Lon Kue said without hesitation, outer city outskirts, outer city, inner city. The citizen class assessment was originally introduced with good intentions. But now it has been completely corrupted. People in the outer city are getting poorer and poorer, people in the inner city are getting richer and richer. It's almost impossible for outer city people to go to the three major companies or settle in the inner city, so they can only engage in dangerous work. Lin Yu listened to Shanglan Kuei speak so earnestly, counting on his fingers, and for a moment, his opinion of Shanglan Kuei changed a little. He hadn't expected this guy, born a royal noble, to be able to see and think about this level. It truly wasn't easy. For a split second, Lin Yu even considered genuinely supporting Shanglan Kuei. After all, he wasn't truly tied to Bui Tianhuolo, and Shanglan Lai was completely unfamiliar to him. Anyway, it didn't matter to Lin Yu who took power in the Saint Lan family, so why not choose someone who would actually benefit Nightless City? Lin Yu looked at Shanglan Kuei and asked again, then where do you think the crux of the problem lies, and how do you plan to improve it? The crux of the problem, well, Shanglan Kuei mused for a moment, then said, of course, it's that those lower-class people aren't working hard enough. Of course, they can't be entirely blamed for not working hard. Ultimately, it's all the fault of the other four families and the three major companies for enacting something called the Nightless City Production Human Rights Act, which prohibits those at the bottom from working excessive overtime. Now they can only work a maximum of 60 hours a week, which is simply outrageous. Of course, I definitely won't directly abolish this act, but I will loosen the restrictions. First, the working hours for the lowest three classes will be extended to 90 hours per week, the middle three classes to 75 hours. The top three classes will remain unchanged at 60 hours. This is simply killing two birds with one stone, both preventing this evil act from functioning and revitalizing the corrupted citizen class system. At this point, Shanglan Kuei became even more proud. Furthermore, I heard about the social welfare system from you otherworlders. What a good thing, I will emulate it then. As the head of the Saint Lan family, I will then have the council distribute large subsidies to every resident, so everyone's asset level will rise, and their willingness to consume will increase. Nightless City will surely flourish and prosper. Lin Yu looked at Shanglan Kuei. Where will the money for the subsidies come from? Just print it. Do you think the three major companies wouldn't give me face if I said to print money? Shanglan Kuei slapped his thigh and said, we can even directly issue asset points that saves on printing costs. Shanglan Kuei continued, still not satisfied. Furthermore, I've noticed that the crime rate in the outer city is actually very high, and even the number of violent crimes and unnatural deaths increases year by year. Even though there are factors like inner city people and nobles supporting gangs, it's undeniable that these bottom-tier people are always harming each other, and some gangs and organizations don't even have nobles behind them, yet they still organize themselves spontaneously. This fully demonstrates their inherent pugnacious nature. I suspect those people might have lived in the outer city for too long and adopted the customs of the great wilderness people. Therefore, more security personnel must be stationed in the outer city, the number of security stations must be increased, and outer city people must govern outer city. A large number of outer city people should be selected to participate in security management as irregular members. Of course, supporting laws must also be improved. I think perhaps more severe public order penalties could be tried in the outer city, and security personnel could be given greater rights, allowing them to carry weapons freely, and to control and investigate suspicious individuals before releasing them. Perhaps curfews and prohibitions on alcohol could also be tried. Hearing Shanglan Kuei's enthusiastic statements, Lin Yu fell silent. He felt ashamed for having had even a tiny flicker of fantasy about Shanglan Kuei just now. I shouldn't have held any illusions about these royal nobles. If Shanglan Kuei's three policies were actually implemented, the lives of Nightless City's lower-class residents would become even more difficult. However, this also indirectly reflected that Shanglan Kuei probably had extraordinary talents in political struggles and other noble affairs. Otherwise, how could such a person become one of the two popular heirs? It couldn't possibly be by relying on his ample understanding of the common people, could it? But no matter what, Lin Yu still hoped that Shanglan Lai would win the internal family competition against Shanglan Kuei. This guy absolutely could not become the leader of the Saint Lan family. Of course, Lin Yu also learned a lesson this time. Later, I should ask Bui Tianhuolo what kind of person Shanglan Lai really is. Based on the current sample, none of the royal nobles were normal. So, even though Shanglan Kuei was already quite absurd,
It was quite possible that Shang Lan Lai was actually even more significant. Regardless of who ultimately ascends to power in the Saint Lan family, for Lin Yu, at least for now, it's not the right time for him to interfere in the Saint Lan family's affairs. After all, he still has his own matters to attend to. After silently updating his assessment of Saint Lan Kuei in his mind, Lin Yu also brought the conversation back on track. Your ideas are very interesting, Your Excellency Saint Lan Kuei, but regarding your political views, we can discuss them in detail another time. Saint Lan Kuei heard Lin Yu's words and also reacted. All right, you came to me for a serious matter. His expression became solemn. How much do you know about the commission I accepted? C-77? Almost everything, Lin Yu said calmly. It's to assassinate Alti Mercury at Buyi Tianhua Xing's birthday party 2 days from now, right? Although Saint Lan Kuei had anticipated that Lin Yu might know the contents of the commission, when Lin Yu actually spoke out, the Saint Lan Kuei still couldn't help but slightly change his expression. Where did the information leak from? Are you representing Buyi Tianhua? No. Could it be that the Noi Heaven family had instructed you to come? Lin Yu did not directly answer Saint Lan Kuei's question, but simply watched him overthink it. These royal nobles have been scheming against each other for a long time, and a habitual way of thinking has already formed. Every influential action taken by someone is often deliberately done with strong purpose and is an external manifestation of the will of a certain family or faction. It seems that in this circle, there is no such thing as spontaneity. Based on this, Lin Yu only needed to start the conversation to deceive them, and these nobles would complete the rest themselves. In any case, your choice to negotiate with me means, this matter is negotiable, right? Saint Lan Kuei asked, and Lin Yu nodded slightly. I need to know what role you played in this commission. Seemingly wary of the Noi Heaven family head who might be behind Lin Yu, Saint Lan Kuei immediately distanced himself. I did participate in this commission. After all, if Alti Mercury dies, it would be beneficial to the Saint Lan family. The alliance between the Mercury family and the Buyetian family is weakened, and the Chiu family and Mercury family are once again in a state of equilibrium. These are all things we in the Saint Lan family are happy to see. So after learning about this matter, I chose to become the supervisor and captain of this commission. However, I did not initiate this commission. I can guarantee that if you want me to withdraw from this commission, or even prevent them, I can do so. It's just that, since the other party issued this commission and selected me as the supervisor, they must have also taken precautions against me and made backup plans. Even if I, as the captain, deliberately act as an undercover agent to obstruct the team I lead, the other party will definitely have their backup plan. Saint Lan Kuei spoke earnestly, and Lin Yu did not immediately express his attitude or make demands to Saint Lan Kuei. I see. He nodded and looked at Saint Lan Kuei. What else? Saint Lan Kuei sighed, and also, this assassination commission is set to take place at Evernight Skyfire Apricot's coming-of-age ceremony. You want to minimize the impact of this assassination through your efforts, lest it ruin Buyi Tianhua Xing's coming-of-age ceremony? Lin Yu asked curiously. Saint Lan Kuei looked at Lin Yu, first showing a look of confusion, then a sudden look of joyful arrogance appeared on his face. For Baluo, although you are very smart and have the support of the Noi Heaven family head, you really don't understand Evernight Skyfire Apricot. According to her personality, if a murder occurs at her coming-of-age ceremony, Evernight Skyfire Apricot will definitely not feel annoyed, unhappy, or have thoughts like my birthday celebration is ruined. Instead, she will feel very, very excited and joyful. Listening to Saint Lan Kuei's statement, Lin Yu felt that the other party was not joking. Regarding the mental state of this Buyi Tianhua Xing, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a bit more awe. So that's how it is, so you chose to take on this task, and there's also an element of adding to Buyi Tianhua Xing's excitement? Saint Lan Kuei did not deny it. There's a bit of that, but ultimately, it's still because this matter inherently aligns with my interests. Aren't you afraid of offending the Mercury family if the matter is exposed? Saint Lan Kuei shook his head. It's true that exposure before the deed is done would offend the Mercury family, but what if they only find out I was involved after he's already dead? Besides, do you think there are few people within the
Mercury family who want him dead.
Killing a royal noble is indeed taboo, but I wasn't planning on doing it myself. If the matter is exposed, I'll just say I wanted to gather intelligence and secretly prevent it, which is why I got involved. Not reporting it was just to avoid alerting the enemy and
letting the mastermind escape.
With that, coupled with some compensation and concessions of interests, the Mercury family naturally won't be able to pursue me further. If it weren't for you, the famous legendary detective, asking these questions, and if it weren't for the Neuheaven family head
behind you, I wouldn't be so candid.
It's just that you came directly to me, and I felt that it would be very difficult to hide it from you, so I laid my cards on the table. If the Mercury family were to ask, I would definitely insist that I had no subjective intent to harm.
Even if they really have some evidence, by then, making more concessions of interest would pretty much resolve it.
Saint Lan Kuei said, and Lin Yu nodded. This world is truly cruel, even for royal nobles. Their lives can be priced and appear as transaction content on the negotiating table. It's just that the asking price is usually too high, so few people buy or sell such things. And with the conversation having reached this point, Lin Yu also felt that the time was ripe.
So, do you know who the mastermind is now?
Lin Yu asked, and Saint Lan Kuei laughed.
Ha, that. I really don't know.
Lin Yu was surprised.
You don't know? Weren't you directly appointed as the captain by the other party?
I thought you had already directly contacted them. It's true that I've been in contact, but we only communicated through a communicator, and it was after I chose to accept the task that the other party actively contacted me through an intermediary in the outer city, Saint Lan Kuei recalled. Speaking helplessly, that guy is very strange. He's a very distinctive individual, yet I don't remember any royal noble like him. I can only guess that the other party is probably not from our Saint Lan family, because he recognized my identity, but he didn't expose me to the family, nor did he actively show me favor. If the other party were a Saint Lan family member, this would simply not be possible. Because in the current Saint Lan family, there are only my enemies and friends, no neutral members. After listening to Saint Lan Kuei's narration, Lin Yu generally understood. His contact with the mastermind was probably similar to Lin Yu's. Both had communicated via messages but had never met in person. Through that brief call, Lin Yu could almost reach the same conclusion as Saint Lan Kuei. The other party was a royal noble with a very distinct personality.
However, Saint Lan Kuei did provide new, useful information.
He didn't know, nor could he even guess, who this person might be.
In other words,
although this royal noble had a distinct personality, he had never interacted with Saint Lan Kuei. And in Nightless City, the top circle consisting of only 5 royal nobles was not particularly large. This made Lin Yu somewhat suspicious.
Could he be an outsider like the Excellency behind Zhu Rong, or perhaps even a member of Excellency's organization?
But Lin Yu immediately dismissed his own conjecture. Because Excellency clearly didn't know who was behind the C-77 commission. In other words, this commission might have been issued by an outsider among the royal nobles, but it definitely did not firmly stand on the same side as Excellency.
How intriguing. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh.
As his investigation gathered more and more information, the entanglements and whirlpools at the very top of Nightless City were becoming increasingly clear. Yet, only the issuer of this C-77 commission remained mysterious. The other party's identity and purpose were still unclear. Although the current information was enough to support Lin Yu in setting up a plan that would ensure he completed this assassination commission and escaped unscathed, the feeling of being used and kept in the dark still made Lin Yu feel somewhat uneasy.
At this moment, Saint Lan Kuei's voice once again interrupted Lin Yu's thoughts.
So,
are you going to report this to the Neuheaven family head?
Saint Lan Kuei asked cautiously.
Lin Yu looked at Saint Lan Kuei and shook his head, saying, "Why would I tell her? Didn't the Neuheaven family head send you? Are you still planning to keep it from her?"
Saint Lan Kuei said, greatly shocked. "I never said that," Lin Yu said with a smile. "You just assumed it was the case."
Saint Lan Kuei was very surprised. "Then why are you inquiring about this?
You owe me a favor.
I don't owe you one."
"You can guess for yourself what I'm inquiring about and for whom," Lin Yu said, walking towards the study door and opening it. but I can kindly help you eliminate a wrong option. I didn't come for Bui Tianhuolu either. With that, Lin Yu pushed open the study door and walked out, leaving Saint Lan Kuei standing there dumbfounded. Afterward, watching Lin Yu leave directly, Saint Lan Kuei fell into deep thought. Not because of the Noi Heaven family head, nor because of Bui Tianhuolu, but why then? Does Fu Baluo have other backers in Nightless City? And if it's not for the Buyetian family, why is he so concerned about the C-77 commission? Could it be that he has some personal grudge with Alti? Mercury, or is he coveting the power of the god of life? Saint Lan Kuei thought repeatedly but couldn't find an answer. However, based on Lin Yu's involvement, he could vaguely realize one thing. This C-77 commission seems even more complicated than I imagined. Did I accidentally stumble into a trap set by someone else? While Saint Lan Kuei was thinking, he suddenly saw Lin Yu return. Alright, since I gave you an extra option to eliminate, could you also give me an extra piece of information? I need to investigate someone's information, although I could investigate it back at the Buyetian family, since I'm already here at your place. How about helping me out, Lin Yu? Left the Saint Lan family again. Although the Saint Lan family's butler tried to persuade Lin Yu to stay overnight, Lin Yu insisted on leaving. By then, the night was already deep, and even in this city named Nightless City, although it was still brightly lit and neon signs flickered, it had become much quieter. The number of pedestrians and vehicles on the street had significantly decreased, and most of them seemed to be on their way home after a party. Lin Yu did not call a driver from the Buyetian family to pick him up, he chose to walk on the street himself. On one hand, Lin Yu intended to walk and think. To sort out his thoughts, he had received too much and too varied information tonight, and the situation in Nightless City was already complex, so he needed to organize it properly. On the other hand, Lin Yu also needed some alone time now. In the inner city of Nightless City, where there were surveillance cameras everywhere, traveling in a Buyetian family vehicle was naturally very high profile. Coupled with the fact that the identity of Fu Baluo was already attention-grabbing, even walking was already very discreet, but Lin Yu still took some effort, even using the corner of the Shadow Dweller, to travel, to find an optimal route without surveillance cameras. And the destination of this route was a luxurious high-end hotel located just 1 block away from the 10,000 gold Sky Palace, invested and built by the Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild, named Heavenly White Jade Palace. Upon arriving here, Lin Yu no longer concealed his figure and directly reappeared as Fu Baluo. If anyone had been tracking his movements during this time, they would have seen Fu Baluo suddenly disappear into an alley near the Saint Lan family. Then, about an hour later, he would have appeared directly in the lobby of the Heavenly White Jade Palace. A City View VIP suite, please. Lin Yu walked to the front desk with familiarity, paying with Jin Dianshuan, gold points, to open the room. For a top-tier hotel like this, receiving a guest like Lin Yu, who was generous with his spending and used Jin Dianshuan, gold points, naturally did not require identity registration. What's more, the hotel's information identification system might not even fail to recognize Fu Luo's face, they just deliberately didn't ask. Lin Yu got the room card and, with familiarity, went to the top floor. After entering the room, Lin Yu immediately turned off the lights in the room, then turned on the water in the bathroom to fill the bathtub. Standing in the bathroom, Lin Yu changed Fu Luo's face back to his own slightly adjusted, Woyue appearance. Then, Lin Yu activated the corner of the Shadow Dweller, again, silently passing through the room to the balcony. The moment he deactivated the corner of the Shadow Dweller, Lin Yu also flipped out from the balcony. Hannah! Lin Yu said softly, and the little octopus perched on his shoulder immediately responded. Squawk. Understood, Director. After such a long period of cooperation, Hannah and Lin Yu had formed a tacit understanding. Optical camouflage instantly covered Lin Yu's entire body, ensuring he wouldn't be captured by high-altitude detection cameras and drones that occasionally flew by. This Heavenly White Jade Palace lived up to its name, standing over 100 meters tall, with its top-floor panoramic balcony extending far out, like a bridge reaching into the sky. Lin Yu dangled his body hundreds of meters in the air, feeling the night wind blow across him. The distant sound of passing vehicles and the gravity pulling at his entire body jointly reminded Linyu he was currently suspended 100 meters high. Linyu slowly exhaled. Phew. Although I know my physical fitness and coordination can completely keep up, actually doing it is another matter. He could feel his adrenaline surging. The next moment, Linyu let go and plummeted downwards. Wind whistled past his ears, carrying away body heat, and the force of gravity pulled at his entire body as he plummeted. This wasn't Linyu's first time falling from a great height. He had previously jumped from a tall building when entering the feast above the heavens copy. Now, the scene was repeating itself. However, this time, Linyu had no intention of free falling. As he fell through the air, he watched the layers of windows flash by, precisely calculating the floors. 77, 76, 75. Linyu calculated the floors. Finally, just as he was about to reach the 70th floor, Linyu activated Drink the most suitable person with diligence and virtue in midair. At that moment, Linyu felt time become much more stagnant. So slow, even slower than I imagined. Based on his current perception of the fall, the stretching of time flow was at least more than 1 to 30. This thing is really useful. 1 second stretched out to 30 seconds, plus Linyu's already fast reaction speed, just 1 second was enough for him to do many things. He gracefully adjusted his posture in the air, then began to scrutinize the rooms on the 70th floor. Starting from the left should be 7001, so room number 7037. Linyu quickly found room 7037, it was also a scenic room, the balcony curtains were drawn, and a faint light shone through the gap. This is the place. Water surged from the necklace of praying water, and Linyu manipulated the water to provide himself with a bit of forward momentum in the air. Then, Linyu lightly grabbed the railing of the 70th floor, put away Drink the most suitable person with diligence and virtue, and flipped onto the balcony of the room. The flow of time returned to normal. Through the glass door of the balcony, Linyu could vaguely hear cheerful laughter and music coming from inside. It seemed like people were having a wild party in this hotel room. Linyu took a deep breath, then, bang! He shattered the entire glass door with a shoulder ram, and accompanied by the crash of breaking glass, Linyu stepped into the room. Inside the room, 4 men were sitting on a spacious bed, with open pizza boxes piled in front of them, and the floor was covered with cans of drinks and beer, while the third part of a cheesy comedy series played on the large screen in front of them. Seeing the glass suddenly shatter out of nowhere, the men showed bewildered yet wary expressions. What the hell? Why did this glass suddenly explode by itself? Did this glass self-destruct? Could it be an attack? Are you kidding? If it's an attack, where's the person? This glass doesn't look like it was shot. The men chattered away, but their expressions slowly changed from wariness to anger. Damn it, Bayuke, such an expensive hotel, is the glass quality really this bad? Just as they almost thought it was an accident. Linyu lightly patted his shoulder. Alright, Hannah, let them see me, but slowly, let my figure gradually appear. Quack. Yes, director. After giving instructions to his capable assistant, Linyu slowly took a step forward. He deliberately stepped firmly. His shoe sole crunched on the broken glass, making a grating sound, instantly tensing the expressions of the 4 men again. Hey, did you hear that? Wait, what the hell is this? From the invisible air, a human-shaped silhouette gradually emerged. Like a ghostly apparition, it left them completely stunned for a moment. Linyu's voice also sounded indifferently. Good evening, distinguished middlemen and the most excellent brokers of Nightless City, I have some matters to discuss with Mr. Black Snake. At this moment, Linyu's figure had fully appeared. And seeing Linyu's appearance, although still shocked by his sudden appearance, the surprise and fear in their hearts naturally faded by more than half. Where did this scoundrel come from, playing tricks here? A man with a scorpion tattoo on his hand growled, then pulled out a pistol from his hwai and pointed it at Linyu. The bald, burly man next to him showed an amused smile. Ho, what's the latest technology from which company, that it can achieve this level of disguise? But, kid, do you think you can do whatever you want in front of us just because you got good equipment?
the bald man said, suddenly raising his hand. A cold gleam shot out from his sleeve, directly pouncing on Lin Yu. At the same time, the man with the scorpion tattoo on his hand also fired his gun. However, just as the two made their moves, the Lin Yu that was hit scattered like foam. Indeed, Lin Yu had instructed Hannah to let them see him, but it wasn't to have Hannah remove the disguise. What they hit was naturally an illusion. "Oh, it looks like you're planning to kill me," Lin Yu calmly spoke, looking at the dart and bullet that passed through the throat and heart area of his illusion. At this moment, he had silently arrived, behind the two of them. Bang! Scratch! A gunshot and the sound of a dagger cutting skin rang out, and the brains and blood of these two guys who attacked first splattered all over the bed. The bald man's head exploded, and blood gushed from the throat of the man with the scorpion tattoo. Lin Yu put away the enemy-seeking dagger and the one-hit kill revolver, and calmly wiped the blood from his face. He patted the two people next to him who were trying to pull out weapons, and slowly put the guns from their stiff hands back into their why. "I said, I just wanted to talk to Black Snake, you two, which one of you is Black Snake?" Lin Yu said softly. The remaining two men, one wore sunglasses, the other had a lip piercing. Before either of them could admit it, Lin Yu suddenly raised his hand. "Ah, hold on a moment, gentlemen." He pulled out an old pocket watch from his why that was making an abnormal click-clack sound, then opened the dial and smeared blood on it. "While it's fresh, don't waste it, you won't be able to collect it later," Lin Yu said with a smile, and then the two corpses let out violent and painful screams. It was as if they had died again. The repaired missed pocket watch absorbed two souls, and its originally dim and rusty casing finally returned to normal, no longer appearing very irritable as soon as it appeared. "I haven't had a chance to kill anyone recently, which made it a bit hungry, so I had to feed it first. If you have pets, you'd understand me." Lin Yu babbled on in a friendly manner, then looked at the two men. "Where were we just now?" As he spoke, these two men, who looked fierce, steady, and had experienced many storms as nightless city brokers, spoke at the same time. "He's Black Snake." "I'm Black Snake." Without a doubt, after Lin Yu learned the exact location of Black Snake from Saint Lan Kuei and discovered that tonight was his regular gathering with several other nightless city intermediaries for merrymaking, he decided to set off immediately to find Black Snake. Finding this intermediary was not difficult, but to achieve his goal, Lin Yu still devised a rather ingenious entrance performance. The performance was very successful, essentially achieving Lin Yu's intended goal, to make even the well-informed intermediary Black Snake feel fear towards him in the shortest possible time. A fear strong enough to make him betray a royal noble. His ability to become invisible upon entering the room and evade unknown attacks, his decisive killing of two people casually while chatting, these 2 points were enough. After all, a mere intermediary was no tough guy. Next, just a touch of unfathomable madness would be enough to completely break Black Snake's psychological defenses. Lin Yu wiped the blood from the enemy-seeking dagger on the bedsheet, then sat between the two nightless city intermediaries, and watched a comedy with them. Watching the actors' superb acting, where even a simple stool falling could be portrayed comically and naturally, Lin Yu couldn't help but laugh heartily from the bottom of his heart. This is a great movie. The screenwriter and director are very skilled, and most importantly, the actors' performances are excellent, each one is meticulously polished. Lin Yu never stinted on praising other outstanding actors. Whoever chose this movie has excellent taste. He looked at the two intermediaries, the one with the lip piercing on the left was Black Snake. He spoke cautiously, that was chosen by Rose, that's him. Black Snake pointed to the dead bald man. Lin Yu looked at the other person's corpse, paused, then sighed, what a pity, I acted too quickly. If I had known he had such good taste in movies, I should have spared his life. He spoke in such an indifferent tone, as if genuinely regretful. But without a doubt, after he said this, Black Snake and the other intermediary naturally felt he was even more dangerous. After all, what normal person would decide someone's life or death based on their likes and dislikes of movies and their taste? Only a sufficient indifference to human life would lead someone to link life and death with movie taste. Especially the natural taken for granted in Lin Yu's tone was enough to send chills down one's spine.
The two intermediaries silently watched the end credits roll and the movie finish. Then, Lin Yu spoke again.
Alright, the movie's over. Time to talk business. Mr. Black Snake, right?
Black Snake heard Lin Yu's words and quickly replied. Yes, what are your orders? Lin Yu spoke indifferently. You recently posted a very dangerous commission for someone, do you know that? Black Snake cautiously replied. Most of the commissions I post every day are dangerous. After all, I have a very good reputation on Grey 3rd Street. In the outer city, so many important figures are willing to come to me. Lin Yu chuckled softly.
Is that so, you can't remember?
A smile still hung on his face, but he took out a lens from his hand.
Black Snake looked at Lin Yu, who was toying with the mirror, with apprehension, wondering what this mysterious person was planning.
Then, as the lens on Lin Yu's fingertip flipped over, he spoke softly, Oh.
Black Snake, or rather, Mr.
And although official records show you have no family, you've raised your biological sister in an apartment in the inner city to prevent anyone from investigating, you even found a few lovers, creating the illusion that she's just one of your many lovers.
What meticulous planning, what a pity, Lin.
Yu said softly. He actually didn't know much about interrogation, although he had established fear. Lin Yu admitted that he wasn't professional enough in how to guide that fear. But fortunately, he had the fear lens. Because fear was a technique almost no one had mastered since while Valetti and his mentor Professor Dot passed away, even people in Nightless City had little understanding or defensive measures against it. And this item, which could cheat by directly revealing a person's deepest fears, was naturally of immense help in interrogation. As expected, Black Snake's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this.
I really don't know. Your Excellency.
Ha, that's not the answer I want, Lin Yu said with a cold laugh.
My patience is limited, Mr. Black Snake. Dream City apartment, do I need to give you the more specific apartment number?
Cold sweat streamed down Black Snake's face. When a person reaches the extreme of fear, their potential, including memory, will be stimulated.
Are you talking about B12? Think again. Lin Yu said calmly. C35. Wait, is it A06? Is it A06, right?
The St. Lon family's butler was assassinated tonight, I just received the news.
Are you here for that? Black Snake said frantically.
Lin Yu spoke with interest. Tonight's A06 does interest me somewhat. However, that's not my main goal, continue. Looking at Black Snake's disheveled appearance, Lin Yu showed a disappointed expression.
You wouldn't actually know nothing, would you, Black Snake?
This fierce-looking man, who had struggled in the outer city for many years, was almost crying from fright. Please, Your Excellency, don't harm my sister, you can kill me, but don't harm her.
Black Snake knelt directly on the ground.
Friend, calm down, what you're saying is very irresponsible, Lin Yu said indifferently. Even if I don't harm her, if you die here, a beautiful, unsupported young girl, someone you've protected for over 10 years, living alone in Nightless City, that's worse than dying directly.
Does she have permanent residency in the inner city?
She wouldn't still have to live in the outer city, would she? So, for your sister, try hard to remember, don't beg me, tell me what you should know, and I will let you live. Lin Yu said coldly. Black Snake looked up, his lips trembling. But at this moment, his eyes shone brightly. I know, it's C77, right, it's the C77 commission.
I knew that commission wasn't right.
Black Snake said, looking at Lin Yu smiling and nodding. Yes, the C77 commission, congratulations. Black Snake breathed a sigh of relief, but then became nervous again.
You want to know about the C77 commission, right? I will tell you everything I know. That commission is very special, as an intermediary. I don't even know the content. Lin Yu propped his chin. No matter, just tell me everything you know about this commission.
Black Snake indeed didn't know much about this commission, which was within Lin Yu's expectations.
After all, the mastermind behind the scenes was clearly intentionally hiding his identity, and even Saint Lan Kuei had no clue who he really was.
So when Black Snake received this commission, he naturally didn't catch any of the other party's flaws.
However, he still provided Lin Yu with valuable information.
The release of this commission was 3 weeks ago. At that time, Black Snake inexplicably received a large, exact, and odd transfer from an unknown anonymous account.
After receiving the money, Black Snake was naturally very nervous, and intermediary of his level wasn't really short on money anymore. But the amount of that transfer was still so large that it somewhat shocked Black Snake.
As a senior intermediary, Black Snake naturally realized that this transfer must have a deeper meaning. Sure enough, not long after, he received another anonymous message sent directly to his communicator. That message precisely gave a number identical to the transfer amount, making the transfer amount a sort of anti-counterfeiting password at this point. Just looking at this information, one wouldn't know what it meant. Attached to that information was also a time and address, the location being a quiet roadside spot on the edge of outer city, and the time being late that night.
So, following the instructions, Black Snake arrived at that road late at night.
When he arrived, he found a car parked on that road, a road where almost no one usually came, especially not late at night.
After he approached the car, the rear passenger door opened automatically.
After getting in, there was only the driver sitting in the driver's seat. Black Snake remembered clearly that the driver was wearing ordinary clothes, a mask and a hat, but there was an undeniable aura of a superior person about him.
He speculated that this person should at least be from a duke family, or even very likely a royal noble.
Subsequently, the driver informed Black Snake of his intention. He planned to issue an assassination commission. Because the target of the assassination was too important, the other party did not disclose who the target actually was. This was common, so Black Snake didn't suspect anything. Many employers didn't want to tell the intermediary the specific assassination target. After all, the more people who knew, the greater the risk of exposure. Black Snake, as a top-tier intermediary, understood very well how to accommodate and obey employers. Therefore, he was also very good at selecting suitable targets for employers without knowing the specific content of the commission.
What's more, this employer's requirements weren't particularly unusual.
A skilled individual proficient in infiltration, with strong frontal combat capabilities, and worthy of the reward, with preference for those familiar with inner city and the noble situation. Finally, the team should consist of 4 to 5 people. Based on these requirements, he quickly screened out several suitable individuals in his mind, preparing to contact them privately. Furthermore, Black Snake also planned to issue a public commission through the Devil Pig Bar, his old friend's establishment, to see if he could attract formidable individuals he didn't have contact information for. This was also a normal process.
However, the unusual part was, today is the only time I will show my face. Here are 8 brand new communicators with my contact information stored inside.
After you find suitable people, contact me directly using these. This was not in accordance with the process. Because this meant that this employer had absolutely no intention of reviewing the candidates for this mission.
For Black Snake, this was very unreasonable.
Because judging from the amount and the requirements, this should be a very critical mission. But for such a critical mission, the other party did not intend to personally vet the people executing the commission.
This left Black Snake confused. Because this was an almost contradictory behavior.
In other words, this employer cared about this mission, but also seemed not to care about this mission. This is the strangest part one found, but at the time, given the high intermediary fee, I didn't delve into it.
After listening to Black Snake's complete narration, Lin Yu nodded slightly.
I probably know the reason, but Black Snake, describe the employer's appearance to me in more detail.
Black Snake hesitated for a moment, then spoke. I really didn't see his face clearly at all.
He was wearing a trench coat, and his hat and mask were almost seamless. Even his voice was processed. I could only roughly judge that his figure was not tall, and he was driving a very common used cargo truck. So the other party should not be the type among nobles who is severely obsessive-compulsive or particularly resistant to the outer city and the poor. And that person must be able to drive a truck, and his driving skills must be very proficient, because after I got out, the car was driven away.
Directly.
Hearing Black Snake's words, Lin Yu seemed to understand.
Okay, I generally know. Thank you for your valuable information.
Saying that, Lin Yu looked at Black Snake. Also, as for why this employer is unwilling to personally meet his employees, the answer is also very simple. At this moment, Black Snake heard Lin Yu's words, and for this question that had troubled him for a long time, he did not feel the slightest bit of curiosity.
On the contrary, Black Snake only perceived a terrifying danger.
Swish! Blood gushed out, and the intermediary next to Black Snake covered his throat and slowly fell down.
Lin Yu wiped his knife clean again and spoke with a smile. This is a matter of great importance. The fewer living people who know about it, the better. I hope you understand. Black Snake couldn't help but tremble again.
He instinctively felt that listening to this matter would probably bring trouble upon himself and make it difficult to survive.
But
Black Snake also didn't have the courage to stop Lin Yu, who seemed eager to tell him the content of this commission. Because he was afraid that if he dampened Lin Yu's enthusiasm, he would probably be killed on the spot. Originally, Black Snake wasn't that afraid of death. After all, he had long been accustomed to death in this line of work, and Black Snake had also made some mental preparations for the possibility of dying an unnatural death someday.
But Lin Yu had just reminded him if he died, what desperate situation would his sister face? Indeed, he would eventually die. But he absolutely couldn't die today, while his sister was not yet independent.
The great fear of death itself, coupled with this matter, made Black Snake unable to do anything now. He could only listen as Lin Yu slowly spoke out the content of the commission that made him despair.
Mr.
Black Snake, the content of this commission is
to assassinate the royal noble Alti Mercury at Buyi Tianhuaxing's coming-of-age ceremony. Thump!
Black Snake heard the content of this commission and collapsed weakly to the ground.
Assassinate a royal noble. And to assassinate a royal noble in a public place. Black Snake covered his face, almost wailing, I don't know anything.
No, you do know, Lin Yu said calmly. Not only do you know, but you also need to leak this matter at the appropriate time. A long night passed, and the sun of Nightless City rose again from the gray sky, illuminating this massive, sprawling metropolis.
There are less than 48 hours until Buyi Tianhuaxing's birthday banquet.
Lin Yu sat silently waiting in his room at the Heavenly White Jade Palace. The Heavenly White Jade Palace is an industry under the Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild, and Black Snake and 3 other middlemen whose names he did not know were also figures of some standing in Nightless City. Whether it was 3 people being killed at the Heavenly White Jade Palace, or 3 top middlemen dying unnatural deaths, it was bound to attract some attention.
And anyone who paid a little attention and did a little investigation would discover
that last night, the legendary detective Fu Baluo mysteriously appeared at the Heavenly White Jade Palace after being attacked at the 10,000 Gold Sky Palace. And before coming here, he had first visited the Public Security Bureau and the Saint Lan family. Anyone who understood the current situation in Nightless City could sense that there might be intricate connections. This was also why Lin Yu deliberately ran around as Fu Baluo yesterday. Sure enough, not long after he rested in the room, his door was knocked.
Thump, thump.
Lin Yu unhurriedly walked over, opened the door, and then saw 2 Public Security Bureau officers.
Behind them stood an acquaintance, the Public Security Bureau squad leader known as Squad Leader 3.
The 2 officers turned on their shoulder-mounted recording devices and spoke seriously. Mr.
Fu Baluo, do you know that last night, 3 people died on the 70th floor of the hotel?
Upon hearing this, Lin Yu's face first showed a look of shock, then he spoke naturally.
I understand, a very tricky case, right?
It seems it's time for me, the super-famous detective whose body hasn't shrunk but whose mind is especially flexible, to take action again.
Take me to see the scene.
As Lin Yu spoke, he naturally started to walk out the door, but was then stopped by the
2 officers. Both of them looked troubled, and the other officer spoke again, Mr. Fu Baluo, it's not like that.
Based on the current evidence, you may be the primary suspect. As the officer spoke, Squad Leader 3 sighed.
That's how it is, Mr. Fu Baluo. Lin Yu was stunned. What evidence? This isn't right, someone must be framing me.
As Lin Yu spoke, Squad Leader 3 then said, about an hour before the 3 deceased died last night, you checked in at the hotel front desk.
This can also be considered evidence?
Lin Yu's face showed a shocked expression, and he said with great
confusion. Of course, this cannot be considered evidence, but
the hotel corridor surveillance did not capture your figure last night, and according to your records of confrontation with the suspect Chu Rong at the 10,000 Gold Sky Palace and last night's surveillance footage, you seem to have some means of evading surveillance and deceiving human
vision. Lin Yu looked at Squad Leader 3, leaning on the doorframe, and spoke in a relaxed tone, and then? With just this. You're going to convict me? What's my motive for the crime?
Of course, we don't convict solely based on ability, Squad Leader 3 said helplessly, rather, listing you as a suspect is mainly based on motive. According to the testimony of the Saint Lan family's butler. Last night you asked the esteemed Saint Lan Kuei for the location of Nightless City's well-known middleman Black Snake, so under Saint Lan Kuei's instruction, he used Nightless City's highest query authority to locate Black Snake through network nodes right here in this hotel.
Lin Yu appeared even more astonished. Is Black Snake among those 3 deceased?
No, Black Snake is missing, Squad Leader 3 said in a low voice. Last night, he and 3 other well-known middlemen were gathered in a room on the 70th floor of the Heavenly White Jade Palace, and the result was all 3 others died except for Black Snake, and Black Snake himself is nowhere to be found. As Lin Yu spoke, his expression became more serious. It looks like this might even be aimed at me. Squad Leader 3 nodded, then reached out and turned off the recording devices on the 2 officers' shoulders, and spoke in a lowered voice, Mr. Fu Baluo, this may not be a setup targeting you, but your arrival may have made them change their plans. Evidently, Fu Luo's good reputation in the past made Squad Leader 3 believe that this case was truly not his doing. After all, a famous detective being framed as a murderer is also a common occurrence.
It's just a pity. I really am the murderer.
Lin Yu silently lamented, but continued to act. Your Public Security Bureau was able to get testimony from the Saint Lan family so quickly and come to arrest me. I'm afraid someone is pulling strings behind the scenes.
Which family is it?
Lin Yu looked at Squad Leader 3 and asked seriously. He could tell that the other party was definitely not just asking questions. A configuration of 1 captain with 2 experienced officers is not typical for a general investigation, and Lin Yu also saw that they were all fully armed. The Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild directly put pressure on us. After all, it was their venue that reported the case, and
it was indeed aimed at you.
Squad Leader 3 gritted his teeth. Today, an A-level supervisor from the Myriad Commerce Guild came directly to our Public Security Bureau, used the company's authority to directly issue an arrest warrant, and demanded that you be brought back to the Public Security Bureau first. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes.
The Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild.
No matter what their intentions were, this meant that the last royal noble had finally entered the fray. Indeed, in Nightless City now, no noble family was staying out of it. But what role they played in this, and what their attitude was, Lin Yu still didn't know.
So that's it, you're here to arrest me. It's alright, I won't make things difficult for you.
As Lin Yu spoke, he patted the 2 officers.
Turn on your recording devices and follow the procedure,
he said, and then the 2 officers complied.
Squad Leader 3 took out a restrained handcuff from behind and spoke loudly, Mr.
Fu Baluo, please come with us, cooperating with the work is good for all of us. Lin Yu looked at the bright camera pointed at him and smiled.
Sorry. I resist arrest. Then, Lin Yu drew 2 swords from his embrace. Clang. Bang.
With 2 sharp sounds, Lin Yu cut off the standard issue batons that the 2 officers had drawn, then sank his elbow and shoulder, knocking one of them to the ground.
The officer grunted and fell to the ground.
Lin Yu then turned and kicked sideways, sending the other officer, who was about to pull out a tranquilizer gun, flying backward, then crossed his two swords and slashed at Squad Leader 3's chest. Swish! Squad Leader 3's clothes were torn, revealing the tactical anti-cut vest underneath. Although it had also been cut open, it did not injure the opponent. The other party looked at Lin Yu and spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Fu Baluo, your two moves might be able to take down my team members, but they won't stop me. Lin Yu exhaled. This public security bureau captain was indeed a shrewd fellow. Nightless City's nobles were competitive, and commoners even more so. Every powerful individual was not simple. It was as if Squad Leader 3 was now giving him a hint. If I let you go after just this level of confrontation, I won't be able to report back properly. You'd better give those two kids a couple more kicks too. My apologies. Lin Yu said in a low voice, then struck again with his swords. Swish! With a single slash, the Public Security Bureau's Squad Leader 3 raised his hand to block, and his forearm instantly suffered a deep, bone-deep cut. And taking advantage of this gap, Lin Yu pulled out Lao Zhang. Knock them out. As you wish. Even though the current Lao Zhang was far from his complete form, for him now, it was relatively simple and easy to knock out a few ordinary NPCs who had already been defeated by Lin Yu. And for Lin Yu, using Lao Zhang also had an advantage. Although it wouldn't be impossible for him to go up and kick each person, this kind of guiju, eerie/unfathomable, method of knocking everyone out at once naturally looked more visually impactful. Watching the three unconscious Public Security Bureau personnel, Lin Yu stepped over them and left the heavenly white Jade Palace Hotel directly. Oh my, you've almost turned Fu Baluo from a well-known detective in Nightless City into an on-the-run suspect. Lao Zhang teased, and Lin Yu shrugged. What does it matter? His suspicion won't last long anyway. That's true. After all, the Buyi Tian family people will come to bail you out in a moment, Lao Zhang said in a low voice. But why are you doing this? If you want to complete this assassination commission, all your actions are counterproductive. For an assassination, shouldn't you keep a low profile? You could even change your face right now. Hearing Lao Zhang's question, Lin Yu shook his head. The commission to assassinate Alti Mercury is not that simple. I would also very much hope that this mission is me walking into the venue, killing someone, leaving, and then collecting the reward to consider the commission and my advancement trial complete. But the employer's persistent refusal to show himself made me feel something was amiss. Lao Zhang, you are the head of the Psychological Society and an excellent psychologist. Don't you think the behavior displayed by the other party doesn't match the importance of the mission itself? Lao Zhang listened, looking a bit thoughtful. Hey, it does seem a bit off. The attitude this employer is currently displaying, rather than him hoping someone kills Alti Mercury, it's more like he just hopes a team of people goes to assassinate Alti Mercury. At this point, Lao Zhang reacted. Hey, wait, you mean? I don't want to be used as a pawn in cannon fodder. No matter how he views this mission, I must complete it and get the mission reward, Lin Yu said coldly, so, I must rule out the possibility that this behind-the-scenes employer never intended to pay the reward in the first place, given all the copies this death game has thrown at me over time, far exceeding what I should have encountered at my game time. It's not impossible that it shoved an advancement trial where the employer doesn't intend to pay into my second-tier advancement trial. So, I have to dig him out, and I have to dig him out without him realizing it. As Lin Yu spoke, Lao Zhang mused, so, you want to make Nightless City even more chaotic? Yes, he hopes to stir up the situation in the dark and take advantage of it to do something. Then I will create some chaos that is beyond his expectation and very likely to affect him. As an employer, he shouldn't dream of staying out of it, Lin Yu said indifferently. What's more, a chaotic situation itself also allows me to better complete the assassination mission. If attention is focused on the mastermind, then who would notice me, the detective who forced him out? As Lin Yu spoke, walking on the streets of Nightless City, he looked up at a nearby surveillance camera and flicked the brim of his hat. Not far behind him, a block away, the alarm bells of the Public Security Bureau's patrol vehicles rang from the heavenly white Jade Palace. It seemed the hotel had discovered the unconscious captain of the 3rd Squad and the 2 patrol officers, and thus called for reinforcements. Lin Yu knew very well that the identity of Fu Baluo, at the moment the alarm rang, officially became an on-the-run suspect who injured Public Security Bureau patrol officers and the prime suspect in the murder of 3 people. Of course, this was not a false accusation, he had done both things. It's just that for someone of his status during such a sensitive period, whether he actually did it or not was irrelevant, it only mattered if the Bui Tian family, Bui Tianhuolu, believed he didn't do it. Even if Bui Tianhuolu believed he did it, as long as Bui Tianhuolu didn't want him to be wanted, that was enough. Just like Xu Rong, who was probably about to be released from the Public Security Bureau. Whether Fu Baluo was a suspect or needed to be arrested. Facts were just the least important link in all of it. Essentially, this was where different factions of the 3 major companies and 5 great nobles at the top of Buyetian vied for power. The Saint Lan family, the Bui Tian family, and the Sorens family, who had just made a probing move. Heirs of the direct lineage, disgruntled marginal alliances, company executives, and that hidden employer. They would all be passively drawn into this incident because they stood high enough. Nightless City was like a pyramid, the higher you went, the smaller the circle became, so no one could remain untouched by any disturbance. This was also why Lin Yu and Lao Zhang were both convinced that Fu Baluo would ultimately be cleared. Because the determination of those people to kill Fu Baluo was definitely not as strong as Bui Tianhuoli's determination to protect him. Even if Bui Tianhuoli failed, the Noi Heaven family head would definitely intervene. Ultimately, Lin Yu still had to attend Bui Tianhuoxing's birthday party on time. But before that, you need to find a good place to hide. To avoid the Public Security Bureau, of course, you go to the outer city's edge. Lin Yu waved his hand, casually hailing a taxi. Hey, friend, I'm going to the outer city, are you going? 500. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and got directly into the car. Inner city taxis were obviously much more advanced than outer city ones. With advanced assisted autonomous driving and good road planning, after the driver entered the destination for navigation, unless it was a central, unnavigable road section or an accident occurred, the driver's role could basically be completely optimized away. Conversely, nobles, to show their status, always insisted on hiring drivers who drove purely manually in vehicles without assisted driving. However, a few years ago, a count, running for a seat on the council and as director of the traffic department, proposed a road safety bill, forcibly mandating that cars must be equipped with drivers to increase inner-city employment, so even today, Nightless City does not have fully autonomous taxis. Of course, this was only the inner city. Once in the outer city, the situation was different after all. The outer city's road planning was chaotic, the lower-class residents' quality was poor, and they would cross roads at will. Most vehicles also lacked intelligent driving assistance and network systems, and there would even be many strange illegally modified vehicles, such as superspeed wheelchairs and great wilderness donkey-pulled carts, appearing on the roads as magical high-speed moving objects. This was also why inner-city people could freely go to the outer city without a special pass, but the driver's asking price was still so high. Because as a noble inner-city driver, he might genuinely have to drive part of the way himself. However, in the inner-city part, the driver was still relatively relaxed and could still casually look at his communicator for entertainment. Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat, watching the driver scroll through a video app on his handheld device. Xunli Group recently announced new progress in limb regeneration technology. There have been great wilderness stowaways infiltrating the outer city's edge recently. Nightless City Defense reminds all residents to pay attention to safety. Breaking news. A murder occurred at a luxury hotel, Heavenly White Jade Palace, in the inner city. The photo of the on-the-run suspect, Fu Baluo, is now released as follows. Multiple barons and viscounts in Nightless City may face prosecution for illegally renting out their noble titles to provide qualification certification for businesses. Rewind. Suspect Fu Baluo is currently responsible for 3 deaths, 1 disappearance, and has injured 3 Public Security Bureau law enforcement officers. All residents are urged to pay attention to safety. Those providing clues can receive a reward of up to 30,000 yuan. Lin Yu looked at the screen of the communicator in the driver's hand, and the driver also shifted his gaze from the communicator to Lin Yu's face, which was identical to the one on the communicator. Immediately, the driver acted. Just as he was about to slam on the brakes and jump out to escape, Lin Yu spoke to stop him.
Wait. Lin Yu's dissuasion was particularly effective.
Of course, what was even more effective was the gun barrel pressed against the driver's head.
In an underground parking lot of a mall in the outer city, Lin Yu tied the driver uncle to his seat, composed a timed SOS message for him to send to all contacts in his phone in 3 hours, and then he left the parking lot. There were still 30 hours until Bu Yi Tianhua Xing's birthday party officially began.
Lin Yu returned to the outskirts of Nightless City's outer city as a wanted man, and once again arrived at the infamous Grey 3rd Street. This time, Fu Baluo's wanted face attracted a lot of attention. However, given that 8 out of 10 people here were either wanted or had been wanted, not too many people showed fanaticism towards Lin Yu at this moment. When everyone is wanted, being wanted no longer matters as much. However, prying eyes and hostility were still unavoidable. This had nothing to do with Lin Yu being wanted, but it had to do with the reason he was wanted. The reason he was wanted was for a murder that resulted in 3 deaths and 1 disappearance, and all 4 victims were the most outstanding middlemen in Nightless City. If one were to ask where those middlemen had the most friends and deepest roots, it would undoubtedly be on Grey 3rd Street on the outskirts of the outer city. Here, many mercenaries, big and small, made a living by taking on jobs through their connections. Although many people would complain about their high commissions and overly difficult tasks, complaints were complaints.
To these mercenaries, these middlemen were their own people.
Especially those powerful mercenaries, some even considered legendary, had long-term cooperative relationships with top middlemen, thus establishing a wonderful connection and emotion similar to friendship. After all, these middlemen also deeply understood that their livelihood depended entirely on their connections. They not only maintained relationships with wealthy inner-city dukes and high-ranking employer executives but naturally also maintained relationships with powerful mercenaries, actively befriending them. Even for these middlemen, most of whom came from the lower strata and the outer city, they found mercenaries and gang members more kindred spirits than inner-city people who only saw them as jackals, hyenas, and useful tools. Lin Yu walked into the Devil Pig Bar, accustomed to the stares, probes, and even hateful gazes, feeling the hostility that stemmed more from emotion than from profit. However, this time, Lin Yu behaved as if he were truly just a customer coming for a drink. A glass of today's special, keep the change. Lin Yu paid at the bar and then received a strong, potent drink. He examined the clear liquid in the glass and the lemon slice on the rim, but did not drink it. Then, the chair next to Lin Yu was pulled out. He turned his head and saw Shark Shock, whom he had previously met as Woyuawudua, sitting down. "Hey, a beer," Shark Shock said, looking at Lin Yu out of the corner of his eye. "Brother, you're Fu Baluo, right? I've heard so much about you. I'd heard of you many times before, but today I've heard several fresh, hot stories." Lin Yu slowly rotated the base of the glass in front of him with his finger, and spoke calmly. "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm very busy. You should know that famous people are always busy, so don't waste my time." Hearing Lin Yu's not-so-friendly tone, Shark Shock laughed. "Ha, ha, quite a tone. But this straightforward personality is good, I'll get straight to the point. Now, the Nightless City authorities say you are the murderer of Poison Needle, Gunpowder, and Rose, and caused the disappearance of Black Snake. Brother, these 4 people have long-term business relationships with our Devil Pig Bar, and our boss, the meat seller, also has some friendship with them. Now you're swaggering in and daring to sit in our place. I have to ask on behalf of our boss." Shark Shock took a large glass of beer from the counter and chugged it down. Then, he put down the glass and patted Lin Yu's shoulder. "So, brother. Was it you?" Lin Yu gently pinched Shark Shock's wrist. "Brother, first of all, I don't really like people, especially drunks, touching me. Secondly." Lin Yu used 2 fingers to grip Shark Shock's wrist tightly, then directly threw him out. Bang! Shark Shock flew backwards, knocking over several tables before rolling a few times on the ground and coming to a stop. It was still early, and the Devil Pig Bar was not full, with only a few tables sparsely occupied. So Shark Shock flying out didn't cause any harm to innocent bystanders, he was just groaning in pain on the ground. Lin Yu looked at this small leader who managed the Devil Pig Bar, and took a shallow sip of the strong liquor in his glass. He did not swallow it, but instead stored it away with the necklace of praying water. After all, Lin Yu did not have a habit of drinking alcohol. Then Lin Yu stood up, looking down at Shark Shock, who was slowly getting up.
Secondly, who are you to come asking me all these questions? Is it meaningful for me to tell a small fry like you whether I killed someone or not? What if you believe me, what if you don't?
Lin Yu lifted Shark Shock, who was in the process of getting up. The surrounding mercenaries and gang members drinking watched this scene dumbfounded.
One should know, Shark Shock was definitely not weak.
On the contrary, to be able to manage a place alone on Grey 3rd Street, Shark Shock's strength among mercenaries and gang members could even be described as absolutely upper middle class. Coupled with his experience as a temporary unofficial bodyguard for royal nobles in the inner city, this experience had also accumulated him a lot of high society connections that outer city residents rarely had. Although they were just butlers, other official bodyguards, and small leaders of large companies, it was enough. So Shark Shock was also a prominent figure on Grey 3rd Street, at least in the hearts of most gang members. He should be on par with Fu Baluo, whose name they had only heard and who seemed to have a deep connection with the Public Security Bureau.
After all,
these mercenaries on the outskirts of the outer city rarely understood the true value of Fu Baluo. But now they could glimpse a corner of the iceberg through Fu Luo's contemptuous words while holding Shark Shock. They intuitively realized the man's complete dominance over Shark Shock in terms of both strength and status. This also made the rumors of him killing 3 middlemen, which many had initially been skeptical of, believing he was merely a scapegoat pushed forward by the dukes, increasingly credible.
And Lin Yu, holding Shark Shock, also waited silently. He was waiting for someone to come to the rescue. Sure enough, not long after, the main door of the bar opened, and a tall, burly man walked in. Mr.
Fu Baluo, the man's voice boomed, please be lenient and let Shoka go.
Just give me, the meat seller, some face.
Seeing the owner of Devil Pig Bar walk out, Lin Yu remained calm. Indeed, Meat Seller was a prominent figure on Grey 3rd Street, seemingly with a long in gangs and a formidable reputation accumulated from early years of fighting. However, Lin Yu still didn't need to pay too much attention to him. Lin Yu looked at him, adjusted his hat while sitting on a chair. Oh, Meat Seller, is it?
I've heard of you. But why do you think you have any standing with me?
At this moment, many people had gathered at the entrance of Devil Pig Bar. As soon as Lin Yu spoke, Meat Seller felt a bit embarrassed. But he still maintained the dignity and composure of a seasoned Grey 3rd Street boss.
Ah, detective, you really know how to joke.
He pulled up a chair and sat near the entrance, looking across the bar at Lin Yu. I know you have close ties with many royal nobles and extensive connections in the inner city. I also know you are skilled in investigating and solving cases, and recently you've shown extraordinary combat power, but, detective, this is Grey 3rd Street after all.
Grey 3rd Street has its own rules. Even royal nobles have to show us local bigwigs some respect and courtesy, Meat Seller said, then changed his tone. Whether you killed those 3 middlemen is still debatable, but do you really want to turn against us on our turf?
His voice carried a hint of threat. Lin Yu looked at his serious expression and burst out laughing.
You want to tie yourself to the entire Grey 3rd Street, making me stand against all of Grey 3rd Street?
That's a good tactic. Lin Yu glanced at the increasing number of Grey 3rd Street members gathering outside, then said mockingly, but, is it possible that even if all of Grey 3rd
Street were tied together, I wouldn't care much?
Lin Yu's words made Meat Seller visibly change his expression. Because the person in front of him not only saw through his thoughts, but also chose to continue mocking him even after knowing what he intended to do.
In other words, what he considered his reliance and power might not be anything commendable in the other person's eyes.
Indeed, Lin Yu's subsequent words directly broadened into an attack on everyone present.
How funny, your turf. What, you live here for a few days and suddenly think this land belongs to you? Do you have the property deeds in your hands? Not planning to pay taxes to the royal noble lords anymore? Are you going to build a new city, a city within a city, here?
Do you really think that when royal noble lords come to your shabby street and treat you politely, it's because they're afraid of your power? That's purely because they have good manners and upbringing? They are certainly patient with the dogs they raise. Do you just kick your own dog for fun? Next time, try baring your teeth at a royal noble and see if you get a good kick in the gut. Wake up, everyone, those truly powerful royal noble lords in the inner city, their everyday clothes alone could buy your dog lives, and 3 times over. Lin Yu said, leaning back slightly, his hands resting on his knees. He looked around, seeing the anger on the faces of those around him, and smiled. It had to be said, Fu Luo's way of speaking was quite exhilarating, shamelessly provocative, humorously and sharply exposing people's shortcomings. It truly offered a unique sense of stress relief. Meat Seller's lips trembled with anger, and he stood up, clenching his fists. Fu Baluo, you scoundrel, I originally intended to speak with you properly, to clarify what grievances you had with those 3, and where Black Snake went. Now it seems you're simply bloodthirsty, evil, and cruel. As Meat Seller spoke, many mercenaries and gang members outside, who had gathered, also became indignant. Kill him directly, avenge Poison Needle. Damn it, this bastard is too arrogant, let him see how powerful we Grey Third Street are. Get him. Get him. Killing him is too easy, we need to capture him and torture him for 2 days. These gang members shouted. Lin Yu looked at them and mockingly spoke again. Oh, bloodthirsty, evil, and cruel. I thought those were considered excellent qualities in your Grey Third Street? And usually, each of you seems to take pride in being anti-council and anti-royal noble, thinking yourselves the clear stream of Nightless City, not governed by royal nobles, not controlled by anyone. You think everything the officials say is nonsense, and everything in newspapers and news is a conspiracy to fool the masses. Now the Nightless City Public Security Bureau says I killed 3 middlemen, and you actually believe it, rushing to seek revenge? However, whether I killed them or not doesn't matter. Anyone among you who wants to fight me to the death under the guise of revenge, I don't mind at all. Saying this, Lin Yu drew 2 long, cold, blood-reeking blades and slammed them onto the nearby bar counter. Come on, who wants to go first? Lin Yu said proudly, and for a moment, no one in the crowd dared to step forward. Even Meat Seller's momentum weakened a bit. From the beginning, Lin Yu's words had hit these people's sore spots, which is why they initially got defensive and agitated. But by this point, they were already intimidated by Lin Yu's aura and began to hesitate whether to make a move. However, the vast Grey Third Street gathered all the madmen and desperados of Nightless City, so there were naturally some individuals who were not swayed by Lin Yu. Soon, several extremely dangerous-looking individuals emerged from the crowd. These people were dressed similarly to those around them, in the common attire of mercenaries and gang members. Leather jackets, long boots, tactical jackets, dirt-resistant colors, metal accessories, tattoos. But their demeanor was completely different from the guys around them. Professional, stern, and silent, their aura was immediately discernible. If the people around them were mere henchmen, these should be what could be called boss-level existences. Lin Yu watched them appear and let out a long breath. Phew. Tough opponents, as expected. To play Fu Luo well, one always had to put in the necessary effort. For example, the part where Fu Luo easily offended people usually had to be perfectly replicated. Of course, compared to Fu Luo's tendency to back down, Lin Yu had a better solution. After all, the waters of the royal noble and top-tier power players in the inner city needed to be stirred. And these mercenary gangs in the outer city, in Lin Yu's plan, could not be allowed to remain peaceful and watch from the sidelines. In the coming days, no one in Nightless City would be able to remain aloof. Gentlemen, do you intend to fight to the death, or just to a draw? Are you all coming at once, or one by one? He jumped off the bar stool, his long blade performing a beautiful flourish. And his answer was a flying chair. You're asking for death. Crash. Accompanied by a furious roar and the sound of the wooden chair being split apart, the scene immediately plunged into chaos. Lin Yu hated fighting. He never liked to fight since he was a child. Because he was afraid of pain, especially the meaningless pain that fighting brought. What's more, if his face got damaged in a fight, he, an actor who literally relied on his face to make a living,
would have his performances affected for a long time. Although performing on stage often required an actor to integrate lines, tone, body language, and expressions as a whole. His acting skills, however varied, ultimately relied most heavily on his face. The extent to which micro-expressions controlled by the small facial muscles could be achieved often represented an actor's upper limit. An actor's face was like a musician's ears, a painter's eyes, a craftsman's hands, a runner's legs. It was where their talent lay, and it was their most precious, core asset that they would hone and train day and night. So, if Lin Yu absolutely had to fight, he would try his best to win, and win beautifully. That way, his face wouldn't suffer any damage. Inside the Devil Pig Bar, it was now a mess. Overturned tables and chairs, shattered bottles, broken weapons, and the challengers lying on the ground. Lin Yu sat back on the bar counter, slowly wiping the blood from his hands. There were indeed experts among the common folk of Nightless City. These guys had given Lin Yu a lot of trouble, forcing him to use almost all of his props to barely win. But they were, after all, just guys who could only scrape by on the outskirts of the outer city, so their strength was ultimately limited. They didn't even manage to injure Lin Yu's face. How many experts in the world actually enjoyed living dangerously, always on the brink of starvation? This wasn't some wuxia novel where a genius could suddenly sprout up in the wilderness like a giant luobu. Anyone with good enough skills would naturally learn good martial arts and serve the emperor's family. Even if they came from humble beginnings, they would have long been recruited by large corporations or become retainers for nobles. Moreover, in Nightless City, a large part of strength came from various corporate technologies and alchemy. The more one wallowed in the mud of the outer city's fringes and experienced daily battles, the less powerful they were compared to the seemingly pampered, officially sanctioned combat personnel in the inner city. Those people could undergo Gaizeo surgery at will, and their equipment and technology were the latest. These poor devils from the outer city, if their handy item broke, they had to make do with repairing it themselves. How could they fight against those backed by large corporations and powerful families? Although some consumables were used, it was worth it. When he acted in the 10,000 gold Sky Palace before, the scene was filled with nobles, and the news was suppressed. Later, when he killed the 3 middlemen, there were no witnesses at all. But now, having so directly defeated a dozen gang experts on Grey 3rd Street, the already somewhat famous legendary detective, Fu Baluo, would likely see his reputation rise even further. At the same time, people would also come to know a new side of Fu Baluo. Just like now, the meat seller, with a grim expression, had no choice but to instruct his subordinates in the Devil Pig Bar to clean the venue and treat the injured, while also stepping forward to offer Lin Yu a fawning smile. Fu Baluo. Your Excellency, I'm surprised you're also so skilled. No matter what, we have witnessed your strength. Any misunderstanding between us can be discussed. As you said, it was indeed reckless to brand you as the murderer of those 3 middlemen based solely on official announcements. Since you have come to my territory, I presume you wish to clear up the misunderstanding. What exactly do you want? Lin Yu looked at his initially arrogant, now deferential demeanor and smiled. Before the fight, I saw your attitude and wasn't too keen on dealing with you. Now that I've experienced the experts of Grey 3rd Street, I've thought about it carefully, and it seems you're not quite up to par either. Is there anyone more influential in Grey 3rd Street than you, meat seller? Before the meat seller could even respond, a distorted voice rang out from the doorway. Mr. Fu Baluo, the Fairy Queen invites you for a discussion. Hearing that name, Lin Yu looked at the changing expressions on everyone else's faces, including the meat sellers, and understood. Oh, it seems this Your Majesty the Queen is the most influential character here, isn't she? The meat seller nodded. Yes, Your Excellency, she is the uncrowned king of Grey 3rd Street. Grey 3rd Street has existed since shortly after Nightless City was founded. Just as there must be shadows where there is light, Nightless City has glamorous nobles and vast corporations, and it must also have dirty assassins, mercenaries, and the syndicates they form. No matter how dismissive your earlier remarks were about this place, it does exist. Tolerated and respected by the nobles, indeed, perhaps those big figures could clear this street and kill all of us with a wave of their hand. But even if they did that, in a few years, or even less, a place like Grey Third Street would be reborn elsewhere. So, those nobles chose to support their own forces rather than brutally eliminating this place directly. This led to Grey Third Street, from its inception, having many figures and warlords who once held immense power, some even gaining titles with this as their starting point. But this place has never truly been controlled by one person. Grey Third Street has never had
a king.
Listening to the meat seller's words, Lin Yu spoke with interest.
Until this fairy queen appeared, right?
Yes. Since that name first appeared 5 years ago, everything changed. In the shortest amount of time, she did something unknown, making the most prosperous gang members, mercenaries, and middlemen openly swear allegiance to her. And those who openly opposed her would almost disappear without a trace within a week. Most importantly, this open breaking of balance did not cause any unusual movements from the inner city. Fortunately, after about a year, we confirmed that although the Fairy Queen had integrated this place, she did not establish an empire of her own.
She only did two things. First, she issued a Grey Third Street covenant as serious as those official decrees, which included a myriad of
strange rules, such as gangs having to report to her before large-scale turf wars, and all venues having to pay her protection fees. Very gang-like, syndicate-like regulations, but also rather odd things like any establishment must regularly clean up trash in its jurisdiction, and once violated, punishment would truly be enforced. Secondly, she would regularly select some unfortunate fellows to become her agents. The specific method is like this now. The meat seller pointed to the ruffian at the door holding a megaphone, who looked no different from an ordinary gang member, but, upon
closer inspection, one would realize
that it was simply a corpse that had been dead for a long time, driven by some strange power to come here.
A necromancer, huh? Lin Yu muttered in surprise.
It's alchemy, Lao Zhang said calmly. When Lin Yu saw the animated corpse holding the loudspeaker, he somewhat understood why the Fairy Queen could become the uncrowned king of Grey Third Street. This was the mystery and terror created by Gui Isho Duan eerie methods, that surpassed everyone's understanding here, and with this as its foundation, it was indeed enough to create an authority that no one in this district would question or challenge. Moreover, this queen had not made any particularly outrageous moves. She seemed to have no intention of breaking the ecology and structure of Grey Third Street, nor did she want to display her authority.
In fact,
in Grey Third Street, no one has ever seen the true face of the Fairy Queen, although many people have been invited by her for negotiations, but what you usually see is just a letter, a tape recorder, or another fresh corpse in a hotel room or a bar private room. Based on the meat seller's words, Lin Yu could roughly sketch out a vague image of the Fairy Queen, mysterious, not overly controlling, valuing her privacy, and also a bit twisted. Following the corpse, which walked no differently from a living person, Lin Yu twisted and turned, getting tangled up with him in Grey Third Street.
Although Lin Yu was quite patient, he didn't waste this time. Lao Zhang, regarding that Fairy Queen, can you analyze her personality traits?
Professional questions should be left to professionals. No matter how much Lin Yu analyzed, it would only be based on intuition. Lao Zhang, after all, had systematically learned professional techniques and extensive clinical diagnostic experience, so Lin Yu naturally wanted to hear Lao Zhang's opinion on judging a person's psychological state and core personality from their behavior.
Hearing Lin Yu's question, Lao Zhang immediately entered work mode and began to analyze.
Currently, it's all hearsay, and given the complexity of Nightless City's situation, I can't draw a definitive conclusion. After all, this Fairy Queen's hidden identity might be a rigid necessity to avoid being killed if discovered, or it might simply be that she lacks a sense of security or prefers to operate behind the scenes. Those rules about regularly cleaning up trash might indicate she's a clean freak, or they
might be a smokescreen. However, aside from these confounding factors, there's at least one thing I can confirm. When Lao Zhang said this, Lin Yu asked with some curiosity. What is it?
The name, or rather, the title, just like a player's alias, especially one chosen by the player themselves, often best reflects the player's personality. Lao Zhang analyzed, and the name Fairy Queen was chosen by her. Combined with her actions, it can also show to some extent that this person has a bit of confidence and arrogance, is self-centered, and firmly believes she is an excellent leader. At the same time, the prefix fairy also shows that she might be a bit Shinibu and yearns for that mysterious and unpredictable feeling herself. After all, she is deliberately creating this
atmosphere. Lin Yu nodded, expressing his approval of Lao Zhang's analysis.
He also vaguely had this feeling, but after Lao Zhang summarized it, this feeling became more accurate and clear.
I see.
At this moment, the corpse hooligan leading the way suddenly stopped in the middle of the main road. Lin Yu also stopped, somewhat surprised.
Why did he suddenly stop? Did the navigation fail?
After all, this guide was now standing in the middle of the road, with no buildings on either side, which Lin Yu certainly didn't think meant they had reached their destination.
But Lin Yu was really wrong this time. The corpse bent down and lifted a manhole cover in the middle of the road.
Lin Yu stared at this scene, stunned.
What?
Then, the corpse raised the loudspeaker in its hand.
Please follow me. Please follow me.
After repeating it twice, it then jumped into the well.
Lin Yu looked at this scene, dazed for a moment, then gritted his teeth and jumped in after it. Having followed this far, it would indeed be inappropriate not to go down. Entering the well shaft, Lin Yu did not smell the imagined foul odor.
Instead, the well walls were very dry, and inside the pipe, only long, cast pipes extended in both directions, seemingly endless.
This is a pipeline shaft, Lin Yu tapped the cast pipes, probably transporting something like natural gas? Lin Yu wasn't entirely sure, as Nightless City shouldn't have natural gas.
He guessed it was something similar to natural gas from the almost worn-off warning symbols on the pipes, such as explosive and no open flames. At the same time, it bore the logos of Truth Company, Shunli Group, and Omni-Purpose Commerce Guild. This pipeline was even jointly built by the three
major companies.
If this thing were to explode, it would cause a major accident no less severe than the destruction of the Despair train.
Lin Yu pondered, then followed the corpse forward.
As he and the corpse guide delved deeper, the light inside the pipe grew dimmer.
After walking for about 10 minutes,
the corpse suddenly let out an ah sound, not from the loudspeaker, but from the corpse itself. Then, the corpse suddenly collapsed to the ground, no longer moving.
Hey, why did he suddenly die?
Lao Zhang said in surprise.
He's been dead for a long time, now he should be said to be at peace.
Lin Yu calmly corrected Lao Zhang.
And he also knew why the corpse suddenly fell. Because its mission as a guide was complete.
A fork suddenly appeared in the pipeline wall ahead, and from the blue symbol of crossed hammer and screwdriver on the wall, it should be a special inspection point or a space for storing tools.
Lin Yu slowly walked over, then saw a small space. There, a small desk and a warm yellow desk lamp were placed. And surrounding the desk, tightly against the pipe wall,
were dozens of neatly stacked corpses, like cases of wine stored in a cellar, leaning against the wall. And behind the desk, encircled by these corpses, on a chair with a backrest, sat the body of a beautiful girl with her neck bent at an unnatural angle. She was like the most precious hidden gem among this collection of corpses, mostly composed of hooligans, gang members, and mercenaries. Her beautiful, black, silky hair shone, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Her eyes were open, but strangely, both eyeballs were pure black, without a trace of white. The girl held another loudspeaker in her arms.
Hello, Fuer Baluo, welcome, please sit. A crackling static sound filled the air.
Lin Yu sat across from the table, returning a polite smile.
Hello, esteemed Fairy Queen, Your Highness. He placed Lao Zhang on his lap, feeling an unprecedented sense of pressure. The scene before him made Lin Yu realize he might have underestimated this Fairy Queen.
This person was likely a terrifying existence no less formidable than the Noi Heaven family head.
Deep underground, the rustling sound of electricity, combined with the distant noise faintly coming from the pipes behind him, made Lin Yu feel for a moment as if he had arrived in another world.
The Fairy Queen's art style in front of him was indeed out of place in this world. The whole city was quite sci-fi, so why did it suddenly become so eerie here?
But no matter what,
Lin Yu now had to face her literally, face to face with her, separated only by a table. The corpse of the young girl in front of him wore a beautiful dress, looking as if she had only recently died. The loudspeaker in her arms spoke again.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Fu Baluo. Do you know why I invited you here?
A blurry, distorted voice rang out, echoing through the underground passage.
After thinking, Lin Yu spoke, is it because I caused too much commotion on Grey 3rd Street?
Of course not, the Fairy Queen immediately said, although you did create a very interesting chaotic situation, merely because of that, it's not enough for me to invite you here.
Lin Yu asked again. Then, is it because of the rumor that I killed 3 middlemen? The Fairy Queen's voice rang out, seemingly with a hint of a smile, rumor.
Fu Baluo, your choice of words is quite interesting.
Are you still trying to mislead me? You were clearly the one who killed them, weren't you? As the
Fairy Queen spoke, Lin Yu felt a chill.
This person was indeed not simple. How did you determine that I killed them? He asked calmly.
Of course, I saw it. I can see death, the consequences of their deaths are entangled with you. The Fairy Queen spoke in a low voice, uttering poetic, script-like words befitting her title.
Lin Yu, however, was not intimidated.
He thought for a moment, still not admitting it, but changed to a statement that sounded like an implicit acknowledgement.
If I killed them, did you call me here for this?
Lin Yu asked again, and the Fairy Queen replied once more.
Naturally, it's not such a boring matter, 3 middlemen are nothing.
It's not enough for me to specifically want to see you, ultimately, killing and being killed are too common in Nightless City. Whether it's the outer city or the inner city, it's just a matter of different methods. Just a few middlemen, if they die, they die.
What's the big deal?
Hearing the Fairy Queen say this, Lin Yu straightened himself.
Then why, I don't know.
When the Fairy Queen heard Lin Yu's words, a noisy, piercing static sound came from the loudspeaker. After the static stopped, the Fairy Queen revealed the mystery.
You are investigating some very sensitive matters. C-77 Commission, that's why I'm interested in you.
Lin Yu heard the Fairy Queen's words, further confirming what he had thought in his heart. As expected, this queen in front of him was no simple character. And this also indirectly confirmed, the C-77 Commission was indeed no simple task.
Lin Yu spoke unhurriedly, it's true that I'm investigating, but, what's so sensitive about this matter?
Isn't it just a normal assassination mission? You just said, killing and being killed are very common in Nightless City, Lin Yu said calmly. Does this commission have a special meaning to
you?
Or, are the potential deaths caused by the C-77 Commission far more important to you than the deaths of 3 middlemen? Lin Yu asked sharply, and the Fairy Queen laughed.
Ha, ha. What a difficult question to answer.
No matter what I answer, it seems it will reveal my stance and destroy my sense of mystery.
Fu Baluo, but since you can ask, I will answer you. My answer is, yes.
The potential deaths caused by the C-77 Commission are completely incomparable in significance to the deaths of 3 middlemen.
As the Fairy Queen spoke, Lin Yu continued to press, is it because the target of C-77 is a royal noble?
No, royal nobles, commoners, citizen levels and noble titles, these artificial divisions are not important, the Fairy Queen said leisurely, but the target to be assassinated by C-77, Alti. Mercury, his life level is not the same as others. He is a god-chosen, and still a god-chosen, so, he is indeed more important. Lin Yu heard the Fairy Queen's words and lightly clasped his hands.
A god-chosen. Is this information that you can easily disclose? Why tell me this?
Laughter, accompanied by crackling static, came from the loudspeaker again.
Haven't you already met the Neuhaven family head?
She couldn't possibly have not told you this, and it's even more impossible that you didn't try to understand the situation from her. Lin Yu was very surprised.
You even know this?
It just so happens, after all, you didn't specifically hide it, and this matter is relatively easy to inquire about, the Fairy Queen said. Royal nobles have many servants in their homes.
You can't assume they are robots who will definitely keep secrets just because they wear masks.
No matter how much their self and selfishness are suppressed, such things will still exist. The Fairy Queen said calmly, and Lin Yu slowly nodded. She seemed to be very knowledgeable about the internal situation of the royal nobles. Moreover, she could even predict the content of his conversation with the Noi Heaven family head.
So, what is your attitude towards this? Are you here to stop me and persuade me to cease investigating this matter?
Lin Yu asked, feigning curiosity. He still used some rhetoric. Although he admitted he was investigating the C-77 commission, Lin Yu did not acknowledge that he intended to complete the commission.
Lin Yu needed to test the Fairy Queen's attitude to determine his own. Although he would never give up assassinating LT Mercury, he was currently in the Fairy Queen's territory. If she clearly wanted to stop this commission,
Lin Yu could deceive her first. The Fairy Queen said softly, quite the opposite. Your interest in this commission, in my view, is a good thing.
What good thing?
Because I also want LT Mercury to die, the Fairy Queen said bluntly, and your attitude shouldn't be to stop this, right?
Of course, Lin Yu admitted.
Frankly, in a sense, I am involved in this commission.
Then I can offer you some help,
the Fairy Queen said in a low voice again. After all, if our interests align, we can be considered friends, right? Despite facing her goodwill, Lin Yu shook his head and declined. Wrong, aligned interests can only be considered cooperative partners.
The definition of friends, though vague, is probably not that simple.
What's more, I think that as friends, the most important things are honesty and trust. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Fairy Queen laughed.
Ha, are you implying that I'm not being honest?
Lin Yu nodded, of course. It's a pity. You should know that if what I do were to come to light, I would quickly be eaten alive, the Fairy Queen said, her tone surprisingly like she was showing weakness and acting spoiled. So, bear with me, it's
really hard to make a living in Nightless City.
Hearing her say that, Lin Yu sighed. Making a living?
The abilities you've displayed so far are probably far more than just making a living, aren't they? Even if you showed your true face, how many people could find or threaten you? The Fairy Queen laughed again.
He, I accept your compliment, but things aren't that simple. She continued lightly, I thought you would understand me. After all, aren't you also hiding your true self, Mr.
Fu Baluo? What an excellent disguise. Even I can't see through it. In that sense, Mr.
Fu Baluo, your level of life is objectively higher than others. Lin Yu was not surprised to hear the Fairy Queen's words.
Sure enough, this guy is on the same level as the Noi Heaven family head.
Although she couldn't see through his disguise, she could tell that he was disguised and concealed. However, it was precisely this sentence that made Lin Yu realize she still didn't know enough. At least her words just now exposed one point. She didn't think he was impersonating Fu Baluo, but rather believed that he was Fu Baluo, and that Fu Baluo had always been hiding himself. Lin Yu certainly had no intention of clearing up this misunderstanding. He leaned back slightly. I also accept your compliment. Let's put these mutual flatteries aside, Fu Baluo, and get back to the C-77 commission. I said I would help you, so next I'm going to tell you a piece of information that will definitely come in handy. After the banquet begins, when the bell rings for the second time, there will be a disturbance lasting about 3 minutes, enough for you to do anything. You can use this, or release this information. As the Fairy Queen spoke, Lin Yu was very surprised. Not only because she actually immediately offered substantive help, but more importantly, the content. Her words meant that she was absolutely confident that at the Buyi Tian family's, Buyi Tian Huixing's coming-of-age ceremony, a commotion that would cause the scene to get out of control would occur on time.
Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Did you create this?
Of course. The Fairy Queen responded. It seems you are even more powerful than I imagined, possessing the ability to directly tamper with a royal noble's banquet. As Lin Yu spoke, the Fairy Queen's speaker rang again. Ha, trying to trick me again. You seem very interested in my identity.
Of course, it's only natural for me to be curious. After all, it's a big deal. I've been investigating the C-77 commission for the same reason. After all, I really want to know who the commissioner is.
Hearing Lin Yu's words, the Fairy Queen immediately replied, this will probably be difficult to know until the commission is completed.
However, the commissioner will probably appear the moment the commission is completed.
After all, The pressure of issuing this commission is much more dangerous than being the underground king on Grey 3rd Street. Fortunately, the content of this commission is still quite secret, and only a very
small number of people know about it. Am I right, Fu Baluo?
Lin Yu nodded calmly. Yes, it would be troublesome if the news leaked.
So, you killed 3 middlemen and deliberately let Black Snake go, planning to let him leak the news, right? The Fairy Queen asked out of the blue.
The atmosphere, which had seemed like a negotiation for cooperation, instantly turned somewhat cold, and the table lamp flickered on and off a few times, as if a silent warning.
Lin Yu calmly reached out and patted the table lamp. A loose connection?
He said, then looked at the Fairy Queen, and brought the topic back. So, I didn't kill those 3 middlemen, you probably saw it wrong.
Black Snake's disappearance has nothing to do with me either.
The conversation seemed to return to its original starting point. The Fairy Queen did not speak, clearly dissatisfied with Lin Yu's act of feigning ignorance. But Lin Yu certainly didn't intend to get away with just feigning ignorance. Moreover, even if the news leaked, it wouldn't affect the completion of the commission. Rather, it's precisely because the news leaked that I have a way to make the commission proceed smoothly.
Hearing Lin Yu say this, the Fairy Queen finally relented. How so?
With this face of mine, this face
of Fu Baluo.
Lin Yu pointed to his face and spoke. No matter how much Buyi Tianhuolu and the Noi Heaven family head trust you, even I can sense that you seem to have intricate ties to this commission, as if you're planning something. If the content of this commission is truly exposed, those household dogs kept by the royal nobles will definitely sniff you out in the shortest amount of time. In recent days, almost all major events in Nightless City have focused on you. You have become a star-like figure.
Fu Baluo, with such prominent attention, no matter what your plan is, do you really have the confidence to hide it from the entire Nightless City watching you? The Fairy Queen analyzed.
Lin Yu nodded. This is just a necessary part of what must be endured. The Fairy Queen was silent for a long time. Alright, Fu Baluo, I'll believe you for now. However, I still have some personal curiosities to satisfy, besides the matters of the 10,000 Gold Sky Palace and the Heavenly White Jade Palace. There's another rumor that has just started circulating, with a different color, that also makes me quite curious. I hear you're planning to pursue Buyi Tianhuoxing, and this news even came from Buyi Tianhuolu.
The Fairy Queen asked seriously and gossipy. Why do you want to ask that? Lin Yu clasped his hands.
Gossip is human nature. Just because I'm a gloomy character who hides in dark corners and manipulates corpses to talk to people, does that mean I can't be curious about these romantic rumors? The Fairy Queen said seriously. I've already said it, we are not mutually trusting friends, so I can refuse to answer these questions. Lin Yu said, looking at the beautiful face of the corpse through the light of the table lamp. However, if you were a little more honest and stopped playing dead, perhaps we could talk, esteemed Buyi Tianhuoxing. The girl's corpse remained motionless, and after a long while, a long sigh came from the speaker.
Alas! I knew it, it's by no means easy to hide from a detective like you.
The latter half of the sentence came from the mouth of the beautiful corpse. As she spoke, the corpse suddenly seemed to come back to life. Her breathing, heartbeat, and body temperature all returned.
Then she moved.
2 slender, pale hands reached out and then supported her head. Crack! After a crisp sound, the girl straightened her neck, bringing her head back to a normal angle. Then, she put her fingers into her eye sockets, and with a pop, dug out 2 pure black eyeballs. Next, her own eyes appeared, the fiery red inherited from the Evernight family. Lin Yu watched this scene, somewhat astonished. How did you do that? They're prosthetic eyes made from the dim crystal of the Omni Universal Trading Company. I think they're a second-generation product, the girl said carelessly. Apparently, some young master gave them to me a few years ago. He said they had night vision and long-distance vision, but they're quite useful for playing dead. After all, they look very lifeless, just like a dead person's eyes. Later generations of the product have been iterated, and they're not so exaggerated anymore, but they still make your eyes look dull. Lin Yu thought of Saint Lan Kuei's eyes, wondering if there was any connection between the two. Alright, it's my turn to ask. The girl raised the megaphone, pressed a button, and turned up the volume a bit.
Furbaru, how did you do it? Which aspect are you referring to? Lin Yu threw the question back. That I recognized you were playing dead, or that I recognized your identity?
Both. How did you know I wasn't a corpse, and
how did you deduce from this corpse that I am Evernight Whooshing?
The girl said, acknowledging her identity as Evernight Whooshing. As a corpse, you're too new, Lin Yu said calmly. Although you lost vital signs, you placed too many truly useful corpses around, so I could do a simple spot the difference. Those corpses, though dead, had no obvious external injuries, and were even stacked neatly. But your neck just now was deliberately presented to me in a twisted state. This was a bit out of place with the surroundings, as if that neck was deliberately emphasizing, this is a corpse. But it was clearly a corpse, yet it wasn't stacked, and it wasn't moving. This is like a piece of clothing that is neither being worn nor put away in front of a wardrobe full of neatly folded clothes.
It's too abnormal.
Evernight Whooshing exclaimed, what keen observation skills, truly worthy of Nightless City's renowned detective.
Lin Yu flicked the brim of his hat, not being modest.
However, he didn't rely on these to determine that the other party wasn't a corpse. Although the other party's disguise was perfect, even able to completely lose vital signs and suppress emotional fluctuations.
But old Zhang could see the other party's soul state vibrant and vigorous.
That whole process of deduction and analysis was merely Lin Yu reverse engineering the solution after seeing the answer, only saying it that way to fit Fulua's persona.
Evernight Whooshing looked at Lin Yu, then asked again. Then, how did you determine that I am Evernight Whooshing?
This was something Lin Yu had genuinely deduced. Because you look like someone from the Evernight family, and you're overly familiar with Evernight family matters. Even if you have various information channels, you're privy to every latest secret concerning the Evernight family. Conversely, you didn't mention anything about what happened to the St. Lan family, so I guessed you must be from the Evernight family. Plus, you just mentioned that you had to hide your identity. This actually exposes the fact that you necessarily have a need to conceal your identity, because if you were an unattached outsider or a common minor noble or company employee, what would it matter whether your true identity was known or not? Compared to this identity, their original identity would be almost irrelevant. There's only one possibility, and that is that for your original identity, the identity of the uncrowned king of Grey 3 Street is still considered a burden, making concealment possible.
Lin Yu analyzed calmly.
Evernight Whooshing narrowed her eyes, a smile appearing on her face. At this moment, with her new eyes, she looked exactly like the Evernight family head, as if carved from the same mold. Lin Yu had to admit that compared to Evernight Hwashu and Evernight Huel, she seemed more like the Evernight family head, at least in appearance. Even so, you could only determine that I am a member of the Evernight family.
How did you know I must be Evernight Whooshing? Evernight Whooshing asked again.
Because you asked about Evernight Whooshing, and it didn't sound like gossip. Although you disguised yourself very well, and even the megaphone obscured your tone and voice, without any body language, that choice of words
definitely wasn't gossiping about someone else.
You must be the most direct descendant of the Evernight family, and among the young direct descendants. Your mother introduced me to them. Besides the two I've met, one is in the Great Wilderness, and the other is at the Omni-Universal Trading Company and is older than Huel.
Lin Yu responded calmly. But these aren't evidence, Evernight Whooshing frowned.
Aren't you just guessing?
Lin Yu shrugged, I'm a detective. Judges make rulings, and the Public Security Bureau makes arrests, they need evidence.
Sometimes, a detective just has to trust his intuition. Finding the truth first, then verifying if the truth is real, is also a method of deduction. Oh, I see, Evernight Whooshing exhaled softly, acknowledging Lin Yu's statement, then said with a slight smile, what brilliant deduction. It's true that with someone like you, one can't relax for a moment. I understand why Mother likes you, you're indeed the type to please her. So, since we're back to this question. Why are you pursuing me? You hadn't even met me before today, had you? I was just looking for an excuse to attend your coming-of-age ceremony and ensure the assassination plan for Alcott Mercury went smoothly. Lin Yu honestly told the truth in front of the person concerned. I'm sorry, I used you. Oh,
I knew it, Evernight whooshing pouted. It's fine, go ahead and use it, it's to kill Alcott Mercury anyway. Aren't you unhappy? Lin Yu asked. I'm a little disappointed, but it's okay. After all, there are many people I don't like, and many people who pursue me, Evernight whooshing waved her hand. But remember to send an interesting birthday gift. Even if you're just pretending to pursue me, you have to do it well. A gift? I will prepare it with great care. Lin Yu looked at Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot, then said again, but what kind of gift would you consider acceptable? 100 million in cash. Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot immediately replied. Lin Yu was briefly stunned by this answer. Your Excellency Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot, I apologize, I am a pauper. You, a ducal noble, are asking for money from me, someone who doesn't even have a title, and 100 million at that? Is that appropriate? As Lin Yu asked, Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot revealed a look of regret. Ah, so it's not possible? Of course not. I'm just a detective, not a wish-granting machine. Lin Yu said helplessly. Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot pondered for a moment, then how about giving me something that doesn't exist in this world? Fairness and justice? Lin Yu asked. Are you mocking Unsleeping City? While this city is indeed terrible, I am the ducal noble who benefits the most from it in that regard. How could I want such a thing? Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot made a V sign. What I actually wanted to say was, bring me some marine life. I can, but it won't make it for your birthday. Next time, I can bring you 2 fish. Do you want them alive or cooked? Lin Yu asked. Alive. I've read books from your side. I really like orcas. Get me a pair. Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot said seriously. Lin Yu was greatly shocked. I thought you were a smart person. Do you still retain the part of ducal nobles that isn't very bright? Do you know how big orcas are? If you want them alive, where would you keep them? After meeting Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot, he had directly perceived her intelligence and witnessed her control over Grey Alley, leading him to believe that Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Lu and the Unsleeping family head's assessment of Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot's eccentricity and naivety was inaccurate. Now it seemed, it wasn't entirely inaccurate. You seem to be thinking something very rude. Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot pouted. Lin Yu nodded. I'm thinking about the rumors I heard about you before, and it seems they weren't entirely false. Which part? The ones that say I look like a lunatic or an idiot, like this? As Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot spoke, she stuck out her tongue, tilted her head, spread her hands beside her face, and her 2 eyeballs went up and down. Wah! I am Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot. Lin Yu did not deny it, but overall, you are still pretending, right? Are you trying to test me for my dear sister Firelu? Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot propped herself on the table, slurping her tongue back into her mouth. To be honest, those rumors aren't entirely false. Compared to normal people, normal nobles, I probably do have some issues with my mind. Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot said nonchalantly, I do want them to think I'm abnormal, but I didn't deliberately feign madness for it, it's just that in front of my family and other nobles, acting on instinct, doing whatever comes to mind, being a bit more carefree, they see it as madness. For example, silently eating what I like at banquets, attending family meetings in work clothes popular in the outer city instead of formal gowns, kicking some annoying duke's son into a pond, going wherever I want when I go out and walking in the streets instead of taking a car. Lin Yu nodded slightly upon hearing this. It sounded like the things Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot did were simply due to her dislike of noble formalities. He felt a touch of sympathy for Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot just because she didn't act according to noble standards and rules. Everyone thought she was strange and abnormal, and even the wise Unsleeping family had disliked her because of it. Putting laxatives in the Solans family's kitchen, releasing their modified biological weapons after infiltrating the Divine Power Group, electrifying Unsleeping City's public swimming pool, and randomly knocking out nobles and throwing them into cars to be dumped in the great wilderness. Wait. The earlier things and the later things are completely different in magnitude. Lin Yu reacted, these things you do are indeed very abnormal.
He almost forgot that the young girl in front of him was not meeting him through normal channels, but as the fairy queen of Grey Alley in the underground
of Unsleeping City, with piles and piles of corpses even laid out around them. From this point alone,
Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot could absolutely not be called harmless.
Hearing Lin Yu's words, Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot burst into laughter.
Yaha, alright, I admit I am indeed abnormal. She made another V sign with both hands, her smile bright, but there's nothing I can do, it's my nature, just like birds fly, fish swim, and raccoons eat trash.
Yee hee.
Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot is born to chase chaos, the unknown, and things lacking certainty, and finds genuine joy in it. Listening to Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot's light-hearted words, Lin Yu sighed again.
Alright, but why do you still act as this fairy queen in Grey Alley? Is it just for fun?
It's not just because it's interesting, Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot said. I never hide my true nature at home, mainly to prevent my mother from considering me as an heir. To be honest, among my siblings, only I fully inherited my mother's terrifying alchemy talent.
She
spoke softly, then raised a finger and flicked it twice in mid-air, as if plucking an invisible string. Then, the neatly arranged corpses all turned their heads and spoke in unison. Just like this, by the time I was 11, I had already mastered 4 advanced alchemies and 1 supreme alchemy, and possessed my own alchemy system. The corpses spoke for Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot.
Manipulating corpses? Lin Yu looked at old Zhang on his knee and asked.
Old Zhang also responded in a low voice, my principle is different, I manipulate the consciousness of residual souls left in the body, which is essentially hypnosis, mind control, you know?
But this guy, if I'm not mistaken,
should be refining dead bodies into some kind of alchemical tool through alchemy. Old Zhang paused here, then seemed to sense something. Oh, wait.
No.
She didn't refine these dead people into alchemical tools, but refine them into parts of her own body. In other words, these corpses are all her external organs, just like arms and legs.
Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Apricot. Truly an astonishing genius.
After old Zheng's reminder, Lin Yu once again gained an understanding of Unsleeping Fire Apricot's strength and talent. If she were to fully display her strength and join the competition for the family head position, it probably wouldn't be Unsleeping Fire Tree's turn to sharpen its blade against Unsleeping Fire Music.
But if you don't plan to inherit the family, then why do you want Arc Mercury to die? Undoubtedly, Arc Mercury's death would absolutely be detrimental to the Unsleeping family.
Neither Unsleeping Fire Music nor Unsleeping Fire Tree, the 2 popular heirs, would ever want such a major change to occur. After all, the Unsleeping family had decentralized power for 2 people to compete. No matter how much they shirked responsibility, if such a thing happened, they would certainly each be held accountable. Although because Lin Yu intervened, the Unsleeping family had already knew about this matter in advance and reached an agreement with Lin Yu.
The other people in the Unsleeping family did not know about this.
But conversely, just like St. Lon Kuai's butler Barry, Arc Mercury's death would almost benefit all descendants with ambitions for the family head position, except for Fire Music and Fire Tree.
But Unsleeping Fire Apricot found Lin Yu's statement very strange. Does that even need a reason?
He's a duke, the former interim head of the Mercury family, and a god's chosen of the god of life.
It would be very fun if he died.
Lin Yu looked at Unsleeping Fire Apricot and didn't feel that this wasn't her true feeling.
But it wasn't the whole truth.
No, Lin Yu said with certainty, if that were the case, you wouldn't have called me over just because I was investigating the C-77 commission. Even with the rumor that I was pursuing you, it wouldn't be enough to make you do this.
Especially,
you came in person, it wasn't as simple as leaving me a recorder or a letter. Unsleeping Fire Apricot looked at Lin Yu and sighed, you truly live up to being the man my mother values and sister Fire Music relies on. Then, Unsleeping Fire Apricot picked up the megaphone again and turned the volume
to maximum. Why be so smart? It's really annoying.
So, why is it?
Lin Yu asked again.
Because I realized I went too far. Although mother definitely won't consider me as an heir now, but unsleeping fire apricot dropped the megaphone, stood up, and kicked over a chair. But she's making me get married.
I don't want to get married, I'm not even 20 yet.
I don't want to marry some boring noble I don't know. I still want to explore those alchemy material production sites, to find the boundary gate deep in the great wilderness.
If I get married, I won't be able to do any of that.
Saying that, unsleeping fire apricot fell to the ground, thrashing like a dead fish, her limbs slapping the ground, making a pat-pat sound. Lin Yu watched unsleeping fire apricot's sudden outburst. After she thrashed for more than 10 minutes, she suddenly lay still on the ground as if dead, losing all signs of life. After another half-minute, unsleeping fire apricot climbed back up, hooked the chair with her foot, sat down again, and smoothed her slightly messy hair with her hand.
All in all, for Boral.
I also need to mess up my coming-of-age ceremony. I need an event shocking enough to throw the unsleeping family into chaos, to buy me enough time. To slowly reverse mother's evaluation of me until it's just right, to the extent of although she can't be the family head and isn't very useful, she won't be thrown out for a political marriage.
Please, you must succeed. Although even if you don't succeed, it will still create chaos, it's best if you succeed.
Lin Yu listened to unsleeping fire apricot's words and said seriously.
I didn't directly participate in the C-77 commission, but
I will do my best to urge the participant I sent.
But doesn't the C-77 commission have an entire team?
Unsleeping fire apricot sighed, the composition of that team.
Aside from your people, only one mercenary was properly recruited.
The rest are all here to investigate this commission. Perhaps they also somewhat wish for Art Mercury to die, but they are all important figures.
Can you really expect them to risk their lives? The fishhooks are all tangled together. What good can such a team do? That would truly be a sight to behold. Unsleeping fire apricot lamented, and Lin Yu nodded slightly.
This was also the information he had obtained. So I strongly suspect that the employer who posted this commission might not actually want Art Mercury to die at all. He wasn't careful with his selection, Lin Yu mused. So, do you have any guesses about the employer's identity?
It's all possible.
The three most suspicious are Zhou Xinliu and Larry Solins. Both of them don't want to see the Mercury family and the Unsleeping family continue to be on good terms, and both need achievements to prove themselves. Plus, since they've decided not to inherit the family, they can also do some dirty work for the family. Eris Mercury, this person definitely hopes to securely inherit the position of God's chosen of life, at least not to continue being lost outside.
Unsleeping fire apricot propped her chin and said, I don't know much about noble affairs.
I only recently crammed for it because it was urgent, so what I say might not be accurate. Broadly speaking, even mother could be a suspect, although for the benefit of the Unsleeping family, it's best if Art Mercury doesn't die, but no one can say for sure about such things.
Even you are a suspect.
Lin Yu said, looking at Unsleeping fire apricot. Yes, but it's a pity it's not me, Unsleeping fire apricot sighed. Honestly, I didn't think of such a brilliant idea at first.
But I also want to ask, why do you wish for Art Mercury to die?
Unsleeping fire apricot blinked. If that old man dies, it will be all harm and no benefit to
Unsleeping fire music. I can't help it, this is something I have to do.
Lin Yu said helplessly.
Unsleeping fire apricot nodded, I understand, you're a player.
That's where those uncontrollable situations come from. Oh dear, luckily our world doesn't have such a setting, otherwise I'd be in such a sorry state if I became a player. Although being able to freely go to other worlds is great, the restrictions are simply too many.
Unsleeping fire apricot lamented, then said, oh, right, speaking of unsleeping fire music. Heaven's scroll should have been given to her by now, right?
Tell your people to be careful, that thing is a divine artifact, Unsleeping fire apricot said. Although every Duke noble family has inherited divine artifacts, ours
is particularly vicious. Heaven's Scroll, Earth's Volume, Human's Book.
Among them, the Heaven's Book can store and retrieve all concepts belonging to natural creations.
Lin Yu was a little confused. Natural creations, what does that mean? It means things that exist inherently.
such as natural disasters, the four seasons, celestial bodies, even the passage of time and the laws of all things.
That powerful?
Lin Yu was slightly surprised as he listened to the description of the sleepless heavenfire apricot. No wonder Sleepless City's technology developed so rapidly, and the status of the royal dukes and nobles remained stable. With such heirlooms in their families, no matter how technology developed, how powerful Gai Zhaoshoshu, modification surgeries, and various Daoju items became. The royal dukes and nobles always held the greatest power in Sleepless City through divine selection and divine artifacts. Coupled with the secret alchemy that formed the basis of all technology, it was indeed enough to ensure the continued rule of the royal dukes and nobles. It sounds very scary, and it's not simple in reality either, Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot said. In my sister's hands, the effect might be a bit discounted and not as terrifying as when my mother uses it, but you still have to be wary, at least keep her far away when killing LT Mercury. Otherwise, if it succeeds, she might even be able to resurrect.
Can she really resurrect? Lin Yu was shocked again. Didn't I say it?
It can even store the passage of time inside. In other words, she can achieve small-scale time reversal, affecting a single individual, Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot said. Within a few seconds of death, she should be able to save them. Lin Yu nodded slightly. In that case, it wasn't too bad, he only needed to control her for a few seconds. This thing was probably more powerful when used in combat. It was a pity that items of this level would likely not fall into the hands of players.
Thank you for the information. I'll have my people be careful.
Lin Yu said, making a mental note of the information. All in all, Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot suddenly said again, we two now have aligned interests and have been honest with each other, so we can be considered friends, right? Lin Yu didn't know why Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot suddenly said this, but after a moment of hesitation, he still nodded.
I suppose so.
Hey, that's great, Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot revealed a brilliant smile.
You finally fell for it. What? Lin Yu was a little stunned. As long as you admit we're friends, your body after death can be manipulated by me. This is my alchemy.
Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot said with a sly smile, like a fox. Lin Yu looked at Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot, then pursed his lips.
You're lying.
Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot was very surprised. How did you figure that out? I'm wearing the heart-peaking goggles. Lin Yu pointed to his eyes. Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot immediately reined in her emotions. Her entire being seemed to turn into a block of wood in the heart-peaking goggles. You have that thing?
I luckily got it before.
Lin Yu said vaguely. After all, for Bowler certainly didn't have this item, but fortunately, he seemed to have many opportunities to possess it. However, as expected, this thing was just a mass-produced item. While it might be fine in other worlds, it wasn't very useful to the higher-ups in Sleepless City. Everyone had corresponding countermeasures. Of course, Lin Yu didn't completely rely on this item either. Even if Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot completely hid her emotional energy, Lin Yu still had his micro-expression observation skills, honed over many years.
Are you happy to make a friend, but also a little ashamed to express your happiness, which is why you're playing this joke on me?
Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot pursed her lips when she heard Lin Yu's words.
Damn it, for Bowler, you're really not a good person. You're even worse than a pink candle in a trash can that looks like a hot dog.
She stood up and clapped her hands. However, I am indeed very happy to make a friend, but let's stop here for today. I need to go back to the Sleepless Heaven family. Any later, and the servants at home will discover I'm missing.
You should also return to a conspicuous place on the surface.
According to my analysis, it shouldn't be long before Sister Huel cancels your warrant and suspicion, and then sends someone to pick you up. Lin Yu felt a bit curious as he listened to Sleepless Heavenfire Apricot's words.
How are you going back?
Through the underground pipes. These pipes are used to transport various great wilderness cave gases. Various gold element gases and ancient sulfur gases in the caves are very important catalysts and raw materials. All alchemy experiments have a great demand for them, so this pipe goes directly to the great wilderness outside and directly to the inner city inside.
It's very convenient and very secret. It's just that most people don't know. Of course, even if they knew, it would be difficult to utilize. Sleepless Heaven Fire Apricot said. Why is it difficult to utilize? Lin Yu couldn't help but ask.
On one hand, all the manholes have strict monitoring. Once moved, an alarm will sound to prevent poor people and great wilderness inhabitants from stealing gas.
The one you came through was dismantled by me. And on the other hand? Lin Yu asked again. On the other hand, it's not safe inside these pipes. Lin Yu looked a little solemn. What's unsafe about it? Were there daily patrols of people or machines in there, or were these gases themselves harmful? But Sleepless Heaven Fire Apricot just pointed to herself. Because I am inside this pipe, this is my exclusive round-trip passage. Of course, I don't use it for free. If I encounter gas thieves, I'll deal with them as well.
Nowadays, in the eyes of those gang members and criminal organizations, this pipe has become a taboo. Years ago, there were occasional gas thieves, but they never came out after entering, and no one knew how the people inside died. It's already become a place like an urban legend, with rumors like Forbidden Zone of Life being spread.
Sleepless Heaven Fire Apricot giggled. But actually, that's a very arrogant statement. After all, I just don't let humans in. Saying that, Sleepless Heaven Fire Apricot walked to the pipe outside and knocked on it. Thump thump. The pipe vibrated gently, and several rats scurried out, quickly jumping onto the ground below and scattering in fright.
Compared to me, these rats and such are the original inhabitants of this pipe. I respect the ecology here, and I will also pay them rent. Sleepless Heaven Fire Apricot said, taking out a piece of bread from her pocket, tearing it, and scattering it on the ground. Lin Yu watched as the unusually plump rats swarmed to snatch the bread, bumping into his shoes like small carts, and he didn't quite know what to say.
You're quite kind-hearted. Hearing Lin Yu's compliment, Sleepless Heaven Fire Apricot waved her hand. It's all right. If I get hungry, I'll eat them too. That's ecology.
Sleepless Heaven Fire Apricot left with another remark that surprised Lin Yu greatly, then turned and left.
Well then. See you on my birthday, Forbowler. Don't forget my gift.
After seeing off Bu Yeti and Huashing, Lin Yu returned to the surface, climbing up the manhole cover with the alarm system removed, following the path he had taken earlier. Back on Grey Street 3, Lin Yu circled around twice again, returning to the Demon Boar Bar. The reason for returning to the Demon Boar Bar was simple: if someone wanted to find him, the last seen location they could trace him to would be this bar.
And just as Lin Yu had expected,
the Demon Boar Bar, both inside and out, was now very different from when he arrived. It was still surrounded by people in 3 layers deep, but this time, it wasn't just the original residents of Grey Street 3, on the contrary, all those Grey Street 3 residents who had been watching the commotion were now cowering in corners with their heads in their hands. The entire bar was surrounded by armed personnel dressed in black combat suits, wearing tactical helmets, looking extremely professional and elite. Each person was fully armed, with guns and weapons hanging from their combat suits and tactical belts. The logos of Truth Company and the symbols Beta, Delta, Omega printed on their vests also revealed their identities. They were all professional teams from Truth Company's security department. When Lin Yu approached, the armed personnel, upon seeing his face, naturally did not stop him. Instead, a person with a Beta symbol, looking like a team leader, came forward to greet him.
Respected Mr.
Forpero, the president and that esteemed individual are waiting for you inside. He said respectfully, then made a gesture to invite him in. 3 security personnel ran forward, escorting Lin Yu in a pin-shaped formation, protecting him as he entered the bar's main door. The atmosphere inside the Demon Boar Bar was even more chilling. Controlling the scene here were not only elite teams with the Truth Company logo but also guards wearing light armor with the Bu Yeti and family crest. All the tables, chairs, and benches had been piled against the walls, transforming the entire bar into a spacious structure resembling a training room. A large metal plate had been erected and extended at the glass showcase, completely isolating the outside. The owner of the Demon Boar Bar, other staff members, and the leaders of several large gangs sat at the tables and chairs lined against the wall. Compared to the thugs and ruffians outside, their treatment was neither demonstrably better nor worse. While they weren't squatting, they were all tied to chairs, each with a mournful face, silent as cicadas in winter, completely devoid of dignity, yet showing no intention of resisting.
As for why they dared not resist, there was an answer to that question too.
Lin Yu looked at the gang members and local tyrants of Grey Street 3, whose total number was clearly reduced by about a quarter, and the Demon Borbar's floor, which had obviously been freshly mopped but still retained a faint smell of blood. It wasn't hard to guess what had happened here. Indeed, there were still some guys on Grey Street 3 who dared to resist and didn't know their place. Then, they were dealt with by the elite team and those guards in full coverage mechs. At this moment, the surviving residents of Grey Street 3 probably finally understood firsthand. Lin Yu's earlier mockery was not a joke.
When true big companies and powerful aristocrats took them seriously, Grey Street 3 was just a joke.
Their so-called dignity was only left to them because the nobles were in a good mood. In the middle of the bar, a single table remained. Sitting there, of course, were
Bu Yeti and Huol in Paris.
Bu Yeti and Huol, dressed in a pure black double-breasted fitted coat and trousers, with her hair styled up, had a face as if frozen by frost. She sat upright with her hands crossed over her chest, exuding a chilling aura. Coupled with Paris, who sat beside her with an equally gloomy expression, it seemed as if the two were about to issue an order to massacre Grey Street 3 at any moment.
Upon seeing Lin Yu, Bu Yeti and Huol's expression softened slightly. However, perhaps because President Paris and too many outsiders were present, Bu Yeti and Huol did not show any emotional fluctuations.
She simply looked at Lin Yu and said, "Forpro, come here."
Lin Yu also didn't want to disrespect Bu Yeti and Huol, and walked forward with a frivolous smile on his face. "Oh my, why did you personally come to a place like the outer city? This is hardly a place for the esteemed Miss Huol to be. If the filthy air of this outer city passes through your lungs, wouldn't you lose at least 10 years of your life, Your Excellency?"
Bu Yeti and Huol, who had been trying to maintain her composure for a long time, immediately lost it upon hearing Lin Yu's words.
She rolled her eyes. "Do you think I wanted to come? It's all because of you, you fellow.
Last night, when we parted at the Wanjin Tianzua, I told you to be careful. And after just one night, you became a wanted criminal by the Public Security Bureau. I went through a lot of trouble to help you suppress the matter, revoke your warrant, and then had Paris investigate your whereabouts. Then intelligence came back saying you were ambushed on Grey Street 3.
Lin Yu interrupted Bu Yeti and Huol. "Correction, Miss Huol, I ambushed all of them. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." The butcher, the owner of the Demon Borbar, immediately spoke from his chair. "Yes, I can corroborate. The brave and mighty Mr.
Forpro single-handedly defeated all of our best fighters from Grey Street 3. At this sound, Bu Yeti and Huol turned to look at the butcher, and Paris spat, "You bastard, did Miss Huol tell you to speak? Give him a lesson."
"Understood."
A voice familiar to Lin Yu came. Stiller, who was among the armed personnel, stepped forward, pulled out a stun gun from his hwai, applied it to the butcher, and then pressed the button. A pale blue light flashed, and crackling sounds came from the butcher's body. A moment later, his screams and a smell of burning flesh filled the air. Only when smoke billowed from the butcher's nose and mouth, and he was nearly unconscious, did Stiller slowly withdraw his hand.
At this point, Bu Yeti and Huol looked at Paris with a faint gaze. "Paris. President Paris, I didn't tell him to speak, but didn't Forpro speak?
What, are you trying to emphasize to everyone present, including myself, that the words of Forpro, whom I trust, carry no weight?"
As Bu Yeti and Huol spoke, a stiff smile appeared on President Paris's face. "How dare I? Your Excellency. I overstepped. Come, give me a lesson too." As Paris spoke, Stiller immediately responded again. "Understood." Then Stiller scurried over and immediately poked the stun gun at Paris's neck.
Paris's face turned red, and his entire body trembled violently, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent, shaking intensely in his chair. The butcher had been shocked for only about 10 seconds before nearly passing out, but Paris endured it for about a minute. Stiller pulled off the stun gun, and Paris let out a low growl, baring his teeth. "Ha! Then, he stood up and bowed respectfully to Forpero. Mr. Forpero, I was very rude just now.
Lin Yu nodded slightly. It's alright, I didn't take it to heart. At Lin Yu's request, Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu eventually showed mercy and let go of the gang members from Grey District 3.
Of course, this letting go merely meant giving them a path to survival, not executing them on the spot. These notorious gang members, mercenaries, and middlemen, upon closer inspection, had all, more or less, violated many Nightless City laws, infringed upon various regulations of the Truth Corporation, and harmed the company's interests.
The small fry were overlooked, but the major bosses would inevitably have to spend some time in the Public Security Bureau.
On the way back, Lin Yu smiled and spoke, seeing Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu, who still looked a bit displeased.
Am I not fine? Why the long face?
At this moment, only Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu and Lin Yu were in the back seat. After Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu closed the partition, the driver naturally couldn't see what was happening in the back, so she was no longer the imposing, deeply calculating, and inscrutable person she had been just now. She let out a cold snort, annoyance clearly visible on her brow. Don't even get me started.
In one night, you became a wanted criminal by the Public Security Bureau and even fought with those mercenaries in Grey District 3.
For Boluo, can you please be more aware of your status, a son of 1,000 gold? Do not sit under a crumbling wall. Today's situation is far from a crumbling wall for me, Lin Yu said calmly.
Didn't I avoid being caught and also wasn't harmed by those guys?
Hearing Lin Yu's nonchalant tone, Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu became even more displeased. Now everyone knows you are my confidant, and a suitor of Unsleeping Heavenly Fireshing, and moreover, my lifesaver whom I saved in the myriad gold heavenly seat.
It's no longer as simple as just an outsider favored by mother.
We two are now bound together. You don't need to get into trouble. Merely falling into danger and difficulties is like slapping my face. Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu said, then reached out, wanting to pinch Lin Yu's neck again, but as soon as her hand was on Lin Yu's neck, she pursed her lips and
frowned, finally retracting it. She muttered softly, didn't you also say that we are bound together?
Then pay more attention to your situation and safety.
Don't always cause me trouble.
Even if you hadn't come, I would have found a way to resolve it. Lin Yu said softly.
How would you resolve it? Would you have Saint Lan Kuei help you operate within the Public Security Bureau to cancel the warrant?
Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu said in an ill-tempered manner.
Are you planning to attend Fire Apricot's coming-of-age ceremony as a wanted criminal?
Also, although after arriving at Grey District 3, I found that you weren't actually being ganged up on, but rather you won against multiple opponents, those people also confessed you were taken away by that Fairy Queen's people. Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu said coldly, that person is very strange. As far as I know, several families and the three major corporations that have operated in Grey District 3 for a long time have investigated her, but no one knows her true identity. And because she has never done anything excessive, everyone has simply let her rule in Grey District 3. If she truly intended to harm you, even I would find it tricky. Lin Yu pouted, so you arrested all the influential people in Grey District 3 to vent your anger?
Hearing Lin Yu ask
this, Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu pursed her lips. It's not entirely about venting.
I've never had a good opportunity to intervene in the outer city's fringes.
It's better to take advantage of this justifiable reason to clean out these influential figures and gangs in Grey District 3. Once new vacancies appear, I'll then support my own people, which will naturally make things more convenient. This is also why I brought Paris here.
What a cold-blooded and sharp political animal.
You're becoming more and more like the head of a ducal noble family, Lin Yu praised Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu, saying, keep it up, Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu. Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu did not respond to Lin Yu's praise but continued to ask. In any case, although you've returned safely,
the Fairy Queen didn't harm you, did she? I heard she wanted to talk to you.
What did you talk about?
Lin Yu listened to Unsleeping Heavenly Firelu's tone and said, it sounds like you know quite a bit about this Fairy Queen.
Although this person only controls Grey District 3, she is actually quite famous even in the top circles of Nightless City, Unsleeping Heavenly
Firelu said calmly. The reason is what I mentioned before. No one knows who she is. Just being of unknown identity can make her famous? Lin Yu asked curiously.
Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless sighed. Outsiders only know that she was investigated by several nobles and corporations without revealing herself, but not revealing oneself can mean many things. And she is the most terrifying kind. It's not that no one has come close to the truth, it's just that those people, without exception, have all disappeared. I speculate they must have died, but there are no bodies, no traces, just like a suddenly snapped thread. At some point, they last appeared on a street in Nightless City not covered by surveillance, and then they were never seen again. Lin Yu nodded understandingly at Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless words. He probably knew where those people's bodies were. After all, he might have just seen them. Moreover, he also roughly knew how these people suddenly disappeared on the street. Because manhole covers eat people. Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless changed the subject. So, I haven't asked you about the Fairy Queen's identity. Although you are a famous detective, and perhaps you've already found some clues, but that person is too strange. I advise you not to get too involved with her. The current mainstream view is that she should be a very high-ranking individual who came from another EGA. Then, Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless added, I'm not talking about you players, but things from other worlds. Lin Yu nodded, then said, actually, I had a rather pleasant conversation with her, and I already know her true identity. Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless was very surprised. You know who she is? She's your sister. Lin Yu said calmly. Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless immediately pouted, nonsense. If you can't tell, just say you can't tell. So our great detective also starts talking rubbish for the sake of face. You don't believe me? The title Fairy Queen appeared 6 years ago, Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless sighed. At that time, Fire Apricot was still a little girl. Are you saying that a little girl dominated the outer city all by herself, without any family assistance? More importantly, ever since Unsleeping Heavenly Fire Xing went missing in the outer city that time, Mother has strictly restricted her from going out. For years, she could only stay in her own courtyard. Let alone leaving the inner city, she rarely even left the Unsleeping Heavenly family's premises, and always had people watching her. How could she frequently enter and exit the outer city? The car happened to pass through the checkpoints between the inner and outer areas at this moment. Although the Unsleeping Heavenly family's car had a privileged passage, one could still see the vehicle slowly queuing up at the heavily guarded, strictly vetted checkpoints. Unsleeping Heavenly Fireless spoke again. It's simply impossible. After the car entered the inner city, the topic of the Fairy Queen was no longer continued. For Bu Yeti and Huel, she just assumed Lin Yu was joking earlier. After all, for Boral was always a bit of a scoundrel. Although in the past 2 days, Bu Yeti and Huel felt that for Boral had changed somewhat, revealing a powerful and mysterious side he had always hidden, even from himself, from his original carefree demeanor. Ultimately, some parts of For Boral were still the same for Boral. Oh, right, since we're talking about Bu Yeti and Huisheng, I've prepared her gift. Lin Yu said, and Bu Yeti and Huel was a little surprised. What? But I've also prepared something for you. I had someone buy a pair of bracelets made of cold jade from the Great Wilderness, which are quite valuable and fit your status as a suitor. Don't worry, I won't embarrass you, but what it is will remain a secret for now, Lin Yu said, then waved his hand. You can keep those bracelets for yourself. I have something more suitable for Bu Yeti and Huisheng, he said, and Bu Yeti and Huel hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, all right, if you say so. However, after you disappeared for a while yesterday and then suddenly reappeared at the Jade Palace in the sky, was it just to find this gift? Bu Yeti and Huel said, and Lin Yu shook his head. It really wasn't. Then what did you go do? Bu Yeti and Huel frowned. You disappeared after going to the Public Security Bureau and the St. Lan family, and then you were caught and framed by the Solans family at the Jade Palace in the sky. Although I trust you and am willing to give you freedom, you should at least give me an explanation. Lin Yu nodded. I went to the Public Security Bureau to investigate his purpose. I did dig up some things, which is why I then went to find St. Lan Kuei. As for the Jade Palace in the sky, Lin Yu smiled, the Solon's family didn't frame me. Something happened at the Jade Palace in the sky, but the culprit wasn't the Solon's family, Bu Yeti and Huel said in surprise, but
what I found clearly pointed to the Solon's family. If it wasn't them, why did they go against me several times when I pressured the Public Security Bureau today? Who exactly could have misled me into directly clashing with the Solon's family from behind?
Lin Yu shook his head. You're understanding it in the wrong way. It's true that the Solon's
family was fanning the flames from behind. But they weren't slandering or framing. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Bu Yeti and Huel reacted for a moment, then realized an incredible truth. Wait. Was it really you who did it? There was no need to hide anything from Bu Yeti and Huel.
Of course, they were just 3 middlemen from the outer city. Killing them was just killing them, Lin Yu said calmly, because I really did find out some things.
What things? Bu Yeti and Huel asked curiously.
Lin Yu looked down at his right hand. That hand still belonged to him, and he could feel and control it normally. But looking at it, he felt as if it was on equal footing with him. I tracked down a commission targeting a ducal noble, which is related to the Bu Yetian family. Someone plans to assassinate a ducal noble at Bu Yetian Huoxing's coming-of-age ceremony. Lin Yu said softly.
Bu Yeti and Huel immediately sat up straight upon hearing this. What? Are you serious?
I wouldn't lie to you about something like this.
Lin Yu said calmly.
Bu Yeti and Huel looked at Lin Yu, a rare hint of dissatisfaction towards him appearing on her face. Why didn't you tell me earlier?
We just had a chance to be alone. You can't expect me to say this in a bar on Grey 3 Street, can you? Lin Yu said calmly. Bu Yeti and Huel's expression softened slightly. That's true. In any case, this is very valuable information.
If this commission is taken up, even if the other party doesn't succeed, nearly causing some disturbance or casualties at Huoxing's coming-of-age ceremony would probably be a huge blow to me.
Bu Yeti and Huel gritted her teeth and said, if it really succeeds, then I might truly lose my position as family head. And the Bu Yetian family might even suffer greatly because of it. No matter which ducal noble dies at Huoxing's coming-of-age ceremony. For the current Bu Yetian family, it would be a huge problem. Seeing Bu Yeti and Huel's sudden anxiety, Lin Yu sighed inwardly. The Bu Yetian family head was indeed right. Huel was still too kind-hearted.
Her judgment was based on the subconscious belief that a ducal noble dying was a difficult problem to solve, just like earlier on Grey 3 Street. Even if Lin Yu hadn't persuaded her, Bu Yeti and Huel probably wouldn't have killed many people. Although Bu Yeti and Huel would also kill, from the perspective of a leader and ruler of a large force.
Bu Yeti and Huel could actually be considered an out-and-out benevolent ruler. Can you tell me who the target is, even a general range?
It's not a direct descendant or a key figure in power. It should be someone who hasn't appeared publicly for a long time, Lin Yu reminded. As for the client, I also investigated, but found no clues.
By the way, I did see the Fairy Queen. Part of the reason I went to kill the middleman and went to Grey 3 Street was to see if there were any clues about the client there. Bu Yeti and Huel nodded, her expression grave.
I need to report this to Mother. You don't need to come this time. This matter is of great importance and concerns the future and destiny of the entire Bu Yetian family. I must minimize your connection to it as much as possible. If you go, Mother will certainly hold you responsible. If this matter ultimately causes irreparable losses, Mother might even vent her anger on you.
Although you currently have Mother's favor, that favor and affection can be withdrawn in an instant, at Mother's whim.
Lin Yu was about to say something when Bu Yeti and Huel gently pressed his mouth with her index finger. This is a responsibility I cannot escape, but it is not yours. For Boral, you telling me about this has already been a huge help.
If it succeeds, I will not forget to tell Mother about your contribution. But if it fails, you cannot bear this responsibility. Bu Yeti and Huel said seriously, then pressed the button to speak to the driver. Don't go home yet.
First, drop for Boral off at the Truth Building, have Paris entertain him for a while, then take me home.
Understood.
The driver's reply came through the speaker, and then the car changed direction. leaving the original route that led directly to the Bu Yetian family's residence.
Lin Yu pushed away Bu Yetian Huel's finger inside.
On this matter, do not defy me, for Boral, maintaining Mother's good impression of you is also useful to me. Even if I truly lose Mother's trust because of this. At least if you still have Mother's favor, you can be a backup for me.
Lin Yu sighed again. I meant to say you're overthinking it. I never intended to go back with you to tell the family head about this. Do you really think I, for Boral, am such a brave person?
After bidding farewell to Evernight Firelo, Lin Yu was dropped off by his driver at the main entrance of Truth Tower. Visiting this tower again is for Baro. This time Paris was already waiting at the entrance with Stiller. Lin Yu was a bit surprised to see President Paris, who had just been shocked like a piece of braised meat, now standing at the entrance of Truth Tower with his usual composure. It seemed that the modification surgeries this president received were not just basic models like primary emotional control.
Lin Yu's understanding of President Paris was not only derived from his current subdued and deferential posture while with Evernight Firelu.
During their previous confrontation on the train as adversaries, this fellow's ruthlessness and decisiveness had also left a deep impression on Lin Yu. In fact, remembering that Fu Luo was also on the train last time, and then seeing Fu Luo this time and being able to immediately change his attitude, made Lin Yu evaluate President Paris even more highly. Although high-ranking officials and nobles in Evernight City rarely proactively undergo modification surgeries to enhance combat power, as even the most perfect combat-oriented modification surgeries often come with various side effects. Especially many nobles with inherited alchemy, to ensure the purity of their body and bloodline and maximize the effectiveness of their alchemy, they can hardly accept modification surgeries. In Evernight City, the higher the level of alchemy, the more stringent the conditions for learners and users. But Lin Yu had no doubt that a ruthless character like Paris, without a background in knowing he couldn't learn alchemy for a period of time, had probably secretly maxed out his modification surgeries long ago. In fact, having undergone modification surgeries might even be a means for Paris not only to enhance his own combat power but also to send a signal to his master and the Evernight House.
I've undergone many modification surgeries, so I'll almost never master alchemy.
So if you're looking for a dog, I can definitely be the one you trust the most. This was why, despite Paris's legal status being much lower than those princely nobles, Lin Yu still harbored deep apprehension towards him. Compared to the cream of the crop among those princely nobles, such as the Evernight Patriarch and Evernight Fire Apricot, a guy like Paris who climbed up from the bottom
possessed a different kind of toughness.
Seeing Lin Yu appear at the entrance of Truth Tower, President Paris laughed heartily, opening his arms to greet him.
Mr. Forbaro, we meet again.
Not only were there no visible traces of the electric shock on his body, but Paris also seemed to have forgotten about being electrocuted because of Lin Yu on a psychological level. Lin Yu subtly avoided Paris's attempt to embrace him and said, "It hasn't been that long, Mr.
President. The time we've been apart hasn't exceeded an hour.
In fact, our two cars were driving one after another the whole time, never far apart." As Lin Yu spoke, Paris turned his embrace into an arm around the shoulder. The man, who appeared refined with an impeccably slicked-back hairstyle, now hooked Lin Yu's shoulder like a drunken mercenary from Grey Street 3, speaking enthusiastically. At that time, with His Excellency Firelu present, the situation was different, but now, Miss Firelu has entrusted you to me to look after, Mr. Forbaro, so we have plenty of time to talk.
Let's go, to my office.
President Paris said cheerfully, then led Lin Yu with large strides into Truth Tower.
Lin Yu had no objection to this itinerary.
After the two entered, Lin Yu sat on the sofa again, watching a maid bring orange juice. Sitting face to face with Paris in this relatively private environment, Lin Yu spoke again.
Just now at the Demon Pig Bar, you deliberately let Miss Firelu scold you, didn't you?
As Lin Yu spoke, President Paris took a sip of orange juice and chuckled.
Old friend, it truly can't be hidden from you. But then again, I was indeed a bit too deliberate at the time.
I estimate that the esteemed Evernight Firelu probably saw through it.
Lin Yu looked at President Paris, somewhat curious. Why did you do that?
Of course, it's because His Excellency Firelu was too angry at the time. We subordinates must be good at guessing the intentions of those above us, Paris said calmly. His Excellency Fire Lo ordered a team of Evernight family guards and 3 security teams. This setup, let alone cleaning up Grey Street 3, even if it were to directly assault the Divine Power Group headquarters, as long as the right time and place were chosen, it could probably catch the Mercury family and the Autumn family off guard, although the Patriarch has given authority to the young miss, and she has the right to do so. Her making this decision could very likely be criticized as abuse of armed force by the family elders and company directors. Plus, her going to the security bureau to smooth things over for you also involved some minor Lee exchange with the Solons family. Publicly scolding me, the current president of Truth Company, a couple of times can also shut up quite a few people. Anyone planning to target you next will have to reconsider their own standing by my position and my relationship with her. At the same time, this is also equivalent to comparing my standing with yours. What's more, Mr. Forbaro, you've really become famous recently. Whether you intended it or not, I think His Excellency Evernight Firela would be happy to see you become famous again. President Paris said, chuckling. After all, Mr. Forbaro, you are planning to pursue the esteemed Evernight Fire Apricot, so it seems that in a few days I might have to respectfully address you as His Excellency every time I see you. After President Paris finished speaking, Lin Yu nodded slightly. I see. He understood President Paris's strange behavior just now. After all, this president, who climbed up from the bottom and was absolutely perfect in social etiquette and understanding superiors' intentions, would never have accidentally touched Evernight Fire Lois' bad side just now. So, Lin Yu needed to know why he did it on purpose. Doing this also has the suspicion of trying to curry favor with me, right? Lin Yu looked at President Paris and asked, what, do you need my help with something? How dare I? It's mainly because we almost had a misunderstanding on the train before, so I wanted to mend our relationship with you, President Paris said with a smile. On the other hand, there is indeed a small matter. I humbly ask for your easy assistance. Lin Yu nodded, not surprised. It's good that you have something to ask me. If you didn't have anything, I'd actually be uneasy. Paris nodded, then I'll be direct. At His Excellency Evernight Fire Apricot's coming-of-age ceremony tomorrow night, could you please take someone in for me? You, the dignified president of Truth Company, can't get someone in? Lin Yu asked in surprise. This person's identity is a bit special. Don't ask who it is, and they should be going in to steal something. After all, many valuable items were sent by various families and companies this time, Paris whispered, so this matter carries some risk. It's inconvenient for me, an outsider, to bring someone in. Of course, I won't let you take the risk for nothing. You'll benefit from this too. Benefits? What benefits? Tell me about them. Lin Yu looked at Paris and asked directly. After all, he was Fu Luo now, and Fu Luo would never be reserved about such things. President Paris picked up an orange from a fruit plate and rolled it in his hands. As you know, these years I have sat in the position of president, backed by His Excellency Evernight Huel, and have done a lot of things for her and the Evernight family, cleaning up many people. Lin Yu frowned. Get straight to the point, don't introduce the background. President Paris quickened his pace. I once destroyed a noble family, and their family's inherited alchemy records fell into my hands. I can't practice them, but if Mr. Forbaro is interested, he held the orange in his palm and looked at Lin Yu. Of course I am, Lin Yu nodded and said, but, what level is it? The nobles of Evernight City divided alchemy into 4 tiers, lower, middle, upper, and supreme. Supreme alchemy was bestowed by the gods. This alchemy, when simplified and weakened, would become upper, upper simplified would become middle, and middle simplified would become lower. Of course, many upper alchemies were not simplified but created directly. Lower alchemy and a small portion of middle alchemy could be freely studied by company researchers, and lower alchemy was also called general alchemy, forming part of many general scientific technologies. Most of the product development of the 3 major companies was the development and utilization of these general alchemies. However, most upper and middle alchemies were almost without exception exclusive to noble families. As for supreme alchemy, there were currently only 9 in Evernight City in total. Only princely nobles were qualified and able to pass them down through generations, and a few exceptional members were allowed to study and use them. but they were absolutely not allowed to be taught to outsiders. These 9 alchemies, plus more than 20 self-created upper alchemies, formed the intricate and diverse alchemy system of Evernight City. The alchemy that Paris brought out, while certainly not supreme alchemy, should also be extremely precious and powerful middle, or even upper. Hearing Lin use words, Paris lowered his voice. It's upper, and not upper simplified from supreme, but original upper. Hearing Paris say this, Lin Yu also understood the preciousness of this item. I understand that. But, this matter probably isn't as simple as bringing someone in to steal something, is it? There should be other risks, right? Paris nodded. There are risks, but don't worry, I won't trick you. You can personally talk to the person you need to bring in. With that, he looked at Stiller. Bring the person over. Understood. Stiller nodded slightly, turned, and walked out of the office. Soon, Stiller returned with another person. Lin Yu looked at the person who walked in, and the person who walked in also looked at Lin Yu, both showing expressions of surprise. For borrow? The red-haired woman put her hands on her hips, a look of astonishment on her face. Lin Yu also nodded in greeting to the other party. Oh, Your Excellency, I didn't expect it to be you. Then, both looked at President Paris. So this is the reliable insider you mentioned, for borrow. The red-haired woman gestured towards Lin Yu with her thumb. Is he really reliable? Why wouldn't he be reliable? This is a favorite in front of His Excellency Evernight Huel, and we also have a very close personal relationship. We are comrades in life and death. President Paris said with certainty. This statement was actually not wrong. After all, he had almost killed for borrow, which could also be considered a kind of comrades in life and death. The red-haired woman nodded skeptically. All right. For borrow it is, at least his strength is indeed guaranteed. Lin Yu raised his hand. Hey, don't finalize things without me, even if upper alchemy as a reward is very tempting. What, upper alchemy? The fiery-haired woman interrupted Lin Yu, looking at Paris in surprise. You're giving him upper alchemy? Where did you get it? What are you trying to do, Paris? Lin Yu was also very surprised. You didn't know he was giving me upper alchemy as a reward? President Paris sighed. I didn't know just now, but I do now. A commoner privately possessing upper alchemy, or trading privately held alchemy, is a very serious offense. No noble would tolerate such a thing. Middle alchemy can be overlooked, but upper. Do you want the family head to come and talk to you personally? The fiery-haired woman said coldly. President Paris raised his hands. Spare me. I've done quite a few illegal things for the Evernight family, and wasn't I offering upper alchemy for your commission? Your Excellency Huoming, there's no need to escalate this to your mother. Lin Yu suddenly spoke. Wait a minute, Evernight. Huoming? This time it was Lin Yu's turn to be surprised, Paris to be astonished, and the fiery-haired woman to sigh. You didn't know she was Evernight Huoming? I thought you two knew each other? We know each other, but he didn't know my identity, the fiery-haired woman sighed, but now he does. Lin Yu spoke with interest. So you are Evernight Huoming. Ha, that makes perfect sense. No wonder this guy would say she was someone forgotten by her family. And no wonder she said most people didn't know her. Lin Yu clearly remembered that the Evernight family had once said she had placed Evernight Huoming in the Great Wilderness. And from the context, it seemed she left at a young age. After much tempering in the Great Wilderness, she indeed didn't look like those princely nobles. She even had a completely different temperament from nobles who lived in the inner city for a long time. Most importantly, you probably didn't return to Evernight City through normal procedures, did you? Lin Yu looked at Evernight Huoming. The Evernight family head probably doesn't know you returned from the Great Wilderness, right? Hearing Lin Yu's words, Evernight Huoming was silent for a moment. Then spoke again. Yes, but, even if this matter is exposed, Mother will only laugh it off. But this mission doesn't seem like just bringing someone with a special identity to steal things. As you said, Paris, this is Evernight Huoming going to assassinate Art Mercury. You really were planning to set me up for something big. As Lin Yu spoke, he suddenly saw Evernight Huoming's face turn extremely ugly, then looked at the astonished Paris, and then spoke in surprise. Oh, this time she's going to assassinate someone.
Paris, you didn't know about this, did you? Evernight Huoming sighed, yes. But now, he knows.
After a full round of information flow, Lin Yu, Paris, and Bu Yi Tianhuoming were forced to reach a subtle balance in an eerie silence. Although Paris and Bu Yi Tianhuoming were not entirely honest with each other, it just so happened that both had concealed something significant and not to be exposed, so they were now holding leverage over each other. "This is what you call the deterrence era," Lin Yu exclaimed. Although Lin Yu didn't have any leverage exposed during this conversation, after all, even if Lin Yu let Paris know that he intended to kill Alti Mercury, he had no worries, being someone who had already secured the approval of the Bu Yi Tian family head.
However, in this three-way conversation, Lin Yu's status was inherently higher than the other two. Both Paris and Bu Yi Tianhuoming had requests for him.
Lin Yu also had no need to betray their secrets. Therefore, he became part of this balance like a notary. If the secrets of Paris and Bu Yi Tianhuoming were like weights on either side of a scale, then Lin Yu was the fulcrum. In any case, now everyone has fewer secrets and is more open and honest, which is very good. Lin Yu, having the highest status in the room, naturally took over from the host Paris as the moderator of the conversation. "Esteemed Bu Yi Tianhuoming, please turn a blind eye to President Paris. Possessing advanced alchemy for now, it will soon be my advanced alchemy anyway." Then, Lin Yu leaned closer to Bu Yi Tianhuoming and said in a voice only she could hear, "Paris probably doesn't know that you plan to go solo, and even have a small alliance, right? The Bu Yi Tian family head told me that you are a sharp sword prepared for Bu Yi Tianhuol.
He probably still thinks you, like him, are both supporting Bu Yi Tianhuol, right?"
Bu Yi Tianhuoming, who already owed Lin Yu a favor because of the matter with Zhirong, now tacitly agreed with Lin Yu's statement.
"Don't worry, I will keep your secret."
"Very good." Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction, then looked at President Paris on the other side. "Paris. Although Bu Yi Tianhuoming concealed from you that she was going to assassinate Alti Mercury, now you only have one path, to join the rogue ship. After all, I am, in a sense, also pushing for this commission. Although this matter does seem disadvantageous to Huol, trust me, it will ultimately not pose any threat to him," Lin Yu said with a smile, then spoke again, "but your private contact with Huoming. In Huol's eyes, this is not a good signal." Indeed, Bu Yi Tianhuoming was the one openly supporting Bu Yi Tianhuol among the siblings, and also the family supporter the Bu Yi Tian family had prepared for Bu Yi Tianhuol, and Paris was a trusted confidant personally sought out and cultivated by
Bu Yi Tianhuol himself.
But precisely because of this, Paris should all the more not contact Bu Yi Tianhuoming privately.
He could contact Forbelow, and even contacting Bu Yi Tianhushu wouldn't be as serious a problem. Only contacting Bu Yi Tianhuoming could look like collusion.
What's more, Bu Yi Tianhuoming really did have her own hidden agenda. Therefore, President Paris once again quickly indicated that he understood.
"Don't worry, Forbelow, I will definitely not do something as foolish as shooting myself in the foot. I will pretend I didn't hear anything today, and whatever you and Huoming do next, I will fully support." He now understood that assassinating a ducal noble was a serious matter, especially with Bu Yi
Tianhuoming and Forbelow involved. It was already difficult for him to extricate himself. Now, rather than cutting ties with these two, it would be better to fully support them and make this matter a success. And Bu Yi Tianhuoming, who originally wasn't so eager for Alti Mercury to die, now also had no choice but to be swept onto the rogue ship. Although Lin Yu was the fulcrum of the balance, he was not entirely impartial. He was precisely using the bizarre equilibrium of the two to achieve his own goals. Seeing the two speaking, Lin Yu smiled. "Very good, now everyone has no objections. The content of the commission has also been revised. The original commission was for Paris to entrust me to bring Bu Yi Tianhuoming into Huaxing's coming-of-age ceremony as my attendant, rather than in her own capacity. After all, Bu Yi Tianhuoming was theoretically still in the Great Wilderness, which was her best alibi. Now, I will still bring Huoming in, but we both know that Huoming's purpose in going in is not as simple as stealing some birthday gifts from her sister," Lin Yu said calmly. "Her target is Alti Mercury, so, I hope President Paris, you can also assist us in creating a little chaos. After all, although you have already offered advanced alchemy, this reward is still not commensurate with the increased risk I now have to bear." Considering that you were also kept in the dark by Bui Tianhuoming, and it will be difficult for you to find another reward that interests me in a short time, you might as well do some difficulty reducing things, and by the way, lend me some elite personnel, which will also facilitate Huoming's
infiltration. President Paris nodded, no problem.
Although the command of the security department is currently in Huel's hands, it's not impossible to put together a small team for you from the off-duty personnel. At this point, President Paris added, and I'll lend you Stiller too. He's currently still listed as missing in the company archives
due to some past events.
Lin Yu chuckled, I know what happened, you don't need to be so vague. President Paris didn't know that Stiller had also established some kind of superior-subordinate relationship with Lin Yu, and thought Lin Yu was bringing up the train incident again to pressure him, so
he could only laugh awkwardly.
Behind him, Stiller silently shook his head. Both of his bosses were cunning, but now it seemed Lin Yu was still superior. After dealing with Paris, Lin Yu looked at Bui Tianhuoming. You also send me some people and create some chaos. You've already gotten Zhirong out, right?
Don't waste that guy's talent. Bui Tianhuoming pouted, okay, I'll create chaos.
Anyway, I said I was going to steal something, so I wasn't entirely lying.
What do you mean?
The Divine Power Group will send a box of emerald laurel leaves, each said to be of the highest quality.
Lin Yu nodded, alright, if it succeeds, give me half. You just move your lips and want half? Not even the Bui City Tax Bureau collects like that. Bui Tianhuoming was greatly shocked.
Lin Yu sneered, crossing his arms, you tell Paris you're going to snitch to his mom, I bet you're absolutely just scaring him. But if I say I'm going to report you to your mom, saying that you, a border-guarding prince, harbor rebellious intentions, do you dare to bet with me that I'm just
scaring you? Under Lin Yu's threat, Bui Tianhuoming naturally yielded.
She truly didn't dare to gamble whether Lin Yu was bluffing her or not. After all, she was just an unfavored outsider, and had secretly run back from the great wilderness.
Alright, half it is then.
Bui Tianhuoming mumbled, not even haggling. Although Lin Yu didn't know what the Emerald Moon Laurel was actually for, seeing how much Bui Tianhuoming treasured and coveted it, he figured it must be something quite useful. Worst case, he could get his hands on it and then personally ask Bui Tianhuoming how to use it. Paris watched the two finalize their deal, then spoke with a sigh.
So both of you need the Emerald Moon Laurel. I thought earlier when Mr.
Forpero suddenly mentioned these, along with Heart Vein Stone and Copper of Hatred, it was related to MS.
Huoming.
This was also a significant reason why President Paris had mistakenly assumed Lin Yu and Bui Tianhuoming knew each other earlier. Evidently, he had long known that these three items were what Bui Tianhuoming had always needed. And upon hearing Paris's words, Bui Tianhuoming, unaware of the inside story, clearly misunderstood again.
You also know about that alchemist's hand ritual. No wonder you need Paris's advanced alchemy.
Bui Tianhuoming said, and Lin Yu didn't deny it, only nodding slightly. Now, he knew one use for the Emerald Moon Laurel, it was likely used for that alchemist's hand ritual and also had some connection to advanced alchemy. Subsequently, Lin Yu changed the subject. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, our cooperation has now been officially established. But before that, I still have two small favors I need your help with. Lin Yu looked at Paris and Bui Tianhuoming, couldn't help but marvel at his good fortune again. The two people before him happened to be able to resolve the last two imperfect aspects of his plan. Paris immediately spoke upon hearing this, there's no need to be so polite, Mr. Forpero, please speak.
Bui Tianhuoming also nodded, as long as it's not too much trouble, I can help. President Paris, the gift I've prepared for dear MS.
Huoxing tomorrow is ready, but it requires a special device for storage and transport. Please help me prepare one, Lin Yu said seriously. I need a sufficiently large, sealed, transparent container, with good sealing properties and also beautiful. Lin Yu's gaze swept over the various collections in President Paris's office, then he said, although I haven't seen it here, I guess you must have such containers, and many spares, in your
more private collection rooms.
Paris was stunned for a moment, then nodded, alright, you've guessed it right, I do have extras prepared.
I'd be happy to help. Then, Lin Yu looked at Bu Yi Tian Huaming. As for the esteemed MS. Bu Yi Tian Huaming.
You seem to have good connections in the great wilderness, don't you? Soon, Lin Yu finalized the last of the cooperation with these two temporary allies. After bidding farewell to President Paris's office, there was only one thing left to do now. Now I just need to wait for Bu Yi Tian Huashing's birthday party to begin, and for all the groundwork I've laid to take effect one by one.
Lin Yu sighed. And before that,
Lin Yu, who had left the Tower of Truth, once again concealed his figure at a certain corner, then changed his face to that of a passerby. For this, Lin Yu had also prepared a very typical outfit for a low-level technician from the three major companies: high-priced but clearly heavily worn boots, an impeccable company uniform jacket, very durable work pants, and a bulging standard satchel. He wanted Forpero to completely disappear within the city that never sleeps. Walking on the streets of the city that never sleeps, old Zhang spoke from inside the satchel.
Wow, it's so crowded, boss. Is it really necessary to stuff so many strange things in here?
Of course it's necessary, these are all magical tools that will definitely be used. Lin Yu walked along the road, slowly leaving the vicinity of the Truth Company, then arrived at the territory of the Divine Power Group. The company uniform he wore was precisely that of the Divine Power Group. Within the Divine Power Group's campus, a pair of flamboyant twin towers stood, connected at the top by a skybridge.
Compared to the Tower of Truth, the Divine Power Group's buildings were not straight and square, but rather resembled two fortresses covered in turrets.
This overly natural attire allowed Lin Yu to naturally blend into the Divine Power Group. As for the access control, Lin Yu only needed to quietly steal someone's employee badge in front of him, swipe it, and then put it back into their pocket to complete the task. Although Lin Yu's profession was not thief, with his current physical abilities, he could certainly steal something from an ordinary person and return it without anyone noticing. After blending in, Lin Yu tapped his satchel. Old Zhang, from now on, let everyone ignore my existence as much as possible. No problem, old Zhang replied casually, then vibrated a few times inside the satchel, and an invisible mental force spread throughout Lin Yu's body. Alright, boss, now you'll appear as the most unnoticeable background, like a commuter on the subway during rush hour, attracting no one's attention. You're like a piece of ginger in braised pork, a slice of ginger in stir-fried meat, and shredded ginger in shredded potatoes, a perfect disguise. No
one will notice you.
Unless you end up in their mouths. Lin Yu nodded in satisfaction. With old Zhang's disguise, he headed straight for the Divine Power Group's technology R&D department. Since the Divine Power Group was the only one of the three major companies controlled by two Duke-rank nobles, the complexity of its factions far exceeded the other two companies. The Divine Power Group therefore had an incredibly vast technology R&D department, because if they were to set up independent laboratories like the Truth Company under such circumstances, the vicious competition between laboratories would likely cripple the company. And this technology R&D department also became the best place for minor nobles to gain experience and seek opportunities.
As for Lin Yu,
pushing open the door to the technology R&D department, looking at this vast, noisy, almost market-like R&D department that occupied nearly one-third of the floors in the Twin Towers, he couldn't help but exclaim.
This truly is the best hiding place. Not only would he completely disappear once inside, but more importantly, this was also almost a hub for rumors in the inner city and aristocratic circles. Two technical staff from noble families happened to pass by Lin Yu at that moment, chatting animatedly. Have you heard? There's an incredible commission in the outer city.
Apparently, someone hired assassins to kill a Duke-ranked noble. Here, Lin Yu could clearly know the extent to which the rumors he had tacitly allowed to spread had proliferated.
And
to fuel the flames and add oil to the fire in appropriate places.
Time moved on again. It was early morning, and the nightless sky-blazing apricot's coming-of-age ceremony was less than 12 hours away.
Paris, who had been busy all night, stood at the side entrance of the nightless sky family home, a hint of fatigue on his face. After inhaling an orange-flavored stimulant, he slightly perked up. Phew, that hit the spot. Entering through the side door of the nightless sky family home led directly to the family's auditorium and banquet hall. Any large-scale public events hosted by the Nightless Sky family, such as family anniversaries, new patriarch inauguration ceremonies, or the weddings of direct descendants, were held here. Compared to the generally minimalist and rustic style of the rest of the Nightless Sky family home, the decor here was more luxurious. The fiery, leaping Nightless Sky family crest was visible everywhere, as if deliberately showcasing and emphasizing the family's distinguished status. Standing at this side entrance, President Paris looked up at the vigilant Nightless Sky family guards and the wall sentry posts, the many more security personnel disguised as servants hidden among the flower beds and greenery, and the newly installed, state-of-the-art prototype and concept level
scanning equipment, a proud expression on his face. It's truly impregnable.
As Paris was marveling, Nightless Sky blazing joy emerged from within the side door. The young lady also looked tired, clearly having been awake all night.
Impregnable, you say? I hope so.
Compared to Paris's confidence and pride, Nightless Sky blazing joy appeared somewhat worried. Both of them had gotten up in the middle of the night to work overtime, spending the entire night reorganizing and redeploying the already arranged security protection measures, raising them by at least 2 more levels. The current defenses of the Nightless Sky family were almost comparable to the standards for visits and meetings between ducal noble family heads. By the Nightless Sky family head's personal directive, all security work for this coming-of-age ceremony was entrusted to Nightless Sky blazing joy. This was originally an excellent opportunity to expand her scope of power, and was considered a good assignment.
However, that was only if this were an ordinary, safe coming-of-age ceremony.
Nightless Sky blazing joy, having been warned by Lin Yu yesterday, already knew that someone might attempt to assassinate a ducal noble at this event, so she naturally became nervous. And even though defenses had been set up yesterday morning according to the standard for a high probability of an assassin attempting to assassinate a ducal noble, Nightless Sky blazing joy still worked overtime again last night.
The reason was simple: the news that someone intended to assassinate a ducal noble had leaked.
Reshuffling of ducal noble powers, Nightless Sky family setting a trap to kill guests, the struggle between the Mercury family and the Autumn family, the internal struggle of the Saint Lan family heating up, the Sorens family intending to use this to start a full-scale war. Various rumors were rampant, with people speculating about the reasons, mostly revolving around the grudges, affections, and conflicts of interest among the ducal nobles. After all, in the eyes of Nightless City residents, anyone daring to act against a ducal noble could only be another ducal noble. As the hosts, the Nightless Sky family had to immediately put on a show of diligence to clear their names, which was why Nightless Sky blazing joy in Paris had worked overtime all night.
After an entire night's effort, the rumors suspecting the Nightless Sky family had indeed greatly diminished, but Nightless Sky blazing joy felt no relief. On the contrary, she was getting a headache.
An executive from Truth Company walked over and handed Nightless Sky blazing joy a tablet. Your Excellency, this is the rumor collection and online public opinion monitoring for this hour. Nightless Sky blazing joy looked at the detailed rumor lists, sorted into 2 rankings by time of appearance and discussion popularity, and her temples throbbed faintly. Indeed, the rumors are no longer confined to the family level. As time passed, the rumors were becoming increasingly specific. Nightless Sky blazing apricot, Nightless Sky blazing tree, Xiao Xinliu, Sheriff Sorens, Saint Lan Kui, Saint Lan Lai, and even Nightless Sky blazing joy herself. Almost every prominent figure among the attending ducal nobles was simultaneously suspected of being both the mastermind behind the assassination and the target, leading to widespread discussion. All sorts of hypotheses and deductions emerged endlessly. Among them, the rumors about Nightless Sky blazing joy consistently held a top 3 popularity, a position it had maintained for several hours. President Paris also looked at the rankings, observing Nightless Sky blazing joy's expression, and said in a low voice, "These rumors are indeed excessive. But you see, even a highly respected elder like His Excellency Art Mercury is being slandered, which shows how unreliable these rumors are."
In the past, these minor nobles and gentry were all respectful towards your ducal families, but at a critical moment like this, every single one of them reveals their dark intentions and ugly faces, seizing the opportunity to make a fuss, which is truly disgusting. However, Your Excellency, you shouldn't worry too much. We have made thorough preparations, so there shouldn't be any problems. Moreover, we all know that you are certainly not the so-called mastermind, and definitely not the target of the assassination.
As President Paris spoke, Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy sighed, "If I were the target, it would be one thing, but it's precisely because no one knows who it is yet, and it's likely not me, that it's such a headache." Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy said, rubbing her forehead, "And the hypothesis that I'm some mastermind is too absurd to be taken seriously." But Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy's finger scrolled, finding an entry about Falbaro among the top 10 trending rumors. Why would anyone suspect this assassination was planned by Falbaro? It's insane. This is a slap in my face. Although Falbaro has been a bit more assertive recently, how could he suddenly have the courage to assassinate a ducal noble? President Paris looked at Falbaro's name and heard Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy's words, uncharacteristically pausing for 2 seconds before quickly following his master's lead with words of comfort. "Your Excellency, this is indeed preposterous." "It must be that Mr. Falbaro has been too prominent recently, attracting envy. As they say, a tall tree catches the wind." Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy's expression softened slightly. "That should be the case, but this fellow happens to be out of sight at this very moment, allowing this ridiculous rumor to escalate." At this moment, Falbaro had suddenly disappeared in Nightless City for nearly an entire day. Given the frequency with which he had been making big news almost every few hours recently, his current absence was indeed unusual. And Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy didn't know where he had gone. The information Paris conveyed to Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy was that Mr. Falbaro said he was going to prepare some surprises after leaving yesterday and then departed. Therefore, Nightless Sky-Blazing Joy couldn't help but feel a little worried at this time. "Falbaro, what exactly are you doing?" Unlike the anxiety and dissatisfaction hidden beneath Yi Tianhuo's worries, President Paris at this moment harbored a sense of composure deep within, as if knowing the truth. Although he was somewhat on edge at the very beginning of the deployment, hearing the sudden rumors spreading throughout Nightless City, fearing he might be exposed or implicated. But soon, this old fox, who had climbed from the bottom to the top and was intimately familiar with Nightless City, could smell something peculiar in those rumors. These messages were definitely released on purpose. While the motive of the person who released the messages was still unclear, Paris knew deeply. The more chaotic the situation, the safer he was. Even if someone were to report him now for preparing to facilitate the assassination of a duke or noble, it would likely be difficult to gain immediate credence. Paris even harbored some suspicion. Could all of this be orchestrated by that Falbaro? If so, this person's plan was truly too grand. Almost the entire noble circle of Nightless City's inner city was discussing this rumor, whose origin was unknown but seemed highly credible. But no matter what, for President Paris, who was already on the pirate ship and knew part of the mystery, these vague rumors actually continuously boosted his confidence. As for the mysteriously missing Falbaro, in Paris's view, he must also be plotting something. "Respected Yi Tianhuo, I don't think there's much need to worry about Mr. Falbaro. After all, his unconventional style of doing things is not new. Besides," President Paris glanced at the time on his watch, "although he hasn't shown up yet, the gift he prepared should arrive soon." Although the coming-of-age ceremony and banquet would only begin in the evening, most guests would visit in the afternoon. However, the birthday gifts prepared by those dignitaries for Yi Tianhuo would often be delivered in advance by servants, partly to avoid trouble, and partly, naturally, for security considerations. This was also an unwritten rule among nobles, to prevent anyone from tampering with gifts to secretly harm others. After detailed security authentication and inspection, gifts would be uniformly stored in a warehouse or exhibition hall, at which point there would be a special segment for Yi Tianhuo to visit some of the gifts placed in the exhibition hall. This was also an important reason why Yi Tianhuo planned to take one. With limited time, complex procedures, and a large number of gifts being moved around, it was easy for oversights and opportunities to arise. After all, although it was called Yi Tianhuo's birthday party, many of the gifts were presented to the Yi Tian family by various nobles and company executives in Yi Tianhuo's name, and many were quite substantial in weight and quantity. Precious, rare, showcasing wealth and prestige, and fostering good relations with the Yi Tian family. Among the various criteria for gift-giving, Yi Tianhuo's preference and happiness were the least important. Just like the purpose of giving gifts, celebrating Yi Tianhuo's birthday was also the least important. Of course, if one still wished to personally hand the gift to Yi Tianwaxing, they could inform the Yi Tian family in advance. After the gift was inspected and cleared, it would be returned to that guest by a servant when they arrived.
From the current applications, it seemed only Saint Lan Kuei intended to do so.
And the Saint Lan family's gift convoy was the first to arrive.
The Saint Lan family's congratulatory gifts have arrived.
15 stalks of night coral, 12 bolts of gold-threaded brocade, 10 ornamental alchemical constructs, 1 black marsh blood crystal, 1 hell mountain blood lotus. Box after box of gifts were brought in, followed by those from the
Solin's family.
3 complete sets of desolate beast bones, 30 pieces of high-grade vermilion gold, 30 pieces of high-grade white copper, 1 bottle of aged wine from Fog Island Manor. The Mercury and Chiu families also arrived almost simultaneously. After that, no more gift convoys arrived under family names. High-spec gifts from various dukes, marquises, and top directors and executives of the 3 major companies appeared in turn, delivered personally by their private assistants or butlers. Further down, nobles of the count rank and high officials of lesser positions had their children, or even came themselves, to deliver gifts first. The strict order of Nightless City was concretely displayed in the form of a queue at the side entrance of the Yi Tian family at this moment.
While the Yi Tian family's butler and servants were counting the gifts in order,
a small pickup truck from the Truth Company drove directly from the other side, stopping right at the side entrance. Yi Tianhuo glanced at the bright orange pickup truck with 2 oranges pasted next to the Truth Company logo on the front, and frowned, looking at Paris. Why did you let someone drive directly here?
Although it was the first time Yi Tianhuo had seen it, she could easily guess that this wild and flamboyant car was Paris's vehicle.
President Paris quickly spoke. Respected Your Excellency, although this is my car, I have already lent out my subordinate in the car. Distinguished Yi Tianhuo, this car is currently being used by Mr. Forbaru. In other words, the gift he prepared has arrived. The car door opened at this moment. Paris looked at the figure stepping out and quickly greeted him.
Stiller, why did you park the car directly at the entrance?
Stiller stood still, then replied after a moment of silence, President, it was Mr. Forbaru's instruction. He wanted me to deliver it as soon as possible. Then, Stiller pointed to the huge, black cloth-covered box-like object in the back of the pickup.
This blunt tone made Paris's expression awkward. He looked at Yi Tianhuo. Your Excellency, my subordinate has always worked in the security department and has been in the great wilderness for too long. He doesn't quite understand the rules.
Yi Tianhuo shook her head. No matter, since Forbaru said his gift needed to be delivered quickly, then give him priority. What did he send? As Yi Tianhuo spoke, 2 servants stepped forward and lifted the black cloth. Then, gasps of admiration erupted from around them. What a grand gesture! Even though everyone around them was a confidant of nobles and company executives, all well-traveled and knowledgeable, they couldn't help but marvel at the gift that appeared in the back seat. Even Yi Tianhuo nodded slightly, appearing somewhat surprised. He truly put thought into it. It was a huge landscape aquarium, complete with seaweed, reefs, and gravel. In this world without a sea, ever since communication with other worlds began, everything related to the ocean has been the ultimate luxury item, best able to showcase one's status. Ordinary nobles took pride in owning a specimen of a marine creature. Many commoners even tattooed marine creatures they had seen or known onto their bodies to show off their extensive knowledge. And the most powerful dignitaries would possess aquariums with seawater and marine creatures. An aquarium like this, housing sea grass, was already extremely precious. But this alone was not enough to cause such exclamations from those around. Because in this aquarium, everyone saw a vibrant, small octopus happily swimming within. Of course, most people present didn't recognize it as an octopus, they only knew it was some kind of magical and beautiful marine creature. Only a few nobles knew what it was, but most of them had never seen one alive, and even if they had never seen such a beautiful pink little octopus. At this moment, even without Yi Tianhuo speaking, everyone no longer felt dissatisfied with this cut-in gift from Forbaru. Such a precious gift deserved to be placed ahead of their own mundane items. There were exactly 4 hours left until the official start of the Evernight Fire Apricot coming-of-age ceremony. Inside the exhibition hall, gifts that were valuable, highly ornamental, novel, and came from senders of significant status had already been placed in individual display cases. The largest display case in the exhibition hall, and naturally the most eye-catching central position, held the octopus aquarium gifted by Forpero. By this time, some nobles of lower rank and lesser influence, along with company executives not considered top tier in the upper echelons, had already arrived early to tour the exhibition hall. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim as they watched the pink little octopus sometimes swim and sometimes rest on the rockery inside the aquarium.
Is this an octopus? It's my first time seeing one.
Compared to those deep-sea fish, this creature looks incredibly strange. It actually has 8 tentacles.
And it's unexpectedly very beautiful.
It's not that octopuses are beautiful, but this one is beautiful. Most octopuses are rarely this pretty pink.
They're usually dull gray.
Clearly, this aquarium dominating other royal noble gifts and being placed in the center was not due to any underhanded dealings in terms of discussion and the shock it brought to the residents of Evernight City. It absolutely deserved its position. Of course, the giver of this gift, Forpero, although just a commoner without a noble title, still garnered a lot of discussion.
Speaking of which, I heard that Forpero, who sent this aquarium, seems to be pursuing Evernight Fire Apricot. No wonder he spent so much, but as a commoner, where did he get such an aquarium? He is Evernight Fire Lou's aide.
The other day, during that attack at the Myriad Gold Throne, it's rumored he saved Evernight Fire Lou and Saint Orchid's lives. Perhaps it's a borrowed flower to offer Buddha.
Saint Orchid? Isn't he also a suitor of Evernight Fire Apricot?
Yes, he is now both Saint Orchid's competitor and his savior.
But his relationship with Evernight Fire Lou is even closer. Yesterday, he was wanted by the Public Security Bureau on Soren's family's territory for the murder of 3 middlemen.
It was Evernight Fire Lou himself who settled the matter for him, even getting into a conflict with Soren's family. If he is working for the Evernight family while also befriending the Saint Orchid family, then Soren's family framing him would be reasonable. I heard it wasn't a frame-up. Those 3
middlemen were connected to the widely rumored Regicide Commission. In other words, he's also involved with this commission?
Hush, let's not discuss that. For the lower-class people of Evernight City, perhaps nothing major had happened recently. But for those in the top echelons of power, Evernight City had been quite chaotic recently, with endless topics for after-dinner conversation. And after exchanging information today, everyone was subtly surprised to discover, not only were these events subtly connected, but a commoner was involved in all of them. Taking the aquarium as an opportunity, everyone's impression of the name Forpero grew deeper. Inside the exhibition hall, President Paris, who was greeting guests with a smile, couldn't help but speculate again as he listened to the lively discussions.
What exactly is this guy planning?
Although knowing part of the mystery made Paris feel calm and composed at the moment, he was also somewhat curious because he didn't know the full scope of Lin Yu's plan. While contemplating, President Paris also began to notice the initial signs of abnormality in the exhibition hall. A tall, thin man, wearing a Truth Company employee uniform and looking like he was temporarily pressed into service as a waiter, probably to serve drinks at the buffet later, walked by, carrying 2 heavy bags. Paris immediately called out to him.
"Hey, wait a minute, kid."
He scrutinized the man, frowning slightly.
The tall, thin man stared blankly at Paris, then spoke. "What do you want?"
Paris looked him up and down, speaking sternly.
"New here, are you? Why isn't your ID card displayed?" The man seemed nervous, then said, "ID card?
I think I forgot to bring it." Paris raised his hand, cutting him off.
"How could you forget something so important?" Then, Paris beckoned, and a security guard ran up. "Do you have a blank spare card?"
"Yes, President." The security guard pulled out a spare card. Paris turned the card over, revealing the Truth Company logo, then slipped it into the empty space on the man's uniform chest. "All right, go get busy. Remember to bow to important figures and nobles. If you don't have an ID card, when the banquet starts, going in and out of the kitchen and wine cellar will trigger alarms.
It'll be beeping all over the place. How inconvenient,"
he said, patting the man, then let him go. Then, Paris watched the man's retreating figure, nodding with satisfaction. Paris had a sharp eye, he could tell at a glance that the man was not a Truth Company employee helping with arrangements or acting as a waiter. There was a sense of poverty about him, like an outer city resident, and not just an ordinary poor person. Most of the guests attending this coming-of-age ceremony were nobles, and even company management often came from the inner city, with parents who were respectable upper-class individuals, both parents having resident levels of 3 or above. Therefore, they were not as familiar with the poor as Paris was. They could also sense the different temperaments of outer city residents, lower-class residents, and the poor, but they couldn't differentiate them. Generally speaking, poor people who joined one of the 3 major companies often had a demeanor that was humble and self-conscious, yet also held a hopeful sense of gratitude. They could witness a glimpse of true high society and the lavish lifestyle of nobles in the 3 major companies, which would make them feel incredibly inferior and envious. This was different from the fear and reverence of ordinary outer city poor people and employees of small companies. But at the same time, joining a big company had relatively changed their lives. Even if they felt injustice, looking back at their past miserable lives and comparing them to the present, or even comparing themselves to their old friends and poor relatives who remained in the outer city, they would often feel a sense of pride and hope. But the man just now didn't have that. Although he was a poor outer city resident, he showed neither fear nor inferiority when facing a noble. Instead, there was a deeply hidden sense of hostility and hatred. This feeling usually belonged to desperate poor people, gang members, and mercenaries, just like his past self. In Paris's view, if the lower and middle-class residents of Evernight City were compared to dogs, company employees were pampered pets, and most of those in the outer city were rural guard dogs. But the one who just passed by was a stray wild dog. Not only that, but a wild dog that had seen human blood. Only such a wild dog would make him feel dangerous. Normally, Paris would have already had him apprehended. But now, it's probably someone Forpero arranged. Just make it convenient for him. Inside the exhibition hall, Bone Spur, disguised as an employee of the Truth Company, touched the ID badge on his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. My luck is really too good, I wasn't exposed. His method of infiltrating the Sleepless family could be described as quite crude. Since major events hosted by the Sleepless family would borrow personnel from the Truth Company, Bone Spur bribed a member of the Truth Company's HR department to add him as a Truth Company field employee who wouldn't actually be present that day. Afterward, Bone Spur bought an old Truth Company uniform and snuck in, impersonating that person. Originally, this plan, though crude, was relatively reliable. That was until rumors spread throughout Sleepless City, and the Sleepless family and Truth Company comprehensively strengthened security measures and raised the alert level within the venue. When Bone Spur heard those rumors and saw more and more formidable characters appearing at the venue, he felt like the sky was falling. He couldn't even complain about being innocently affected, because from the series of recent events and subsequent rumors in Sleepless City, 3 middlemen died mysteriously and Black Snake disappeared. The Sleepless family sent people to encircle and suppress Grey Street. News leaked that a ducal noble would be assassinated at Sleepless Fire Apricot's coming-of-age ceremony. After this series of coordinated attacks, Bone Spur, as a party involved, clearly understood that this was evidently a leak in the C-77 commission he participated in. However, the job had already been accepted, and anyone daring to issue such a commission surely possessed a status no less than that of the assassination target. If he ran away now, it would mean offending even the client. Therefore, Bone Spur could only grit his teeth and continue to execute the plan. But the silver lining in this misfortune was that, although the actual security level of the venue had increased, there seemed to be no problem with him blending in. After all, he had just been called over by the president of the Truth Company himself, and the president didn't seem to notice his disguise. He even gave him a legitimate ID card, which solved his biggest problem of restricted movement. So, Bone Spur couldn't help but feel a bit optimistic. Perhaps my infiltration strategy couldn't be more correct. These big shots are also arrogant, they don't even know what a low-level employee should look like. My disguise is also perfect. Thinking of this, Bone Spur couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have contacted other team members sooner and helped them get in too. He imagined those guys must be racking their brains trying to figure out how to sneak in here. As Bone Spur was thinking, a voice came from behind him. "What are you spacing out for? Hurry up and get some wine for the VIP over there, that's the vice president of the Divine Power Group. A team leader from the Truth Company urged, and Bonespur assented, quickly grabbing a bottle of wine and rushing over.
Paris, my old friend. This ceremony is really bustling, and you're fully in charge of the security.
It seems you're gaining more and more favor with the sleepless family.
Nonsense, I'm just here to help out.
If it weren't for rumors of someone planning something shady and issuing audacious commissions, I wouldn't be working overtime here.
This isn't a good job at all.
Ho ho ho,
doesn't that further demonstrate the trust that Noble from the Sleepless family has in you?
In times of crisis, they think of activating you and your team.
From what I see, all 5 teams should be here.
Why don't I see your most valued team leader?
Hey, fatty, why are you inquiring in such detail? You're not going to collude with some assassin, are you?
You're really joking, Paris.
Yes, ha ha ha, I love to joke.
Watching the plump vice president of the Divine Power Group chat and laugh with Paris, Bonespur, who was silently pouring wine, felt that the other party looked
somewhat familiar.
But looking at his eyes and brows, he really didn't recognize him.
Could it be that I've seen him in an advertisement?
Bonespur muttered to himself.
Just then, another commotion came from the entrance. Your Excellency, why have you come? A ducal noble has arrived. As several people dressed in St.
Lan family servant attire rushed in, the Sleepless family's servants also hastily lined up to welcome them.
The plump vice president of the Divine Power Group exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't it still a while before the banquet begins? Why has a ducal noble already arrived?"
Even the order of gift-giving cues is meticulous, so the order of attendance and arrival is naturally also designed. Typically, at such noble gatherings and celebrations, guests whose actual family and social status are lower than the hosts must arrive early to wait respectfully, tour the venue arranged by the host, or accept other arrangements. Those of equal or slightly higher status than the host should ideally arrive right on time or just a little bit early. In any case, as a ducal noble, one should definitely arrive on time.
Many earl nobles hadn't even entered yet, so the sudden arrival of a ducal noble was indeed a bit out of order.
However, it was also fortunate that it was a ducal noble. Even if they broke the rules, no one would dare to criticize, everyone would just find it strange. But Paris was unperturbed and spoke calmly. The one who would come so early is, of course, that respected noble from the St.
Lan family. Don't forget, today is the coming-of-age ceremony for the Sleepless family's esteemed 2nd Mississippi. As Paris spoke, the vice president of the Divine Power Group also realized. So it's that noble. Then, both of them turned around simultaneously. St.
Lan Kuei, dressed in an extravagant, extremely handsome pure white ceremonial suit, even with a ceremonial sword hanging at his waist, stepped into the exhibition hall. The 2 company presidents and everyone else in the hall bowed, expressing their respects to this ducal noble. Bonespur also quickly lowered his head. However, in his heart, he was even more impressed by his own cleverness. Waiters seem to have the lowest status, but they actually have no shortage of opportunities to interact with ducal nobles and important figures. And my other teammates who accepted this commission probably haven't even snuck in yet. Thinking of this, although Bonespur's head was bowed, his spirits seemed to be looking up.
St.
Lan Kuei walked straight over, then spoke proudly.
Paris, President Paris, what's going on with this exhibition hall?
Paris quickly looked up, forcing a smile, respected St.
Lan Kuei, are you dissatisfied with the arrangement of this exhibition hall?
Of course, why did you place Forpero's aquarium in the very center?
St.
Lan Kuei said impolitely, it's just a seaweed aquarium, even if it has an ordinary. His gaze fell inside, then he saw the pink octopus within, and fell silent for a moment. Alright, it's not impossible for Forpero's item to be placed in the center, but
why is the sculpture I presented placed in the furthest corner? You're really wasting my good intentions too much.
Hearing St. Lan Kuei's words, Paris was first stunned, then fell into a memory. Your gift was delivered with the Saint Lan family's convoy. Paris rubbed his hands, asking cautiously, there are many sculpture-like objects inside, and the Saint Lan family's butler didn't emphasize any particular one.
May I ask which one it is?
Apparently, he had thought for a long time but couldn't recall which sculpture Saint Lan Kuei had sent.
Saint Lan Kuei waved his hand in dissatisfaction. How could you not tell?
What I sent was a bust I carved myself. President Paris looked in the direction Saint Lan Kuei was pointing, his expression subtly changed, then he quickly ran over, casually tore off the label that read Evil God Sculpture for Great Desolate Tribe Ritual from below, stuffed it into his mouth, swallowed it, and then personally carried the sculpture over.
Oh, so this one is your sculpture of His Excellency Bu Yetian Huisheng.
Because it's so exquisite, we thought it was the work of some famous sculptor. Paris quickly called to the servants, hurry, move this sculpture to a more central display case and label it as a personal work by His Excellency Saint Lan Kuei.
Paris said earnestly, and Saint Lan Kuei nodded. That's more like it. A good gift like mine, Huisheng would surely want to see it immediately. Paris immediately smiled and said, yes, I think so too. His Excellency Bu Yetian Huisheng will definitely love it.
At Saint Lan Kuei's request, the sculpture's display case was placed next to the largest display case closest to the aquarium, creating a stark contrast.
Standing between the two, Saint Lan Kuei couldn't help but sigh.
Although this aquarium is also quite precious, compared to my sculpture, into which I poured my heart and soul, for borrow.
Your intention has already lost to mine.
After all, mine is a sculpture of Huisheng herself. Huisheng will surely be deeply moved when she sees it. Saint Lan Kuei said, lost in self-admiration. Hearing this, Paris, who was behind him, looked at the sculpture, then opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the words caught in his throat.
In the end, Paris could only shift his gaze to the adjacent aquarium and change the subject. Hey, why are there so many bubbles? The vice president of Shinli Group, whose face was flushed from holding back, also quickly diverted his attention. Is the oxygen machine on? Impossible, this aquarium doesn't have an oxygen machine,
Paris said casually. After all, everything in this aquarium, except for that pink octopus, belonged to him.
The vice president of Shinli Group also nodded, then it might be air getting in.
It was bumpy on the way, and the top isn't completely sealed, and the tank is so big. Speaking of which, compared to this aquarium, this octopus is a bit too small, isn't it? Maybe this octopus can grow very large, Paris said thoughtfully. After all, I've seen documentaries before where these octopuses in worlds with oceans can grow as tall as several stories and feed on humans.
In the sea.
There was a person named Jack Sparrow, who was as formidable as a legendary mercenary at sea, and he was eaten by a super large octopus.
I see.
The two talked back and forth, their conversation completely lacking the initial deceit and intrigue, instead being very pure and casual. After all, both of them were trying to divert their attention, so as not to lose composure in front of Saint Lan Kuei because of his sculpture. Saint Lan Kuei spoke again at this point.
Speaking of which, where is Forbaro? As a commoner, shouldn't he be entering now?
To this, Paris repeated the same explanation he had given to Bu Yetian Huol earlier.
Mr.
Forbaro said he was preparing a surprise, so he would arrive a little later.
Saint Lan Kuei raised an eyebrow. A surprise? Devious methods. What surprise could be better than arriving early to show sincerity? It seems Forbaro has completely lost to me. After all, he only recently started pursuing Bu Yetian Huisheng, while I have been pursuing Bu Yetian Huisheng for a long time. This is one win.
Secondly, my gift is handmade, full of sincerity and love.
This is 2 wins.
Finally, today I, as a noble, arrived early, while he, as a commoner, plans to arrive late.
This is 3 wins.
Finally, Saint Lan Kuei proudly announced, thus, it seems I am undoubtedly the one Huisheng will choose. Although it wasn't clear who Saint Lan Kuei was talking to, upon hearing him say this, Paris and the people around him still applauded.
Well said.
After speaking, Saint Lan Kuei suddenly leaned closer to Paris.
President Paris, tell me quietly. Where exactly is Forbaro, and what time will he arrive? President Paris was quite helpless. I really don't know.
He himself really wanted to know where Forbaro had gone and what he was doing. Saint Lan Kuei carefully looked at Paris, then snorted coldly, loyal indeed.
Just then, another commotion came from the entrance. Your Excellency! Why have you also arrived early?
Accompanied by the Bu Yetian butler's respectful and surprised greeting from outside the door, it was not difficult for those inside to guess.
Another noble lord has arrived early? Who is it this time?
Then, a thin old man with white hair and beard, wearing a dark blue robe, slowly walked into the exhibition hall, leaning on a cane. He was only accompanied by a butler wearing a white mask, with not many other attendants.
However,
no one felt that this elderly man's status was low. Everyone bowed in respect again, even Saint Lan Kuei, who was also a noble lord and even a direct heir, had to slightly bend his waist and greet him. Respected His Excellency Alter Mercury, your junior Saint Lan Kuei greets you. The slightly stumbling, somewhat hunched old man paused his cane and spoke in a serious and calm tone. Saint Lan Kuei?
Saint Lan Jin's third son, right? It's been many years since we last met.
When I saw you last, you were too young to remember.
Are your parents well now? Ah Jin worked hard in his youth and practiced alchemy as if his life depended on it.
I'm afraid he might have some lingering effects in his old age. Replying to your elder, my father's health has been fair these past few years, although he has some minor ailments, they are not serious. Saint Lan Kuei paused. My mother
is still the same, no worsening, but still confined to bed.
Alter realized, then shook his head. I misspoke.
When one gets old, one becomes muddled and says whatever comes to mind. I apologize if I offended you. Not at all, you were just being kind.
Saint Lan Kuei said softly, then suddenly felt his palm grasped by Alter Mercury, and a warm current surged through him.
This is essence of life.
I was the head of the Mercury family in my youth. All my impressive skills have been forgotten, but I've retained a few minor tricks, which just happen to be helpful. Alter Mercury said lightly, you've practiced alchemy, go back and transfer it to your mother. Saint Lan Kuei pursed his lips, then bowed again. At this moment, he suddenly felt that he, who had accepted the assassination commission, was truly a terrible person.
Less than an hour remained until the start of Baishan Huishing's coming-of-age ceremony.
The skyscrapers of Sleepless City gradually lit up, as twilight emerged from the edge of the horizon, staining the sky above the metropolis. Meanwhile, in the Baishan family's grand hall and exhibition room, most of the guests had already arrived. The powerful and noble, dressed in splendid formal wear, gathered to converse, enjoying chilled wine and delicate refreshments, and commenting on the precious gifts displayed in the hall, using this as a way to forge connections or subtly probe one another. But beyond these routine topics, everyone invariably posed a similar question, tinged with curiosity.
Strange, why isn't Forbaro here?
Although he was merely a commoner, the name Forbaro was undoubtedly the most talked about in Sleepless City recently. Furthermore, the matter of him pursuing the Baishan family's esteemed second daughter, the eccentric Baishan Huishing, was a favorite topic of conversation. Many who rushed to the venue intended to strike up a conversation with this remarkable detective. Yet, upon arriving, people searched the entire venue but couldn't find the detective anywhere. The dukes are already starting to arrive sequentially, so why hasn't he, a mere commoner, shown up yet? I heard he went off to prepare a surprise.
What an eccentric fellow. Even if he has gained the Baishan family's favor, he shouldn't be so presumptuous, should he? Since Lord Baishan Huel hasn't complained, why should we gossip about it?
But if I were Lord Baishan Huel, I would certainly need to discipline him after tonight, no matter how famous or accomplished a commoner is, they cannot be allowed to disregard the rules like this. I, however, think that Forbaro isn't an idiot, there must be a reason why he dares to act this way. Perhaps Lord Baishan Huel instructed him to do so. If it truly was Lord Huel's instruction, then what is she trying to achieve? Maybe it's to win the favor of Lord Baishan Huishing.
After all, Lord Baishan Huishing's temperament is quite unconventional, and her tastes are very unique. Hey, now that you mention it, that's entirely possible.
That is Lord Huishing we're talking about, perhaps doing this really will make her notice Forbaro. The nobles speculated wildly and irresponsibly. Meanwhile, Shan Lankue, listening to the increasingly outrageous rumors throughout the hall, did not look pleased.
What kind of nonsense is this? Am I less sincere for arriving early than he is for being late?
Shang Lankue grumbled irritably.
Ultra Mercury, standing nearby, shook his head.
In the process of pursuing a woman, sincerity is perhaps the least necessary thing.
Especially since you are pursuing washing.
Although I have lived in seclusion these past few years, I still reside in the Baishan home, and I have occasionally seen the girl a few times. As Ultra Mercury spoke, Shang Lankue looked at the elder again, adopting an expression of respectful attention. Naturally, Shang Lankue was particularly sensitive when Baishan washing was mentioned.
Seeing Shang Lankue's reaction, Ultra Mercury smiled. To gain the girl's favor, I do think acting unconventionally is a good idea. However, I don't believe merely being deliberately late will have any effect. It depends on what surprise he has actually prepared.
As Ultra Mercury finished speaking, Shang Lankue nodded solemnly.
I see. But regardless, it seems Forpro is indeed a respectable rival.
But just as Shang Lankue finished speaking, the old butler Barry entered the exhibition hall in a hurry and approached him. Barry's injuries were no longer serious, so he had naturally returned to his normal duties.
His presence here now naturally meant, "Oh, Shan Lanlai and Shang Lanya have arrived too, haven't they?" Shang Lankue looked at the approaching Barry and spoke calmly.
He had come here earlier in a personal capacity with a few servants. The official guests from the Shanglan family attending the coming-of-age ceremony would naturally arrive now. Barry had, of course, arrived with the Shanglan family's main contingent.
Hearing Shang Lankue's words, Barry nodded.
Yes, the eldest young master and the second young master have also arrived.
They will enter shortly.
Barry continued, then lowered his voice and spoke seriously. There is one more thing, young master Shang Lankue. Some public security bureau personnel have arrived outside, and the Soren's family seems to be plotting something.
Shang Lankue was slightly surprised. The Soren's family? What are their people preparing to do?
It seems to be related to Forpro, Barry whispered. Yesterday, they apparently used the matter of Forpro's wanted status to cause trouble and obstruct Baishan Huel from having the warrant revoked.
Should we make any preparations for this?
Barry asked for instruction. After all, he couldn't quite grasp Shang Lankue's attitude toward Forpro
anymore.
Although their positions were currently adversarial, the relationship had become very ambiguous since Barry himself was rescued.
Shang Lankue, too, was conflicted.
Targeting Forpro. Then let's wait and see how things develop first. If necessary, we can assist Forpro. Although he stands with Baishan Huel, and Baishan Huel stands with Shang Lanlai, Baishan Huishu is also trying to win this guy over anyway. Shang Lankue paused. Besides, I dislike the Soren's family's opportunistic, profiteering pests even more.
Hearing Shang Lankue say this, Barry nodded. Understood, young master. If the Soren's family makes any moves, I will inform you immediately.
Shang Lankue instructed further, also, notify me if Forpro shows up.
Barry was stunned. Forpro hasn't arrived?
Shang Lankue sighed. No, he hasn't arrived yet. At the same time, in the main control room, Baishan Huel watched the Public Security Bureau personnel approaching the Baishan estate on the monitoring screen, frowning slightly.
Why did the Soren's family call the Security Bureau again? Are they planning to arrest Forpro once more? And it wasn't just here. Intelligence reports indicated that Public Security Bureau officers throughout Sleepless City were searching for something. Surely they haven't found some new evidence again.
She pondered gravely, then looked at Paris beside her.
Do we have any spare manpower right now, Paris? President Paris nodded. Of course, Your Excellency. Are we going to wage open war against the Public Security Bureau and the Soren's family?
While this might seem incredible in other worlds, in this world, the private armed forces of the 3 great corporations and 5 great noble families have the authority to initiate war. This is even a legal act stipulated by law.
The target of operations could even be Sleepless City's Public Security Bureau. However,
It had been a long time since anyone had done so.
So, hearing Paris's suggestion, Aish and Huel knew it was a joke. Stop joking, Paris.
I need you to send out some sharp people to find Forpero before the Public Security Bureau does.
Don't you have people you sent out near him? Don't you even have a way to contact them urgently?
Paris chuckled apologetically. You are correct.
I do, but I must state, Your Excellency,
I had no intention of monitoring Forpero. As he spoke, Paris opened his private communicator.
After a brief operation, Paris looked up, his face grim. Your Excellency, you might not believe this. The people I sent out seem to have defected. Stiller was not just any ordinary subordinate to Paris.
He was an artificial human created by the Divine Power Group at Paris's request.
So,
when Paris couldn't contact Stiller, and even the location information he sent out was blocked, his first reaction naturally wasn't that Stiller had truly betrayed him. In Paris's view, this should have been Stiller making a certain judgment, that perhaps it was advantageous to conceal his and Falpolo's whereabouts from him now. After all, Paris knew very well that the matters he and Falpolo had conspired about absolutely could not be known by Yekaterina.
So he simply threw out the idea of betrayal to confuse Yekaterina.
Indeed, after Yekaterina heard Paris's statement, he frowned slightly.
Betrayal? Are you saying the person you sent to follow Falpolo can't be contacted, and he sold Falpolo to someone else?
Paris quickly shook his head. It's not that bad, Your Excellency.
I think perhaps he was persuaded by His Excellency Falpolo and is no longer willing to report His Excellency Falpolo's location to me. Paris thought for a moment, then, based on the existing information, made this lie more credible.
This subordinate of mine disappeared for a period due to certain matters before, and during that time, Mr. Falpolo also disappeared with him, and this time, he reappeared with Mr.
Falpolo. So I speculate.
Perhaps he had already established some connection with Falpolo. Paris said with a serious expression, telling Yekaterina the lie he had just fabricated. And after uttering this lie, Paris himself couldn't help but marvel at how ingenious it sounded, as if it were true.
Yekaterina was also somewhat surprised upon hearing this, then nodded slightly. Is that so? Paris answered earnestly, precisely.
Then, Yekaterina frowned and spoke. If that's the case, then we need to find some clever people and try to find them before the Public Security Bureau does. Hearing Yekaterina's words, Paris was about to agree, but then suddenly spoke again.
I believe perhaps that's not necessary, Your Excellency Yekaterina. Hearing Paris's further evasion, Yekaterina was somewhat displeased. Do you mean you no longer have anyone useful within the city of Evernight?
That's not what I mean, Paris quickly said, it's just...
Look.
Paris pointed to the monitor in the farthest corner, where a bright orange car slowly parked on the street near the back entrance of the Yekaterina family mansion, which only servants and staff used.
Seriously, what on earth does he want to do? Yekaterina asked with a headache.
There was only half an hour left until Yekaterina Hwashing's coming-of-age ceremony began. At this moment, the ducal nobles were also preparing to enter one after another. The Saintlan family's motorcade, Saintlan Lai and Saintlan Yi, entered the Yekaterina estate surrounded by servants and butlers. The Mercury family and the Chiu family arrived almost simultaneously, the two parties happily mingling as they entered, although the nobles of the Solans family were all entering. Most of their servants were further outside, and their butlers were busy arranging something. With the entry of these ducal nobles, Yekaterina naturally returned to the scene from the control room. Although he still hadn't rested, Yekaterina looked radiant at this moment.
Your Excellency Choshin Lu, welcome. Sheriff, Larry, both of you, it's been a long time. Cousin Saintlan Lai, you truly possess extraordinary bearing today. Your Excellency Heiress, I am immensely grateful that you could personally attend my sister's coming-of-age ceremony. After familiarly
greeting each member of the ducal nobility, Yekaterina, as the host, led them into the exhibition hall. Most of these ducal nobles also politely responded to Yekaterina, quickly passing through the exhibition hall and entering the grand auditorium, finding their respective seats.
And with the entry of the ducal nobles, the powerful figures who had been conversing with each other also very tactfully ceased their conversations and drinking, because next, it was time to await the entrance of the protagonist, Yekaterina Huashing. Everyone found a seat. The hands of the clock, hanging high in the auditorium, slowly moved, and the lights slowly dimmed like breathing. On the stage, the prearranged band filed in from backstage, playing a serene aria, ensuring that guests would not be too bored during the final waiting period. When the hour hand pointed to 8, the bells within the Yekaterina estate would ring. At that time, Yekaterina Huashing, already dressed and groomed, would make her grand entrance on time. Not only was Saint Lan Kuei greatly anticipating this segment, but other nobles also looked forward to this moment, although, apart from Saint Lan Kuei, no one truly admired Yekaterina Huashing. However, at the moment of her coming of age, the eligible second miss of Yekaterina was worth every family's effort to win her heart. Even the ducal nobles were no exception. Cole, when you represent the Mercury family and step forward later, you must perform well in front of Yekaterina Huashing. If you can marry her, your mother's status in the family will also rise significantly. Your Excellency Xinliu, these people probably never would have guessed that you are personally preparing to contend for Yekaterina Huashing's hand in marriage. Apart from that fellow Saint Lan Kuei, no one else is qualified to compete with you. Saint Lan Yi, I don't care if you can marry Yekaterina Huashing or not, Saint Lan Kuei absolutely cannot succeed. At least you share the same birth mother as me, so no matter how useless you are, at least this time, put your specialty of charming women to good use. Whispers echoed quietly. At this time, with Yekaterina Huashing about to appear, even Falpolo, who had been famous and consistently at the center of discussion, couldn't help but make way for Yekaterina Huashing. After all, Yekaterina Huashing was the protagonist of the night. Even if she was treated as a commodity, as a bargaining chip for family interests, she was indeed the most sought-after existence. Nothing could steal the spotlight from her. Except for thump. On the auditorium stage, an uninvited guest suddenly appeared. The band's performance was disrupted by 2 beats, then abruptly ceased. The spotlight suddenly focused on the young man who had appeared. He was wearing a beautiful tuxedo and spread his arms. Greetings, distinguished guests, I am Falpolo, the great detective Falpolo. Next is a special birthday gift I prepared for today's little birthday girl, the dear Your Excellency Yekaterina Huashing, the magic show Food from the Sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the gray-haired young man flipped his hat and raised it high. Splash rain suddenly poured down on the stage. Saint Lan Kuei, Barry, and others who had seen Lingyu summon rain at the Golden Throne were not surprised, but the other guests exclaimed in shock. Where did this rainwater come from? Moreover, this rainwater actually flew upwards against gravity before it hit the ground, returning to the sky. All the guests looked up, and then saw that after the rainwater disappeared into the sky, then, when it fell again, it had transformed into various delicious dishes. Spaghetti with meat sauce, hamburgers, fried pork chops, cod fillets, fries, roasted lamb leg. As Forpero hummed a cheerful tune, the band members quickly followed, providing simple harmonies for Forpero's impromptu performance. Bands capable of opening for a ducal noble's coming-of-age ceremony were naturally not ordinary, possessing such skill. On the stage, a group of Truth Company armed personnel quickly rushed forward, catching the falling food. Even the well-traveled dignitaries of Evernight City, after witnessing the miraculous magic show crafted from top-tier props from 2 other worlds, couldn't help but be filled with awe. How on earth was this done? The armed personnel placed the food on clean trays and shared it with the audience in the front rows. After all, while those seated in the very front of the auditorium were also dignitaries, the ducal nobles all had private boxes on the second floor of the auditorium. In this space where the highest echelons gathered, they were also compelled to consider their actions. Though Forpero on stage was merely a commoner, he was, after all, a favored individual of the Evernight family. Therefore, there was no one who would be concerned about food safety or refuse to partake. What if this was arranged by Evernight Huel herself? Moreover, the food truly looked tempting. For a time, the auditorium presented a scene of endless praise and harmonious joy. Evernight Huel, seated on the second floor, lightly pressed her hand to her forehead.
Paris, you assigned him a team from the Truth Company's security department, didn't you? How come I also see members of the Pioneer Squad?
Paris, standing behind her, quickly replied, Your Excellency, I assure you.
I absolutely had no idea these security department members would be ordered by Mr. Forpero to do this.
Evernight Huel remained silent for a long time, then spoke again.
It's fine, I just didn't expect him to genuinely just be preparing a surprise.
When Wuxing sees this, she should be very happy.
But
I thought his prolonged absence was because he had detected the Sorensen family's arrangements and was preparing a countermeasure. As Evernight Huel spoke, Paris, looking at the gradually brightening auditorium lights and the applause, whispered, Not necessarily.
I always feel that Mr. Forpero's actions might have a deeper meaning. Evernight Huel also nodded.
Although she had said that just now, she didn't believe Forpero had made no preparations at all. Otherwise, she would have already taken action herself.
After all, if Evernight Huel was not mistaken, the Sorensen family should be preparing to make their move once they saw Forpero appear.
Indeed, after Forpero's brief but spectacular magic show concluded, a team from the Public Security Bureau suddenly pushed open the auditorium doors and entered.
Mr.
Forpero, we have received a report alleging your involvement in the murder of 3 high-ranking citizens of Evernight City. The leader of the Public Security Bureau team this time was the director of the Inner City General Bureau. He pulled out an arrest warrant, paused, then continued, Furthermore, according to the denunciation and accusation of the survivor, an intermediary nicknamed Black Snake, Cyrillison, you are also implicated in a case of hiring assassins targeting a ducal noble.
Evernight Huel watched the
stage silently, listening to the charges woven by the Public Security Bureau, and shook her head.
The charges have escalated this time.
And the Public Security Bureau personnel just walked in so brazenly. It seems more than just the Sorensen family is involved. However, Evernight Huel remained calm. She was preparing to enjoy how Forpero would turn the tables.
Forpero on stage was momentarily stunned, then retorted, Where's the evidence? This time, it won't just be hotel check-in records, will it?
The director of the Public Security Bureau sneered, Of course we have evidence. Although you used disguise techniques, avoided cameras, and entered the room through a window, we can reconstruct and analyze your movement trajectory from your footprints left on the balcony. More importantly, you left a large amount of DNA evidence while moving around the room, especially when breaking the glass. That evidence matches the bloodstains on the clothes you changed out of after being injured at the Myriad Gold Heavenly Seat. Even if you are innocent, you are currently the primary suspect, and we have the right to detain you at the Public Security Bureau.
Hearing the Public Security Bureau director's resonant statement, the surrounding nobles were all in an uproar. What's going on? Could it really be Forpero?
While the idea of Forpero being involved in hiring assassins to murder a ducal noble seemed impossible at first glance, it seemed somewhat plausible when combined with his recent exploits.
His involvement seemed like a reasonable yet unexpected answer.
Forpero's reaction on stage was also to fall silent. The director of the Public Security Bureau pressed again, Mr. Forpero, please cooperate with the investigation. Hearing the interrogation again, the detective on stage looked up, flicked his hat, and a glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. I'll cooperate with the investigation, but there's a huge flaw in your statement just now. One part of the evidence chain isn't sufficient, Forpero said, then suddenly turned and ran.
Stop that guy!
He shouted, and the nearby Truth Company Security Department members immediately rushed forward, blocking the director of the Public Security Bureau. But from behind the stage, 2 gauchos, experts, who had been ambushed rushed towards him, instantly pinning him to the ground. Forpero fell to the ground, then shouted.
What are you doing? I'm here for Miss Wuxing's coming-of-age ceremony. Your Excellency Huel, save me!
He yelled, and the entire auditorium erupted in an uproar, everyone watching the Truth Company Security Department members and the Public Security Bureau experts wrestling.
Both sides maintained extreme restraint, considering the current occasion, and did not use any weapons. It was purely hand-to-hand combat and grappling.
Evernight Huel on the second floor watched this scene, stunned for 5 seconds, then spoke. Tell your men to stop, Paris, end this farce.
Paris immediately nodded, picking up his communicator again. This time he got through.
Stiller, what foolishness are you doing? Stop it immediately. The fight downstairs then subsided, and Evernight Huel came downstairs with a cold expression. You're the director of the Public Security Bureau, aren't you? Who gave you the right to arrest a guest of our Evernight family at my sister's birthday banquet, on our Evernight family's territory?
She asked coldly, and Larry Sorensen of the Sorensen family stood up. Your Excellency Evernight Huel, this is an arrest in accordance with regulations and
laws. Your Excellency Larry, can the laws of Evernight City and the regulations of the Public Security Bureau outweigh the household rules of my Evernight family? Or are you saying that your Sorensen family will take responsibility for this matter?
Evernight Huel said coldly.
At this moment, a lazy voice sounded. Dear Sister Huel, Your Excellency Larry is just helping me. I invited the Public Security Bureau personnel. Ultimately, this is still our Evernight family's internal affair, no need to make a big deal out of it.
Evernight Huel looked at the black-haired, red-eyed, unreliable man with a crooked smile who had stepped out from the Sorensen family's group, her
expression growing even darker. Evernight Huoxian, have you eaten too many great wilderness herbs and completely lost your mind, now helping outsiders to deal with our own family? Working at the Universal Chamber of Commerce for 2 days, do you really think you're part of the Sorensen family?
Evernight Huoxian smiled. I'm not helping outsiders deal with my own family. I just hope that you, sister, don't harbor a major criminal and disgrace our family name.
If I have to say,
I do have selfish motives. I never concealed them at the last family meeting. Compared to you, I think Huoshu is more suitable to take over mother's position. What's more, I heard that this wild man without even a noble title is even planning to lay hands on Huoxing, who is the apple of our
Evernight family's eye. How can that be allowed?
Facing the provocation from Evernight Forpero gradually calmed down. She had already realized that these guys in front of her were definitely prepared. The Sorens family had probably been in contact with Evernight Forpero through Evernight Forpero for a long time. These people had been biding their time, waiting and looking for an opportunity to deal a heavy blow to her. From yesterday's arrest warrant for Forpero, it was a test aimed at her. Through a flaw Forpero accidentally revealed, this secret web, which had been lurking for perhaps several months or even longer, suddenly exerted its force and seized this opportunity to entangle itself. Their goal was to undermine Evernight Forpero's prestige and reputation by apprehending and accusing Forpero, a trusted aide of Evernight Forpero. With a prepared mind against an unprepared one, Evernight Forpero knew that she couldn't do anything for now. After understanding this, Evernight Forpero looked at Forpero, who was pinned to the ground, with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Forpero. I got you involved. Evernight Forpero apologized in a low voice. For a ducal noble to apologize to a commoner without status in public was an almost impossible sight in Evernight City. Undoubtedly, this was adding insult to injury for Evernight Forpero's already greatly damaged image. However, Evernight Forpero still ignored the discussions about her in the hall. The whispers and discussions, loud enough to crush a person, seemed to not exist in Evernight Forpero's ears. She just calmly and serenely looked at Forpero, and then gave her promise. But I promise you, I won't make you wait too long, Evernight Forpero said, clenching her fist. I will do everything in my power to get you out of the Public Security Bureau as soon as possible, and then everyone who made you endure this humiliation tonight will pay the price. Evernight Forpero said coldly, then looked at Evernight Forpero and Larry Sorens. Evernight Forpero, Sorens family, I will remember what happened tonight. You will definitely pay the price. I will let you know that supporting Evernight Forpero was the most foolish decision you ever made, and the despicable tactic of framing me tonight was also the most foolish thing you ever did. She said coldly, then looked at all the guests. I apologize for disturbing everyone's enjoyment, please bear with me. Then, she turned and left, allowing the Public Security Bureau officers to take Forpero away. After the dejected Forpero was escorted away, and just as the Public Security Bureau officers were about to escort away the Truth Company security guards who had resisted, Paris spoke. Everyone, what wrong have my subordinates committed? Do you think they are also involved in the assassination of a ducal noble, 12 members of the Truth Company Security Department, 6 members of the Truth Company's Great Wilderness Exploration Team, including the leader of the Truth Company? Security Department's Delta Squad, whom I personally promoted, and the exploration team appointed by Her Excellency Evernight Forpero. You might as well impeach Her Excellency Evernight Forpero for participating in the assassination of a ducal noble.
President Paris said loudly, a fierce expression appearing on his refined face.
Director Dyke, damn it, know when to quit.
If you offend Her Excellency Forpero and me to this extent, can the Sorens family protect you?
An esteemed Mr.
Larry Sorens, do you really want to go this far?
It's still a long time until the Truth Company's presidential election, and the Evernight family's selection of a family head candidate is putting all your chips on Evernight Forpero. So early your intention, or Mr.
Sheriff's intention, or the Sorens family's intention? Paris spoke almost in an interrogating tone.
Larry Sorens looked at him for a long time, then sat back down. He did not directly respond to Paris, but simply gave instructions to the director of the Public Security Bureau. Director Dyke, do not expand the impact, do not arrest irrelevant personnel.
Just arrest the mastermind. He backed down.
The remaining Public Security Bureau officers also hastily withdrew, and the Truth Company security members gathered around Paris. As Paris led them out, he grabbed Steeler, who was wearing the Delta Squad leader's combat uniform.
What's going on? What are you guys doing? What exactly is Forpero doing?
Steeler took off his helmet and said somewhat sullenly, I don't know either.
Paris rubbed his forehead, saying with a headache, you don't know either? What exactly is going on, Forpero?
Unlike Evernight Forpero, who had calmed down and was preparing to retaliate, Paris was not so composed at the moment. It wasn't that his demeanor or outlook differed much from Evernight Forpero, but purely because Paris knew more insider information. Evernight Forpero firmly believed that Forpero was innocent, but Paris knew very well.
Forpero really did it.
He really participated in the plot to assassinate a ducal noble, he even did it himself. His words to Larry Sorens and the director of the Public Security Bureau earlier were mostly bluster. Now we can only hope that Her Excellency Evernight Forpero acts quickly, and
that guy Forpero should have some backup plan, right? How could such an ambitious and infallible guy just surrender like this?
President Paris comforted himself in his heart. Now, all he could do was pray that everything was part of Forpero's plan and that everything would proceed smoothly. This is truly the biggest gamble of my life. Watching the exploration team members silently leave the team at the end of the line when no one noticed, President Paris felt a few more points of hope in his heart. At least Her Excellency Evernight Forpero is still acting normally, perhaps.
She knows some inside information.
And at this moment, the bell finally rang. Although the scene was very chaotic just now, both sides, with great tacit understanding, resolved the matter as quickly as possible, with the biggest goal being
neither side wanted to delay the normal progression of the coming-of-age ceremony.
Evernight Forpero, of course, goes without saying, she was called by the Evernight family head to be responsible for the coming-of-age ceremony.
As for the Sorens family,
their goal, after all, was merely to support Evernight Forpero. Whether it was Larry Sorens or Evernight Forpero, their target was Evernight Forpero. But if they went too far, they would not be offending Evernight Forpero, but the entire Evernight family. At that time, it would not be Paris or Evernight Forpero who would retaliate against their actions. But very possibly, it would be that Evernight family head who had been silent for a long time, yet still made people feel mysterious, terrifying, and unfathomable. They could still distinguish between what was important and what was not. If it escalated to that point, regardless of whether the Sorens family and the Evernight family went to war, they would certainly be sacrificed. They didn't need to sacrifice their lives just to support Evernight Forpero.
After the bell rang, the lights in the auditorium all came back on.
Then, the doors on the second floor of the auditorium opened, and the second bell rang. This meant that Evernight Fire Apricot should make her appearance. Dong, the bell echoed throughout the auditorium, but what appeared before everyone was an even more shocking sight than when Forpero was taken away just now. Behind the doors, the figure of Evernight Fire Apricot did not appear, instead, a pile of surging corpses. About 100 dead bodies rolled out from behind the doors, falling from the railings to the first floor. These corpses, regardless of gender, age, or youth, were all dressed in beautiful gowns and wore exquisite makeup. The nobles in the hall screamed and fell into panic.
What's going on? Why are there so many dead people?
When direct death is presented in such an impactful way, no matter how noble one's identity or status, no matter how strong one's power, everyone will feel an instinctive fear. However, after a brief moment of chaos, the elites among them still regained their composure. But in this situation, even if they could remain calm, their first reaction was self-preservation.
There's an attack, protect me.
The powerful figures all instructed their servants to protect them. Evernight Fire Music, who had just returned to the second floor and hadn't even settled into her seat, stood up again and took charge of the situation. Paris, tell your people to check the situation in the second floor dressing rooms. Open all weapon permissions. If necessary, you can kill any suspicious targets. Security personnel from outer areas, withdraw teams 1 and 3 into the inner area to protect the guests. Stiller immediately led his team to the second floor and then reported via communication. The bodies are all long dead. The servants are all tied up and gagged, but we haven't seen Lady Evernight Fire Apricot.
We suspect she might have been abducted.
Evernight Fire Music was silent for a long time. Search, you must find her.
First, untie the servants and ask them what they know, she said, and then a mechanical sound and Stiller's exclamation came through the communication. Click.
Lady Evernight Fire Music, when we were untying the servants, we seem to have triggered some mechanism.
Mechanism? Evernight Fire Music was stunned, and then a noisy static sound suddenly came from the auditorium's loudspeakers.
Buzz, the guests present felt a sharp pain in their eardrums, and Evernight Fire Music furrowed her brow slightly. At this moment, the voices of the servants also came through the communication. Respected Lady Fire Music, there were no external attackers. Lady Evernight Fire Apricot herself attacked us and then escaped.
What? An expression of disbelief appeared on Evernight Fire Music's face.
And at this moment, the voice of Evernight Fire Apricot also rang out in the auditorium. Good evening everyone, I am the main course of tonight's banquet, the delicacy you have all long coveted, and your dearest, Evernight Fire Apricot.
I regret to inform you all that I will not be attending tonight's banquet and ceremony.
However, as compensation, I have left you my long-cherished
dolls, and I hope you like them.
All in all, goodbye, you hypocritical, idiotic, disgusting nobles. I'm glad you all made a wasted trip tonight and wasted your time. By the way, besides those beautiful dolls, I have also prepared an extra gift for you.
I've been recording for so long, the time should be about right. Anyway, now for the reveal. I've been talking for so long just to cover up some unusual sounds.
Now, everyone, please be quiet, and you'll know what gift I've prepared for you. The broadcast sound abruptly stopped, and then the venue fell into a deathly silence. Soon, everyone heard a faint sound, a hissing intake of air coming from beneath their feet. Saint Lanlai's expression changed slightly, and then she spoke, it's heteromorphic phlogiston gas.
Everyone, please immediately cut off the activity of all alchemical creations on your person.
Those who have undergone alchemical implants and modification surgeries, please also adjust to the lowest power immediately. This gas is harmless when inhaled and does not react with the human body, but as soon as it encounters an active alchemical reaction, it will immediately explode.
Most of
the nobles present had very high alchemical attainments and knowledge, and merely hearing Saint Lanlai call out the name of the gas, they already began to shut down their alchemical creations. Even those who didn't know what this gas was didn't think Saint Lanlai was joking. And as everyone was shutting down all their alchemical creations, Evernight Fire Music hadn't even had time to order the hall cleared when she heard an alarm sound from within the exhibition hall.
Beep, beep. Crash.
The sound of display case glass shattering rang out, and then everyone saw a group of masked, wild-looking individuals in the exhibition hall, using crudely polished bone-handled metal hammers to smash the glass of the display cases. The woman leading them had fiery red hair, fierce eyes, and clutched a beautiful wooden box in her hand.
Zhou Xinlu rose in great alarm. Where did these great wilderness people come from?
She's going to steal the jade laurel.
Is this also Evernight Fire Apricot's doing? Evernight Firestring stood up and spoke. What the hell are you talking about? How could people from our Evernight family collude with great wilderness people? Jiuxin Lu, watch your damn mouth. Larry Sorens quickly stood up. Brother Firestring, it's not that serious. This should be a coincidence, right? Eris Mercury watched the robbers' actions. Wait a minute, aren't there sacrificial sculptures from the great wilderness tribes among those gifts? Are they here for that?
This time, it was Saint Lan Kuei who couldn't help but exclaim, Eris, get out of here, that's Miss Fire Apricot, whom I sculpted. But no matter what, for these nobles who lived in the inner layers year-round, the great wilderness people were undoubtedly a more dangerous
existence than heteromorphic phlogiston gas.
Laboratory leaks were common, but great wilderness people making it into the inner city were rare. Fortunately, with the alarm sounding, a transparent barrier dropped between the exhibition hall and the auditorium, preventing these great wilderness people from rushing into the auditorium to steal things. The Evernight family's alchemical array was still functioning normally, and because the active alchemical circuits that made the array effective were deeply embedded in the walls, they wouldn't trigger the explosion of the heteromorphic phlogiston gas. But the bad news was, something was wrong with this array. It had sealed off all entrances and exits to both the auditorium and the exhibition hall. Not only between the exhibition hall and the auditorium, but at the main exit of the auditorium, a transparent barrier also dropped, blocking those who were originally preparing to evacuate. Lady Evernight Fire Music, quickly unlock the array. Although these great wilderness people are trapped, the phlogiston gas is still continuously being introduced. Saint Lanlai looked at Evernight Fire Music on the second floor. The authority for the alchemical array should be in her hands at this
moment.
And by now, Evernight Fire Music finally showed a face with cold sweat streaming down it.
I've lost control of the alchemical array. What? Someone with higher authority is manually controlling the array. This place being sealed off is not due to a malfunction.
But in the Evernight family, the only person with higher authority than me is Mother. The entire hall of guests erupted in an uproar, some letting out terrified cries.
What exactly is going on? Are the gods trying to make us die here? Evernight family, you owe me a reasonable explanation.
Under the continuous barrage of corpses, phlogiston gas, great wilderness people, and an out-of-control alchemical array, these powerful figures finally lost their composure and elegance, completely descending into madness, chaos, and terror. In the chaos of the scene, all the bodyguards and servants were squeezed together because they were attending the Evernight family's banquet. No one's bodyguards or servants carried weapons that were too over the top. Each bodyguard only had the simplest standard-issue clubs, and with all alchemical creations temporarily unusable, everyone now felt extremely insecure.
Who on earth is it? Damn it, don't come near me. Stay away from me.
Amidst the chaos, President Paris's face was also filled with extreme shock. Paris naturally knew that the wilderness people over there were Evernight Huoming's arrangement. These people were even placed by him in advance in the exhibition hall, hidden at the bottom of the gift boxes. Having operated in the wilderness for many years, Evernight Huoming not only had great prestige among the pioneering teams but also maintained good relationships with many wilderness tribes. Although Evernight City had always tried to portray wilderness people as dangerous, savage, crazy, and uncommunicative, anyone who had personally been to the wilderness and understood them deeply knew that while people from wilderness tribes were indeed savage and dangerous, they were also capable
of communication.
But, besides Evernight Huoming's hidden cards, what Paris hadn't expected at all was that Evernight Huanqing had also created accidents, and even the alchemical array had experienced abnormalities.
This made Paris confused as to whether this was Falbaro's arrangement. If this wasn't Falbaro's arrangement, then why were these accidents so beneficial to him? And if all of this was calculated by Falbaro, how did he do it?
When did this guy get involved with Evernight Huanqing, and how was he able to obtain higher authority than Evernight Huala on the Evernight family's internal protective alchemical arrays?
President Paris's mind was in a mess. Most importantly, he had also prepared a script to create further chaos. Should he still go through with it now?
In President Paris's original plan, he had arranged for one of his subordinates to pretend to assassinate him, thereby creating chaos to divert attention and security forces, providing space for Falbaro's assassination attempt. But the scene was already so chaotic, was it really still necessary? And while President Paris was still hesitating, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back.
Damn it, I didn't give the signal.
Paris cursed, about to turn around and scold the subordinate who had acted without permission, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong.
The stab was in a rather vital spot.
And, the assassin wasn't the person he had arranged, but his most trusted.
Stiller, you?
Blood gushed from Paris's nose and mouth. Looking at Stiller, whose eyes held indifference and hatred, he suddenly realized.
You're not Stiller, you bastard, it's you.
That's right, Paris, it's me. The Stiller holding the dagger said coldly, reaching out to knock down two security department members who rushed at him.
Puncto von Valetti sends his regards. This stab is for Coleman.
President Paris stumbled and fell to the ground, and the surrounding nobles erupted in screams.
Someone's been assassinated.
The scene became even more chaotic. Like a chain reaction, in the crowd, a servant suddenly erupted, rushing towards where the Mercury family nobles were located, though this time he didn't succeed, he merely got into a brawl with the bodyguards. The two battlefields made the scene exceptionally chaotic and noisy. Paris lay on the ground, gasping for air.
So that's how it is. I was also tricked by Falbaro.
The wilderness person he had evernight homing bring back was that bastard Puncto all along. He's really damn vengeful. I thought the train incident was all in the past. But if Stiller is Puncto, then where is the real Stiller? Meanwhile, at the Public Security Bureau, Director Dyke looked. At the machine displaying identity match failed, no personnel information entered in front of the information entry terminal and fell into confusion.
What tricks are you playing, Falbaro?
Falbaro, sitting in front of the machine, glanced at the clock on the wall, estimated that enough time had passed, and finally broke his silence, speaking slowly.
Is it possible that I'm not Falbaro at all, and you've arrested the wrong person?
Director Dyke, hearing this, laughed in extreme anger. Is that your strategy, Falbaro, to deceive the machine through special means and then claim you're not Falbaro?
Am I blind?
Falbaro shook his head. No, of course you're not blind, it's just, you've indeed mistaken me for someone else. He said sincerely, then a drop of water rolled down his face and dripped onto the floor. It was a drop of ink. Soon, more and more ink dripped onto the ground, revealing a gaunt face, blue eyes, and golden hair. I am Stiller, leader of Truth Company's Security Department Delta Team, currently on a special mission. Director Dyke, do you know that your indiscriminate arrest operation will put all the important figures and nobles in the Evernight family's auditorium in danger? The machine beeped, displaying. Match successful. However, the personnel data that popped up was, as Stiller had just said, belonging to Truth Company's Security Department. Director Dyke was utterly astonished. You're really not Falbaro. Then where is the real Falbaro? Inside the exhibition hall, Evernight Homing clutched the box containing the emerald laurel, frowning slightly.